Chapter 2801. Levi approached the legendary figure, bowing respectfully. "Senior, is there something you need?" Daydreamer returned the gesture with a faint smile. "I have seen your research results, and they are very impressive. They remind me of those years inside the body of the Lost Monarch." Levi gestured to the papers on the desk. "Senior, is this path correct for me?" Daydreamer nodded slowly. "There is no problem here. This is a spell sequence that leads straight to legendary. You must seize it and never give up. Once you become legendary, you can use this as a foundation to study a 10th circle spell potent enough to counter the Lost Monarch. Our School of Dreams is playing a game with it, and we might still need your help." Levi absorbed the advice, nodding firmly. "All right, I have it clear in my mind now." Taking this opportunity, Levi sought advice from the legendary wizard, and the two collaborated to make some improvements to this spell sequence. In the nightmare world, specifically the Lost Domain, the Lost King awoke from a deep slumber on his silent throne. A graceful figure approached him, wearing an easy smile. It was the Devouring Sky Demon Lord. The Lost King regarded the intruder. "What do you want from me?" The visitor chuckled, stepping closer. "I want to collaborate with you." The Lost King stared ahead. "There is nothing for us to collaborate on, is there?" The Devouring Sky Demon Lord arched a brow. "What do you think of Nora's rise?" The king remained unmoved. "No opinion. It does not concern me, nor can it affect me." The Demon Lord gestured vaguely. "I heard that a wizard recently escaped from your maze and even became a legend. Do you think he will not seek revenge in the future?" The king leaned back against the throne. "So what if he does? Ever since I came into being, countless gods have sought revenge against me, and they have all ended up as nourishment for my expanding maze. I would be happy for more to come." The Demon Lord shook his head. "You are still basking in past glories, Rostroversor. Wake up, open your eyes and look. Times have changed. Nora defeated 3 waves of demon assaults, and has even extended part of its tentacles into the nightmare world." The king pondered this for a moment. "Are you referring to the Black Dragon territory on the frontier?" "Yes," the Demon Lord replied. "It can be wiped out in the blink of an eye," the king dismissed. "And then what?" The Demon Lord paced the room. "Those wizards' true forms are in Nora, merely descending into the nightmare world using the projection power of the Black Dragon Lord. Even if you kill them, they can be resurrected. Acting ahead of time might alert Nora, making them wary." The king narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to say?" "Your influence and prestige exceed mine," the Demon Lord suggested. "We should unite and lead more nightmare monarchs to a crusade against Nora." The king hesitated. "Uniting with the Abyss? Certainly not. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits, while the Abyss and Nora are at odds. Do not forget, we have already obtained most of the dark side fragments of the universe, including Nora's. Entering Nora is even more convenient for us than for the Abyss. We can also transport an army through the existing spatial nodes." Upon hearing the words of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord, the Lost Monarch seemed moved. He pondered for a moment before answering. "Let me think about it and get back to you." The Demon Lord bowed low. "All right, I will go contact the monarchs of nearby large domains first. Do not fall asleep again. Otherwise, by the time you wake up, either the Abyss has taken Nora, or Nora has become the new giant." With a light laugh, the figure of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord dissipated into smoke. A month later, in the Nora dark side within Windmill Village, Owens hunted the fallen objects that filled the Ashen world alone. He had advanced to the 8th rank of the Grey Swordsman, and this life had continued for thousands of years. However, his eyes now shone with more hope than in the past. "Owens, how have you been lately?" Levi arrived to visit his old friend, carrying a large bundle of nightmare crystals. Owens wiped sweat from his brow, offering a tired smile. "Good, though the monsters keep increasing. By the way, are you about to reach level 10, Levi?" "Still a bit short," Levi admitted. "That is great. When we first met, we were neck and neck, but now, well, no need to mention it." Owens sat on the ground, leaning his longsword against the earth. Levi caught up with him for a while. Before leaving, he gripped his friend's shoulder. "Owens, notify me immediately if anything happens here." "All right," Owens promised. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Levi felt a weight in his chest. During this period, he felt uneasy, sensing that something big was about to happen. Through the deep red eyes, he monitored the central screen. Another presence of hostility at level 10 appeared on the interface. Its figure remained indistinct, but the red and black sky in the background indicated it originated from the nightmare world. Levi paid particular attention and checked all places related to the nightmare world. Could it be that those nightmare overlords I hunted were discovered by their monarchs? He murmured to himself. If that was the case, that blurry figure was highly likely to be the Devouring Sky Demon Lord. Among the monarchs he had offended, its power was the greatest, possibly at the late stage of level 10. If the other side already knew it was him, why had they not launched an attack against the Black Dragon territory yet? Levi could not figure it out. However, he still informed Daydreamer about it to give the formidable figure a mental preparation. Daydreamer told Levi not to worry, and quoted the copycat Sauron. "Blessings are not disasters, and disasters cannot be avoided." With the reassurance of the legendary wizard, Levi continued his cultivation as usual, only ensuring that the Black Dragon territory was prepared for combat at any moment. Levi prepared for the worst. He considered the loss of the Black Dragon territory, and the prospect of starting anew. With his current strength, relocating to develop elsewhere remained feasible. A year later, in the Nora calendar year 1593, within the Despair domain, the Despair Sovereign watched the receding figure of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord. He felt relieved, his body winding around the sky dome. His eyes rotated as he pondered. He had worried the Devouring Sky Demon Lord had discovered his past oppression of the Horror Dominator, but the other had approached for a more shocking matter. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord and numerous nightmare monarchs planned to invade Nora, to seize the gains from the Abyss and Nora blood battle. The scale of this war was only second to the previous nightmare world invasion of the Shadow to plunder the dark side of the universe. Moreover, the Devouring Sky Demon Lord discovered that the previous disappearance of the Nightmare Overlords was the doing of the Black Dragon Lord, and planned to use this as a justified pretext. Of course, given the status of the Nightmare world, whether it had a pretext or not did not matter. The Black Dragon Lord simply stumbled upon the gun barrel. What to do? What to do? Should I participate? The Despair Sovereign understood the way of survival, and he naturally did not want to participate. But as an emerging king, if he did not conform, he feared being isolated, or even targeted. When in doubt, simulate once. Snake of the End Simulator. Initiate. He took a deep breath and bit his own tail. Blood flowed as his serpentine body formed a complete mysterious circle of destiny. 2 years later, after 10,000 simulations, the Despair Sovereign looked pale, having nearly exhausted all his strength. He stared towards the Black Dragon territory, his eyes appearing shocked. Blood trickled from his mouth as he murmured, "How can this be? Could I have calculated wrong?" Chapter 2802. Since ancient times, whenever the 4 great giants seriously initiated a war against other civilizations, they never lost. Of course, the Abyss full-scale war style, a chaotic blood battle, remained an exception. In reality, despite appearances that these waves of full-scale invasion warfare from the Abyss failed, it stayed a low-probability event. Most of the time, blood battles concluded with Abyss victory. Otherwise, how could so many level 10 demons have been nurtured? Therefore, after undergoing 10,000 simulations, the Snake of the End struggled to process the realization. The simulation results were these. In 5,000 instances, it attempted to flee the nightmare world, staying away from conflicts and hiding in the multidimensional plane. However, in 4,000 of those simulations, it ended up with no escape route. In only 1,000 simulations did it barely survive to die a natural death. The reasons for its death were these. 40% occurred because its archenemies in the astral world, the Heaven's Merciful Father, Ramon, and his companion, Earth's Holy Mother Mysha, intervened. These two obsessed over it and prepared special means to team up against it. 30% occurred because the supreme will that snoozed in the nightmare world perceived its betrayal and dispatched nightmare monarchs to hunt it down. 20% resulted from abyss demons and other powerful beings in the multidimensional plane capable of hurting it. Another 10% stemmed from the strong force of the dark insects, which it had ignored. In these 400 simulations, it successfully outlasted the nightmare world invasion of Nora, thinking it was safe. But then, the sudden outburst of the dark insects, along with abyss demons, plunged the multidimensional plane into chaos. It was an absolute great tribulation of all living beings. It applied not only to it. Gods, the Nether Emperor, and level 10 strongmen of the multidimensional plane all fell before 2 devouring forces. In other words, in a fleeting glimpse, its own death appeared, and the end of the multidimensional plane unfurled before it. Of course, the simulation remained limited to its range of perception and strength, not necessarily accurate. The actual situation often diverged greatly from the simulation, serving only as a reference. That being said, a great tribulation of all living beings might not occur. It then attempted 4,000 simulations of joining the nightmare camp. A jolt of shock coursed through it. It died all 4,000 times, with no lifeline. There was a 20% chance of being sabotaged by its nightmare monarch teammates. A 30% chance of being killed by the current Grand Council Chairman of Nora, Edmund. The most outrageous was a 50% chance of being killed by a level 9 being who exists in the future. And that individual is the Dusk Palace Master, also known as the Black Dragon Lord. This outcome was identical to its previous 1001 simulation results, when it attempted to be the enemy of the Dusk Palace Master. While simulators were inaccurate, a 100% failure rate indicated some issues. It absolutely should not join the Devouring Sky Demon Lord's camp. By avoiding war, it has a 20% survival probability. By participating in the Nightmare World invasion, it faces 100% death. In the last 1000 simulations, it went all in, attempting a desperate fight by joining Nora, which currently seems impossible, and not becoming the enemy of the Dusk Palace Master. The final results were bewildering. A survival rate of 50%. Confusion reigned. Whether from the objective historical rule, or the current objective reality, Nora seeking survival amid the abyss and nightmare must be impossible. Its extinction was destined, which aligned with common sense. Yet its long-trusted innate ability told it that joining Nora was the optimal solution now. Was this not jumping into the fire pit? Despair, internal conflict, and self-doubt defined the current state of the Despair Sovereign. Regret washed over it for conducting simulations. Finally, memories of its life flooded back. From a weak snake, it maneuvered in the territory of the Heavenly Father Church, relying on innate abilities to narrowly escape death countless times, ultimately undergoing metamorphosis to a complete level 10 body, successfully avenging itself, and escaping under Ramon, the level 10 peak existence. Why do I doubt myself? Without my ability, I would have died 10,000 times over. I cannot deny myself just because it does not fit common sense. I am the snake of the end, a snake capable of foreseeing the world's demise and controlling destiny. With this thought, the Despair Sovereign gritted its teeth and steeled its heart, silently heading toward the Black Dragon territory. This time, it would take a huge gamble. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond, research into new sequential magic began. Following the principle of taking a path rarely traveled, the poisonous faction became the choice. The current poisonous school was rather declining, but potential remained to unearth, especially considering that several grand wizards remained. However, since ancient times, no legendary wizard had ever emerged, making it seem insignificant. But his Black Emperor Dragon was also a poison dragon. The path of poison held great prospects, not just toxins, but also viruses and plague. Of course, like the Blood Sept, plague posed a risk for wizards, easily leading them astray into heresy. After all, among the 4 evil gods of chaos, one was the father of plagues. But who was Levi? He wielded chaotic power, with a cheat code. The power of plague and viruses, if used wisely, relying on its potent spreading and infectious abilities, became the strongest biochemical weapon. It might have potential uses in future dealings with the 4 giant worlds and even the dark insects. Levi borrowed research notes and books related to these types of spells from Nora Library and commenced self-study. Chapter 2803. Throughout history, there have been many who shared similar thoughts with him. Some, through careless communication with the father of plagues, were beguiled. Thus, in studying the paths of poison and plague, Levi must be ever cautious. Levi took a sip of tea as the silhouette of the tyrant of horror appeared. The tyrant lowered its head. Master, someone is looking for you. Levi set his cup down. Who is it? The tyrant remained stoic. Despair Monarch. Black Dragon territory. Levi arrived with a commanding presence. In the conference hall, a handsome Naga figure waited anxiously. The Naga relaxed slightly at his arrival and offered a polite gesture. Long time no see, Sir Levi. Levi gestured for the Naga to sit and offered a smile. Ha ha ha. Is it not joyous to have friends visit from afar? One does not visit the 3 treasure halls without reason. What brings you to me? Despair Monarch glanced around the room and established a barrier. Only then did it speak softly. This matter is significant. Please do not be offended. Speak freely. To my knowledge, many nightmare monarchs are discussing joining forces to remotely invade Nora. They approached me too, but I have yet to agree. Who are they? I cannot say, as many nightmare monarchs have special perception methods. You just need to know that what I say is true, and the Nora Council should prepare in advance. Facing simultaneous assaults from the Abyss and Nightmare, it will be difficult to manage. Levi pondered these words. It was no wonder his mind had been uneasy lately. Truly, it is a period of turmoil, and the calamities facing Nora are far too many. How many nightmare monarchs are there approximately? Not sure. I feel that perhaps in a short time, over 10 could gather, depending on how they organize and mobilize. So far, only some monarchs are tempted. From what I know, the supreme will of the nightmare world is still slumbering. Otherwise, given the magnitude of the nightmare world, it would not be much weaker than the Abyss. Levi nodded. If the nightmare world were weak, it would have been conquered by the astral world long ago. The Black Dragon territory and the vast surrounding lands are merely the tip of the iceberg of the nightmare world, whose depth Levi has not yet engaged with properly. However, the good news is that the nightmare world is not engaging in full-scale war. The situation looks more like a faction trying to gain leverage during the blood battle of abyssal demons. Otherwise, if the nightmare world invaded fully, Nora would collapse in no time. Of course, if that were the case, with the balance of power in the land of darkness, they would find a way to mobilize the strength of the astral world to counteract the nightmare world. Although not on good terms with the gods, Nora, and they would indirectly form an alliance. In summary, this matter must be given high importance. Yet, overly worrying, like the proverbial restless thinker, is not warranted. Because it is only a preliminary plan, and Despair Monarch knows little, it cannot reveal much more to Levi, so nothing else can be asked. Levi finally voiced the question in his mind. Why does your excellency disclose such crucial information to me? Is that not betraying the nightmare world? Despair Monarch's answer caught him off guard. Indeed, I am intent on leaving the nightmare world. I am not a native level 10 being of this realm, but an external mythical creature. Although I became a nightmare monarch, with some sacrifice, I have ways to leave. I do not wish to be dragged into this war. With my initial level 10 power, surely those ancient, proud monarchs will look down on me, or even use me as cannon fodder. Despair Monarch knew well that its forte was not direct combat. It preferred residing in the shadows, utilizing its simulation and prediction ability to deduce scenarios from its dealings with those self-proclaimed antiques in the nightmare world. It likely would not be valued there. It has no connection with the deeply rooted nightmare natives. It is just another foreigner here begging for food. Additionally, the nightmare world is abundant with powerful perception beings, and lacking a snake of the end like itself is no loss. According to its observation, research, and simulation, its situation in Nora could be much better. Fundamentally, it is a budding super-civilization. Its structure is varied, and the legendary wizard's lifespan is notably short. The more short-lived the species, the more open they are to novelties. This is because their thought inertia and arrogance are less than those who have lived for ages. With the abilities of a snake of the end in Nora, it would be cherished. As long as those legendary wizards are sufficiently wise and reasonable, they are bound to put it to good use. Crucially, just over a century ago, it sensed that the strength of the Dusk Palace Master had expanded considerably. It even felt the faint presence of danger. This person's progress is incredibly fast. For those old antiques in the nightmare world, a century is just enough time to yawn, as they casually sleep for thousands of years. Based on its analysis, if Nora seizes this opportunity and unites the power of civilization to protect the current figure, when those antiques wake up from an ordinary nap, they will discover that the world has changed. Presently, this person is well protected by the Nora Council. Otherwise, he would have been annihilated by abyssal demons long ago. In short, he cannot be an enemy. If you cannot beat them, join them. Levi leaned forward. So, Your Excellency wants to leave the nightmare world to find a peaceful corner, or to join another giant force. Could it possibly join Nora? Despair Monarch replied word by word. Chapter 2804. 573. Supreme Council 25th Seat, Descent of a God. I want to join Nora. Can you introduce me, sir? The figure asked. Levi stood silent for a moment before he asked, Are you serious? Absolutely serious. No false intentions. The figure replied. Levi pondered the request. All right, I will try, he said. This was not something he could decide on his own. He had to let Edmund and the Supreme Council handle the decision. He considered the risk that this Snake of the End might be a double agent, appearing to pledge allegiance to Nora while actually acting as a spy for the nightmare world. Caution was necessary. The Despair Sovereign stood before him. I await your message, sir. He then left in haste. Supreme Council. More than 20 figures gathered around the round table, creating a lively atmosphere. A hint of anxiety permeated the room. Everyone knew of the impending nightmare invasion. Soon, Edmund entered wearing a red robe, looking composed. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know today's topic, Edmund began. As it stands, the nightmare's invasion is certain. We need to prepare in advance. The main focus of this meeting is to decide whether the Despair Sovereign can join. After Edmund spoke, he listened to the opinions of the others. The Barbarian Lords spoke first. Nightmare monarchs are very cunning. We think they are even harder to deal with than those demon lords. The Despair Sovereign's move is too unconventional. It is like a weasel paying respect to a chicken. I am afraid there is ill intention, trying to infiltrate us from within, and dissolve the Nora Council, allowing the nightmare world to drive straight in without resistance. One of the other lords nodded. Indeed, one cannot trust what these guys say. Another lord continued. Refusing may mean losing a level 10 peer, but if we accept and cannot control the situation, it would invite a host of major enemies. It is too high a risk. The opinions of the Barbarian Lords were quite unanimous. Some of the legendary wizards also nodded slightly. Edmund nodded and asked, What does the Barbarian Ancestor think? The Heavenly Will pondered for a moment. I do not think it is necessary to refuse outright. I propose that the Despair Sovereign should personally come down for us to meet it. Sometimes, asking things face to face makes it easier to see true intentions. The Barbarian Lords were taken aback and immediately changed their tone. The Barbarian Ancestor is insightful. We think the same way. The Daydreamer spoke up. I agree with the Barbarian Ancestor. If we need to meet this person, Levi and I can help arrange contact. We should have a secret meeting first, and then come to a conclusion. Thus, the Supreme Council unanimously agreed to conduct an interview with the Snake of the End, since its identity is rather special. Black Dragon Territory. Sir Levi, how is it? The Snake of the End awaited the result, clearly nervous. The Supreme Council wants to meet you, Levi replied. If you are sincere about joining us, I can help you descend into Nora in your true form. The question is, do you dare? The Snake of the End considered the offer. Give me a few days to think, sir. As you wish, Levi answered. After leaving, the snake cautiously simulated the scenario more than a dozen times, despite its physical exhaustion. Once it was certain this was not a trap, it breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like there is hope. The Snake of the End found Levi, and decided to descend into Nora, in its true form 6 months later. Supreme Council. Upon hearing the news, Edmund and the others nodded slightly. The Heavenly Will stroked his beard. Daring to descend into Nora in true form already indicates sincerity. It seems this is not a mere facade. However, we still need a highly secretive place to avoid other nightmare monarchs from detecting this meeting, which could affect our subsequent plans. Dealing with the nightmare is more troublesome than the abyss because the nightmare world, as a spirit plane like the astral world, is even more pervasive. Edmund suggested, let us go to the Metal School. Over there is a powerful supreme treasure left by a Nora sage, enough to ensure a secret meeting. Nora Continent, Metal Domain, Roger Mountain. Levi's figure slowly descended. The scene of many talents competing on the mountain during the Roger gathering was still vivid. With the passing of time, he came again, but this time he arrived to discuss significant Nora matters. As the rumor suggested, Roger Mountain is indeed a treasure, even a supreme treasure. Here, Roger left a tracking mark revealing the whereabouts of a legendary artifact, now in Levi's possession. Reciting an incantation, Levi's figure dissipated among the mountain. When it reappeared, it was in a space shining with rainbow starlight, resembling a rainbow sea. A round table stood amidst the void, with more than 20 strong individuals already present. Looking around, Levi was the only attendee who was not level 10. Edmund gestured to a chair. Have a seat, Levi. Levi did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat in the seat belonging to the survivor of the vast sea, a legendary wizard, who had long guarded Nora's will. To prevent the nightmare from invading prematurely, that wizard had already gone to stand watch. Soon after, Amid the distortion of space and the condensing of vortices, a coiled giant snake descended from above. Its snake eyes scanned those present. It felt instinctual fear while sizing up Edmund, Gulwig, the barbarian ancestor, and others. These individuals all possessed the capacity to grapple with powerful gods. Edmund in particular drew attention. Rumors suggested he was already halfway into level 11, having slain the Earth Demon Lord. Seeing him in person rendered him inscrutable. Edmund, like the chief examiner of an interview, smiled. I have only one question. Are you truly joining Nora, or do you have other intentions? The Snake of the End answered honestly. I sincerely want to join, because I know it is here I might have a chance to survive. This was followed by a tense round of questioning. Chapter 2805. Everyone was talking. Even though the Snake of the End was a level 10 strongman, it often got nervous and stuck, just like the rest of us. Levi alone remained calm. In the end, the legendary wizards and the barbarian warriors exchanged looks, evidently having formed a basic level of trust in the Snake of the End. Edmund extended his hand. Welcome, Despair Sovereign. The Snake of the End exhaled deeply. From now on, just call me Mr. End. As of today, I am no longer the Despair Sovereign. 1 year later, the Nora calendar showed the year 1596. In the nightmare world, the Despair domain lay silent. Under the crimson and black sky, the Snake of the End gazed at the territory below, and the endless blood-flesh forest. Resolve hardened in its eyes. A low rumble shook the ground. As it relinquished its Nightmare Monarch title, the flesh and blood mountains buzzed and trembled. The true name of Yermund gradually faded away. Soon, this vast region would become a no-man's land. Everything it had built over the years in the nightmare world would cease to exist. Yo, Yermund, where are you planning to go? A woman appeared high above. She crossed her arms, her smile sinister enough to send chills down the spine. Where I am going? Do I need to report to you? The giant snake raised its eyes. Its tone remained calm. Anxiety struck within. The inevitable had come. The Supreme Will had instinctively sensed the betrayal and immediately sent these native monarchs to resolve it. Indeed, there is no advantage for free in this world. Do you want to avoid the draft and hide? The Devouring Sky Demon Lord stretched lazily. A terrifying level 10 late-stage aura radiated from her. Her small cherry mouth parted slightly as a long crimson tongue licked her lips, leaving a hint of drool. What if I do? You really are an ungrateful dog. The Swallowing Sky Demon Lord spread her slender hands, revealing a black hole-like vortex in her palm. A densely toothed mouth, resembling that of a 7-gilled eel, protruded from it. The power of gluttony swept across the heavens. The world within 100,000 miles shattered like tofu. The vortex sucked all matter inside, and only the giant snake's body could barely resist. The Snake of the End spun rapidly, shaking off the terrifying pull. It transformed into a dark light, shooting toward the distance. This is the nightmare world, the Demon Lord taunted. Where do you think you are running? Ahead, two illusory mirage-like damp stone walls appeared. They stretched endlessly, forming a strange alley of unknown destination. A slender, pale young lad leaned at the entrance of the alley, with his hands in his pockets. Ghost Alley Dominator, are you going to stop me too? The Snake of the End halted, its voice cold. The figure before it, though a level 10 early-stage monarch, was seasoned. His foundation ran deeper than its own. You shouldn't have betrayed us. The young lad spoke softly, his voice full of mystery. Yermund, stay. You have already offended the one from the astral world. If you offend us too, is there any place left in the world for you? A decaying sound emerged as the air filled with the scent of rot. From cracks in the crimson and black sky dome, a greenish-brown foul liquid leaked. Swollen corpses flowed down, staggering to their feet, numbering in the billions. On the bloody earth, yellow pustules the size of mountains began to rise. These hair-raising sores exploded with a bang. A yellowish-white substance oozed out, flowing into the sky. The rotten sovereign descended, exuding a level 10 middle-stage aura. Levi had secretly taken out these former subordinates. Losing a level 9 dominator was not a big deal to them, but face was crucial. It was not hard for the Devouring Sky Demon Lord to persuade them to agree to an expedition to Nora. The dark wall expanded rapidly, sealing everything off. The sea of decay surged forward. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord launched countless tentacles from her body. Each had a blood-red mouth at the tip, attacking the giant snake. In a moment of despair, a swarm of colorful butterflies danced and spiraled. They formed a door of light that covered the head of the snake. Reinforcements from Nora had arrived. Overjoyed, the Snake of the End dove its head into the light. Where do you think you are going? The tentacles of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord wrapped around the body, gripping tightly. As she exerted force, the giant snake was thrown back out. Let go. The Snake of the End struggled and bit the Devouring Sky Demon Lord, but she only laughed wildly. She ignored the attacks as the suction from her tentacles grew stronger. At the critical moment, an aged hand reached out from the other side of the light gate. It grabbed the head of the snake and pulled. Then, 6 mythical-level giant beast phantoms roared and tore apart the tentacles entangling the snake. Heavenly Will? Since you are here, why not stay? The head of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord rapidly expanded to star size. In all her long life, this was the first time she had seen someone dare to rob people from the nightmare world. Suddenly, a crimson-robed figure appeared on the other side of the light gate. A great sun soared in his palm. This forced the star-sized giant head to stop abruptly. It deflated like a balloon and retreated far away before stabilizing. Edmund, the Devouring Sky Demon Lord reverted to human form. The corner of her eye twitched, and her chest heaved. That was close. I nearly got crushed by a sundae. They had speculated that the Despair Sovereign, this foreigner, would evade the war. They never expected the snake would defect to Nora. Was it blind? Had its brain gone haywire? It was giving up being a nightmare monarch to hang around with those without a future. Chapter 2806. The other two nightmare monarchs retreated quietly, keeping their distance from the figure in the red robe. Edmund said nothing. He disappeared into the door of light. This Yermund is desperately grasping at straws, one monarch muttered. Another added, it is in such a hurry to die in Nora. Does it think that just because Nora won the war against the Abyss 3 times, it has the qualifications to compare with us? The Devouring Sky Demon Lord gestured for silence. Leave it be. The nightmare world does not lack it. Let us continue our plan, summon more nightmare monarchs, and give Nora a painful lesson. Let Yermund regret this with our actions. The monarchs vanished into the void. Before the door of light faded entirely, a black armored arm reached through. It snatched up a snake scale that had fallen during the battle, and pulled back swiftly. Soren continent. The snake of the end trembled. It scanned the blue sky and white clouds. These were unlike the skies of the nightmare world. Tension drained from its massive frame. It breathed heavily, its snake tongue flicking wildly. The composure of a level 10 strongman had vanished. Thank you all, the giant snake hissed. Edmund smiled, brushing aside the gratitude. It is deserved. Thank you for your trust. The snake bowed its massive head. I did not expect Lord Emmon would scare away the fearless Devouring Sky Demon Lord just by appearing. Impressive. Truly impressive. Heavenly Will stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sighed to himself. He was getting old. Were it not for his self-inflicted blade cut, the Devouring Sky Demon Lord would not have withstood a punch from him. A warm current flooded the body of the Snake of the End. The injuries inflicted by the Devouring Sky Demon Lord began to knit together. The one spot where a scale had fallen remained stubborn. This was no ordinary snake scale. It held a trace of origin power. The Dusk Palace Master stood close, his palm radiating a green glow. Levi's face paled as he channeled his energy. The task proved strenuous. Whew. That is mostly done. This original scale is difficult to heal at my realm level. How do you feel now? Levi breathed lightly. His internal power of the Green Emperor Dragon lay depleted. Thank you, Sir Levi. You saved me a lot of time, the snake replied. Warmth filled its heart. The Dusk Palace Master appeared rough, yet he proved quite considerate. Levi opened his palm. A pitch-black scale ringed with growth rings lay there. This is your scale. You were too busy escaping to retrieve it. The Snake of the End glanced sideways. Legendary wizards chatted or dispersed. Edmund waited, watching them as if he had something to discuss. The snake laughed. Ha ha ha. It does not matter. It is just a trace of an origin scale. I will gift it to you. Without your introduction, today's events would not have come to pass. Such grandeur. Such perspective. Levi did not pretend to decline. He offered a sincere nod. Then I will not be polite. Thank you. After the pleasantries, Edmund led the Snake of the End toward the Supreme Council. Discussions regarding the establishment of the 25th seat would follow. Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent with a sense of contentment. He. A level 10 mythical level original snake scale. A good thing indeed. He remained some ways from level 10, but he needed to prepare materials to upgrade his divine weapon and wizard tower. This snake scale would serve best to reforge the nightmare helmet. 1 year later, the Supreme Council announced 3 significant matters across the realm. First, the mythical level entity, Lord of the End, joined the Supreme Council as the honorable 25th seat and accepted a significant military position in Nora. Second, they announced the temporary formation of the Nightmare Command Center. Edmund accepted the role of minister. Daydreamer, Lord of the End, and Blue Dream Star Lord became deputy ministers. The Dusk Palace Master accepted an appointment as an advisor. Third, the populace must continue to prepare for battle. No matter who the upcoming enemy was, Nora would fight to the end. The announcement sent a shockwave through the population. The first item proved acceptable. If a tree could join the council, a snake could as well. But the establishment of the Nightmare Command Center carried an unmistakable implication. The nightmare world would soon launch an invasion on Nora. They had only just repelled demons, and now they faced nightmare creatures. There was truly no respite. Beyond that, would demons seize the opportunity to cooperate with the nightmare world? Would the Council of 10,000 clans, nearly disbanded, make a comeback? Unease spread, and rumors flourished. Members of the ancient dragon continent were no exception. Many worked in the nightmare world and sensed the shifting atmosphere. Levi summoned the senior members. Elena, Triss, the 18 Twilight Cavalry, Garcia, and Saint Emperor Joe arrived at the Emperor's palace. Hall Master, are we to go to war with the nightmare world? Someone asked. What about the Black Dragon territory? Should we evacuate? Everyone present had visited the nightmare world. They had experienced directly how unfathomably deep and terrifying that giant world was. Genuine worry filled the room. Levi addressed them. Firstly, the nightmare world might deploy troops against us. Specifics remain unclear, but we must prepare for war. Secondly, the Black Dragon territory operates normally. Maintain vigilance. Daydreamer and I will monitor the area frequently. If any situation arises, I will have everyone log out. Safety first. Meanwhile, on the Yellow Earth continent at the former Mirror Lake land, Daydreamer arrived at the abandoned site of the Dreamland steeple. He traveled with 2 grand wizards. He opened the array barrier sealing the place and stepped into a locale distorted by space. Red and black lights flowed forth, Chapter 2807, 573. The 25th seat of the Supreme Council, Divine Descent. You all protect me, while I desire to destroy this place. Destroying the spatial node would not stop the nightmare invasion, but it could buy some time. Moreover, as a native existence of the spirit plane, the true form descending to the material plane itself required a cost. In a short period, the nightmare army would not appear in Nora, land of darkness. Pazuzu processed the intelligence from Nora. His expression turned serious. Is the nightmare world going to participate too? The Shadow Demon Queen laughed. It is a good thing. How about sending the Emperor of Slumber to visit the nightmare world and seeing if we can pull those nightmare monarchs into our camp? The Emperor of Slumber was the lord of the 401st layer of the Abyss, and also a subordinate of eternal sleep. Its true form was a level 10 middle stage sleep demon, involved in the blood battle of the second full-scale invasion war. As a sleep demon, it could freely traverse the nightmare world. Let us wait for now. We are just going through the motions. We are currently in a situation where we have been worn out and need a rest, so we will let Nora be for the nightmare world for now. Pazuzu laughed darkly. What if Nora is taken down? We have paid so much cost. We cannot let the nightmare world benefit. The Shadow Demon Queen frowned. Pazuzu gestured dismissively. You are overthinking. Nora is not so easily taken down. After 3 failures, I have suddenly realized, it is not that we are not doing well enough, but rather Nora has often performed exceptionally, because it has heavenly help, which we lack. The Shadow Demon Queen realized the implication. I see, that makes sense. But it is also more troubling. Although the land of darkness could not handle us from the abyss, if it supports Nora, it invisibly adds a lot of resistance to us. So let us let the nightmare world come in and stir the waters, turning the entire multidimensional plane into a chaotic pot. Is it not beautiful? Dark Temple. The forms of 4 ancients appeared. After the Void Emperor left, the siblings, the End Dragon Bird and Red Crow, also successively departed. The 4 remaining either could not leave, or their minds were made up. No matter what, the impending invasion of Nora by the nightmare was good news for them. The long silent Dark Sun Sovereign spoke. I have long said that Nora's rise would inevitably disrupt the existing patterns. We just need to watch from the sidelines. If there is an opportunity, make a move to get a share. If there is no opportunity, remain silent and protect oneself. 2 giants entering simultaneously. Nora is in trouble. Astral World. Arrogant Sun Plateau. Behind the Gate of Radiance. On the warm throne surrounded by holy light, Ramon gazed forward with divine eyes. A goddess draped in a pure white holy robe, with a gentle expression, approached. She carried a longsword forged from the glow of dawn and lowered her noble head. Father God, Mother of Earth is visiting. Rise. This goddess was the Dawn Goddess, Ramon's daughter, who commanded the Dawn Authority and was a variant of light. In the ancient era, she was an intermediate divine power user, and now her strength was close to reaching the threshold of mighty divine power. She was Ramon's most important subordinate god and right hand. Her title, Master of Dawn, also stemmed from this goddess. Compared to this elder sister, Dusk Sun Goddard was much too immature. Before long, a woman in a simple garment, with a compassionate face, jade face, and bare feet, descended, step by step with budding lotus. Dawn Goddess bowed. Greetings, Mother Goddess. The woman in the flax robe nodded slightly, looked towards Amon, and spoke. Did you see? The Snake of the End has left the nightmare world and arrived in Nora. Now is a great time to solve the blasphemers. I saw. We can negotiate with Edmund. Let him hand over the Snake of the End. Wait. Why wait? That blasphemer killed our painstakingly nurtured twin holy sons and devoured tens of billions of followers. You have not forgotten, have you? Naturally not, but the timing is not right. Are you afraid of Edmund? I am just prioritizing the big picture. The Dark Insect's disaster is not yet over. The Ancestor God needs us. Moreover, Edmund was indeed strong. The Earth Demon Lord's power was not inferior to this existence commanding the most Earth authority, yet was still extinguished by Edmund. Heavenly Father did not want to be the obvious target at this crucial moment. Of course, he did indeed hate the Snake of the End. The twin holy sons were the offspring created by him, and the Holy Mother, consuming countless divine powers over an ancient age. The resources invested in them were immeasurable. It was the key for him and the Holy Mother to try to ascend to a higher level. All right, I understand. The Holy Mother's voice was low, and she left somewhat sorrowfully. Unlike Ramon, this mighty deity not only had the natural innate divine authority of Earth, but also an acquired authority named motherhood. This made the deity, who naturally lacked emotions, immersed daily in the pain of losing her children. Yet if she were to relinquish the motherhood authority, she was unwilling. This authority was obtained by painstakingly consuming an intermediate divine power user, the god of love and compassionate mother. Nowadays, the natural innate authorities within the star realm were scarce and increasingly insufficient. Such acquired authorities were crucial. Therefore, to find peace of mind, there was only one plan. Kill the Snake of the End and turn it into her divine servant, making it her godson, thus satisfying the radiance of motherhood that overflowed from her. But the coldness of the children's father left this mother disheartened. She decided to descend into incarnation personally and negotiate with Edmund, using the dominance of the star realm as a bargaining chip. Currently, Nora was simultaneously facing wars from the abyss and the nightmare. She refused to believe that Edmund would truly go against the star realm for the sake of a mere mythical creature. These are 3 giants. Time flies, 3 more years have passed. Nora calendar year 1600. Nightmare Command Center. Levi, Daydreamer, Blue Dream Star Lord, and other high-level members discussed the next troop deployment matters. Legendary wizards were worried that his Black Dragon territory might suffer retaliation from a Nightmare Lord and lose the land in the Nightmare world. Levi expressed no concern. A millennium of operation, the ancient Dragon Continent, and Dreamland Steeple had already hoarded a massive amount of nightmare creature materials, enough for usage over the next several hundred years. Also, he could enter the once dark side of the universe, the Ashen World, as a lord. By then, with so many fragments, and so many nightmare creatures available for picking, no matter how powerful the nightmare monarchs were, they could not control everything. In summary, the worst-case scenario would be losing the Black Dragon territory. He was already prepared mentally. His only concern was about the nightmare creatures' elders in his territory, such as the Nine Infant, the Butcher, the Tyrant of Horror, and the like. Their true forms were all in the nightmare world, and if they died, then it was really over. Daydreamer suggested Levi commence from the 9 realms of descent, allowing Levi to be independent from the nightmare world, creating a temporary dream space. In here, although nightmare creatures could not grow normally, letting their true form descend and preserve strength was no problem, waiting until later, when plans could be made once strength was secured. As for now, if concerned for the safety of subordinates, they could temporarily stuff them into Daydreamer's demiplane, fantasy dream. While everyone discussed, Edmund glanced toward the sky, his figure dissipating. From limitless heights, the vast starlight condensed into a ladder to heaven. Surging divine power swept forth. A figure stepped forward adorned with a star-gauze long dress, one step at a time. Her compassionate face, smiling countenance, stood barefoot with elegance full of maternal radiance. Edmund stood with hands behind his back, his red robe fluttering in the wind. He smiled. What wind brought the Holy Mother here? Chapter 2808. Please, baby, kill. Another battle at level 10. Wizard. Starting with the Knight's Breathing Method continent. Inside a certain mansion, the Golden Walker sipped tea and read the newspaper when sudden holy light blinded his eyes. He gazed toward the high heavens. His expression gradually turned dazed. Mom. Boom. Golden lightning exploded in his mind. The sound startled the Golden Walker awake. He took a big gulp of tea and focused his mind with dense chi. Travel Star Realm Manual. Article 7. Do not directly gaze upon a god. Such powerful deities like the Holy Mother, who possesses the divine authority of motherhood, should never be directly gazed upon. Even the subconscious release of divine power can daze a ninth circle wizard like me for a moment. Fortunately, wizards train in spiritual force, which offers high resistance to such divine power. If this were other level 9 alien races, it would not be certain they could awaken. In another mansion, the Green Demon, who had recently reached level 9, kept crying out mom toward the maternal figure on the heavenly steps. His brother, Green Ghost, discovered him and slapped him forcefully. See clearly. This is not our mother. Green Ghost stood at level 9 middle stage and quickly awakened. Nightmare Command Center. Levi stared at the figure. His expression remained heavy. The invisible might of divine power had no impact on him. Lacking the necessary strength, he held back from drawing the Crimson Dragon slash to pierce the woman in the chest. Show off. Levi muttered the word to himself. Sensing Levi's hostility, the Holy Mother did not answer Mr. Emin directly. Instead, she cast her gaze toward Levi. Levi met her gaze directly. He looked through her starry silk robe as if seeing her inside and out. For some reason, he thought of Sauron. He wondered if this Tian Bagwang of the wizard world had tasted the allure of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother knew Levi. After an in-depth investigation, she discovered that this boy had grown within the Heavenly Father Church's territory. She often resented why she had not eliminated him in the past. Now that Levi was in full swing, it was difficult to make a move against him. Today's matter remained unrelated to Levi. The Holy Mother smiled at Mr. Emin. Her tone remained gentle. Sir, I came today to propose a win-win transaction with you. A primitive longsword appeared in her palm. It radiated a scorching force and bright divine light. The surrounding space twisted, confirming it as an extraordinary item. This supreme treasure is the Burning Sun Ancient Sword. Its forge master was the level 10 strongman Sun King of the multidimensional plane in ancient times. He blasphemed against the true God, angered the genuine Sun God, and was slain by Edmund with divine power. As far as I know, this treasure ranks 30th in the Pan-Plane Supreme Treasure Rankings. It is a top-quality creation, and it is my bargaining chip today to demonstrate my sincerity. The Holy Mother's voice sounded like a spring breeze. Mr. Emin ignored the supreme treasure. He asked in a similarly amiable tone, Beautiful Lady Meisha, what kind of price do you want me to pay? Meisha was the true name of the Mother of Earth. Generally, only those of equal status dared to address her directly by her true name. Otherwise, they used the divine name. The Holy Mother did not become angry. She smiled. Sir, hand over the Snake of the End to me. That beast once consumed blooded food of billions, committed countless atrocities, and even swallowed my divine son while he was still in the cradle. It is an inhuman act beyond heaven's tolerance. You foul wench. You accuse while being evil yourself. The Snake of the End appeared behind Mr. Emin. Its form reduced in size as it flicked its snake tongue and cursed. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The Holy Mother's gaze instantly turned icy. She stared at the Snake of the End while remaining rational. Your words deceive the masses. Gods do not lie. Legendary wizards appeared one by one beside Mr. Emin. They circled the Snake of the End. Gulwig displayed an ice-cold face. She looked at the Holy Mother as if eager to slash the old woman. In her mortal period, she had suffered persecution by the Church of Earth. She held no favor toward the dog couple, the Heavenly Father, and the Mother of Earth. Her personality, like the Highland Glacers, was sharp and uncompromising, unlike Mr. Emin, who maintained a friendly demeanor toward everyone. Levi missed the dialogue, his eyes darting toward the supreme treasure of the ancient sword in the Holy Mother's hand. He had seen a similar level 7 treasure before. The Sun King's sword had been discovered among the spoils of the Arrogance General in the Nightmare World 7 Sin City. It now sat retired in the organization's treasury. The Sun King had forged another supreme treasure. This item was fated to be his. He pushed the thought aside for later. Levi lusted for any treasure, though he lacked the strength to seize it. He believed Mr. Emin would not hand over the Snake of the End. The Nora Council required credibility, and could not act contrary to its word. Furthermore, the Snake of the End's ability possessed strategic significance for upcoming battles between Nora and demons, as well as the Nightmare. 10 supreme treasures could not buy it. So long as the council utilized this snake well, Nora's casualties would decrease dramatically, achieving victory at minimal cost and upheaval. The Snake of the End tried to explain something, but Mr. Emin interrupted it. He looked calmly at the Holy Mother without hesitation. Apologies. This transaction cannot proceed. Why? Is the supreme treasure not good enough? The supreme treasure is excellent. However, the Nora Council will not betray compatriots. Compatriots? Mr. Emin, do not joke. Wizards are inherently selfish and driven by profit. Those who are not of our kind have hearts that must be different. Can a snake be your compatriot? Even if it is useful to you now, after the war ends, will you still regard it as a compatriot? Chapter 2809. No matter what you say, this is my reason. The Snake of the End huddled behind Edmund. It felt utterly safe, and its heart almost cried with relief. Joining Nora was the right choice. Edmund is someone you can rely on. Brothers, you are great. In the Nightmare World, it might have been sent out long ago in exchange for a supreme treasure. This wandering spirit finally had a place to soothe its soul. Seeing Edmund's indifference, the Holy Mother brought out her ultimate weapon. Mr. Edmund, the situation in Nora is quite unfavorable at the moment. The abyss lurks like a tiger, and the nightmare chases like a wolf. You're 20-some level 10 beings. To be blunt, whether you can survive this calamity is uncertain. I have no intention of opposing Nora, but if you insist on sheltering such a heavily sinful being, it would be to provoke God's majesty, and make an enemy of the astral world, which is quite unwise. She continued to smile, but the chill in her words was bone deep. Levi sneered inwardly. A familiar feeling returned, as if he were back to when he was the Black Water Lord, being threatened by the Church of Holy Light with such reasoning. With his current temperament, if he had Edmund's power, the sun might have been thrown out already. However, with Edmund's status, he probably would not do that. Edmund smiled. I also have no intention of opposing the astral world. In fact, up till now, we have always been complying with the covenant signed by the ancestor of wizards and Sauron in the past. Otherwise, we would have moved out of the subdimensional portal long ago, would we not? The name Sauron was indeed the wizard's ultimate weapon. The Holy Mother frowned slightly, pondering the pros and cons. Fighting was out of the question. She had come alone, not even calling upon the subordinate god, just for negotiation. Besides, she could not defeat so many people. Although losing an incarnation would not cause her fall, it would consume a significant portion of the divine power she had accumulated over countless ages. Gods never act lightly. All right, since that is the case, I hope Mr. Edmund will not regret today's decision. I will be watching over you from above the astral world. The Holy Mother's divine incarnation gradually vanished, and the staircase faded away. The Snake of the End let out a long breath. Its heart thrilled. Damn it, having power truly makes you a boss. I have not seen those scoundrels suffer so much for ages. It is so satisfying. The creature increasingly appreciated its choice back then. Thank you, President Edmund, thank you all for your help. I did indeed devour tens of billions of followers of the Father and Holy Mother, and even killed the offspring of these two gods, but I was forced to do so for self-preservation. My life has always been precarious due to my innate ability. How would I easily offend others? Edmund smiled. No need for explanations. We are not concerned with your past. We ask only one thing, that we maintain a unified front at all times until we pass through Nora's tribulation. After that, whether you stay or leave, we will not interfere at all. The Snake of the End nodded repeatedly. All right, no problem. The scene shifted to the astral world, behind the Gate of Radiance on the Arrogant Sun Plateau. The Heavenly Father's gaze was cold. His divine power raged like a storm. The Dawn Goddess spoke. Father, this Edmund is indeed growing arrogant. The Mother Goddess was so sincere, yet he still refused to relent. This group really does not regard our astral world at all. Nora is currently at the height of its fortune. These people are full of confidence in their future. They are a group of trapped beasts with no way out, ready to indiscriminately fight to the death against any existence that approaches, whether god or demon. Our astral world must do something. If we allow Nora to grow, it will be detrimental to spreading the Father God's radiance. I see that these people have not changed their ways. One day, they might imitate those old folks and rebel. Raymond's gaze flickered over a figure riding a giant bull. I have already made arrangements, just waiting for the right time. Do something we must, regardless of success. It is better than doing nothing at all. In the land of darkness, a medium-sized world, lay the belief land of the Heavenly Father. Residents worshipped the dusk sun god Artu within a temple situated in the desert. A dark-skinned youth atop a black bull rested against the statue of his god, taking a nap. Not long ago, Artu and Surgard erupted into battle once again. That fellow already possesses peak level 9 power. After the Sword of World Destruction devoured multiple planes, it ranks among the top 20 rare treasures in the Pan plane, escaping from his hands once more. Not only that, but Surgard also wounded his divine body, dispersing a considerable amount of divine power, forcing him to temporarily hide here to recover. Following the Father God's directive, the prophecy from the Great Prophet foretold that the Dusk Palace Master would inevitably pass through here in the future. He had been waiting for over 200 years, with only 100 left until the prophecy deadline. In 100 years, if the Dusk Palace Master did not pass through here, he would directly return to the astral world to recover. But if he did pass, then he must be killed. In this world, only one bearing the name Dusk could exist. That is R2, because he is God. In the nightmare world, creatures moved with urgency. Quick, everyone gather together. Under the Black Dragon Lord's territory, nightmare creatures busily relocated. The vast army flowed like rivers surrounding the sky dome, entering the 7-colored light gate standing in the void. Here lay the Daydreamer's demi-plane, the imaginary illusion. Upon entering, the sights were bizarre and fantastical, filled with many whimsical objects. The Tyrant of Horror and other nightmare creatures found themselves amazed. Chapter 2810. How incredible to create such a spiritual dimension demi-plane between reality and illusion single-handedly. It is worthy of a daydreamer. The visitor stepped into the space, eyes widening. Indeed, why are there iron birds flying in the sky? Another asked. Where? Let me see. It looks like a mechanical creature. Nothing surprising. Not quite. Levi stood among them, gazing at the plane flying overhead. Contemplation deepened the lines on his face. Could this daydreamer be a traveler from another universe, a fellow countryman? The legendary wizard spoke with a calm demeanor. When I was trapped inside the Lost Monarch, I acquired the memory of a deceased individual. According to my research, he might not be a creature birthed by the multidimensional plane. When I constructed the demi-plane, I reflected many whimsical ideas. I see. Levi nodded. If the mirage served as a node where multiple universes occasionally converged, the appearance of a few transmigrators over the long ages remained plausible. Ancient Banyan fairyland bustled with activity as the 3 realms opened. In the heavenly realm, islands stood tall, dragons flew and phoenixes danced. The stepping star Pegasus that Levi had previously bought on a long journey galloped among the clouds, already of level 6 caliber. What a human fairyland. Levi admired the vista. The human realm offered more. Demon country, dragon palace, cave heaven-blessed land, and overseas foreign lands abounded, resembling the vast wilderness depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. Adorable little fairies and beautiful pharmacist witches shuttled back and forth at various resource points, sowing and harvesting cheerfully. In the earth realm, the heroic spirits of the 10 halls managed the Ghost Mansion's order, commanding the Immortality Army, drilling day and night, ready to face the Nightmare Army any time. Mana stood with her arms crossed beside Levi. She looked proud. How is it? Does this 3 realms match your desires, my hall master? Good, very good indeed. Then that is fine. I have finally found the feeling of being the world tree. Mana returned to the banyan tree. The god of creation began to spend her days playing mahjong again. No hidden heaven. On the Nightmare Emperor throne, Levi spread out the books authored by the Daydreamer, absorbing the nightmare and fear power. He prepared to emulate the Shadow Dragon Group's Shadow World by using spells to create a portable dreamscape to house nightmare creatures. Suddenly, a crimson slit opened in the middle of his brow. The deep red eyes reflected a scene of endless yellow sand. Inside a temple, a humanoid and a bovine-shaped phantom lay there, emitting malicious attacks. Temple, level 10. Most likely someone from the astral world. They used a bull as a mount and held direct enmity with him. This must be the Dusk Sun God, Heavenly Father's offspring, a newly emerged weak god. Levi felt tranquil, stripped of fear. Artu stood at the lowest of the level 10 standards. He equated to the demon lords of the abyss's top 200 layers, no stronger than Isolde. Once I ascertain where this place is, I will go meet you. Since he had sensed the threat, Levi would not sit idly by. He planned to prepare well and aim to slay gods with a level 9 body. 2 years later, Nora 1602, Blood Battle Year 1490. All remained normal in the Nightmare Black Dragon territory. The invasion army led by the Devouring Sky Demon Lord had not arrived. Everything seemed like the calm before the storm. At the Nightmare Command Center, the Lord of the End and several legendary wizards and grand wizards, proficient in divination, gathered with Levi to predict the monarch's upcoming movements. Through the deep red eyes revealing increasing level 10 hostility, Levi roughly detected that 12 nightmare monarchs had formed an alliance. However, the powerhouses of the nightmare world excelled at anti-divination. Their sharp perception might render the information inaccurate. The Daydreamer had already destroyed all spatial nodes found in the Dreamland steeple. With Levi's help, the Shadow School of Thought had also stationed an outpost in the Ashen World to prevent the Nightmare Army from infiltrating from this side. War preparations proceeded methodically. 10 years flew by. Nora calendar 1612, Blood Battle reached its 1500th year. The entirety of Nora had prepared for war, but so far, neither the Abyss nor the Nightmare showed any sign of invasion. Yet, spies Levi left in the Nightmare world found large-scale conscription ongoing across more than 10 big domains. The terrifying Nightmare creature flood matched the momentum of the blood battle in the past. According to the simulation of the Snake of the End, the most feared Lost Monarch was highly likely to join the Nora expedition this time. Now, the Daydreamer did not need to actively seek the Lost Monarch to engage. Land of Darkness. Pazuzu listened to the frontline intelligence. Is the Nightmare world going to fight, or not? The demons on this side sat ready to watch the show, yet the Nightmare world had only thunderous noise and small raindrops, without even a tentative attack so far. Let the Emperor of Slumber form an alliance, perhaps? The Shadow Demon Queen suggested. Don't go just yet. The monarchs of the Nightmare world are treacherous and deep-minded. Forming an alliance with them has no benefit. It is not like we cannot take Nora ourselves. Commander, do you think the Nightmare world waits for us to attack first, then take advantage? Quite possible, but let us not let them succeed. Let them attack first, and we will enter and harvest afterward, dreaming all day, wanting to fish in troubled waters. If not for our intense fight with the underworld and hell back then, how could that one from the Nightmare rise? Chapter 2811. Nightmare World. Why is there not the slightest movement from the demons? In front of a round table made of flesh and blood, more than 10 Nightmare monarchs sat together. They were led by the Lost Monarch, with the Devouring Sky Demon Lord as the deputy. The Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, adorned in a red robe, gestured toward the others. The Abyss must want us to make the first move, while they sit back and enjoy the benefits. Then let us go ahead and seize Nora at once, giving the Abyss no chance. We have been dormant for too long in the Nightmare world, and now is our peak. If the Abyss tries to take advantage, they will not gain anything. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord slammed a fist onto the table. It was eager to invade Nora, and make the Snake of the End, Edmund, the Dusk Palace Master, and others pay the price. Although the Nightmare world often invades externally, the scale does not compare to the Abyss. Therefore, their overall strength has not been greatly depleted. The Lost Monarch gestured for silence. Hold our forces still for now. We do not have enough manpower for a distant expedition against Nora. We need to continue assembling other monarchs for a successful campaign instead of failing thrice like the Abyss, becoming the laughingstock. The Abyss is much more impatient than us. Seeing our inactivity, they will act again before long. The Ghost Alley Monarch, looking like a beautiful youth, leaned forward with a sinister expression. Then I will first flatten the Black Dragon territory. This Dusk Palace Master is truly arrogant, daring to kill my people. He must be taught a lesson. Though knowing it was meaningless, merely an act of venting, the Lost Monarch agreed. Go ahead, but be careful of ambushes. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi stood in the void, gazing down at 6 battle groups. Song of the Sirens, Iron Crocodile Teeth, Blood Vortex, Holy Fist, Nightmare Spear, and Endless Wind. After nearly 2,000 years, the Ancient Dragon Continent finally established 6 special battle groups at different dimensions. Each battle group was led by several level 6, or even level 7 knights. Among them, Holy Fist practiced the Saint Ape breathing technique, derived from the bloodline of Emperor Mu's ancestor, the Holy Giant Ape. For these special forces, Levi did not require high-quality breathing techniques, nor did he care about their potential or upper limits. He only cared about rapid advancement and sufficient combat skills. Having completed another achievement akin to card collection, Levi felt in high spirits. After the military parade, he immediately sent these 6 battle groups into the Nightmare world to stand guard, to continue to harvest resources before the enemy arrived, gaining as much as possible. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through Gondor City. Boundless layers of golden stone chi surged. A figure bathed in golden light appeared, with evening glow behind him, black hair fluttering, and white robes billowing. Vic casually clenched his hand. A golden sword tower descended from the void, transforming into an ancient longsword, gathering 101 beams of golden sword light. Within the sword light, the voices of little children whispered. What is happening? A nearby observer asked. A breakthrough. The master has broken through. Levi smiled. Vic is the second to reach level 8 within the energy sect, right after the Holy Emperor. No wonder he has the potential of an innate spirit embryo. On another side, in Vic's mind, a strand of incredibly pure golden stone chi solidified its form, radiating spirituality, and flying around the wizard tower. As he opened his mouth to exhale, the golden stone chi transformed into a sharp golden snake-long sword, soaring skyward. It shattered the void, gathering the roaming aura between heaven and earth. The longsword traveled 1,000 miles away before returning. The shattering void 3 realms are step void, crossing void, and returning void. For the White Emperor Sword Sect, it is the shattered invisible sword chi from 1,000 miles away, and universal invisible sword chi. Beyond that lies the Tebe invisible sword chi, touched by the White Emperor's son, but never reached, akin to the level of a level 9 sword from 1,000 miles away. A guiding force from beyond descended, signaling to Vic that it originated from the ancestral power of the energy sect. He did not resist, and his form vanished. Above the 9 heavens, 7-colored fairyland. Amid the sky dome and jade palaces, Vic finally met the founding ancestor of the energy sect. It was an elderly bearman in a white robe, sitting cross-legged on a cloud, dozing. Vic greets the Origin Holy Emperor. Please sit, Vic. The Holy Emperor waved his hand, and a white cloud flew over. Once Vic sat down, he asked for guidance. What guidance does the ancestor have? I have a treasure that I want to bestow upon you. What cost does this disciple need to pay? No need for a cost. We are the energy sect, not wizards. In this world, why should everything have a cost? Ha ha ha. The elderly bearman beckoned, and a golden stream of light shot out from the towering clouds, landing in his palm, and revealing a golden gourd. Is this the golden stone gourd of the energy sect? Yes, inside is the treasure I am bestowing upon you. This is a treasure that suppresses the energy sect's destiny. The disciple cannot accept it. A dead object cannot suppress destiny. It is I who suppresses the destiny, not it. Bored, I refined the golden stone gourd into a quasi-celestial spirit treasure. Consider it a level 9 rare treasure. I have refined 7 such treasures to reward the first level 8 achievers in each energy sect. Thank you, ancestor, for the treasure. Go back now. The future of the Golden Stone Chi sect is upon you, the younger generation. To use this treasure, you will need the corresponding energy sect mantra for treasure mastery, which is all inside the gourd. Understood. Vic put away the gourd, paid another bow, and left. He did not expect that achieving level 8 first would bring such benefits. The Origin Holy Emperor continued snoozing. He had refined the 7 gourds with other rare materials into 7 quasi-celestial spirit treasures, which were Chapter 2812, Kang Mountain Boxing Gloves, Vermilion Bird Magic Sword, Breeze Flute, Azure Sea Spirit Flute, Ice Soul Cold Spear, God-Slaying Flying Saber, and the 5 Thunder Mysterious Robe, are the 7 clan protecting artifacts left to the energy sect. Controlled by the leaders of each faction, if a leader dies, the treasure automatically returns to its side. There is no need to worry about theft by enemies. These are called quasi-celestial spirit treasures, because they still have room for growth. They are refined from the first generation 7 treasures gourd formed by the mystic sky spirit tree, and still possess spirituality. However, the possibility of them becoming true mystic sky treasures on par with supreme treasures in this universe is low. If the energy sect can one day travel to other universes and find a suitable home, there is still hope. Gondo City. Inside the Golden Star Sword Tower, Lord Victor holds the gourd and chants an incantation. Please, precious, kill someone. A long time passes, but there is no response. Indeed, this god-slaying flying saber requires a corresponding target to activate. I will go to the nightmare world and try it out. With a thought, Lord Victor arrives at the chaotic wilderness outside the Black Dragon territory. After some searching, he finds a 5th level nightmare creature and locks onto it. Please, precious, kill someone. Swoosh. A golden light, hard to see with the naked eye, shoots out. It instantly kills the nightmare creature 8,000 miles away, and then returns to the gourd. Even with Lord Victor's 8th ring senior realm, he does not see clearly what the object is. Its speed seems even faster than his secret sword. This saber, I fear even level 9 would not dare face it head on. Filled with joy, Lord Victor prepares to leave. Turning around, he suddenly realizes he is in a dead-end alley. A chilling sense of danger surges forth. He decisively detonates himself and logs off. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon territory, a black armored swordsman appears in the void. It is Levi. Around him is a group of demons he has captured alive. Their purpose is to help Levi trigger the Bath Blood special effect of the supreme treasure. Deep red eyes reveal the danger. Seeing the maze-like deep alley, he knows the Ghost Alley Monarch has arrived. In the Black Dragon territory, figures quickly log off, leaving Levi alone, sitting cross-legged atop the flesh and blood mountains. The shark tooth-shaped sword vibrates beside him. Over the years, following the Golden Emperor Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon, the Black Emperor Dragon breathing technique has also reached the middle stage of level 9. Mastering 4-fold Invisible Sanctuary. The Indomitable Sacred Domain has mastered 3-fold. Besides that, both the Undying Holy Domain and Unhidden Sacred Realm are at 2nd realm level. His spiritual force has unknowingly reached 60,000 points. Under the Ascension boost of the Blood Battle armor by 50%, it can reach up to 90,000 points. The maximum spiritual limit for a 9th Circle Wizard is 70,000 points. The minimum for a Legendary Wizard is 100,000 points. His main combat 9th Circle spells, 9 Suns Suspended in the Sky, All Creation Thunder, Long Whale Suppressing the Sea, Primordial Magnetic Giant Soldier, Light Giant, and Decomposition Technique, are all cultivated to the extreme limit of the 21st rank. His combat technique, Extreme Dao Strategy, has long reached the maximum, condensing the extreme species, now at the peak of the path of techniques. He further possesses the Blood Battle armor, and the Blood Battle spirit, already surpassing the peak of level 9, infinitely approaching level 10. Since the Blood Battle, apart from level 10 demons, no level 9 demon has been a match for him. He hasn't encountered any decent enemies for a long time. Today, he came to test how close he is to the true level 10. According to the Nightmare Command Center's intelligence analysis, the Ghost Alley Dominator is only at early stage level 10, possibly a bit stronger than Isolde, but not by much. In the Nightmare world, he can confidently engage in leap-level battles, as long as the enemy isn't a terrifying entity like the Lost Monarch. Anyway, his real body is in Nora, so he won't die. The empty Black Dragon territory awaits, and the proud-looking black armored swordsman stands waiting. The Ghost Alley Dominator's face turns cold. Looks like you know I am coming. That is right. Why aren't you running? You can't kill me. Why should I run? Good, indeed arrogant, worthy of you. Are other legendary wizards also lying in wait nearby? Come out all at once. No, this is a battle between you and me. Who do you think you are? Why would Nora mobilize forces for you? Ignoring the provocation, the handsome youth closes his eyes to understand the surrounding battlefield. The void reveals that only Levi is present. It seems Nora hasn't set a trap. Then I will meet this supernova king of Nora. He waves his hand. Black walls rise from the ground, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. They tear apart the flesh and blood mountains that Levi created and spew fresh bodily fluids. Levi pulls up the longsword. Invisible sanctuary surrounds him. With light speed, he arrives in front of the handsome youth, unleashing full power. The fivefold destruction sanctuary scorches the Crimson Dragon / red hot. Crimson Dragon sword chi bursts forth. Slash. A strike strong enough to instantly kill a level 9 demon is blocked by the youth's extended palm. His white skin tears like cow's leather, revealing millions of miniature alleys within, like capillaries hollowed throughout the body. This is the true form of the Ghost Alley Monarch, stemming from the innate fear of darkness, the unknown, and secretive corners present in countless lives. Impressive speed and power, no wonder you have such confidence. Those miniature alleys extract like tape, wrapping Levi layer by layer, quickly encasing him like a dumpling. Chapter 2813. Disappear, my friend. The beautiful boy clenched his fist in the void. The tangled mass disintegrated. It turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. PFF. A blood-colored greatsword formed in the void. It pierced the chest of the beautiful boy. A blood-colored knight identical to Levi emerged silently. It roared. An endless blood sea rolled in. Innumerable blood-colored evil spirits swarmed like locusts. They engulfed the beautiful boy in an instant. It is you who should disappear. The 6 holy heavens overlapped and intersected. They brought down overwhelming pressure. Levi's sword chi surged for 10,000 miles. Pure and undefiled chaos dragon scales lit up one by one. 1,000 spells illuminated and rushed forward. Fire dragon tribulation. Primordial magnetic giant soldier. Light giant. Thunder ghost. With 90,000 points of spiritual force enhancement, even 8th circle magic had 9th circle power. Innate spells and 9th circle spells exceeded the upper limit of 9th circle spells. They approached 10th circle power. Boom. The strike shook the chaotic wilderness within a radius of 10,000 miles. It created a sinkhole 1,000 miles deep. Cracks spread in all directions. An angry roar followed. The vast blood sea scattered. Countless evil spirits turned to dust. The blood battle spirit and greatsword shattered inch by inch. You actually have a supreme treasure. The Ghost Alley Monarch's face was grim. Cracks covered its surface. Smooth skin like jade cracked open. It looked hideous and terrifying. Even as a level 10, it lacked a supreme treasure. Yet this mere level 9 possessed one. Otherwise, with that strike, the Dusk Palace Master could not have escaped. Its 9th circle spell certainly would not have broken the defense. Very well. The supreme treasure belongs to me now. The beautiful boy tore away the facade. A towering giant composed of countless small alleys replaced the boy. Hands clasped together. The giant stretched across 10,000 miles. An inescapable net woven with strands of alley formed. At each intersection of the alleys, a grim beautiful boy stood. Countless gazes peered over. They saw through every void. You cannot escape. Shadows like duplications surrounded Levi. The Chaos Dragon used spells to tear apart everything. Emperor's Essence sword chi encircled him. Levi wore blood battle armor. Under the cover of the blood battle spirit, he slashed through thousands of phantoms. He reached the hollow giant's true form. He cut down with 2 sword chi reaching the heavens. One white. One blood-colored. Boom. The giant's surface emitted 2 bloodlines. Small alleyways collapsed apart. It let out a muffled groan. Its form disintegrated. Levi's face turned solemn. He knew he could not kill a level 10. A feeling of intense danger approached from all directions. Black walls pushed in. The terrifying invisible pressure made his bones crack. Flesh turned to mush. Relying on the Green Emperor Dragon's powerful regeneration ability, he repeatedly revived and dissipated. Finally, a black diamond-shaped crystal emerged in the void. The beautiful boy's hand seized it. He looked disappointed. He still got away. Suddenly, pain arose from his chest. Peeling back the surface revealed a missing brick on the wall of a blood-colored alley. It looked as if someone pried it away. Missing a piece of original flesh, it remained incomplete. Damn it. He actually broke my true form. The giant gazed at the empty black dragon territory ahead. It waved a hand. It swept the area clean before leaving proudly. Since coming out of seclusion, this was the first time it received a wound. Roger Mountain. Levi opened his eyes. Faces of legendary wizards surrounded him. The Daydreamer asked about the outcome. Levi smiled. Unsurprisingly, I lost. The Daydreamer continued. Was it only the Ghost Alley Overlord who came? Levi nodded. I did not perceive any other monarchs. The Blue Dream Star Lord spoke. If we had known, we should have had Levi bring us along to eliminate that Ghost Alley Overlord. The Daydreamer shook his head. Levi's ability is good only for the first time at laying an ambush. It is wasted on a mere level 10 early stage. Wait for an opportunity to use him as bait. Eliminating a level 10 late stage would be more rewarding. That is true. Even for the giant world, a level 10 late stage is an absolute core. Losing one depletes decades of accumulation. Levi stood. Seniors, I will head back first. Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent after testing his strength. From now on, with firepower all out, he could contend with a level 10 early stage for some time. He could even injure the opponent without a scratch. He took a piece of original flesh. This was much stronger than the last time he felt forced back by a soul with one move. The first reason was the blood battle armor's all-round attribute boost. The 50% increase in spiritual force brought transformative change. The second reason was the assistance of the blood battle spirit. The third reason was his strength, speed, and defense breathing techniques entering level 9 mid-stage. Other techniques were not far behind. Once my breathing technique advances to level 9 mid-stage, and my spiritual force reaches 9 rings perfect, theoretically, I should be able to defeat a level 10 early-stage demon. After all, the blood battle armor is primarily prepared for demon hunting. It is not ideal for Nightmare Lord battles. However, killing a level 10 early stage may be tricky. It requires thorough preparation for Levi to fully unseal the blood battle armor. In the Emperor's palace, Levi extracted a piece of still squirming blood-red brick. The beautiful boy's grim face surfaced on the brick. The face spoke angrily. "You actually dared to steal my flesh. Truly a fearless newborn calf." Levi chuckled softly. "So what? You have the guts to descend in true form to Nora and fight me." He believed the Ghost Alley Overlord could use this piece of flesh to connect the two realms. It could descend as an incarnation, or even the true body to kill him. But it would not dare. Levi casually burned the last trace of spirituality from the flesh with the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames. It turned into a real red brick. Another mythical level material obtained. Really nice. Somewhere in the nightmare world, the Ghost Alley Overlords helpless were echoed between heaven and earth. Subordinate overlords fell silent in fear. The projection of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord appeared. She mocked him. "Stop shouting. No one is stopping you. You can go kill him now. Come, follow me to meet a monarch." The Ghost Alley Overlord frowned. "Meet who?" "The Spirit Monarch." Chapter 2814. Arcane Throne, the legendary Gargamel. Ghost Alley Domain. A certain territory lies within. Inside the castle, an eerie thin figure resembling a street lamp sleeps. This is Mr. Street Lamp, a friend of skin-stripping Ben. The skin stripper's death made it realize that a specter lingers in the nightmare world, randomly hunting the nightmare lords. No one has captured it so far. The high-ranking monarchs remain indifferent to the lives of the lower tiers, engrossed in the upcoming invasion wars. They madly recruit nightmare creatures and lords in their territories. Once a nightmare overlord investigated this matter, but as there were no clues, eventually it was left unresolved. Ultimately, there are simply too many nightmare creatures. Every day brings countless deaths, and unless an overlord level falls, the upper echelons simply do not care. Squeak. A black wind blew open the castle door. Mr. Street Lamp opened its eyes. Who goes there? An aura at level 8 surged forth. A mysterious amber light illuminated the space within 100 miles. A dark shadow like a swordfish rushed ahead, appearing before him in an instant. A pitch-black, cold longsword stabbed forward, bringing forth a flash of black light. Crack. The street lamp head cracked open with a click. Then, with a sizzling sound, it completely exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground. A shadow in demonic armor formed, sitting on the large bed of Mr. Street Lamp. It picked up the nightmare crystal, devouring the corpse. The figure remained silent. Since its birth, it had not spoken a word. In its mind, the pan-plane reflected worlds and civilizations like star points. Most of these lay in the territory of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Threads of fear and negative power flowed into its body, allowing it to grow steadily at every moment. Unwittingly, the name of Twilight Demon had spread across several domains, leaving a notorious reputation in nearly 800 worlds. By contrast, some weak gods' belief lands only reached 1 or 2,000, not exceeding 3,000 small worlds. Because it actively attacked, created, and spread fear, it achieved such a terrifying rate of growth. Today, ordinary level 8 nightmare lords no longer matched it. In this world of despair and terror, apart from overlords and monarchs, everyone else served as its prey. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1615, Blood Battle 1503. The nightmare world stretches across a vast expanse. At a distance extremely remote from the Black Dragon territory lies the vast mind domain. This immense nightmare land remains perpetually shrouded in pale golden mist. No one dares to tread lightly. Faint dragon roars echo, and the endless towering flesh and blood mountains declare its owner. Spirit Monarch Helmont ranks among the best in the realm of nightmare. Rumors say this monarch perceives all beings' inner hearts. Even ordinary gods stand no chance of privacy in front of those all-seeing golden eyes. No one dares to visit this monarch lightly. After all, who does not possess some darkness in their heart? Moreover, the Spirit Monarch possesses the strongest spell-like ability of the mind system within the multidimensional plane, capable of killing invisibly and destroying one's will. Historically, the astral world and nightmare world have erupted in many local wars. Gods trying to break into this golden mist, except for strong gods, almost none met a good end. Even some weak gods were hit by the Spirit Monarch's mind spell in God's incarnation and had their divine fire extinguished from across the astral world. The strange mind spell proved impossible to guard against. Henceforth, this has become a forbidden zone for life. Unlike other nightmare monarchs, the Spirit Monarch remains solitary. Beneath its command, not a single nightmare creature exists. It remains mysterious and elusive. 3 figures arrived at the edge of the mist. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord, the Rotten Sovereign, and the Ghost Alley Monarch stood together. Ghost Alley Monarch shifted, feeling nervous. Are we really going to meet that one? The Rotten Sovereign laughed. What are you afraid of? With the Demon Lord accompanying us, will that giant dragon swallow you? Ghost Alley Monarch defended. I am not afraid. I just feel it is unnecessary. This one is too proud. It consistently shows disdain for being among us, and even ignores the Lost Monarch. It is impossible to invite. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord stepped forward. Let us go. Remember, do not damage a single blade or leaf within the mist. Otherwise, we will provoke that one, and the situation will be even more hopeless. The other two followed. Within the golden mist, dragons hovered in the air. Golden rivers flowed endlessly, and beautifully radiant golden landscapes unfolded. The scenery here remained vibrant, utterly inconsistent with the eerie red and black of the nightmare world. The stories say that inside the mist lies the dragon's mind domain, one of the companions whispered. When it dreams, its dreamscapes materialize through powerful spirit force, transforming into trees and grass, mountains and rivers, and all creatures. Based on observations over the past 10,000 years, the golden mist has constantly expanded, another noted. This one's power grows ever stronger, probably quite close to the void dragon. Therefore, if we manage to invite him, this battle is basically secured. Just one Lost Monarch is not enough. After all, Edmund is too fierce. Heavenly Will is strong too, and that Frost which is not weak. In low whispers, the three suddenly stopped. The golden mist churned. From within emerged a pair of incredibly brilliant, blinding golden dragon eyes, radiating endless majesty. All life has a heart, even nightmare monarchs. At this moment, the Ghost Alley Monarch felt its heart lay wide open, being ogled completely by those dragon eyes. It felt both shamed and angry, yet did not dare to act out. Chapter 2815, 575, Arcane Throne, the legendary Gargamel. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord laughed. Apologies for disturbing your slumber, great dragon of imagination, spirit dominator, Mr. Helmont. The dragon's eyes moved closer. Mist roiled. The golden giant dragon, vast as golden mountains, took form. One of the 5 legendary dragon species, the Mind Dragon. Each legendary dragon has the potential to advance to at least the late stage of level 10. The previous Rainbow Dragon reached only the early stage of level 10, purely drained by the Succubus Queen. Otherwise, with its aptitude, it could have securely reached the peak of maturity. With its unrivaled speed, no one in the multidimensional plane below level 11 could kill it. The taste of a Succubus Queen is not something anyone can easily savor. I do not wish to participate in your endeavors. The Spirit Monarch understood their intention and responded frankly. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord narrowed its eyes. Why? The giant dragon spoke softly. No particular reason, I just do not want to. The Rotten Sovereign interjected. Do not forget, you are now also a Nightmare Monarch. Do you also wish to learn from the Despair Sovereign and settle in Nora? The golden dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. It stared at the decaying figure with a gentlemanly tone. Mr. Rand, considering this is your first offense against me, I can forgive you. Next time, I will make you disappear in this fog. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord glared at the Rotten Sovereign and laughed. The Lost Monarch has already joined. If you come, our chance of winning this battle will be 70%. By allying with a few more level 10 late stagers, we could be victorious. I am weary of war. I will not participate in any war unless the Supreme will commands personally. Only then will I consider it. The Spirit Monarch stated the position firmly. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord knew it was hopeless. Very well, we welcome you at any time. The 3 monarchs departed. The form of the golden giant dragon faded, merging into the golden mist. Not long ago, it had been a guest at the Time Castle, visiting an old friend, the Time Dragon, and had learned of the Rainbow Dragon's fate. As an absolutely neutral observer, the Time Dragon offered no advice. It understood. The coming millennium is to be an era of great changes and upheaval. Underneath any seemingly insignificant wave could lie a hidden vortex. The rise of Nora is uncertain. Is it good or bad? In such chaotic times, it holds to one truth. Better fewer affairs than more. Do nothing to avoid making mistakes. If pushed too far, it would simply leave the nightmare world. It serves the Red and Black Mother and fights against the gods to use the abundant psychic power here for growth. With its status and position, anywhere it goes, it is a welcome guest. Its old friend in the underworld, the Void Dragon, Uloyar, has invited it there multiple times, hinting that significant changes might occur in the Land of Darkness in the future. Although the giant world might not be destroyed, a super-large turbulence is inevitable. Looking at historical trends, every super-large turbulence year results in hundreds of deaths at level 10, equivalent to the sum of an entire peace era. Time passed. After Victor reached level 8, the Chi sect seemed to unlock the Governor and Conception vessels. Recently, Li from the Spirit sect, one of the 4 sons of Chi sect, first reached level 8. Subsequently, Hong and Chen both experienced enlightenment, breaking through. Only the kind Bearman girl and was left behind, but she was close, only lacking opportunity. The Kang Mountain boxing gloves, Vermilion Bird magic sword, and Breeze flute have all found their owners. As for the Azure Sea Spirit flute, it is currently under the Saint Emperor Zhou's management. With En's current talent, her future prospects are much better than Zhou's. Most likely it will eventually be hers. Additionally, the daughter of the Steel Dragon Knight, Silver Snake Knight Naf, possesses extraordinary talent. Despite being only a century old, she has experienced over 10 enlightenments, and now stands at level 5 of the Chi sect. If she continues at this pace, she might surpass others, first stepping into level 8 and obtaining the Ice Soul Divine Spear. Moreover, Nafa's expertise in combat technique, specifically the spear technique, led her to create the Silver Spear Secret Manual, making her a candidate for a supernova, currently under Levi's focused observation. The supernova Link is also a chi sect genius, yet in both secret sword flow and goldstone chi sect, he always lives under Victor's shadow, so his hope of obtaining the mystic sky treasure is currently dashed. As for the Spring Thunder chi sect, there are currently no excellent individuals, only a few common talents. The strongest among them is only at level 6, without even a level 7. The owner of the 5 Thunder mysterious robe is still unknown. Arcane Academy. After over a millennium of development, there are now more than 10 arcanists above the 6th circle, and one 8-ring arcanist in the academy. The group of seeds brought back from the ancient tower continues to propagate and spread, coupled with replenishment from the new academies on the ancient dragon continent, ensuring that the Arcane Academy does not lack talent. Currently, there are dozens of spellcasting civilizations in Nora, the most mainstream being wizards, followed by ancient mages, spiritual power scholars, natural shamans, and arcanists. They develop and integrate through mutual growth and exploration. Recently, the Nora Council officially established the Spellcaster Joint Advancement Committee. The Arcane Academy is a major member of the committee. On this day, a young, distinguished silver-haired boy arrived at the Academy's registration office. Though only 15, he stood at 1.8 meters tall, slender and long-limbed. Chapter 2816. Name: Vicken Yu. You. Kid, are you from the Jade Kylan family? The registration clerk glanced up from the desk. Yes, my mother is Yufeng Knight Saifa. The woman nodded. All right, I will first test your talent, then place you in an academy. The crystal ball flickered. It showed a talent anomaly akin to the children of chaos, with earth, fire, wind, and water all converging, leaving the observer overwhelmed. Oh, did I make a mistake? The testing young lady stared at the device, bewildered. Children of chaos? She shook her head, annoyed. You have to be kidding. This is someone from the Jade Kylan family. Apart from this little one's grandfather, his mother, father, aunt, and even the kids in the aunt's family, they are all children of the elements, the least being double affinity and special talent, known as the foremost family under the Hall Master couple on the ancient dragon continent. Vicken, as a child of chaos, truly seemed unimpressive. What is the matter? Can't children of chaos enroll? Vic gripped his hands. He knew his talent was average. Yes, you can. Please wait a moment. I will try with a newer test instrument. The young witch returned with another crystal ball. This is the Arcane Heart, a talent tester specifically designed for arcanists by the Casters Association, just arrived. Previously, the Arcane Academy always used the wizard's standards for testing, but there is some difference between the two. This time, the crystal ball's light exploded. The young lady's eyes widened. Her mouth fell open. At the center of the crystal ball, 4 anomalies of earth, fire, wind, and water rose. Above them, a pure white throne stood in the void, and on the seat, a golden crown. Such a special talent was unheard of. Wait, excuse me. I cannot quite understand. I will call the dean. The young lady hurried away. Soon, a white-haired elder, radiating the aura of the 8th circle, arrived swiftly. He gazed at the crystal ball's vision. His eyes shook. This is an arcane talent that only appears in ancient texts. I always thought it was mythological, but it truly exists. Dean, what kind of talent is this? Arcane throne. Is it really powerful? So far, according to historical records, only one person ever possessed this talent. He was the founder of our arcane civilization, Arcane Emperor Osirel. What? The room fell silent. Osirel, the pioneer of the Otharian Empire. It is said he was the closest man to God. But unfortunately, according to historical records, this arcane emperor met with misfortune while researching a 10th circle arcane, leading to his death and disappearance. Shortly thereafter, the Otharian Empire was struck by the terror bug calamity, extinguished in an instant, subsequently lingering underground, gradually transforming into the bug luminist civilization. Vicken stood shifting his weight. What were these people muttering religiously about? He naturally knew of the arcane emperor, and it was precisely due to admiring this man's feats that he applied to the Arcane Academy to attempt something more challenging. The question is this special talent truly powerful? Actually, he was prepared to achieve great deeds with the Child of Chaos talent in Hell difficulty. But now, it seemed the difficulty had decreased again. Soon, several figures rushed over. The already married, beautiful Saifa arrived, along with her husband, a genius wizard of the Tower of Dawn, a child of the elements with 7-ring cultivation. Levi also appeared. Upon seeing Vicken's talent, Levi's eyes narrowed. He immediately called Leon back from the Mother River. Find out about Vicken's past life for me. All right, master. On the other side, Saifa beamed upon hearing the dean's introduction. In fact, she had not asked much of Vicken. After all, his talent was measured shortly after birth as a mediocre child of chaos. Although the times are different now, with truth oddities to defy fate and denser elemental power. With such initial talent, spending huge amounts of money, time, and energy cultivating as a wizard is not impossible, but it is not cost-effective. If Vicken did not possess knight bloodline, and could only follow the wizard's path, it might be possible. But with the mythical bloodline of Jade Kylan within him, there is no need to go far for what is near. Of course, as open-minded parents, she knew Vicken wanted to enroll in the Arcane Academy, so she did not object. She felt he would soon give up on his own. Now, by a fortuitous accident, he developed some sort of top-level arcane talent. This must be cultivated. He might become the foremost arcane individual of this era. How influential would the Jade Kylan family be? Even the hall master, who had long been in seclusion, was alerted. That is a testament. Levi looked at the little guy, who was flustered. Did you find it, Leon? Yes, it is a dog. What is the furthest you can search back, in terms of past lives? Master, with my current realm, I can search up to 10,000 lifetimes. Forget it, see if you can search for Osirel's reincarnation. I will give it a try. All along, Levi had not searched for this arcane emperor's reincarnation. Not out of laziness, mainly because non-reincarnated rebirths have nothing to do with previous lives. He did not want to pry into the privacy of these reincarnated individuals. After a long time, Leon wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master, I found it. Osirel and this Viken indeed have a connection. His reincarnation 9,527 lives later is Viken. Why so many reincarnations? Chapter 2817. He had bad luck, reincarnating over 9,000 times within an ant clan, with the remaining 500 or so mostly as mortals and mortal beasts. Alright, Levi noted. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Osirel's reincarnations are what most people would consider normal. Although this is a transcendent universe, 99% of the population is still composed of various mundane life forms in vast numbers. Yet fortunately, after nearly 10,000 reincarnations, his return as a king has come. An invisible hand was pushing everything forward in the dark, and fate might be like a visible thread to a supreme existence. Just pull one strand, and it could impact the whole scene. Viken's emergence might be because Sauron, as the Arcane Emperor's fellow, could have initiated it. It could be the Land of Darkness, or a collaboration between the two. Of course, it could also purely be luck. After all, Osirel's reincarnations were so tragic before, his accumulated goodwill might have exploded all at once. Nobody can say for sure about these things. Greetings, Hall Master, Viken and his mother said in unison, while offering a respectful salute. It is fine. Viken, study hard. What sect are you planning to choose? Levi asked. The sects in the Arcane Academy are divided differently from wizards, into 8 major sections. They consist of the Prophetic System, the Transformation Department, the Shaping Energy Department, the Spellcasting System, the Protection Department, Necromancy, Enchantment, and the Illusion Magic Department. Hallmaster, I would like to join the Shaping Energy Department, Viken replied. He already had a plan in mind. The Shaping Energy Department resembles the Elementalist School, yet there are differences. Very good, keep it up. I will be watching you, Levi said. Levi smiled slightly and left the scene. A sense of contentment washed over him. In the year 1500 of the Nora calendar, another fellow returned. In the following period, after the arcane heart was introduced, it was immediately widely promoted. Levi had the entire ancient dragon continent undergo the corresponding talent tests to prevent another Viken-like oversight. This census-like screening lasted for a whole year and eventually did uncover a dozen people with good arcane talent who were missed due to the testing crystal ball. They were all admitted by the Arcane Academy beyond the standard exception for further advanced studies. Overall, those who were overlooked were not many. A case like Viken's is eventually rare. The overlap between wizarding talent and arcane talent is significant, especially in the basic machinery heart. They are exactly the same. Only in some areas of special talent are there slight differences. After joining, Viken displayed exceptional arcane talent. Despite having the lowest elemental talent, he completed all the foundational courses for Zero Circle Arcanists within a year, smoothly becoming a First Circle Arcanist. Naturally, such a swift progression also benefited from improved environments and organizational-focused training. Of course, he did not abandon his knight cultivation either. The Blood Knight had already paved a path with potential for a level 10, which was relatively certain and bright, whereas if the arcane path could reach level 10, it is yet to be known. In any case, living in this era is Viken's good fortune. The other members of the Arcane Academy, especially the old dean, felt more invigorated than before, seeing a bright future for the academy. 2 years later, in the year 1617 of the Nora calendar, and the 1505th year since the blood battle, it was time again for the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Although the Netherworld market was no longer open, Levi went to Hell first. The efficiency of demon hunting in Nora is too low now, so he might as well support the allied forces and gain some favor in the underworld. It would make asking for favors easier in the future. Of course, the main reason is that Leon's appetite increased considerably after reaching the 9th level. Even a 9th level soul could last only a few years before hunger set in, so stocking up on reserve supplies was necessary. At present, the Nightmare World and the Abyss World are in a weird stalemate, resulting in no one from Nora prepared to enter the fray. Levi knew this was merely a temporary peace, and he wanted to handle everything he needed during this time, and then return to safeguard Nora. Hell's 8th layer, Magic Mountain, and the Red Spirit Prison diligently continued to protect the Purgatory Demon Sword. Not long ago, the dragon descendant giant of Magic Mountain advanced to the 9th level realm. It seemed to have found its opportunity in the blood battle. Levi took this chance to communicate about the whereabouts of the mountain giant tribe. Magic Mountain explained that its mother had been raised in the Black King Palace since she was young, leaving it unclear about tribe affairs, and suggested Levi visit the Land of Oblivion. The Red Spirit Prison was at the level 8 peak realm. It understood its father's good intentions. On one hand, the intent was to protect its brother, regarded as a supernova by Nora, and on the other, to have them progress on this battlefield favored by this era. Father seemed not to participate in the era's tides, but was clear about worldly affairs. Outside Black King City, the Owl Flame Wizard, clad in a black robe, was practicing sword skill, with the Purgatory Demon sword giving guidance nearby. Upon seeing Levi's figure, the sword showed a joyful expression. "Big brother, I thought you would not come," Owl Flame said. "I am here to hunt demons and see you." "Not bad. Owl Flame is already a 6-circle perfection wizard, progressing quickly," Levi commented. Owl Flame remained reticent, though he felt deep gratitude toward Levi for taking him out of the ancient tower. He intended to repay that kindness through diligent cultivation and demon hunting. The Purgatory Demon sword spoke up. "This kid's talent is strong, with excellent will and character. If he perseveres and keeps the momentum, he might achieve body refining great wizard. Our body refining technique is ever thriving, ha ha ha. I will work hard," Owl Flame said. Inside the city. Chapter 2818. 575, Arcane Throne, the legendary Gargamel. The cultivation of the demon fox main mother, and the others has not changed much. As longevity species, even top talents like the Desire Realm, which progress slower than wizards. It is estimated that by the time Levi becomes legendary, they will have reached the 8th circle. However, Levi would never resort to kicking the donkey after it has done the work with his former subordinates, regardless of whether they were willing or not. After all, he does not lack quotas for the Black Emperor's enslavement. He leaves it to fate, as he can transport some resources from hell here anyway. Time passes day by day. On the eve of the ancient tower's opening, Levi is still demon hunting with Leon in hell. "Master, it is just about time," Leon says. Leon has stocked up millions of cans at his home in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Countless demons twisted grudging wraiths surround him, screaming, but Leon pays them no mind. "All right, let us head back," Levi replies. Levi is just about ready to, having recently spawned a level 9 flame demon Shadow, now among the 6 great demon kings, with 81 monster generals in total, added to the countless level 6 and above demon soldiers. This power is enough to sweep through large civilizations. As for those below level 6, they are cannon fodder, destined to be replaced in the future. His eyes flicker, with red flashes occasionally appearing between his brows. After distancing from the 8th level, he arrives at a deserted wilderness. At the same time, the sense of danger peaks. Centered on him, the earth within tens of thousands of miles begins to collapse, forming a terrifying vortex with a strong suction force. Flesh trembles, and crimson winds roar. "It is here. As expected, always watching me," Levi whispers. He activates the invisible secret word, forcibly escaping the suction range at the speed of light, narrowly dodging the blow. A massive mouth, like a trap, seals and crushes the land. It swallows the earth's crust, shattering it to earth, fire, wind, and water. Dust rises, revealing the true form of the giant beast. It is ugly, resembling an anglerfish, stretching thousands of miles long, with a massive mouth capable of stretching at will, surrounded by teeth like dangerous peaks of Mount Hua. With a heavy gaze, Levi draws the Crimson Dragon Slash. This is the Lord of Abyss level 380, the Eternal Hunger Lord, gluttonous demon King Adis. He is at level 10 early stage, but infinitely close to the mid-stage realm, stronger than the Ghost Alley Monarch, likely one of Hell's blood battle generals. Like the Devouring Sky Demon Lord of the Nightmare World, he is a demon commanding the power of gluttony. The 7 deadly sins are a type of negative force. Essentially, it is the power derived from life forms' emotions, with numerous practitioners in the Nightmare World specializing in the 7 deadly sins and researching them deeply. The Abyss contains abundant 7 sins power, nurturing demons like the Glutton Demon and Lust Demon. Of course, the famous Succubus and Sky Anger Demon are also involved with these forces. On the wizard side, due to late development, few researchers exist. The Black Abyss Sovereign has achieved the highest in this field. His title of 7 Sin Swordsman comes from this. "Even my disguise abilities could not fool you. Worthy of the Dusk Palace Master, it is really challenging to kill you." The gluttonous Demon King laughs darkly. Levi had already anticipated this hostility and ambush, but after the battle with the Ghost Alley Monarch, he realized his strength is significant, so he does not flee. He dislikes idle talk, drawing his sword to slash straight away. Sword chi, like galaxies, is grand and magnificent. "I will eat you," the gluttonous Demon King roars. He opens his blood-filled maw, his body swelling like a pufferfish, expanding to a diameter of 10,000 miles, tearing the world apart, making the crystal wall crack. Levi's sword chi vanishes like a clay ox entering the sea. Under the power of gluttony, Levi starts losing control, flying towards the giant mouth. This time, even the invisible secret word struggles to be effective. "Come to my belly." He, the gluttonous Demon King laughs wildly, devouring the world. Levi simply stops resisting, transforming into a beam of light absorbed by the giant mouth, which closes with drool dribbling. Its entire body is filled with the power of gluttony, able to digest everything. Even level 10 powers can barely survive inside. In less than a quarter of an hour, you will be reduced to sludge, the demon thinks. They all say the Dusk Palace Master is hard to kill. Now it seems just this way. Something is there, but not much. Meanwhile, Levi finds himself in a green ocean. The stomach acid of the Glutton Demon can corrode any level 9 metal within 15 minutes. "Too bad I have blood battle armor. Staying 3 days and 3 nights is no problem," Levi muses. Blood-colored armor envelopes him perfectly, repelling all gluttonous forces, unable to approach. Today I shall imitate Sun Wukong, dismantling this evil beast from within, Levi declares. With a firm heart, Levi crowns himself within the eternal star abyss, summoning the blood battle spirit, chaos dragon, and primordial spirit emperor, along with various summoned creatures to appear. Go, hack freely, blast at will. I refuse to believe it cannot be harmed in here, Levi commands. Generally speaking, the inside of any creature is the weakest point. The eternal star abyss grows with the wind, as the 9,000 ceiling stars illuminate, conjuring a starlight giant spirit with level 9 late-stage strength, towering amidst the wizard tower, punching in all directions. On the other side, the light giant's eyes emit holy light beams, sparking against the stomach wall, while the primordial magnetic giant soldier dissipates stomach acid, protecting everyone from corrosion. Chaos Dragon's spells bombard like machine guns. Of course, the sharpest still are Levi and the blood battle spirit's sword chi, each strike leaving deep scars on the stomach wall. Chapter 2819. Not long after, a shift in the air signaled danger. The gluttonous Demon King remained unfazed, not offering resistance, while a mocking voice echoed from within the void. All my skills are in my stomach. Do you really think that with this approach you can break my defenses? The hardness of my stomach wall rivals that of supreme treasures. Stop wasting your time and accept your fate. Levi cursed his poor judgment. Sun Wukong's attack was not suitable for this enemy. He complained internally, though fear remained absent. He had walked into this trap, so he possessed the means to escape it. Enough, I am not playing with you. I have to hurry to the ancient tower. He did not dare to linger. If the enemy dragged him to the demon headquarters, he might meet the same fate as the rainbow dragon. He slashed out with all his might. The attack failed, and his figure exploded violently, the aura dissipating into the void. His form emerged tens of thousands of miles away. The gluttonous Demon King spoke in a cold tone. You cannot escape. Its bloated body resembled a deflated balloon, spewing a rapid jet of dreary green mist from its vents. A faint silhouette of a green-skinned woman floated within the gas. She spoke in a melancholic voice. Dusk Palace Master, do not run. The mist expanded instantaneously. It covered tens of thousands of miles. It resembled a nebula sparking and colliding, producing green sparks and lightning. Mountains within this domain melted into oblivion. Space became mottled and broken, with numerous poisonous entities roaming the expanse. The situation turned dire. A demon lord hid within the body of the gluttonous Demon King. This was Lady Poison Smoke Moira from the Abyss's 304th lair. She possessed a level 10 early stage realm, her true form being a corrosive poison demon. Layers of sticky green substances adhered to the blood battle armor. The burning flames failed to remove them. Even though you have supreme treasures protecting you, once contaminated by my ghostly ghost corrosive poison, do not expect an easy escape, he. The poison smoke lady's eerie laugh vanished into the green sea of mist. The demon had a chest with protruding peaks like a sow, constantly spewing green toxic gas. Levi found his movements increasingly hindered. The demons truly spared no effort. 2 level 10 entities represented a significant expenditure. Levi stopped wasting time. Surrounded by the destruction sanctuary, he brute forced a path, then used invisible secret word to escape hundreds of thousands of miles away. Before he could take a breath, the poisonous smoke within the green toxins on the blood battle armor laughed eerily. The mist expanded again into a sea, trapping him. I said, you cannot escape. As the fog delayed him, the gluttonous Demon King attacked once more, its giant maw biting down. Levi's thoughts flickered, and thousands of blood-colored spikes sprouted from his body. Explode. Crimson light scattered in all directions. Every beam, empowered by the invisible sanctuary's strength, instantly filled the area within tens of thousands of miles. The maw swallowed most of the light, but some beams escaped and reformed into Levi's figure. The portions swallowed turned into a burst of blood fog, disappearing without a trace. A bit troublesome. These two demons complemented each other well, possessing strong control and tracking capabilities. If not for his numerous methods, ordinary level 10 entities would remain trapped. He needed to learn from his mistakes. This battle made it clear that with so many strong entities within the abyss, their methods far exceeded his imagination. Without absolute overpowering strength, he could not act recklessly. He should avoid hell before reaching level 10 to prevent becoming a target. Let us see how long you can dodge. The two demons did not intend to kill Levi, for he was too troublesome. They only sought to seal and suppress him. Taking him to the abyss would naturally bring stronger beings to deal with him. Amidst the sea of mist, billions of green tentacles stretched out. Levi navigated among them, using sword chi and spells to blast apart pieces of the trap. The tentacles were endless. This was not the solution. He had to find a way to remove that green poison. Otherwise, no matter how fast he ran, the poison smoke lady could always catch up. The situation seemed unsolvable. After devising an escape strategy, he used sword chi to tear open another path. His body flashed to millions of miles away, arriving before a towering green door of light. This was the entrance to the 9th lair. Without hesitation, he dove in. Within the heavens, colossal pillars stood tall. The poison smoke lady reappeared, her expression shifting. This boy wants to divert trouble east. Levi ignored her, relying on his undying body and super speed. He charged recklessly into the worlds of the 9th lair, with the green mist pursuing shadows behind him. The gluttonous Demon King remained far behind, cursing while chasing. Soon, the commotion alerted the strong beings of the 72 pillars. Numerous gazes appeared, but upon realizing it was a level 10 demon, they silently withdrew. The warhorse whinnied across the world. Levi's face lit up. A skeleton knight clad in heavy armor, its eye sockets burning with blue ghost fire, astride a purgatory heavenly horse, wielding the supreme treasure tyrant, emerged from a black hole vortex. Death Knight, long time no see, I have missed you. I came to reminisce, but unfortunately got entangled with demons. Would you lend me a hand? Levi shouted as he ran. The Death Knight remained silent. Its form leaped across rivers and mountains, its blade striking down. Overlord's secret skill, crossing river. A majestic Milky Way spanning tens of thousands of miles blocked the gluttonous Demon King's path. The attack nearly hit the demon, forcing a sharp halt. Do not meddle in trivial matters. We will leave once we capture the boy. In response, the warhorse trotted across the river, executing an ultimate strike. Overlord's secret skill, Ghost Hero. Without the audacity to withstand this ultimate dominance, one cannot wield the tyrant. The Death Knight despised threats above all else. The gluttonous Demon King dared not face the attack head-on, retreating incessantly. Meanwhile, the Poison Smoke Lady continued pursuing Levi deeper into the 9th layer. She knew the risks, but success felt imminent. She could not let go. With the Dusk Palace Master's cautiousness and doubts, such ambushing and killing strategies could only work once. With the gluttonous Demon King blocked, only one level 10 remained. Levi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the Poison Smoke Lady remained persistent like maggots, with supreme treasures protecting him, she could not harm him for now. Next, he only needed to alert those few level 10 pillars behind to block the opponent. Before flying much further, the heavens boomed with intense tremors. High above, an ancient book of thousands of miles appeared out of nowhere, with rows of intricate golden characters written upon it. Sealing Demon Catalog. The book's pages flipped open, exuding a sensation of deploying an army. Countless level 9 demons emerged from its pages, followed by myriad demon followers. They transformed into beams of light, rushing into the green fog sea and exploding. Thousands upon thousands of detonations dispersed the mist. The Poison Smoke Lady stared intently, spotting a short wizard wearing an ancient wizard's pointed hat. He had a sharp nose, held an ancient book, and leaned on a staff. This was a legendary wizard she had not heard of. Levi's face showed delight, somewhat surprised. Long time no see, Levi Palace Master. Shall we collaborate to seal this demon? Gargamel flipped to the latest blank page of the ancient book. The blood battle spirit soared into the sky, and an endless blood sea unfurled, battling the remaining green fog sea. Eternal star abyss pierced the sky dome, sealing the 8 directions. Levi ceased fleeing. His wizard form and primordial spirit merged into the coiled dragon emperor. Come, Sir Gargamel. Chapter 2820. The Collector of the Bizarre, the author who seals all demons. Wizard starting with the Knight's breathing method. 9th layer of hell. In the wilderness, the Death Knight and the gluttonous Demon King were locked in a fierce battle. Their realms were almost the same, with the gluttonous Demon King slightly superior, but the Death Knight, relying on the Overlord treasure, turned the tide against it. The gluttonous Demon King inwardly cursed the damned Dusk Palace Master. Even with all their preparations, they still could not take down the opponent. What would it take? This was the closest they had ever come to success. Now that the plan had failed, the demon dared not linger. The 9th layer was the stronghold of the champions of hell, and the gateway to the underworld. If entangled, and more level 10 strongmen arrived, certain death awaited today. The gluttonous Demon King shouted, Moira, retreat. Forced to endure another blade flash, the demon spilled blood from its body. It spewed out several demon mountains to explode, covering its retreat, and then shattered the void, disappearing within without caring if its teammate escaped. Selling out teammates had always been a traditional demon strategy. The Death Knight did not pursue. To capture a lord of the 380th layer of the abyss with its power alone was extremely difficult. It turned its horse around, the domineering blade light slashing towards the Poison Smoke Lady. It shouted, let this 304th layer's lord stay behind. The Poison Smoke Lady watched their failed actions and considered fleeing. However, the combined efforts of the legendary wizard and Levi kept her in place. A pointed hat floated beneath the sky dome, spinning rapidly, creating a mighty suppressive power that sealed this land. Gargamel held an ancient book. His white hair fanned out. This served as his sole artifact, Weird Tower, appearing as a hat, but in truth, it was his wizard tower. Having recently ascended to the legendary realm, the hat now qualified as a legendary wizard tool, albeit not yet perfected. Compared to the long-renowned wizard tools of the legendary wizards of the Supreme Council, it was certainly lacking, but it would suffice to retain this demon. Sealing, controlling, and suppressing were the realms of his legendary profession, Sealing Demon Bookmaster, making him the bane of demons. A green sea of mist writhed, resisting the power from the Weird Tower. The Poison Smoke Lady felt distress. Facing Gargamel alone was not daunting. Escaping would be feasible, but the addition of the Dusk Palace Master complicated matters. The Eternal Star Abyss, pushed to its peak by Levi, spread starlight across the sea of mist, continuously sapping the strength of the Poison Smoke Lady. Moreover, a bloody ocean roamed within, endless bloody evil spirits devouring everything in sight. After consuming a pile of demon flesh, the strength of the blood battle spirit was nearly equal to a fully unleashed Levi. While it might not cause much substantive harm to the Poison Smoke Lady, leveraging its undying trait to distract and hinder was entirely feasible. The most terrifying element was the Death Knight joining the battle. With a blade flash that astonished the heavens and earth, It cleaved a 100,000-mile gash through the endless sea of mist, instantly tearing the poison smoke lady in two. To her, the mist sea formed by toxic vapors was her true form and source of strength. As long as the mist sea did not dry up, she would not die. Yet now trapped here, she would be drained to death. Levi activated the Bath Blood special effect once more. His spiritual force swelled to over 90,000 points, the Chaos Dragon, which expanding alongside, transforming into a 1,000-mile giant dragon. Diving into the mist sea, his scales shimmered, chaotic power surged, and his innate spells began their relentless bombardment. 9 great suns hovered overhead, suddenly exploding, their blaze illuminating a corner of the mist sea, causing the poison smoke lady excruciating pain. 1,000 poison demon realm. A force of 20 layers of demon realm erupted instantly, followed by 1,000 varied toxic insects and snakes inundating the sky. They clung to the witch form like locusts, quickly biting through despite the robust defensive field of the Chaos Dragon. Fire Dragon Tribulation. Explode. Levi ordered the innate spells to self-destruct around the dragon, reducing vast swathes of toxic insects to ash, yet many still burrowed into the witch form, spewing green smoke. Feeling the corrosive power reaching in, Levi had the white dragon temporarily withdraw from the mist sea, infusing spell power and elemental power to mend its wounds. Meanwhile, another radiant blade light from the Death Knight cleaved the mist sea into 4 parts, yet it continued writhing, perpetuating the battle. Ordinary attacks were insufficient to slay such a demon. Observing this, the ancient book above the head of Gargamel flipped its pages unaided, unleashing one after another of 7 circle, 8th circle, 9th circle, and innate spells that exploded within the mist sea. This book was his former wizard form, Strange Fairy Tales. After ascending to legend, his wizard form and the refined legendary artifact sealing demon record merged, transforming the wizard form into the ancient book of 10,000 demons. The vast knowledge of Gargamel encompassed countless spells, now detonating in succession, sweeping away most terrifying toxins on the battlefield. Yet the core of the poison smoke lady remained exceedingly hard to kill. Despite the 3 pouring intense firepower for so long, it remained elusive. Other demons might come to her aid, so Gargamel sent a voice transmission to Levi and the Death Knight. Do your utmost to weaken and suppress this demon. I will cast a legendary spell to contain her, then slowly refine and annihilate her. Hearing these words, the attacks of Levi and the Death Knight grew even fiercer. The blood battle spirit reassembled countless times, frenziedly plunging into the green mist sea. The primordial spirit emperor, Chaos Dragon, and Starlight Giant Spirit each demonstrated their wizarding talents. Levi, too, descended with the majestic 6 holy heavens, enshrouded in 6 types of holy realm power, sword light sweeping across. In terms of momentum, it was no less impressive than the blade light of the Death Knight. Chapter 2821. Do not push me. The poison smoke lady struggled against the 3 assailants. Desperation fueled its movements. Its misty body began to compress, transforming into a massive green star. The entity resembled flesh covered in pockmarks like goosebumps, oozing poisonous fluid and green smoke. It prepared to self-destruct. The battle-hardened Death Knight unleashed the Overlord's secret skill known as Chaotic Sky. A sword technique disrupted space and time, holding the poison flame lady in place for a brief moment. Meanwhile, Gargamel prepared his legendary spell, a massive golden character condensed in the ancient book. Levi watched, his eyes twitching. It was a Chinese character. It read Seal. Levi understood that Sauron had bestowed this character to Gargamel through a letter. This was not a simple Chinese character. It was a fusion of Sauron's knowledge and strength, a gift for wizards advancing to legendary status to fight for Nora. He recalled seeing the dragon character from the Dragon Flame God Witch, and the Phoenix character from the Blazing Star God Witch. Now he witnessed the Seal character. He wondered if Sauron would provide him a character in a letter if he advanced to legendary status. This was legendary magic. Gargamel unleashed his great sealing magic. Golden chains shot out from the ancient book like heavenly punishment, piercing into the green star. Gargamel muttered incantations with a solemn expression. A vast sea of spell power surged into the chains. They spread and grew madly, enough to envelop an entire world. Finally, the golden star formed by the chains crashed onto the field. Each chain carried mysterious sealing rune inscriptions. The cursing of the poison smoke lady faded. Wisps of green poison gas emerging from the creature were instantly annihilated by the rune inscriptions on the chains. The green poison on Levi's blood battle armor vanished completely. He felt a deep shock. This had fundamentally sealed the poison smoke lady. No matter how many tricks it possessed, it could not resurrect. Gargamel proved too powerful. Levi considered the possibility that if the demons possessed such a thorough sealing method, he might face his own doom. He needed to remain cautious. Gargamel, a newly minted legendary wizard, struggled with the taxation of casting a legendary spell to seal a demon. He looked pale. He meditated quickly to recover and swallowed a potion. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It is fine now. I will contain it first. Let us find a safe place to eliminate it and prevent future troubles. The Death Knight addressed them. Hell is too chaotic right now. You two can return to Nora to suppress this demon. Thank you for supporting the Hell battlefield. Gargamel gestured to the surrounding battlefield. This demon was subdued by the 3 of us working together. You contributed the most. This level 10 demon is full of treasures. You should come along. The Death Knight shook its head. I do not need it. Your help in demon hunting is already highly appreciated. I seek no reward. Levi nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Death Knight, for rescuing me. If this level 10 undead had not intervened, Levi feared the pursuit of 2 demons would still trouble him. Now he had not only escaped, but managed to counter-kill one. Although this was not a solo hunt, the sense of accomplishment remained immense. The Death Knight desired only to pass through the Hell Blood battle safely, and then reincarnate to cultivate anew. It hoped to foster a level 10 successor among the Hell's 72 pillars before then. It had been an undead in this lifetime, and felt attached to this race. It hoped that at least a level 10 would emerge, or else the devils would oppress the undead creatures to the point of extinction after the war, leaving them without ghost rights. Farewell exchanges concluded. Levi and Gargamel chanted incantations. The gate of hell slowly emerged. The two returned to Nora and flew straight to the Soran continent. This was Gargamel's first time sealing a level 10 demon. He feared hiccups during the refining process. On the Soran continent, the Grand Council chairman would deal with any issues. The new legendary aura radiated outward. Several legendary figures emerged from the sky to welcome them. President Edmund smiled broadly. Excellent, excellent, Gargamel. You have become legendary. Gargamel laughed. Thank you, Grand Council chairman, for saving me. I reckon I have lived up to expectations. If it were not for becoming legendary, you would have borne that curse for nothing. Edmund murmured to himself. It is nothing to worry about. Being legendary is wonderful. Being legendary is wonderful indeed. Every additional legendary reduced the pressure he felt. Moreover, he believed that with Gargamel's abilities, he would surely shine brilliantly in the upcoming blood battle, contributing even more than ordinary legendary wizards. Gulwig, the Lady of Thunder, and others extended their congratulations one by one. Congratulations, Gargamel. Congratulations, congratulations. The hand of Netherworld Prison approached, appearing the happiest. Ha ha ha, I remember you, Gargamel. You originate from the Death Sect. Even though you later specialized in sealing science, calling you a Death Wizard is not far off. Throughout history, the School of Death had at most one legendary. This marked the first time witnessing the spectacle of 2 legendary wizards. Going forward, the Death Sect would undoubtedly usher in a surge, rivaling the 4 traditional factions. The healthy competition between schools served as the driving force for the continuous progress of wizard civilization. Gargamel laughed heartily. Indeed, I do consider myself from the Death Sect. Faction divisions mainly pertain to those before the 9th Circle. In the realm of the Grand Wizard, many wizards began to dabble broadly, and then specialize in a variant to advance to legendary status. Chapter 2822. 576. The Collector of Oddities, the Sealer of all Demons. For example, the Black Abyss Sovereign belongs to the Ocean faction, but his legendary profession is related to negative energies like the power of 7 sins. For non-elementalist professions like death and life, there is not much strict distinction, and anyone interested can try. After advancing to legendary wizard, they focus on expanding and cultivating their respective legendary professions, often overlapping with other factions in what they learn. Space and astrology are subjects every legendary wizard knows a bit about. As for the Sauron Great Disintegration Technique, the Sauron Star Travel, and the Sauron True Understanding of Wizarding, these are essential legendary forbidden spells. Gargamel gestured to the group. Everyone, I cooperated with Levi and the Death Knight in Hell to seal the Poison Smoke Lady of the 304th layer of the Abyss. I need to quickly refine her, and then I will discuss the matters after becoming a legend with you all properly. What, you sealed the Poison Smoke Lady? The Thousand Mountains Immortal raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his face. As a 10-ring senior wizard, he had once encountered the Poison Smoke Lady during his travels, and knew of her prowess. Gargamel leaned back. This guy, along with the gluttonous Demon King, 2 10-level demons, chased Levi from the 8th layer all the way to the 9th layer, and still failed. Ha ha ha. I had just recently advanced to Legend in Hell. The 3 of us joined forces, drove away the gluttonous Demon King, and sealed the Poison Smoke Lady, which was quite lucky. Everyone turned to look at Levi. His recent actions had been daring, being chased by 2 level 10 demons. Truly, the courageous come with high skills. Edmund leaned forward. Before you reach level 10, it is best not to go to large blood battlefields like Hell. Your current target is too big, and all the demons want to hunt you. The Frost Witch echoed his sentiment. Yes, just because we have won 3 consecutive victories against demons in Nora does not mean it can be replicated elsewhere. That was a case of favorable conditions. The Daydreamer laughed. Don't forget, the nightmare world might be eyeing you too. Everyone knew Levi was formidable, but the depth of the abyss was too profound. Demons with various abilities emerged one after another. If it were in Nora, it would be hundreds of different professions of legendary wizards, quite terrifying to think about. Levi, knowing the seniors were concerned about him, nodded. Indeed, what you seniors said is right, I have noted it all. The next day, the Supreme Council issued a major announcement. They offered hearty congratulations to Mr. Gargamel for advancing to the legendary realm, becoming the 26th seat of the Supreme Council, and the 17th seat legendary wizard. Gargamel, with the legendary title of Master of the Bazaar, has a legendary profession as Sealing Demon Book Master, a legendary demiplane known as the Bizarre Demon Realm, and a legendary honorific as the Collector of the Odd, Sealer of 10,000 Demons. This announcement reassured the somewhat anxious Nora populace, signifying the birth of another pillar of the sky in Nora, making it more stable. Unlike the uneven strength of the gods of the astral world and demons, Every legendary wizard is undoubtedly a standout among level 10 beings with high potential. Legendary wizard forms, legendary wizard tools, legendary demiplanes, and special spiritual creatures distinguish wizards from ordinary level 10 beings. Subsequently, the Congress issued another announcement. Recently, the Master of the Bazaar and the Dusk Palace Master, alongside Hell Ally Death Knight, in battle beheaded the Poison Smoke Lady of the 304th layer of the Abyss, and repelled the Master of Eternal Hunger of the 380th layer. Another general was lost to the Abyss. Victory in the blood battle will be ours. This announcement caused an uproar across the world. New and old continents, the land of the four seas, wizards, and alien races, all were astounded. A newly ascended legendary wizard, and a level 9 knight, together with the Death Knight, actually defeated a veteran powerhouse of the Abyss. The value of this achievement is extremely high. The Poison Smoke Lady is not a pushover like the Flame Demon, Tyrant Casas. When the news reached the ancient dragon continent, the knights exclaimed that it was awesome. No wonder he was their commander. Just yesterday, he turned an 8-level body into a level 9 slayer. Now with a level 9 body, he and his team killed a level 10 demon. Regardless of the contribution, just being able to participate in a level 10 battlefield is impressive. Ordinary level 9 beings would not even dare to think about it. This wave of publicity from the Supreme Council maxed out the Knight's exposure, and the communication devices in the admissions office were about to explode from all the applications. Among them were several Ninth Circle wizards who were tempted and contacted Levi wanting to be part-time knights. He gladly agreed, thinking that, as long as one is confident and capable, dual cultivation is a good thing. The Goddess Knight is an example. Her knight talent was lacking, but she never gave up the wizarding path. Recently, she reached the Seven-Ring Realm as a wizard and seemed poised to surpass her knight progress because of her longer lifespan. With hope for the 8-ring in this lifetime, she is already outstanding in the same realm of combat strength. Inside the Imperial Palace, Elena leaned back, her eyes clouding with concern and grievance. Well, you dare to hunt level 10 demons now. If there was not a level 10 present, I would have run away long ago, Levi assured her, patting her hand to set her at ease. I was just a small part, and there was no life danger. Fine, I won't worry about you, as long as you are okay. How is your energy sect going? Since the ancestors' return, everyone's cultivation speed has taken a leap forward. Even Lord Victor is level 8 now, just like the knights, currently at level 7 mid-stage, but almost in late stage, Elena replied. I feel that when I reach 8-ring perfection, all 3 paths will be at level 8. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before I am the strongest under the 9th circle. Chapter 2823. Elena radiated confidence. Advancing through both the energy sect and mid-level night realms, her strength grew daily. As an 8th circle senior wizard, she dispatched level 8 late-stage demons with ease and defeated level 8 peak demons. She even fantasized about hunting a level 9 with her level 8 body once all 3 paths reached their peaks, but Levi stopped her. Such endeavors required external support. Levi believed that once Elena peaked in all 3 paths, she could stand against level 9 demons. Without her own methods, however, killing them remained difficult. Levi looked at her and gestured toward the horizon. I will be in the Dark Ancient Tower for the entire next year. Until I return, stay on the Ancient Dragon Continent. It is the safest place for you. You take care too. After a brief celebration with Elena, Levi entered the Ancient Tower. The threat of a nightmare invasion could not keep him away. In the Land of Darkness, a subordinate approached the commander. Commander, Flick from Hell asks when we plan to confront the Nora War. Wizards are interfering with the Hell War, and it is worsening an otherwise favorable situation. The Poison Smoke Lady was just captured by the newly emerged legendary Gargamel and the Dusk Palace Master. Pazuzu stared at the map. His face darkened. Flick, the Lord of Prison Star of the 655th layer of the Abyss, was an iron demon. We cannot make a move on our end for now. Let the demons in Hell find their solutions. These guys are useless. They are lords of the 304th layer, but allowed themselves to be captured by 2 juniors. It is a disgrace to the Abyss. If we lose people dealing with Edmund here, that is understandable. Does Hell have it any better? Pazuzu turned his back on the subordinate. All right, I will pass on the message. Also, that Death Knight is getting too bold. Have someone in Hell take it out and seize the Supreme Treasure Tyrant. Understood. And one more thing. From what I know, the Eternal Sleep is not even fighting against the Lost Monarch. It is just an excuse. Get it to Nora fast. We need its ability to guard against the Nightmare Monarchs. As the Abyss battlefronts shirked responsibility, more overlords and monarchs accepted the call to the Lost Domain. The Lost Monarch received news that the Spirit Monarch refused the call and said nothing. The Nightmare world did not lack one like it. Once the Nora matters were settled, a reckoning in autumn would be due. A mere legendary dragon species from outside acted far too grand. No movement from the Abyss yet. None, though the Dusk Palace Master recently appeared in Hell. Together with the newly emerged legendary Gargamel, he slew the Lord of the 304th layer. The monarchs exchanged surprised glances. If he is not killed before level 10, when he reaches level 10, only the Supreme will across the multidimensional plane will be able to intervene. The Ghost Alley Monarch felt relieved, as if the failure to capture the Dusk Palace Master was no longer so humiliating. I have always said, this person is difficult to handle. On the Sauron continent, the Pharmacist Association prepared for a major shift. The Super God 1 potion, which enhanced spiritual force upper limits, was released. Any wizard below the primordial soul realm who consumed it increased their spiritual force upper limit by 10 points. It functioned like an Earth-grade oddity. Its cost remained significantly lower than typical oddities, making it affordable for low-level wizards. The next step involved promoting and popularizing the potion to improve breakthrough success rates. The Super God 1 potion had its limits. The first dose yielded the best effect. The second dose had that effect. By the fourth dose, it became completely ineffective. Congress was already researching different types of Super God number 2 potion. They aimed to ensure all wizards benefited from the increased spiritual force upper limit. This preparation targeted the vast population of lower-tier wizards. For excellent wizards, the primary channel for increasing the spiritual force upper limit remained the Truth Oddity. At the press conference, the Thousand Mountains Immortal announced this as the third epoch-making potion, following the Wash Trace potion and the Thousand-Year potion. He called these three the new epoch's Nora's 3 divine medicines. He credited Madame Triss as an indispensable participant in the research process. Every pharmacist involved would receive significant war merit rewards. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Triss finally accumulated enough war merit to exchange for a second sun refining artifact. She intended to choose the tier of the Water God. The Water God series artifact allowed wizards to solidify foundations, improve talents, and gain a preliminary water element holy body in advance, which further enhanced survival abilities. The exchange store currently had no stock, so she could only wait. A month later, she received a message from the Gondor City Lord. Madam, remember to refresh the store first thing at dawn tomorrow. The message was vague. Given the identity of the Gondor City Lord, Triss felt a faint expectation in her heart. The next day, she refreshed the store and saw new oddities listed. Tier of the Water God. In the Thousand Mountain Mansion, Alexander watched the disappearing oddities. His expression remained unchanged. Chapter 2824. The old man sighed. I can only help you this far. He looked at Triss. Her talent and comprehension as a pharmacist left him particularly satisfied. This legendary medicine god had already started training her as the successor of the association. Objectively speaking, with her current talent, being a grand wizard would not be a problem, but the hope of reaching the legendary realm remained low. If she could not become legendary, it would be a huge loss for the pharmacist industry. The old man could not help but give her some special attention. Like Edmund, the Thousand Mountains Immortal was also an elder from the old era, with only a few thousand years left until the end of his lifespan. Before he reincarnated to cultivate again, he wanted to train more Ninth Circle pharmacists and find a successor to the title of medicine god for Nora's new era. He patted her shoulder. Strive for growth. Dark Ancient Tower, the 8th level, Valoran Continent. It was the year 1100 of the Tinkai. Because Levi remained busy treasure hunting in the 9th layer, he rarely appeared in the 3 realms and 4 lands. This made the ultimate saint a mythical figure among countless humans. Levi listened to the work report of the Saint Council, nodding frequently. When the number of level 6 saints or primordial soul wizards exceeded 40, their growth slowed and hit a bottleneck. The millennium's initial bonus had passed. What followed was the constant accumulation of foundation, a process of slow grinding. No civilization could grow explosively forever. It did not conform to the objective laws of historical development. Levi estimated that the upper limit for humans in the Rune Land was about 100 level 6 beings. In other aspects, everything remained as usual. The Flame Wolf Saint had advanced to level 8 late stage. He stood as a top-notch powerhouse within the 3 realms and 4 lands, matched only by a few venerable figures there. The Flame Wolf Saint approached Levi. Saint, not long ago, a new intersection point appeared in the Heartsea, followed by the emergence of a level 8 peak ferocious beast. It seems to be an ape, adept at lightning skills. 2 level 8 strongmen from the Merfolk Palace were easily repelled. A person stood atop that ferocious beast's head, apparently also an outsider, and serves as the master of the beast. He is now attacking the 3 realms and 4 lands. Should we not deploy troops? When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If the 3 realms and 4 lands fall, we will be next. Levi nodded gravely. I understand. I will take a trip. Make sure Rune Land is well protected to prevent more outsiders. The Flame Wolf Saint bowed. Okay. The Dark Ancient Tower occasionally sucked in unstable factors before, such as the Golden Absolute's race, and Levi had not paid much attention to it. Before leaving, he left behind the method and visualization map for making night cards, allowing the few night families here to learn. Heartsea. The Merfolk King lay on his bed, surrounded by a group of female merfolk serving him. Ouch, lighter, it hurts. The Merfolk King groaned. I do not know where this fierce person is from. The 3 realms and 4 lands are going to be in chaos again. Hopefully not another fierce person like the ultimate saint. The Merfolk King mumbled to himself. What is wrong with you? The sudden voice scared the Merfolk King. He scrambled up from the bed, reflexively saluting. What wind brings you here? He saw the familiar figure of the black-armored swordsman standing there. The maids shivered, not daring to look directly at his radiance. Levi looked at the king. I heard a ferocious beast recently appeared in the Heartsea. The Merfolk King nodded quickly. Yes, that ferocious beast is manipulated by an outsider. I am no match for it, and I surrendered treasures collected over many years by the Merfolk Palace to save my life. Levi gestured for him to continue. Where is it now? The king swallowed hard, reportedly attacking the Ice Realm. Ice Realm. 2 level 8 white bears, leading their clan, looked solemnly at the person and the beast ahead. The man wore purple armor and had a burly figure. A purple hand ring circled his arm, while beneath him stood a 10,000-meter-tall purple giant ape, enveloped in lightning. Hand over the treasures. I dislike slaughter. The man spoke in a not-so-fluent St. Roland continent common tongue, clearly learned after his arrival. The White Bear clan leader stepped forward. Are you aware, the 3 realms and 4 lands are protected by the ultimate saint? The man frowned. What ultimate saint? I have never heard of it. Previously, the Merfolk King also tried to scare him with this person. The intruder had been accidentally sucked into this realm, finding it isolated from the world, lacking strong men. With his level 8 peak cultivation, he could sweep through the area. Thus, he searched for a way out while gathering resources. Seeing the White Bear clan unmoved, he lost patience. Oswald, take them down. Just injure them slightly. Anyway, once we find the way out, we will not have interactions with these people anymore. He still did not know he had been sucked into the dark ancient tower, and held the illusion of getting out. Below, the purple fierce ape wielded a spiked club condensed from mighty lightning. It randomly swept, creating a torrent of the thunder sea, while the white frost walls of the White Bear clan trembled. The defenders were unsure how long they could hold. Clan leader White King looked anxious, occasionally gazing into the distance. According to past patterns, the ultimate saint manifested once a century. He intuitively felt that if the saint knew about this, he would not sit idly by. Half a day later, the protective barrier of the White Bear clan could no longer hold. The purple fierce ape shattered the ice wall with the spiked club. It roared as it charged into the army of the White Bear clan, sending clansmen flying and simply sweeping through the ranks. Suddenly, a ray of light struck. No one saw clearly what happened, but the purple fierce ape howled in agony. It collapsed with a thud as dust rose into the air. What is wrong, Oswald? The man looked around, seeing no one. He was terrified until a powerful hand landed on his shoulder. Chapter 2825. He stood under the crushing weight of 100,000 mountains. A sharp crack sounded as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Spare me, spare me. Are you the ultimate saint? He struggled to form the words. Memories of the legendary figure described by the alien races flooded his mind. Levi offered no response. He moved forward and enslaved the man with the power of the Black Emperor Dragon. Master, what are your orders? The man knelt, his expression filled with respect. The White Bear tribe watched the display in awe. Even the White King, who had stood at the level 8 middle stage for 1,000 years, paled in comparison. The ultimate saint had likely surpassed that level by 10 floors. Thank you, saint. The White King led his tribe in a collective kneel to express their gratitude. It is okay. There were no casualties, right? No. All right. I am heading back now. My lord, how is my brother? Is he well? He is fine. He is already at the level 8 late stage. Levi offered the comfort with a nod. The White Bear tribe watched the departing saint, unable to shake their disbelief for a long time. Even if a true god existed, it would not be more than this, right? Indeed. This is truly a great figure from beyond. The 9th layer. Levi rode a white tiger, with Jin and the hound leading the way through the treasure hunt. The man beside him reported his status truthfully. This person was Ritter, a prodigy from a large civilization. In terms of the wizard cosmic view, that civilization existed outside the Panplane, and was known as the Nellarian civilization. It lacked complex spells and dazzling combat techniques. It relied entirely on the way of the beast tamer developed to its peak. From level 1 to level 10, and compared to the wizard low, middle, high, great, and legendary rankings, they divided their power into profession, master, epic, legendary, and mythical. Ritter was a level 8 peak epic beast master. His beast was a legendary level purple lightning heart ape. He stood a high probability of advancing to a legendary beast master. This reminded Levi of Newman from the giant beast paradise, whose spiritual beast was also of the legendary level. The history of Nellarian originated from antiquity, similar to the start of the wizard civilization. After listening to the introduction, Levi noted that the Nellarian civilization and the wizard school of spiritualism shared subtle similarities. However, the research into the way of the beast tamer within that civilization was more profound. They possessed 2 level 10 mythical beast masters. The first occupied the Ryan continent. He was the master of all beasts, the holy master of light, the guardian of earth and forests, and King Rockle. The second occupied the Sea of Nora. She was the mother of Sea King, the Dark Empress, the guardian of rivers and deep sea, and Queen Olissa. These 2 were the strongest in the Nellarian civilization. They were a married couple who jointly protected the vast Beastmaster civilization. The lifebound guardian beast of the former was the ancient holy light dragon that Levi recognized, originally the mythical bloodline of Duke Rumen. The lifebound guardian beast of the latter was the star sea giant demon. It was an ancestor-level mythical creature for all siren-type creatures, appearing as a super octopus residing in the land of darkness with over 1 billion tentacles. It could pick stars and the moon with ease. Levi assumed those 2 mythical creatures had gone extinct. He did not expect them to still exist in the distant Panplane. Besides those 2 mythical beast masters, the Nellarian civilization also boasted 24 legendary beast masters known as the Sea and Land 24 Heavenly Kings. Ritter, stuck at the level 8 peak, went out in search of opportunities to advance to level 9. He was sucked into the ancient tower while collecting resources in a ruined world. He assumed it was a mechanical relic, but his expression grew complicated when Levi confirmed it was the Dark Ancient Tower. Their civilization heard of the Ancient Tower legend. People had entered before, but unless it was the once-in-10,000-year grand opening, entering meant losing all hope of exiting. After learning the coordinates of the Nellarian civilization from Ritter, a grin touched Levi's face. This place shared a region with the Golden Sacred Realm. The next time he traveled afar, he could visit the Nellarian Empire first. He had already collected so many legendary creatures. The next step involved drawing this civilization to Nora so that the Dusk Holy Temple could accelerate its development. However, given the presence of 2 level 10 strongmen, Levi's current strength fell far short. The matter required careful planning. It could not be rushed. As Levi and Ritter discussed the Nellarian matters, the long-dormant twilight round table suddenly woke. I think I have heard of Nellarian. Is this person also a fellow? Yes. I remember it was Nellarian sitting next to Osirel at that time. He was also only a level 9 expert then, and every topic he exchanged with Sauron was related to beast taming. Levi turned to Ritter. Is the Sea of Nara and the Ryan continent named after historical figures of your civilization? Ritter replied. Yes. Combined, they form the name of the most important figure in our civilization, Nellarian. He was born 300,000 years ago. He later integrated the knowledge system of beast taming and traveled the multidimensional plane, collecting, breeding, and saving countless rare biological groups. He also compiled the unprecedented beast-taming Holy Scripture and All-Beast Atlas. He was the first to advance to the mythical level as a beastmaster, revered by later generations as the Tame Ancestor. To commemorate the Tame Ancestor, later generations used his name split to name the continent and ocean. The year of the Tame Ancestor birth was set as the first year of Nellarian. After the Tame Ancestor fall, Oleran developed by relying on his legacy. At its peak, it simultaneously possessed 4 mythical level beastmasters known as the 4 Saints of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. But due to multiple demon invasions and the visits of Golden Sacred Realm colonists, many legendary and mythical bloodlines withered. Developing to this day, only 2 mythical beastmasters remain. Ritter eyes brimmed with desolation. Levi could imagine that having 4 level 10 beings at once was not much worse than the early Nora civilization. But the way of the beast tamer ultimately depended on external objects. It possessed large natural limitations and was easily affected as the external environment became unstable. The decline of Nellarian was quite normal, but it was okay now. The master of the Dragon Palace, the ancient Dragon Zoo director, and the Pokemon card master, Levi, patted Ritter's shoulder. His gaze shone with intent. Do not be discouraged. It is our duty to revive the glory of beast taming. Chapter 2826. 577. Earth Mother Chi and Mortal Circle. 9 floors of the ancient tower stand silent. Levi does not plan to undo Ritter's Black Emperor's enslavement for now. This person is not inherently bad. He just seeks fortune and has not harmed anyone. If it were Levi, arriving in such an unknown, treasure-filled world, he would likely do the same, or even more ruthlessly. However, in the future, Ritter is needed to act as a guide party when heading to the Nellarian civilization. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps during this period, he has to be constrained for now. A sense of urgency gripped Levi as he thought about the Abyss's current massive invasion of the multidimensional plane. He feared the Abyss might destroy Nellarian before he could get there. As for the Golden Sacred Realm, he is not worried for the moment. Before Earth Awakening left, the civilization had not yet encountered an Abyss invasion. It is also very powerful, guarded by a golden will, a strong presence not weaker than the heavenly will. This makes it unlikely to be taken by the Abyss in a short time. While treasure hunting, Levi also gained a deeper understanding of their beast tamer path through Ritter. He now has some ideas for improving the spirit summoning faction. As a former fellow of Sauron, he definitely will not treat the Nellarian civilization the same way as handling the Golden Sacred Realm. Upon returning from this ancient tower, he plans to discuss with the Supreme Council about taking a legendary wizard along for an on-site inspection of Nellarian. This provides the negotiating qualification when facing those 2 level 10 strongmen. As for the Golden Sacred Realm, its civilization is too aggressive, akin to the early savage expansion of Nora. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. With the ambition of the Golden Will, integration into Nora is impossible and could backfire at any moment. Levi decided it was best to eliminate them. Of course, all the above are his excuses. Essentially, this group of golden absolutes is walking truth oddities. If digested properly, the ancient dragon continent and Nora civilization can advance further. Ultimately, it boils down to interest. After comparing beast masters with spiritual wizards, the biggest difference is that the beast master's lifebound guardian beast quota is not limited to just one. The 5 realms of the beast master are profession, master, epic, legendary, and mythical. The starting point of the beast master path is having 1 lifebound guardian beast. Upon advancing to a master beast tamer, they can have a 2nd quota. After advancing to a legendary beast master, a 3rd quota is unlocked. That is to say, a beast master who reaches level 9 can actually have 3 lifebound guardian beasts. Similar to the extraordinary realm, beast masters categorize their beast's potential into ordinary, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical levels. In alignment with the Dragon Clan, the first 2 realms are for the mixed blood dragon clan, then come the subdragons, followed by legendary and mythical dragon species. For a beast master, at a weaker stage, having an elite beast that suffices for a smooth transition to around rank 5 is enough. If they are lucky and well off, before reaching their strength bottleneck, they might encounter an epic or even legendary level creature that is not yet in complete body form. At this time, after unlocking the second lifebound slot, the Beast Master can replace their beast with a higher potential one, thereby advancing to the next realm. That is Ritter's case. His first beast is just an ordinary mountain giant ape, with a potential upper limit of peak level 5. But after reaching level 5, he explored the largest legacy left by the tame ancestor to Nellarion, the mountain and sea secret realm. Once a Beast Master decides on a lifebound guardian beast, for the rest of their life, except for the added slots, the chosen ones cannot be replaced. Although a Beast Master gains strength through beasts, they cannot share their long lifespan. Hence, the modified beast path in Nellarion allows Beast Masters to actively dissolve the contract by permanently losing one lifebound slot and paying some cost. Transcendent creatures themselves will not perish. This is extremely advantageous for transcendent creatures. They attach themselves to the Beast Master for faster growth speeds, and their expanded group breeds more, without the worry of being tied to the lifespan of short-lived species. In this regard, they are more advanced than spiritual wizards. The school of spiritualism wizards strives for a connection with their lifebound beast, sharing both honor and losses, their intentions intertwined. They treat spiritual beasts completely as part of their bodies. The advantage is the unity of body and mind, making it easier to exert combat power. The downside is it is unfair to transcendent creatures, and many high-potential species naturally do not accept such lifebound contracts. This is one reason why the school of spiritualism has been slow to develop. Before the tame ancestor's fall, he dissolved all his lifebound guardian beast contracts, and placed all his life's collected resources, along with the transcendent creatures, into an independent secret realm away from the Nellarion world, blessing future generations. This fellow of Sauron's should have reached the level 10 late-stage realm, leaving behind an astonishing wealth. The vast secret realm is filled with countless exotic beasts, and legendary creatures occasionally appear. Essentially, this is a low-budget dark ancient tower. To enter the mountain and sea secret realm, besides the once-a-century opening during the Mountain and Sea Festival, it all depends on personal luck at other times. Levi's analysis suggests the tame ancestor must have left a filtering mechanism. It is unlikely that everyone could enter. It is probably something he learned from Sauron. Throughout history, many ordinary beast masters have reached the pinnacle by relying on the mountain and sea secret realm, changing their destiny and becoming famous. Chapter 2827, 577, Earth Mother Chi and Mortal Circle. In the present day, among the 24 heavenly kings, 1/3 have obtained their opportunities within the secret realm. 2/3 rely on family support or adventures in the multidimensional plane. Ritter is also favored by fortune. He first entered the secret realm after reaching rank 5. With one-shot soul, he acquired the youngling of the legendary creature known as the Purple Lightning Heart Ape. Since then, he has surged forward, unstoppable. He advanced to the level 8 peak, and became a strong candidate for the 25th Heavenly King. If he successfully advances to a legendary Beastmaster, he will unlock the 3rd life position. At this moment, he can begin to consider selecting his own mythical creature. Of course, the vast majority of legendary Beastmasters simply choose another legendary creature. Mythical creatures are exceedingly rare. With the lifespan of a Beastmaster, the chance of encountering a youngling is almost zero, let alone mastering one. The 3 life positions are indeed a genius innovation. Wizards have traditionally focused on self-cultivation, primarily studying earth, fire, wind, and water. The path relying on external objects has seen little exploration. Yet, in today's era, facing the more severe situations in the multidimensional plane, a diverse range of paths and systems is an inevitable choice. If this fusion succeeds, the School of Spiritualism and School of Insects can undergo transformative development, escaping the ranks of lesser schools. With Viken's example before him, Levi, who initially had no intention of peeking into others' reincarnated lives, asked Leon to investigate Nellarion. This individual was not a legendary wizard, and was supposedly incapable of reincarnation and recultivation. The final result showed that in this life, Nellarion was merely a mortal, without any special traits. However, the civilization he left behind has been relatively prosperous, and passed down to this day. To some extent, his will lives on eternally. In the past, Sauron fell, and his fellows scattered. Now, after so many long years have passed, how many traces remain? Along the way, Levi asked the round table for the names of some fellow companions he still remembered. He had Leon investigate them all. The reincarnation results were not very satisfying. If they did not leave behind a civilization legacy, it means unique paths disappeared in the dust. Who knows if Sauron left any contingency plans? Sauron intends to use the multidimensional plane as his chessboard. He treats Nora as a chess piece, gathering the former failures and companions together to challenge the established 4 great giants formed over ancient epochs. This leaves a bold stroke. If fate allows, one day, the companions will appear in various forms in Nora. This is the only chance. Levi thought about this as he continued his treasure hunting. Half a year later, the gold-seeking hound stopped. Its nose sniffed carefully, not missing any place where rare metal ores might be buried. Beside him, Jin's expression was tense. Oh no, could this kid find another good thing again? Over the past half year, under its leadership, Levi has found 165 truth oddities. Not enough. Completely not enough. Such a small number of oddities does not interest the master at all. His cold lips do not even show a hint of a smile. Among the 165 oddities, there are 23 morning star level, 5 bright moon level, and 1 glorious sun grade. 1/3 are sequence artifacts. Levi, the Gondor 3 heroes, and Elena cannot use them. But now that the organization's generation of new talents has grown, placing these oddities in the organization's treasury should solve the urgent needs of the generation of supernovas like Aya and Link. The Sun Refining Artifact is of the Metal Faction's non-sequence artifact known as the Bronze Holy Seat, with very good effects. Currently, Lord Victor is in the 8th ring senior realm, not far from 8 ring perfection. Refining this oddity should allow for advancement. The energy sect places the greatest emphasis on mental cultivation. After reaching level 8, Lord Victor's mental state is very hardy, and there is no need to worry about instability in spiritual force. Aside from oddities, other accrued finds are mainly rare plants and creatures. Yet, none have reached the legendary level, hence they are not worth mentioning. Levi is actually very pleased with these finds, but he cannot show it, so as to motivate Jin's fighting spirit and improve treasure hunting efficiency. Woof, woof, woof. The gold-seeking hound barked. Levi's expression shifted. It should be something good. He followed the hound down the pit. Along the way, he came across many light pink earth elemental metal ores, all below level 6. Taking along entire veins, he placed them in the cave heaven-blessed land within the ancient Banyan fairyland to continue nurturing these metals. He did not know how long it took him to reach a place in the underground world where the narrow and cramped environment suddenly opened up, revealing a startling sight. A tree towering at 90,000 feet filled the space, barren and silent. On the ground, there were sheets of light pink rock layers. The hound circled Levi excitedly. This was its discovery. This is some type of earth elemental metal above level 6. Such a large area. I have hit the jackpot. I have never seen this metal before, but it is a bit strange. Levi furrowed his brows. He guessed that this or might be caused by the death of a giant tree, its fallen leaves and branches accumulating over the years. This is the most common genesis for elemental metals, similar to coal in the past life. He approached the base of the giant tree. The rough surface met his hand. The air carried a faint scent reminiscent of cherry blossoms from a previous life. As this thought occurred, he called out to Mana, who sat nearby playing mahjong. Levi asked if this was a divine tree. Mana shifted her focus toward the giant tree. Her pupils dilated. She stared blankly. Chapter 2828. Mana floated before the massive fossilized trunk. This is the divine tree. Although I have not seen it, I suspect it might also be a descendant of the origin divine tree. It could be the remnants of the cherry blossom divine tree. Sakura ancestor. Levi recalled the time the Heavenly Will once visited the cherry blossom ancestor world. Perhaps this underground world formed from the intersection points of fragments of that former realm. Sakura ancestor had been dead for countless tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, yet the divine tree body made its 9,000 Jong corpse appear immortal. Levi ran a hand over the fossilized bark. It was a magnificent existence turned into stone. He sighed. Let us search around. You might also find something useful. Mana circled the massive trunk. Having been dead for so long, the divine tree power must have already dissipated. But this corpse itself is a 10-level earth element divine artifact. Once you incorporate it into your 10th circle wizard tower, its efficacy will surpass all the strange woods you have obtained. It is definitely top quality among supreme treasures. They began their search in the underground world. Levi summoned the Rainbow Sword Master. Use your sword chi to cut open all the veins within 1,000 miles around the giant tree. The Rainbow Sword Master received the order and immediately set to work. A long search yielded nothing. Levi, come quickly. There is something here. Mana called out from the shadows. Levi joined her. Mana stood before a deer-like creature about a jong high. Pink patterns covered its body like cherry blossoms. 2 clusters resembling cherry blossom branches sprouted from its head to act as antlers. They emanated a vibrant life force, exhibiting an anomaly of blooming momentarily with an illusion of life and death. The deer was not large, but it exuded the aura of a level 8 late-stage beast. It possessed a sacred temperament, akin to the mountain god from primitive religions. This is the Sakura beast. Levi studied the creature. One of the 4 materials needed for Elena's advancement in the Candle Dragon bloodline was the bloodline crystal containing the Sakura beast bloodline. Legend claimed this creature loved running to places with a world tree, and the evidence stood before them. Moreover, the aura emitted by those cherry blossom branch-like antlers matched the dead cherry blossom ancestor tree exactly. Mana, do you think the Sakura ancestor might not be dead? It should be dead, but there is divine tree power in those antlers. I suspect the Sakura beast might have inadvertently absorbed the original root left behind by Sakura ancestor, transferring this power. Some world trees use this method for regeneration. What do you mean? Mana gestured to the beast. If this continues, one day the entire body of the Sakura beast will become woodenized by the divine tree power left by Sakura ancestor. Then the new cherry blossom divine tree will burst through its body, using its flesh to reincarnate. It will accelerate the initial growth of the world tree. It might start at level 8 or 9, unlike me, as I must grow slowly. Indeed, mythical legends seem romantic and beautiful, but reality is harsh. I thought the Sakura beast and cherry blossom divine tree had some harmonious symbiotic relationship. But in the end, it is cruel parasitism and devouring. Actually, mythical legends are not entirely wrong. This Sakura beast is likely a legendary creature, and it is probably a tribe created by the cherry blossom divine tree relying on its creation power. In other words, without the cherry blossom divine tree, there would be no Sakura beast. I remember you said that you lack the creation power now. Why do we not rescue this Sakura beast and absorb the divine tree power from its antlers? Is that all right? Mana hesitated. Her nature differed from Levi, though these years she had become quite evil under his subtle influence. Old things should give way to the new. Instead of reincarnating with this effort, why not let you grow up? Always scattering power, how can it ever contend with the giant world? Levi patted her shoulder. Moreover, such a cute little deer. Would you be heartless to let it die? Mana looked into the pure eyes of the Sakura beast. It suddenly made sense. All right, I will try to communicate with it. What if it does not want it? The Sakura beast did not speak human language. It was a specialized creature whose birth and reproduction mission might be to one day allow the cherry blossom divine tree to return from the dead through its body. While Mana communicated with the Sakura beast, Levi absorbed the giant tree along with the foundation, roots, and mineral veins below into the eternal star abyss. After achieving legendary status, the advancement ingredient for eternal star abyss was complete as well. What a delight! Truly the 9th layer possessed divine artifacts of priceless value, equivalent to legendary artifacts. The profit from this venture was massive. Thinking of this, Levi kept petting the hound. Not bad, deserving praise. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This caused Jin to feel a sense of crisis. If it could not find something comparable to this 10-level divine item, it would fall out of favor. Jin climbed onto Levi's shoulder and squeaked, urging them to hurry. It had just warmed up, and there was still half a year left, enough to defeat the bad dog ahead. On the other side, after Mana communicated with the Sakura beast for a long time, Levi waited quietly. The Sakura beast had another use, as Elena's bloodline essence. Thus, Elena would simultaneously possess 2 secret medicines of the Blood Tribulation Masters, surely enhancing her cultivation speed and reaching level 8 sooner. It is settled. Let us take the little deer away. Chapter 2829. Mana led the cherry blossom beast to Levi. She gestured toward the creature, and Levi nodded. All right, then go in and save it. Levi felt a surge of optimism. If Mana absorbed this divine tree power from a level 10 entity, she would reach at least the level 8 late stage. Her growth speed should align with his, allowing her to reach level 9 sooner. The next step involved smashing the golden sacred realm, and letting Mana strive to reach level 10. She would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lady Pandora. As for how to reach level 11, Levi remained uncertain. For the divine tree, level 10 seemed sufficient. He did not even know if he would live to see Mana reach level 11. Days drifted by. The ancient tower concluded in the blink of an eye. Jin performed well, locating 60 truth oddities for Levi. None were of the glorious sun grade though, so they did not match the hound's earlier harvest. Throughout this journey, Ritter accompanied Levi. The man continuously imparted knowledge and history from the beast-taming civilization to prepare for the upcoming journey. Levi noticed Ritter nearing level 9 and asked about the requirements for promotion. Ritter looked at him with serious eyes. To advance to a legendary beastmaster, I need to accomplish 2 things. He held up a finger. First, I must fully develop the purple lightning heart ape. I am currently looking for a supplementary ingredient to a legendary beast-taming potion called 9-leaf red. With this item, I can refine the potion named Nora's heart. It increases the success rate of the beast's tribulation and accelerates its development. Ritter raised a second finger. Second, I need to find a level 9 medicinal herb called unity grass. It is the main ingredient for refining a potion necessary for promotion, called life wheel water. This potion assists in opening the 3rd contract slot. The unity grass only emerges in the mountain and sea secret realm. 9-leaf red is a new material discovered in recent years with limited supply. Due to its ability to capture transcendent creatures, officials strictly control it. Thus, he could only travel between planes to seek it before the ancient tower captured him. Levi reached into his pouch. Is the 9-leaf red you mentioned this item? He produced a stalk of 9-leaf blood datura. A unique fragrance wafted through the air. The purple lightning heart ape displayed a frantic expression of joy. Ritter stared, his eyes gleaming. Yes, it is indeed this item. Levi tossed it over. Take it. Ritter caught the plant, trembling slightly. Master, is this really for me? Levi waved a hand. Yes, do your work well. There is plenty of this thing. Ritter bowed low. Thank you, Master. Levi thought about the cultivation process. 9-leaf blood datura is now produced in Nora widely. On one hand, it is used to allure and capture the black beast for purification. On the other, Lady Rolling discovered this herb can refine a potion promoting the development of transcendent creatures, helping the school of spiritualism flourish. As long as enough interest exists to drive it, relying on the execution power of the Nora Council, even the rarest plants can be cultivated. Levi flipped through the all-beast atlas as they traveled. Do you guys have a winter extreme snow ape? Ritter nodded. Yes. Out of the 24 heavenly kings, the 2nd life beast of the extreme cold king is the winter extreme snow ape. It is his signature beast-taming creature. Levi continued his inquiry. Is there any giant ape from the metal faction? Ritter shook his head. Never heard of it. Levi initially thought he had already collected the earth, fire, wind, and water 4 apes. But once the purple lightning heart ape arrived, his obsessive nature flared, and he wanted to collect all 7 elements. Moreover, when he exterminated that level 9 amethyst race, Levi learned from its memory about a legendary giant ape called the Hidden Ghost Ape. Jin ran toward Levi, chattering in his ear. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They arrived at a scorching desert. The temperature soared, and the space seemed to distort. Levi looked around. Is the treasure here? Jin squeaked again, pointing ahead. All right, lead the way. They crossed the desert, and soon a boundless sea of fire appeared, spanning thousands of miles. The edge area felt equivalent to a level 6 flame, while Levi estimated the central area to be level 9 standard. Interesting. He strode in. The Red Emperor Dragon ruled the realm, making him impervious to any flames. Not just level 9, even level 10 divine fire could not harm him. Upon reaching the center, an ancient, ragged blanket hovered in the void. It appeared entirely crimson, with an imposing firebird painted on the surface. Levi inspected the item. Is this a 9-level treasure? He could not believe that a casual stroll led to a 9-level treasure. It sat unobstructed by any traps. The ancient tower clearly brought it in accidentally. Levi waved his hand and grabbed the blanket. It was a divine fire blanket, a 9-level attack oddity. It contained a 9th-level divine flame that incinerated everything. The forge utilized level 9 flame king dragon skin, fierce sky sparrow feather, flame angel's divine corpse, and swallowing star flame wolf fur. It was an excellent oddity, absolutely top quality. It was no less than Gondifa's plow star. It is a pity it holds no use to me, but it is perfect for the Holy Infant clone, matching the Wizard Tower. After 8-ring perfection, it holds power even against level 9. Gondif and the Holy Infant both have 9-level oddities, so I cannot favor one over the other. I must find a way to get Lord Victor one as well. Levi stowed the oddity away, and allowed a slight smile to surface. Jin stared at him, his little eyes reflecting discontent. The creature felt treasure remained hidden in this desert beyond that spot. It surely held more value, and would certainly outdo the hound. The sea of fire gradually vanished, absorbed by the magic carpet. Suddenly, a fiery red light rushed fiercely in front of Levi. A voice boomed out. Who are you? Why do you trespass in the territory of the fiery flame devourer Iros? Bold, hurry and bring my father out. Chapter 2830. A flame monster loomed ahead. It resembled a dragon crossed with a bird. It possessed the wings of an angel, and the head of a wolf. This was a fire element lord, possessing late level 8 strength. Where is your father? Levi asked. You took him away. The creature replied. Seems like you were born from this rare treasure. Levi mused. Yes, but do not change the subject. The creature insisted. Levi released endless majesty. A crimson world descended. The shadow of the crimson emperor dragon rose behind him to pierce the sky. The force dispersed the mass of fire energy. Scattered sparks recombined into a gigantic shape. Do not kill me. The creature pleaded. It had grown up here from a young age. Having reached level 8 peak, it had felt invincible. In its ignorance, it had never seen such terrifying power. Rest assured, I will not kill you, Levi said. Sign the elemental spirit contract, and I will take you away from here. All right, I will sign. The creature bowed its head. Levi secured the pact. It was a buy one get one free deal. Levi smiled at his new worker. He thought back on his journey. Fire elemental spirits had played crucial roles. Ace, Phoenix, Diabo, and now Ilos. They were a family. This fire element was not far from level 9. Levi planned to find a fire element-rich land to help it advance to the elemental dominator realm after leaving. In a certain sense, the elemental spirits scattered across the multidimensional plane were an invisible and enormous force. They possessed extremely high upper limits. The strongest was the fire sovereign. If he could pull this entity into the Nora camp and command all elemental spirits to assemble, they would form an army capable of sweeping across the multidimensional plane. Ilos, you are somewhat familiar with this place. Are there any obvious relics or temples here? Levi asked. Yes, the creature answered. If you continue deeper into the desert, I once saw a temple from afar with a terrifying aura. I did not dare to approach. I do not know what is inside. Levi smiled. It was surely the temple left by Sauron. Jin grew excited. The creature knew there were good things deeper in the desert. Urged by the little mouse, Levi transformed into a rainbow and departed. Endless sand stretched toward a towering brown temple. Amidst the light, Levi appeared. He gently pushed open the tightly closed door. A withered and decayed smell greeted him. A thick stone column struck like an arrow. Levi met the attack with a gentle palm. The stone pillar turned to powder. With another flash, he arrived in front of the culprit and grabbed her throat. It was a 12-winged angel in female form. Her features were beautiful and sacred. Her cheeks bore 2 tear marks. She was a heavenly goddess. Her beauty seemed pitiful. Who exactly are you? The angel choked out. I am angel leader Mariana under the Holy Mother. Your dirty hands desecrate the divine body. Do you know your sin? She had once been a peak level 9 entity. Even some weak gods in the forest of myriad phenomena showed her respect. Her power had fallen to level 9 middle stage. Still, someone of the same level should not have been able to catch her with a single move. This power was startling and extraordinary. The Mother of Earth. I just met her not long ago. Levi grinned. I like using dirty hands to touch your noble and sacred forbidden body. He twisted her neck. The angel leader shed bloody tears as she cursed the blasphemer. Crimson Emperor dragon flames erupted. Soon, the angel leader turned to ashes. Golden light emerged. Surprise widened Levi's eyes. A golden legend. Sauron, you are giving me a big surprise. He muttered. Just do not hit me with some nasty trick. He reached out to catch the golden light. He discovered the earthy yellow aura exuding rich creation life force. Earth Mother Chi Golden Legend. Level 10. Special Effect Everlasting. Everlasting. 1. Earth Mother Chi can catalyze the growth of plants and animals, making them more lush and healthy. It possesses the ability to seize the creation of heaven and earth. 2. Earth Mother Chi can nurture life force and spirituality. It brings new forms of life to barren places. 3. Being near Earth Mother Chi can heal injuries. Non-lethal injuries quickly recover in a short time. 4. Earth Mother Chi can automatically draw earth elemental power from the vast void, sculpt land, extend the boundaries of the continent, and accelerate the growth of the world. 5. Earth Mother Chi is a natural legendary artifact. Refining it can grant a corresponding legendary profession. Is it truly a level 10 divine item? Levi wondered. Excitement filled his heart. This trip to the ancient tower had yielded 2 divine items. He did not need to mention the remains of the Sakura ancestor. Their value rivaled that of supreme treasures. This Earth Mother Chi was even more heaven-defying. It possessed a multitude of effects related to the growth of all things. It was also a purely natural legendary artifact. This was the second encounter Levi had with such innate artifacts. The previous light candle should have been artificially refined by Sauron. The other innate artifact was the Dusk Spear. Of course, innate and acquired only distinguished the formation method of artifacts. They did not represent the quality or strength of the artifact. If the price paid was high, then the power of an acquired artifact would naturally not be weak. Like the light candle. With so many legendary artifacts, how should I choose? Levi felt troubled. Forget it. When the carriage reaches the mountain, there is sure to be a road. I will decide then. This Earth Mother Chi will not be refined temporarily. I will place it in the ancient Banyan Fairyland to accelerate the development of the fairyland. Mana, as the world tree, can also benefit from it. If I eventually decide I do not need this item, I will just give it to Mana to refine. That will help her progress further. Chapter 2831. Although having more legendary professions is always better, Levi needs to consider the success rate of advancement. He remains unsure whether he should refine them all. The Earth Mother Chi appears as a simple whiff of breath. In reality, it possesses extreme weight, perhaps even heavier than the 100,000 mountains combined. Only Levi, with his unparalleled divine power, can lift it. After Levi places it into the ancient Banyan Fairyland, the Mother Chi sinks into the earth and descends. It eventually reaches the core of the fairyland, which also serves as the base of the world tree of Mana. Levi, what are you doing under my feet? Mana appears, her expression twisted in disgust. Nothing. I put something good here for you. Levi smiles and points to the earthy yellow aura. What is this? Earth Mother Chi. Mana pauses, her eyes widening. I have heard of it before. They say it possesses the ability of creation. It is something the world trees dream of. Is it true? Yes. If I become useless in the future, I will let you refine it. Hee, thank you. Levi, you are so kind. Mana smiles, her surprise evident. Do not be too happy yet. If I still have use for it, it will not be yours. Levi speaks without mercy. I am happy anyway. As you wish. By the way, if anyone gets injured in the future, you only need to place them beside the Mother Chi. They will be healed swiftly. I can feel it. With this thing, the cell division and tissue growth in my body have accelerated. If I refine the divine tree power of that cherry blossom beast, I may reach the level 8 peak in a short time. Of course, Mana's short time could also take several hundred years. Levi has grown accustomed to that. He leaves the ancient Banyan Fairyland and continues exploring the temple. Convention suggests there should be secrets here, perhaps important artifacts. Soon enough, Levi finds a note from Sauron tucked into a pure white long dress hanging on a rack. Why does this dress look so familiar? It carries a slight womanly fragrance. This is not a treasure, just a piece of high-quality clothing. Levi suddenly remembers the Holy Mother, who recently descended. She seemed to wear one in the same style. Levi opens the note to check the contents. Earth's Holy Mother Maisha resides in the Holy Plain of the Thousand Hills countries. The divine kingdom lies behind the gate of all things. She is one of the oldest gods in the astral world. She masters most of the earth gods' authority, and plundered the authority of motherhood. She ranks among the powerful deities, although she is slightly lesser in power compared to the Heavenly Father. Under the Holy Mother are 7 subordinate gods, known as the Holy 7 Goddesses. Each is incredibly beautiful, and possesses mesmerizing features. Of course, their beauty pales in comparison to the Holy Mother. I clearly knew the Holy Mother's true form might just be a large insect spawned by the astral world, yet I am still amazed by her beauty. Perhaps this is a man's weakness. Just like I know that succubi are essentially insects spawned by the abyss, yet I still cannot resist their temptation. I naturally savor their flavor. Damn lust. Among the 7 deadly sins, why is it the only one I have no resistance to? Heroes fall for beauty. Sauron, dear Sauron, do be mindful. From today, abstain from indulgence. Be a man not ruled by desires below the belt. Be a man not defined by labels. The flavor of the Holy Mother is indeed extraordinary. I initially refused, but I discovered the Holy Mother and Heavenly Father seem to have had an affair. These 2 powerful deities once fused and through some way conceived the Divine Son. They intend to leverage their child to advance further, thereby eliminating their arch-enemies, the Blood-Fire Dominator and the Lord of Chaos. The astral world is truly amusing. Born from the same root, why be so relentless, eating each other, yet still remaining just insects? Is it an insect war? Following the principle of not letting the Heavenly Father have a pleasant time, after they fused and conceived, I quietly approached the Earth's Holy Mother. She was clothed in a pure white gown, so holy and beautiful that one would hesitate to sully it. Mrs. Misha, you would not want the child to perish prematurely, would you? With one sentence, I tasted the forbidden fruit of love. During the fusion, I checked the Divine Son's condition. The couple truly expended much effort. They discovered the mortal circle I had long sought, and refined it within the Divine Son. Since the Divine Son had already been conceived within the mother's body for an ancient age, the mortal circle was difficult to detach. I paid a heavy price to extract it. However, it left some traits of the mortal circle within the Divine Son's body. Oh right, I also took a wisp of Earth Mother Chi from the Divine Son's umbilical cord. The mortal circle is the Fate's ring, an unrefinable innate artifact, stemming from a primordial existence long fallen. Whoever possesses this ring can cause the life they encounter to be imbued with the essence of destiny, making them always captured by fate. No matter how many spaces and times they traverse, anyone who has been connected to the mortal circle's owner will always meet with the owner at the appropriate time and place. It is not a miracle, nor luck. It is the inescapable Fate's ring. Destiny as a ring. Whoever is caught, no matter how hard they try to escape, will only circle the mortal world and eventually meet the owner. What a wondrous yet malicious thing. Thankfully, with my current realm, I naturally cannot be captured. Because some traits of the mortal circle remain in the Divine Son's body, Lady Misha does not know I have already extracted this item. She also does not know that I have made some insignificant changes to the Divine Son. The Heavenly Father would not know that the holy light above his head has become an amusing green glow of love. Someday, the Divine Son will eventually be born, but he may not grow up. Poor child, most likely to be eaten by the snake. The primordial existence, who birthed the mortal circle, also produced another accompanying artifact. I named it the Eternal Ring. Based on my analysis and investigation, this artifact might have been devoured by a mythical creature that appeared in history, known as the Snake of the End. Unfortunately, in my era, there is no trace of such a creature. The time left for me is also running out. I will not look for it. Let it be. No one can be fully prepared. No task can be done perfectly. The universe is so vast. Good things are bound to be scattered in hidden corners unknown to me. Believe in the power of destiny in the mortal circle. Someday, these two rings will reunite. Signed, Sauron. Chapter 2832. The Easter egg ends abruptly here. Levi pondered the mortal circle, which is also recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items left by Sauron. The guide only briefly mentioned its involvement with the ethereal destiny and the flow of cause and effect, so Levi ignored it. Now that he looks at it, this mortal circle is truly impressive. Anyone who comes into contact with the ring's owner can be captured by the elusive power of destiny. No matter how hard the chosen one struggles, after traversing countless intersecting trajectories, they will eventually be brought to the ring owner's side. It is just like the movie Death Comes from a Past Life. The entire film featured no terrifying monsters or evil spirits. Those chosen by death always unintentionally triggered one unfortunate event after another, ultimately embracing death. So powerful. Levi felt deeply shocked. Judging from Sauron's tone, without reaching the supreme level 11, one cannot escape this power of destiny. The stronger the power, the better the fortune. One might survive chapter after chapter, while those of average power cannot survive beyond 3 chapters. The power of destiny of the mortal circle is merely an option, an anchor imposed on individuals who intersect with the ring's owner. Whether they are enemies or friends, they will be chosen. Theoretically, as long as one lives long enough, every chosen individual, who once appeared in the life of the ring's owner, will eventually, amidst the vast sea of people and the boundless universe, have an unexpected encounter with the owner. This is the closed loop of destiny. Is this the strength of the primordial spirit? These entities, born after the Big Bang, are unconventional beings similar to the 3,000 gods and demons in the creation of heaven and earth myth from a past life. They are entities that inherently embody the Tao and rules. Currently, after enduring so many epochs, very few primordial spirits remain. They have evolved to become an important part of the land of darkness. 2 in the astral world, 1 in the abyss, 1 in the nightmare, and 1 in the underworld. The other primordial spirits perished in the battle royale of the land of darkness, killed by their kind or other unknown disasters. The only remnants left are relics like the mortal circle. Wizards call them innate artifacts, treasures naturally capable of breaking through to level 10 and obtaining a legendary profession. These innate artifacts are not only useful for wizards to advance, but are also presumably useful for other powerful beings, gods, demons, and the like. The entities of the 4 great giants' worlds should also be secretly collecting these good things. Earth Mother Chi should also be the remnant of a primordial spirit, but its quality isn't considered great. Sauron didn't bother to dedicate more space to it in the Easter egg, focusing instead on introducing the mortal circle. There are truly many good things in the astral world. The primordial spark before was also obtained from the eternal fire. It is an item suspected to involve the supreme object of level 11, also a relic of a primordial spirit. Sauron seems to wander aimlessly across the multidimensional plane, but is actually collecting various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and primordial relics for future counterattack plans. Since the giants are all evolved from primordial existences, Sauron will use primordials to confront primordials. Unfortunately, human effort is limited. Given the influence of external factors, Sauron seems to be running out of time. with many primordial relics still scattered across the universe. As he said, perfect is impossible to achieve. One only needs to do their best for now and leave the rest to future generations to slowly complete. Levi thought of a question. The divine son Sauron mentioned in the Easter egg should be the one swallowed by the snake of the end. So, the grudge between this snake and the father and Holy Mother is not by chance. It is also due to the mortal circle trait carried by the divine son. In essence, the snake of the end is another form of primordial relic, the carrier of the eternal ring. These two rings are destined to meet. The ability of the eternal ring should be the snake of the end family's signature skill, predicting the trajectory of future events through a simulated manner repeatedly. Therefore, the snake of the end joining the Nora Council is also not accidental. Sauron's means are behind the scenes pushing the waves. This is also a wealth Sauron left for Nora. Among Sauron's numerous backups, Levi is included. Whether it is the Dark Ancient Tower or Sauron's four treasures, they can all prove it. The one who encounters the snake of the end is also himself. Something clicked in Levi's mind. After confirming there were no other treasures in the temple, Levi touched the white gauze dress exuding the scent of a woman. He took it away and sealed it up. This thing holds little use. He wants to keep this dress in case he ever meets the Holy Mother, to remind her of some scenes from a wife's past offenses. Maybe it could break the guard of the Holy Mother, making it easier to defeat her. Jin's cry broke the silence, repeating the squeaking sounds of the small creature. Let's go, great achievement. I declare you have defeated the hound. Levi praised Jin, and the creature beamed. In the last few days, Levi wandered around the ancient tower at will, harvesting a wind element sacred medicine, the windwing fruit. It was an unexpected joy. Nora Calendar 1618, Blood Battle 1506, Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi returned from the Dark Ancient Tower. Chapter 2833. He handed the sun refining artifact Bronze Holy Seat to Lord Victor for refinement, and gave the Divine Fire Blanket to the Holy Infant as a trump card. He also refined several fine special spiritual creatures himself. First, to complete the existing sequence. Second, to try his luck, hoping to create auxiliary spiritual creatures for farming, which would be greatly profitable, but unfortunately, it did not happen. Other oddities and rare treasures were placed in the organization's treasury. The Holy Infant, upon obtaining the Divine Fire Blanket, cherished it greatly. After refining it, his strength rose to a new level, making him nearly unbeatable below the 9th circle in actual combat. The cultivation progress of the three avatars was quite similar, and reaching 8-ring perfection was not far off. By then, they should have the capital to contend with the 9th circle. If the three avatars joined forces, slaying a 9th circle opponent would not be difficult. All three had a wizard tower, and each possessed different specialized abilities, complementing each other perfectly. Once they joined forces, they had no weaknesses, much like Levi. Lord Victor's current killing ability was sufficient to injure a level 9 expert, with the attack power of the Golden Star Sword Tower and the Golden Electric Sword being exceptional. After settling the seedlings he brought out, Levi temporarily stationed the Fiery Flame Devourer Iros at the Starfire Wizard Academy. It could serve as a guardian and provide conveniences for the teachers and students in weapon refinement and alchemy. Additionally, Levi contacted a grand wizard from the Burning Domain called Earth Fire Walker through the Blazing Star God Witch, who had an ideal level 9 Earth Fire land for Iros to grow and advance. Levi paid a friendly price of 20 billion ether stones as compensation. Tears filled Iros's eyes, as he had never imagined there could be others so kind to him in the world. He had no regrets about his father, the Divine Fire Blanket. On the spot, he acknowledged Levi as his godfather. After handling these tasks, Levi entered the Tower of Summer Flowers to wake Elena from her seclusion. I brought you something good. He led out the cherry blossom beast, whose antlers, resembling sakura trees, had been cut. Mana hugged the antlers, refining the divine tree power within. Elena stared at the creature in disbelief. Is this the cherry blossom beast? Yes, it is perfect as your mount. Isn't it beautiful? Levi smiled. Beautiful. Elena gently brushed her slender jade hand over the deer's head. With the aid of the cherry blossom beast and the immortal banyan dragon, you should quickly catch up to the first generation of blood knights. Hang in there. Levi patted her shoulder. All right, thank you very much. Gratitude surged through Elena. On the wizard road, finding a good companion could indeed change destiny. Without Levi, despite her genius, her upper limit might have been just the 8th circle. Aspiring for the 9th circle would be extremely difficult. Now she imagined her future as a legendary wizard. After the customary celebration, she returned to the wizard tower to continue her seclusion. An increasingly busy period followed, with wizards, the energy sect, and knights all striving towards higher realms, preparing for the nightmare invasion and the abyss blood battle. Upon returning, Levi also heard about Triss's achievements as a pharmacist. Impressive, being involved in 3 epic-making projects. If Madame can become legendary, she will surely be the medicine god of the Nora new era. Opening the communication device, there was a message from Triss sent before her seclusion. Balance cleared. Just so you know, it feels so good to be debt-free. It seemed Triss had earned a lot of money recently. Her dream of becoming a rich woman took another step forward. Everyone remained busy for their future, and Levi returned to the fairyland to start his own seclusion practice. 2 years later, in the year 1620 of the Nora calendar, the Soren continent, Weird City. In front of Gargamel, the ancient book opened to the latest page. The previously blank space now revealed a green mist sea map. If looked at closely, the misty sea was still writhing, filled with billions of poisons, pursuing shadows. In the upper right corner of the page, lines of characters appeared. It was the Sealing Demon catalog. The number was 10-1. The name was Poison Smoke Lady. The abilities included Control Poison, Undying, and Fast Reproduction. The source was Layer 304 of the Abyss. The sealing period was indefinite. Finally refined this demon. Gargamel breathed a sigh of relief. His legendary profession, Sealing Demon Book Master, was equivalent to a god-level hidden profession for summoning-style wizards who had advanced from the School of Death. It allowed him to refine defeated demons into his legendary Witch Prime Minister Ancient Book of 10,000 Demons. Each additional demon increased the power of the witch form and allowed him to summon demon projections with half the power of the original demon for battle. Previously, his Ancient Book of 10,000 Demons' strongest assets were 10 level 9 demon projections. Against level 10 opponents, they would mostly play a supporting role. In the battle with the Poison Smoke Lady, had it not been for the Death Knight and Levi holding her back and causing immense damage, he would not have stood a chance in his first legendary encounter. As a summoning-style wizard, he did not have any usable level 10 summoned creatures. But it was different now. He acquired the first initial level 10 summoned creature, upgrading his capabilities significantly, and he would be more composed in future battles against level 10 opponents. Next, he could snowball, refining a second or even a third level 10 demon into the Ancient Book, provided it remained within his spiritual force to suppress. His strength would grow swiftly. Thus, Edmund valued him highly because his path was quite extreme, born for demon hunting. If, one day, the Abyss were truly eradicated, he might become obsolete from a T1 version of a legendary profession to something less significant. However, Gargamel had no regrets. If indeed, there were no demons in the world, would that not be better? Chapter 2834. Refining demons below level 9 is fine, as Gargamel's spiritual force is sufficient to support a large number. If he refines too many above level 10, exceeding his current cultivation maximum, the sealed demons will inevitably retaliate, causing him to lose control. With his current 10th circle ordinary realm, he can seal up to 3 level 10 demons. After reaching 10 ring senior status, that number might increase to around 6. 10 ring perfection can reach 9, and under extreme circumstances, he should be able to seal 10. At each stage, the number of sealed demons should not exceed his own minor realm. Going higher may lead to retaliation. The most impressive part is that he can selectively seal 10 different demons with distinct abilities, forming a perfect combination. The effect of this is greater than a simple 1+1. Hence, Gargamel holds significant importance in the blood battle. The potential of this path is very high. If he successfully reaches 10 ring perfection, he could sufficiently alter the situation of the blood battle on a small scale. Currently, among the 16 seats of legendary wizards in the Supreme Council, 3 have abilities related to summoning. The first is Hand of Netherworld Prison, with 10 ring senior cultivation. His legendary profession is the Time Tomb Keeper. His summoned creatures are the heroic spirits cultivated within the demiplane known as the Heroic Spirit Homeland. During the period of total war, he deployed 2 level 10 heroic spirits. The second is Hand of Creation, Rolling, with 10 ring ordinary cultivation. Her legendary profession, the Life Mother Tree, can create monsters. In her demiplane, there are many level 9 monsters she created, such as 12-winged goose angels, frog princesses, and mushroom princes. So far, Rolling has not revealed any level 10 monsters. Perhaps the promotion has been short and the foundation is still shallow. Rolling is not very adept at frontal combat. Her primary responsibilities and roles within the Congress are research, leading numerous major projects. A month later, on ancient Dragon Continent, the 6 holy heavens vibrated. Levi sensed the momentum of an 8-circle perfection rising from below the witch's family. He felt sincerely happy for Madame Triss. 8-circle perfection means the 9th circle is not far away. In the witch's family, on the Klein crystal ball, the data showed 22,000 points. Triss wiped the sweat from her forehead, rejoicing alone in the wizard tower. 2,640 years, 8-circle perfection. Triss, it has not been easy, she murmured to herself, her tone reflective. At the current pace, before 3,000 years, she expects to step into the long-dreamed 9th circle realm, and thus start a new phase. She wants to pursue the legendary. Having taken the 1,000-year potion, she still has more than 4,000 years of lifespan remaining. With enough effort and a little bit of luck, there is still hope. She knows that the difficulty of promoting to legendary status may be greater than before reaching the 9th circle, and she has prepared herself psychologically. She decided to do her best and leave the rest to destiny. As she thought this, a mighty water god projection appeared in the void. Under her feet was a giant blue stingray, the Skywater Stingray. She also had the projections and oddities belonging to the Water God series. Now her Water God series completion is 4/7, the Sea Emperor series is 4/5, the Sea God series is 5/6, the 5 Poison series is perfection, and the Water King series is perfection. She possesses the Water God body and Sea God body as her 2 Radiant Sun talents. These are her confidence in advancing to the 9th circle. Keep up the effort to become the #1 medicine god and poison pharmacist of Nora, she encouraged herself. She deeply understands that her talent is not exactly top level. The fact that she has come this far is largely thanks to Levi's support, as well as help from the Black Abyss Sovereign, Lucy, and several predecessors. Especially the Water God's Tear, refined by the Thousand Mountains Immortal specifically for her. This favor is heavier than Mount Tai. Joyful events continued to happen. 6 months later, in Gonda City, Victor also achieved 8-circle perfection. The oddity known as the Bronze Holy Seat he refined increased his spirit force by 900 points, birthing a new Radiant Sun talent called the Bronze Heart. This took his already excellent talent to the next level, even higher than the supernova average, nearing the legendary reincarnation standard. In terms of actual combat ability, Victor is not inferior to the latter. Not everyone has divine artifacts like the Golden Electric Sword Grass. Additionally, he birthed a defensive companion spirit named the Bronze King Armor, similar to the Silver King Sword Armor, which can be worn externally. This greatly enhanced Victor's survival ability, allowing him to pursue extreme slaughter with confidence. Gondaf, the Holy Infant, and the others are not far from 8-circle perfection either. It will not be long before Levi's 3 duplications can all step into the 9-ring era and engage in the civil war among the high echelons. 2 years later, a legendary figure descended onto the ancient dragon continent. Levi felt the aura and came to greet the visitor. "Long time no see, Mr. Gargamel," Levi said with a warm smile. "Levi, I have refined that poison smoke lady into my wizard form. Inside her, I discovered the core of the abyss, called the Heart of Thousand Poisons. I heard you are delving into spells of the poisonous faction, and this item might be useful to you," Gargamel replied. He handed over a dark green crystal. It was vast, deep, and mysterious, with countless poisonous anomalies swirling around it, proving its extraordinary nature. "Then I will accept it without reservation, thank you," Levi said as he took the crystal. "Now that I have become legendary, next I will be waiting for you at the Supreme Council," Gargamel said. "I will work hard for that," Levi promised. After sending off Gargamel, Levi went to the invisible heaven for enlightenment. The power of the Black Emperor Dragon itself touches on the poisonous domain, aiding him in the study of poisonous spells. Chapter 2835. Levi removed the Heart of Thousand Poisons. This served as the most valuable part of the Poison Smoke Lady, an excellent material for refining divine medicine, supreme treasures, and wizard tools. The object differed from the usual quality of the core of the abyss. From the perspective of a wizard, countless mysterious runes and knowledge flowed on the surface, pointing directly to the core of the poison domain. As long as Levi continued to research, gains would certainly follow. Many demons in the abyss specialized in poison. Intelligence obtained from the heavenly will indicated that among the level 10s that besieged him, the Master of 10,000 Poisons from the 502nd layer, and the Dark Spider Queen from the 659th layer both excelled in this area. Once he ventured into the abyss in the future, he would capture and study them carefully. 10 years passed. It was the year 1632 of the Nora calendar, and 1520 of the Blood Battle. The Centennial Blood Battle auction arrived once again on the ancient dragon continent. Elena shouted through the communicator immediately after her breakthrough. "Auction squad, assemble." 3 years ago, her candle dragon breathing method advanced to the level 7 late stage. 1 year ago, the Spirit Sect path also made a breakthrough. This retreat provided fruitful results. Triss arrived shortly with Windwalker Lisa. Elena looked pleasantly surprised. "You have reached 8-ring perfection. Congratulations, congratulations. You should be close too." "Not me. I have been busy with breakthroughs in the Night and Energy Sect paths. I might be the last one to reach 8-ring perfection again." Elena looked at the Windwalker and smiled. "Congratulations to Lisa on reaching the 7th circle." The Windwalker smiled and nodded. "Thank you, madam. I just made a breakthrough and wanted to visit the auction and meet my teacher along the way." Her teacher, the Wind Witch, currently served on the Sorn continent. "All right, see who else wants to go. We will go together." Elena enjoyed lively occasions. Many women from the ancient dragon continent gathered, mostly witches. The items at the Blood Battle auction primarily addressed the needs of wizards. Those seeking items for alien races or knights participated in the White Dragon auction instead. The Snow Lotus Witch, who advanced to 8 rings, arrived. The 8-ring Cat Witch joined as well, along with others like Supernova Sappha. All of them possessed much greater strength now. "Everyone is here. Let us depart." Led by Elena, a group of vibrant witches stepped through the teleportation portal. Inside the Emperor's palace, Levi sent a message to Elena. "Do not forget my dark treasure map." "I know." Levi planned to embark on a distant journey shortly. Although his realm had advanced and his perspective had sharpened, opening treasure maps and blind boxes remained one of his few joys. Years of dedicated research allowed the spells of the poisonous faction to take shape. The magic sequence started with the first circle Plague Touch and reached the 8th-circle magic Poison Acid Rain. Levi consulted Triss for knowledge of poison to integrate into these spells, much like he did with magic Poison Acid Rain. When unleashed, it formed a large area of acid rain clouds. This could erode most life forms and yielded the best effects on demons. Because the magic poison combined with the demonic aura, it formed a living dead poison. The living dead poison possessed a 7-day effective transmission period. It triggered and amplified the chaotic nature already existing within demons, causing them to lose control during this period. Any infected demon, even if dead, became an undead demon corpse. It launched indiscriminate attacks on anyone, including demon allies. Those with poor physiques caught the infection easily. 1 spread to 10, then 10 to 100. 7 days proved enough to cause chaos within the lower ranks of the demon army. Of course, such magic poison had little effect on demon lords. It served as a spell developed against cannon fodder. Furthermore, the survival period of the living dead poison lasted only 7 days. Once the demons reacted, the spread should be quickly curbed. Even so, it caused considerable trouble to the Abyss. With Levi's support, the poisonous faction on the ancient dragon continent developed well over the years, and 3 primordial soul wizards emerged. He passed down this magic sequence, striving to apply it in practical battle soon. He wanted to give demons a shock similar to a Resident Evil movie. As for Ninth Circle spells, he had not decided yet. The development direction would certainly remain in the realm of spreading plague viruses, as such spells benefited the Civil War. The group returned from the blood battle auction, and every woman looked refreshed. No matter the universe, people always felt passionate about shopping. Levi gained 8 more dark treasure maps. Adding those from the White Dragon auction and other channels, he now possessed 36 maps. After 2 confrontations with level 10s, Levi gained confidence in his strength. He planned to begin his far-reaching journey, targeting the Nellarian civilization. With his speed, he could complete this journey within a century. He recently attended a meeting at the Nightmare Command Center. Multiple simulations by the Snake of the End, combined with astrological assistance from many legendary wizards, preliminarily determined that no large-scale war would break out in Nora within 100 years. This aligned with the current situation. First, the Abyss and Nightmare mutually tried to outwit each other. Second, they remained in the recruitment phase. However, small-scale exploratory wars would occur next. With the current power of Nora, even without his presence, the others could cope. No matter how strong he became, he remained at level 9. Edmund currently served as the core backbone of this stage. Levi trusted the simulation ability of the Snake of the End. The Snake of the End itself might not know where its abilities originated, but Levi knew. It sourced from the powerful primordial spirit. Moreover, after devouring the Divine Sun, the Snake of the End not only possessed the Eternal Ring, but also retained a small portion of Mortal Circle traits. Chapter 2836. The Descent of the Ring, Sailing Far Afield. Wizard starting with the Knight's Breathing method. This is definitely a cheat snake. Trusting it is the right choice. Supreme Council. More than 20 strong figures listened intently to Levi's report on the Nellarian civilization. Edmund closed his eyes until Levi finished speaking. Edmund spoke with solemnity. As it stands now, the Beastmaster civilization is not in an optimistic situation. Although the demons have temporarily ceased war on our side, victory is predominant on other battlefields. We must implement a rescue plan soon and inquire whether the 2 civilization leaders wish to integrate with Nora. If we succeed, the wizard civilization, especially the School of Spiritualism, will usher an unprecedented development. Rowling offered her response. Indeed, since taking over the School of Spiritualism, I have discovered numerous issues, but we started relatively late. Even for me, it is difficult to resolve them in a short period. The Nellarian civilization has developed the way of Beast Tamer to its peak, offering many valuable insights. The legendary wizards expressed their views on allowing the Beastmaster civilization's integration, all in support. It just depends on whether the other party is willing. With such a large civilization, Nora cannot force integration. Doing so would attract more enemies, and provide the council of 10,000 clans with leverage and excuses, ruining the good image the wizards painstakingly built within the Panplane. The barbarian lords had no opinion and agreed as well. There are numerous giant beasts on Heaven Continent that would benefit from learning some beast taming techniques, aiding in the development of barbarian tribes. The Heavenly Will, knowledgeable and experienced, recalled the past. I once visited a Beastmaster civilization during the Ancient Age, which was not called Nellarian back then, and the strongest was only level 9. Unexpectedly, they have now developed to level 10. However, if we are to go there, caution is necessary. Although Nora is currently a super civilization, second only to the 4 great giants, there are numerous large civilizations with several level 10 strongmen outside the Panplane. Among them, the Golden Sacred Realm is a regional overlord level power, stronger than my tribe's peak state. In my early days, I crossed paths with the Golden Will, the master of the Golden Sacred Realm, and in the end, I was regretfully defeated. This entity is the earliest offspring of the Origin Divine Tree, the Golden Ancient Tree. I was born during the Ancient Era, yet it appeared even earlier at the end of the Ancient Epic, likely inheriting much of the Origin Will's strength. I suspect it has half a foot into level 11. If ranked among the Panplane's tops, it might rival the Fire Sovereign and Void Holy Seedhera. A powerful dragon should not provoke a local snake. Our emissaries should avoid conflict with such civilizations when visiting Nellarian. A stir rose in Levi's heart. This Golden Sacred Realm is even more formidable than he imagined. Of course, having survived from ancient to ancient, near ancient, and now, even a pig could become immortal, much less a divine tree. Edmund offered a smile. Many thanks to the barbarian ancestor for the intelligence. Levi is one candidate for the delegation to Nellarian. He is familiar with the route, has respectable strength, and ample understanding of the situation. Additionally, I plan to assign another level 10 to handle negotiations. No matter how talented Levi is, sending a level 9 to handle such negotiations shows disrespect. At least it should be peer level. The Frost Witch added her perspective. Moreover, Nellarian is far from Nora, and the world itself is vast. Conventional starlinking methods are inefficacious, requiring legendary wizard assistance. She desired to join the delegation. But she, Edmund, and the Heavenly will are Nora's three pillars, each capable of countering late stage to peak level 10, and thus cannot leave. The Black Abyss Sovereign, survivor of the vast sea, Blazing Star God Witch, and others are tied up with important matters in Nora. Gargamel, though recently ascending, remains a key figure against the demons, and dare not leave casually. People like the Lady of Thunder, Mr. Silver, and the Wind Empress are unfamiliar with beast taming. The rough barbarians are less suited for the task. Thus, everyone looked toward a blonde, white-robed witch in the corner. Rolling offered a smile. If no one objects, I will go. Firstly, I supervise the school of spiritualism. Secondly, though I lack beast mastery, I am fairly knowledgeable in various transcendent creature knowledge. Thirdly, I am not skilled in direct combat. Should war break out in Nora after I leave, the impact will be relatively minimal. Edmund surveyed the group, and nobody had objections. All right, Lady Rolling will go. We seek cooperation, so try to avoid conflict with others, and always remember that your own safety comes first. No matter whom he went with, Levi was willing. Rolling was better, as they had been neighbors for years. Thank you all for trusting me. I will start preparing. Edmund offered a slight nod. Meeting adjourned. 3 years later. Nora year 1635. Blood Battle 1523. Dusk Holy Temple, Jade Elephant Knight Mansion. Haha, I have a son. The Jade Elephant Knight was laughing with joy, holding a little boy. He had 2 previous children, both daughters, and due to traditional thoughts from a previous era, always felt it was not perfect enough. On the bed, a middle-aged beautiful woman was sweaty yet smiling as she watched the father and son. Natasha gazed at the father and son with gratification. She was Heartmoon Spirit Witch Natasha. Once unknown early on, she diligently practiced and researched, ultimately becoming the first primordial soul wizard at Dream Academy, on Ancient Dragon Continent. Chapter 2837. Natasha received the focused attention of Levi. Under the policy tilt of the organization, and support for the School of Dreams, her development progressed smoothly. She currently serves as a 7-circle wizard, and maintains her role as the leader of the academy. During this period, she did not delay her personal matters. She became partners with the Jade Elephant Knight. They support each other with great joy. The Jade Elephant Knight beamed. I am going to test the talent of the child. Whether it is wizardry, arcane, or the energy sect, I will test them all. This child possessed something extraordinary. The Jade Elephant Knight returned a while later. His eyes shone with enthusiasm. Blumen actually possesses a special talent in the energy sect. He holds the Spring Thunder Silent. I knew this child was extraordinary, with the potential of a top-level strongman. Among the mainstream transcendent paths on the Ancient Dragon Continent, special talents in the energy sect remain the rarest. Very few individuals are born with them. Natasha smiled. That is good. The energy sect has developed well these years. Blumen can engage in dual cultivation of the night and the path of the energy sect in the future. You can ask Emperor Mew to accept Blumen as his disciple. It is a win-win. Did he not want a disciple? The knight nodded. All right. I will go find Emperor Mew. Levi prepared for a distant journey in the Imperial Palace. He received the news and breathed a sigh of relief. Great. The last child of the energy sect has also arrived. If nothing extraordinary happens during this period, then the 5 Thunder mysterious robe will likely belong to Blumen. Elena appeared in the room. Are you going on a distant journey again? Levi turned to her. Yes. I will definitely be back within 100 years. Be safe, she said. Keep in touch with the round table. All right. If there is a nightmare invasion, contact the Daydreamer immediately. I have already informed them, and the legendary wizard will pay special attention to our Ancient Dragon Continent. Elena nodded. Levi and Elena celebrated their time together before his departure. A full month of passion followed. Afterward, Elena lay on the bed, her body disheveled. Her face flushed. She pouted. You never forget this, even before a journey. Really? Levi donned his armor. He adjusted his appearance and looked at her solemnly. Work hard on your cultivation. I hope when I return, you have reached 8-ring perfection. By the way, inside this ring, I have prepared a sun-refining artifact for you. It is called River Heart. You can refine it when you feel the time is right. Elena stared at the ring. How did you refine an oddity again? What do you mean again? Levi asked. Do not think I do not know that the last one was refined. The cost of doing this is too great. You have not ascended to legendary status. You should refine less. I heard there is an ancient grand wizard who accidentally exhausted his lifespan refining oddities. This one really is not. I exchanged it with war merit at the Blood Battle Command Center. Do not forget, I hunted so many level 9 demons. I have more war merit than I know how to spend. Do not worry about it. I am leaving. Come back early, she warned. Do not stray too far from Lady Rolling in unfamiliar places. Do not worry, Levi replied. Levi looked at the figure standing by the Tower of Summer Flowers. She disappeared into the high heavens. He did not lie to Elena this time. The sun-refining artifact was indeed exchanged. In the 3rd comprehensive blood battle, he gained massive level 9 battle merit. However, with his realm and strength, he could not exchange for anything very useful, so he had not used much. He also knew the difficulties faced by the Great Council President Amon and the legendary figures. He possessed the Dark Ancient Tower, and he did not feel inclined to monopolize too many resources. Even with the ample foundation of the Congress, there were not many sun refining artifacts available to sustain thousands of years for the blood battle. The vast majority were refined at a cost by the legendary wizards. The care given by the legendary seniors could not be measured in war merit, especially the bloodline crystals he needed to ascend to supermyth. Level 10 strongmen coveted those. The most important factor in his constant change of mindset over the years might be the gradual understanding and comprehension of the actions of Sauron. Fighting against the heavens is infinitely enjoyable. In this universe, the 4 great giants and the land of darkness represent the heavens. Leading a group, a civilization, to compete and confront the heavens is an exciting yet interesting endeavor. It also brings the pleasure of becoming stronger. In the land of darkness, Rowling stood dressed in a white robe, her golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her gaze seemed profound. Have you said your goodbyes, Levi? Levi nodded. Thank you, lady. It is nothing. It is all for Nora. Rowling looked into the distance. She spoke solemnly. President Edmund specifically instructed me that if there is a chance midway to strike the Council of 10,000 clans, do not miss. If there is a civilization about to be contributed to by demons, we can also step in to save them. However, all these actions should mainly be led by you, as a training for you. I will mainly back you up, to prevent you from being bullied by level 10 warriors. As a legendary wizard, if she acted against the Council of 10,000 clans now, it might drive the group of Amethyst Saints to desperation. Currently, Edmund and others need to focus completely on the Abyss and Nightmare. They are unable to manage those clowns. I understand, Levi said. With the Council of 10,000 clans collapsing, we can indeed seize this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. I know many of their strongholds. Levi thought of the Bloodfire 18 generals. Every single one is a super jackpot. With his current strength, he can even contend with the Holy War Army Master. If he sees any general, he slays one. He remains undefeated by anyone. He also thought of the Purple Crystal 7 Kings. They are all top-grade treasures. Everyone needs this for their wizard towers. If there is a chance, he will seize them all. With Rolling around, his life remained secure. He just needed to go all out. Rolling looked at the stars overhead. By the way, can you travel across the Star Realm Ruined Sea? I can, Levi replied. Do you want to come inside my demiplane? I can take you. I should be able to keep up with the senior, Levi said. Besides, I have a 9-level treasure specifically for traveling across the Star Realm Ruined Sea. It is quite fast. Levi mused that his current speed would not be inferior to the legendary wizards. Rolling appeared slightly surprised, then she smiled. All right. I am just worrying needlessly. You are a level 9 warrior who dares to kill level 10 warriors. Since you have an oddity, let us take the ship. Legendary wizards all master the Sauron star travel. They are capable of navigating the seas, fast and even reaching the divine dwellings within the astral world. Levi waved his hand. He revealed the silver ship, the Aid the Vast Sea. Rolling looked at the inscription on it. She laughed. This is Sauron's right. Yes. Then I am even more assured. A phantom of a drunken swordsman opened the cabin door. Tabe number 1, ready to serve you. Lady, please enter, Levi said. He gentlemanly invited Rolling into the cabin. After a brief chat, the two each found a secret room to begin their cultivation and research. Both were dedicated. The Rainbow Sword Master looked into deep space. He steered the ship into the ruined sea. Tabe number 1 stood at the ship's bow. He could not help but recite. In time, the long wind will break the waves, and I will hang the sails and aid the vast sea. Chapter 2838. Maya joins the team. The origin of the nest. A month later, starlight rippled. The sea of ruins stretched infinitely. Silvery light sometimes pierced through clouds and mist. Sometimes it rode the wind and waves. The surrounding scenery changed constantly. Various rare birds and exotic beasts, naturally adept at traversing the astral world, flew past the spaceship. Some of them noticed the little ship. They glanced out of curiosity before losing interest and moving on. Inside secret room number 1, Levi gazed out at the newly discovered species. He recorded its appearance, then added it to his magical creatures atlas. Unknowingly, the transcendent creatures he personally discovered and documented numbered over 1,000. The universe is vast and boundless. He sighed. A bell rang from outside the door. Rolling walked in. She asked, I hope I am not interrupting your cultivation. Levi smiled. He said, I was not cultivating. I was observing Star Realm creatures. That is good to hear. I have always heard Elena and the others say that you have been intensely cultivating without rest for over 2,000 years. It seems you have now learned to enjoy life. Yes, life is short. There is no need to rush too much. If you have the time, can you tell me more about the situation with Nelorion and our travel arrangements this time? Sure, I will call Ritter. Soon, Ritter arrived from his seclusion room. The purple lightning heart ape transformed into a small monkey form. It lay cutely on his shoulder. Both intrigued by the silver spaceship, the man and the monkey spent these days roaming around. They marveled at how Nora's shipbuilding skills far surpassed Nelorian's. The three discussed in detail the circumstances of the Beast Master civilization and how to respond if they refused an invitation. Regarding the travel plans, Levi planned to first visit the Floor Realm to check on the Spider King and Little Row. Then, he would proceed straight ahead. Along the way, if they passed by the vicinity of the Dark Treasure map or the Council of 10,000 Clans stronghold, they would take advantage of it. If it was too far, they would not deliberately detour. Levi intended to replicate the treasure map. He would give a copy to the Spider King to have its subordinates slowly search, saving his own time. The meeting ended. Rowling was about to return to her room. She perceived something. She gazed out the window. Levi did the same. His expression turned solemn. In the far distance, golden rays spread. Invisible battle fluctuations swept over. The array on the surface of the vast sea easily blocked them. Two beams of white light and a golden light intertwined. Nebulae churned. The sea stirred up giant waves. It was extremely shocking. A clear and loud bird call echoed through the sky. A colossal golden-winged bird with a wingspan of 3,000 jong appeared. It tore the void with eagle claws. It created a storm with feather blades. Legendary creature Maya. Opposite it were two angelic figures. They possessed bird heads and human bodies. Both sported 12 wings on their backs. One held a hooked scythe. The other wielded a chain. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Becoming the mount of our great angel commander is your honor and blessing. When your lifespan runs out, we can conduct a divine enthronement ceremony for you. You will become an angel like us and enjoy eternal life. Isn't it wonderful? An angel with a head resembling a penguin said this. The other crane-headed angel also said, you claim to be the Sky King, the god of 10,000 eagles, but you are just a disgrace to yourself. Since ancient times, our Lord, the Sky God, and the God of birds, has been the only Sky God. You were born a bird. You are naturally a follower of our Lord. Do not make meaningless struggles. Maya replied coldly, I have lived peacefully for 20,000 years. I have no interest in joining the divine kingdom. I do not need such eternal life. The two angels sighed slightly. Stubborn. They combined their efforts. They created a ferocious divine art. It formed a storm vortex covering nearly 10,000 miles. Maya was engulfed. She was unable to escape. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through. It charged into the vortex. The two angels did not see clearly. They felt a terrifying force disperse the storm. The vortex lost its momentum. It gradually subsided. Maya was nowhere to be seen. The two angels looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Who was that just now? Could it have been a god intervening? Damn. Do they not know this is our Lord's divine domain? Now that Maya has escaped, what should we do? Report truthfully. Let our Lord handle it. Inside the cabin, the golden giant bird opened its eyes. A man and a woman stood before it. Its eyes shifted slightly. It looked at the black armored swordsman. It looked incredulous. It is you. Levi smiled. He said, long time no see. This Maya was the very one he encountered during his first astral journey. Back then, Levi was only a sixth circle wizard. He dared only to observe from afar and not approach. That Maya had even dropped a feather before Levi. He did not dare pick it up. The feather was eventually found by the Spider King and returned to Levi. Levi refined it into the divine weapon, Wind Thunder Wings. Times have changed. His realm was now on par with this level 9 middle stage Maya. His strength far surpassed it. I never expected it would be you who saved me. Levi infused the power of the Green Emperor Dragon. Maya's bodily injuries healed visibly. It expressed gratitude while marveling. Once almost fully recovered, Maya transformed into a mature blonde woman clad in golden armor. She retained a radiant yet valiant appearance. Thank you, both of you. Rowling looked at Maya. She asked, why were those two angels chasing you just now? Maya explained her situation in detail. Chapter 2839. Hearing about the sky and birds god, Rowling pondered. So it is him, then it is fine. The Star Realm Atlas records that Dennis, the sky and birds god, holds some innate wind divine authority and acquired bird divine authority. He resides in the star wilderness and is a weak divine power user. For the gods, innate divine authority is crucial to their strength. Thus, they generally categorize strength based on the amount of innate divine authority mastered. Acquired divine authority, being born later, tends to be weaker in general. Many elemental-related innate divine authorities, like earth, fire, wind, and water, have long been fragmented, divided, and consumed by the gods. Mastering more than 50% can be deemed absolute divine authority. This means having absolute say and strength in this domain. It is akin to a major shareholder, who owns more than 50% of the company shares. Generally speaking, as long as the years are enough, the land of faith abundant, and the divine power sufficient, its upper limit is mighty godhood. Like the Heavenly Father and Mother of Earth among the 7 orthodox gods, all have over 50%. The more, the stronger. But so far, no god can master 100% of an innate divine authority. Only the star ancestor and his incarnations can fully master an entire innate divine authority. Those who master about 10 to 20% of innate divine authority are called partial divine authority. They generally have an upper limit of intermediate divine power users. Those with 1 to 10% have some divine authority. It is better than nothing, with an upper limit of weak divine power users. Those who only master 1% as a weak god comprise a significant proportion in the astral world. Their strength is the lowest of all level 10 beings. Even a level 10 lord, before the 200th layer of the abyss, is stronger than them. A legendary wizard can kill them easily. Those below 1% are widely distributed among the great angel groups under each god. However, based on the principle that even the smallest portion is still divine authority, these angels and demigods habitually call themselves gods. Their traces of divine authority are actually shares from each main god, that can be redeemed or retrieved at will. So, from the star ancestor to the angels, these massive groups use divine authority to structure the astral world as a giant publicly listed company. There is an absolute controller, the star ancestor, residing at the core. Other major shareholders and minor shareholders live in the outer layers by sequence. Oh, and a group of investors are constantly harvested for the power of faith. They are not in the same world as the shareholders, existing solely to be turned into the god's divine power. Dennis is an inconspicuous weak god. He does not have any significant connections or background. He lives in the star wilderness, tending to his own little domain. That is why Rowling said it is fine. Currently, Nora is not fit to feud with the astral world, but she knows Levi must have his reasons for saving Maya, so she did not stop him. Seeing Maya was female surprised Levi a bit. Both he and the Blood Knight have some connection to her. Levi asked, "You have already feuded with the Sky God. What are your plans now?" Maya hesitated. Her expression changed several times before she lowered her head. "You saved me, my lord. I cannot just leave without paying back. I wish to stay by your side to repay your kindness. I hope you will take me in." "Are you sure?" Levi asked. His heart was glad. He saved Maya precisely to keep her. Maya, as part of his White Emperor dragon bloodline, although not a dragon, was perfect for his bloodline essence needs. He still lacked endurance type and physique type level 9 secret medicine. "I am sure." Maya's gaze was firm. The first time she sensed her own bloodline within Levi, she had intended to get to know and investigate him. 2,000 years of planar travel granted her knowledge and vision far beyond other legendary creatures. She instantly recognized Levi as extraordinary. This one has the potential for level 10. Thus, she deliberately left behind a key golden feather, hoping to make a good impression on Levi. After he reached level 9, she learned much about his deeds during her travels, confirming she was not wrong. Recently, she had heard Nora was recruiting. Even legendary creatures could become Congress members in this super civilization, so she decided to pledge allegiance. An unexpected incident occurred near Nora, but fortunately, her fate was not to die there. Destiny brought her to meet Levi again, leading to today's scene. Levi smiled. "There is no need to repay me. You can stay with me for now. We are about to go on a journey. Your knowledge might come in handy. After it is over, you can return to Nora with me. This is Lady Rowling of the Supreme Council." Maya promptly and meekly replied, "Thank you, my lady." Rowling nodded with a smile. She finally understood why Levi could tame so many giant dragons and legendary creatures. Dennis' divine country. The two angels flew before their master, desperate to explain the loss. "Main god, it is a disaster. During our patrol we encountered a Maya. We intended to capture it as your steed, but someone intercepted us halfway. Main god, it is all our fault. Please find out who is so blind and punish them." A man with a gloomy face sat upon a throne. He was part human, part bird, resembling a vulture. His bald head turned cold. He waved his divine robe and immediately began his divine arts. This area was all within his divine domain. As the god of birds, he excelled at perception. He became enveloped by divine light. His narrow vulture-like eyes emitted a green light, revealing a scene before him. Chapter 2840. Maya joins the team. The origin of the nest. A vague silhouette, just barely discernible as a black armored swordsman, shot into the storm vortex like light. He casually shattered the divine arts wind prison cast by the two angels, rescuing Maya. Dennis's eyes narrowed. He was a weak wild god on the fringe of the astral world. Because of his followers in the belief land, he remained quite well informed. He had naturally heard of the Dusk Palace Master's exploits. Whether it was slaying level 9 entities, or assembling to kill level 10 beings, he knew all of it. Dennis understood that this being, regardless of his future potential to become a world-shaking figure, remained someone he could not afford to provoke. As a small figure in the astral world, surviving until now, he naturally understood the path of following the heart. Although the astral world is a giant, throughout history, some weak god who lacks strength and keeps jumping around the multidimensional plane is the easiest to fall. Those legendary figures often become renowned for slaying gods with a level 9 body, and those strong gods born since ancient times would not care about the life or death of weak gods at all. In fact, if it were not for the restraint of the star ancestor, the enemies these weak gods had to worry about the most were not demons, nor the nightmare monarch, but the indigenous great gods of the Thousand Hills countries. Dennis was not born on the astral world. He practiced the faith path in the multidimensional plane and ascended. The journey was incredibly difficult. Among the weak gods of the astral world, there were quite a few like him, often called lower gods by those indigenous great gods. That term meant those who ascend from the lower realm. The corresponding concept is upper gods. Lower gods basically rely on some acquired divine authority to get started, always being plundered and divided by the indigenous great gods of the astral world. For them, if they could acquire a trace of innate divine authority, they would be extremely joyful. Thus, the astral world is a besieged city. Before entering, everyone thought it was a wonderful place, believing they became gods, only to find it is not heaven, but hell. But once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Having entered the astral world, aside from some with extraordinary means, who can use certain secret techniques to reincarnate and recultivate to escape this cage, most weak gods would be trapped here for eternity. During battles with Nightmare and Abyss, they are cannon fodder. To climb upward, they have to attach themselves to the upper gods residing in the forest of myriad phenomena and thousand autumn countries, working for them in exchange for a share of their gains. Throughout history, reaching the forest of myriad phenomena, with a lower god body, to become an intermediate god is the maximum. Yet there was one exception, who became a powerful god, and secured a position in the Thousand Hills countries. She is Dream Lady Helen. However, that was during ancient times when the astral world was at war with Nightmare, lacking manpower, so the Ascension channel was not too strict. Helen was from an alien race, named Dream Eater, mastering the power of dreams, step by step weaving a path of faith within dreams, stepping into the astral world. Then she relied on her intelligence, wisdom, and charm to start climbing from being a subordinate god bit by bit. By coincidence, the main god of Dream Realm Divine Authority fell into a trap during a battle with the Lost Monarch. As a subordinate god, Dream Lady seized the opportunity, devouring his remains and divine persona, claiming the divine authority and replacing him. Subsequently, she incorporated subordinate gods like Sleep God Chupnose, becoming the leader of this path. The star ancestor also implicitly acknowledged her status. But after that, never again did such a case of a lower god seizing power from upper gods to become a powerful god occur. Becoming an intermediate god is already defying odds. Thinking of this, Dennis looked at that black armored silhouette and silently turned off the projection. Master, did you see who it was? The two angels asked. Dennis frowned and spoke coldly. It is the Dusk Palace Master. If you encounter this person in the future, do not become hostile, or it might lead to catastrophe for the Divine Kingdom. Understood. The two angels were shocked within. What? It was him. Has this man become so powerful that even the main god fears him? We understand. Master, will we just let this matter go? Dennis nodded. Let it go. Remember my teachings, lest you seek your doom. Aid the vast sea ship. Secret room. The deep red eyes on Levi's brow gradually dissipated. He revealed a slight smile and muttered to himself. This weak god dared to spy on me, but he harbors no malice, quite rare indeed. It seems the astral world still has such cautious gods. I thought they were a bunch of arrogant meatworms. Levi contemplated deeply. The internal situation within the four great giants is more complex than he imagined. Sects are numerous, hierarchies strict, and many contradictions exist. If he could grasp this point, divide it, or even ally with some temporary allies, it would not be a bad strategy. Half a year later, Levi and his party arrived at the Flora realm. The silver spaceship docked before Little Woe, hidden in the earth core of a certain plane. The Spider King and Little Ro came to welcome them, overjoyed. Rolling looked at Little Woe and smiled. There are even parasitic realm crabs here, not bad. Is this your small stronghold in the land of darkness? They are all transcendent creatures I took in, possessing some skills, used for gathering resources and spying on the council of 10,000 clans. Madam, please come in and sit. Levi led Rolling inside. The Spider King stole glances with some fear. Levi reassured, this is my predecessor and neighbor, Lady Rolling. Chapter 2841. Hello, Senior. The three small ones chirped in unison, their voices exceedingly adorable. Rolling snapped her fingers. She summoned 3 potions from thin air. It is our first meeting. Take these and drink. Levi recognized the items immediately. They were 9 circle potions called Water of Life. These potions were beneficial for any humans and transcendent creatures who were not part of the Death Sept. Their value compared to an ordinary sun-refining artifact. Rolling gestured with grand intent. Thank the lady quickly. Levi glanced at the 3 dunces and scolded them gently. The creatures bowed their heads. Thank you, lady, they chimed in succession. Thank you, sister. Little Rose spoke with a sweet tone that made Rolling giggle. As a wizard of the life school of thought, Rolling possessed several legendary creatures in her demiplane. She found these little ones quite delightful. Levi and Rolling acquired intel and resources from the Spider King. They stayed for a few more days before heading to the next location. After obtaining the Dark Treasure Map, the Spider King immediately dispatched his duplication to hunt for treasure. 1 month later, Little Woe consumed the Water of Life and immediately ascended to level 8. Its internal space expanded considerably. The Spider King reached the level 8 late stage. Little Rose saved 1,000 years of growth, which allowed her to reach the level 9 middle stage sooner. The squad in the Land of Darkness found all its members enhanced. 2 years later, Nora Calendar 1637, Blood Battle 1525. The Tina world stood at the heart of one of the god race's most central strongholds. It served as the bridgehead for the war sect to attack other civilizations. The guardian here was the 12th general, Monroe. He possessed level 9 middle stage cultivation. Monroe previously participated in the Giant Head Star operation. It teamed up with the 5th Divine General, Yago. It also joined the 9th Divine General, Ancient Teeth, and the 7th Divine General, Endless, to besiege Levi. That operation ended in failure. Subsequently, Levi slew the Gucci God General during the operation, to annihilate the Blue Onyx Chamber of Commerce. In the dark deep space, Levi strode forward. His gaze remained confident and composed. An indescribable joy filled him. The moment of revenge has begun, he murmured. Next, let us play cat and mouse with the Holy War Army Master. I want this old thing to have no generals left to use. The 6 great demon kings, 81 demon generals, and the Black Shadow Army arrayed themselves in the starry sky. Levi raised a hand. Surround this place. The army obeyed the command and completely encircled the world. Levi's figure flickered. He transformed into a rainbow and darted away. In the imposing temple at the center of the world, General Monroe performed his duties. His burly body moved with rhythmic force over a robust female expert from an alien race. The Church of the Blood Fire Dominator permitted such indulgence. It only required devoted faith and a willingness to fight. Pleasure, Monroe grunted. The clash of the two powerful entities made the temple rumble and tremble. Suddenly, screams erupted from outside. General Monroe's expression darkened. He promptly left the female alien and flew outside the temple. High above, a golden world imposed itself over the land. It radiated a brilliant golden light that illuminated the wilderness. That man sat on a golden throne and sported a teasing smile. Long time no see since giant head star, General Monroe. Monroe's mind shook. He had no will to fight. He only felt the desire to flee. Freeze. Levi unleashed the long-lost 7-ring magic called Absolute Ice Point. Although the ring count was not high, his cultivation realm was. With a stroke of good luck, the spell struck true. Damn, I cannot move, Monroe gasped. An overwhelming torrent of golden sword chi awaited him. It was the 9-ring magic called 9 Swords. The roaring golden sword river shredded Monroe into pieces. His protective field and armor shattered in no time. It was Levi's self-created first killing technique. It was also his ultimate move. How could it be ordinary? A sharp cry pierced the air. The underworld source river extended. Leon arrived riding a hell warhorse. He grabbed Monroe's soul and quickly turned it into a canister. Master, I am starting. Levi chuckled and nodded. Eat up. Since realizing Leon was the Netherworld Empress, Levi felt no guilt anymore. It was not him doing the bad deeds. It was Leon. It was the Emperor of the Netherworld. Leon had a habit of storing advanced souls to savor slowly. Low-level souls were consumed like sunflower seeds on the battlefield, one after another. The panicked believers of the war sect fled like beasts. However, thousands of level 6 upper-level experts from the Black Shadow Army surrounded the world. That did not even count the level 9 raid formation. Escape was impossible. No one could leave. Levi sat on the golden throne and waited quietly for the war to end. In the distant void, Rolling stood at the door of the ship named Aid the Vast Sea. She watched Levi unleash carnage ahead. It portrayed a stark contrast to his state on the ancient dragon continent. Even though she was a legendary wizard, she had to admit that in terms of combatability alone, she was not as capable as Levi. This was especially true in such large-scale wars. Levi did not need any protection at all. In just 1 hour, the god race stationed within this large world had been massacred entirely. The speed was incomparable. It was akin to a dimensional strike. Within the multidimensional plane, only an abyss invasion could achieve such an effect. After the war, accompanying the dissipated tribulation, another terrifying level 9 demon king was born. Levi beamed with joy and retrieved it. There were also 88 level 8 demon generals. This was an increase of 7 all at once. Previously, many level 7 peak shadow cards were stuck there, struggling to gain experience for an upgrade. On this venture, as long as he flattened several god race strongholds, the number of level 8 demon generals should exceed 100. Several more level 9 demon kings could be added. As he got up to leave, a tidal wave of malice surged. Within Levi's deep red eyes vision, a golden figure wielding an 8-armed demon emperor approached menacingly. I am leaving, Levi declared. His figure vanished. He did not intend to wait for the Holy War Army Master to arrive. Holy War World. Within the Towering Temple. Chapter 2842. 579. Maya joins the team. The origin of the nest. The Holy War Army Master glared with fiery eyes, and fury surged. Damn it. Damn the Dusk Palace Master. He has come again. All divine generals, head to the main base immediately. All generals, lead the forces to evacuate the stronghold. In the entire god race, aside from itself, no one could match the Dusk Palace Master. Upon learning that Levi had returned, the first thing it did was order the organization to evacuate, temporarily avoiding conflict. At the same time, it directed its consciousness into the Dark Temple. A vast astral sky appeared, and 3 towering figures emerged one by one. What is the matter? The Amethyst Saint asked, his voice hoarse. In the past while, it had not been easy for him. Even with his arrogant and invincible nature, he felt the crisis from Nora, and was contemplating an escape plan. The grudge between the Amethyst race and wizards had been chronic, and there was no chance for reconciliation. Moreover, those wizards could not wait to refine all the Amethyst race into wizard tools. The Worm Lord and Dark Sun Sovereign were similarly distressed. Waiting passively for Nora's destruction was not in their character. Each began considering retreats. The Dusk Palace Master has appeared in my territory. I need your support. The Holy War Army Master spoke, disregarding level 10 pride, and seeking only to preserve his own power. Where is he? Asked the Amethyst Saint. Not long ago, he was in the Kerry territory. Now I suspect he may head to Butt, Loafu, or Aiken territory. These 3 places are closer to Kerry and have my general stationed there. I have already arranged for a retreat, and I need you to cover them. Upon hearing this, the Amethyst Saint was silent for a moment, then replied. Those places are too far from my territory. Even if I dispatched the Purple Crystal 7 Kings, it would be too late. The most important reason was that the Purple Crystal 7 Kings were not a match for the Dusk Palace Master. Sending them would be akin to delivering amethysts. Over the years, he had already recalled all Amethyst race members back to the Amethyst civilization, preparing to hold their ground, either fighting a decisive battle, or successfully finding a way to lead the civilization away from the conflict, and withdraw from the Panplane. The Worm Lord said, I too am powerless, brother. It is a pity the Dusk Palace Master does not appear in my territory, otherwise I would definitely dispatch an incarnation to kill him. The Holy War Army Master wore a gloomy expression, almost swearing. Now they are all making excuses. Did we not agree to advance and retreat together? These old things truly are not trustworthy. So far, the god race has suffered the greatest losses. The Dark Sun Sovereign listened in the corner as they made excuses. He originally had a Black Sun duplication, which had severed contact due to Edmund. Now the Black Sun was missing, wandering the multidimensional plane, and he was all alone. You might as well hire some strong dark pirates. These people only care about profit, and might help you mitigate some losses. The Amethyst Saint suggested. The Holy War Army Master gave him a cold stare, then went offline. Now that the Dusk Palace Master is infamous, even pirates are not foolish, so he could only contact the Bloodfire Dominator again. Soon, a strange man's phantom appeared before the idol. My lord, the Dusk Palace Master is here. I need your help. I already know. His timing is indeed inconvenient. I am currently engaged in battle with the insect race's stinging Snake Queen, and cannot split my attention. First, try to preserve your forces. Wait for the angels and incarnations I arranged to arrive. Okay. The Holy War Monarch breathed a sigh of relief. In critical times, it has to be the main god. If it were not for the ability of the Supreme Treasure, the Dark Temple, to communicate freely across the multidimensional plane, it would have long since withdrawn. Humph, the temple was jointly refined by us. This Amethyst Saint has no right to claim it. Once the main god extricates himself, we must find a way to take it back. Meanwhile, in a certain desolate area of the Star Wilderness, shattered divine kingdoms were everywhere, serving as one of the main battlefields between the dark insects and the astral world. In nearly 2,000 years of war, countless gods have fallen. The severity is no less than past epochs and the battles in the nightmare world. The most infuriating part is that some monarchs of the nightmare world also took advantage of the astral world's chaos to begin invading it. Luckily, it has not formed a large-scale war. Otherwise, the astral world would have to single-handedly oppose two supreme civilizations. Due to its uniqueness, the astral world, although late to appear, eventually overtook, and its comprehensive strength is probably the strongest among the four great giants. In the past, the star worm parasitized the star cluster brain, consuming most of its subordinate star saints, thereby birthing a vast number of gods. The astral world has a knack for brainwashing, also selecting a large group of barely level 10 weak gods as cannon fodder from the multidimensional plane. Most of the fallen gods are these lower gods, with minor losses among the upper god group. Nevertheless, it has resulted in grievous wounds. Even if they successfully overcome the insect calamity, recovery might still require an entire epoch. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a pitch-black wormhole opened directly to the Sea of Ruins. Under the supreme power capable of distorting time and space, the Sea of Ruins formed a million-mile diameter black vortex. From it emerged a colossal being clad in transcendent-level chitinous shell, over 600,000 miles long. Its overall shape resembled a giant snake with a shell, but segmented like a centipede, with over 1 billion pairs of sharp scythe claws on its sides, and a clamped tail at its body's end, with a metallic maw on its head capable of gaping open to 180 degrees. Along with its appearance, countless similar-looking insects emerged, appearing miniature in comparison, but actually several dozen meters in size. Additionally, there were other insects of various forms, performing distinct roles. Such a headache. How did it spread to my area? Chapter 2843. Accompanied by an impatient voice, a figure with a red face and sharp fangs, draped in blood-colored armor, descended. The figure possessed 10-level peak divine power. It was none other than the Bloodfire Dominator. Behind him, the Bloodfire 12 flags emerged one by one. Among them were weak gods and intermediate gods. Yet, those selected by the Bloodfire Dominator were not ordinary beings. The Bloodfire Dominator addressed a slender figure. The creature held a long spear, and possessed a dog head and human body. It was a weak god. Wild dog god, return to your divine kingdom first. Descend in incarnation. Lead a group of angels to assist the Holy War Army Master. This is a critical moment. My beliefs must not be compromised. If losses exceed 1/20, I will hold you accountable. The wild dog god, Nora, was once a 10-level dominator of the hunting dog clan in the multidimensional plane. After serving the Bloodfire Dominator for 100,000 years, just before his death, he was granted a divine persona, ignited with divine fire, and reshaped into a divine body. Thus, he directly bypassed the Star Wilderness, and was ushered into the Thousand Hills countries. His authority encompassed parts of hunting and war. I understand. Unease coiled within the wild dog god. He knew this task was not easy, as the Dusk Palace Master was difficult to deal with. Yet as a worker, he had no choice. If things went wrong, he would have to take the blame. Damn. The Bloodfire Dominator's palm revealed a long spear burning with blood flames. It was the divine artifact Blood and Fire Spear. It ranked among the top 30 on the Star Realm divine artifact list. Compared to supreme treasures, it should be within the top 10 of the Panplane. So-called divine artifacts are transcendent items forged with divine fire and power from materials of level 10 and above heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 90% of weak gods in the astral world do not possess them. However, powerful gods almost each have one. Queen Stinging Snake, you have thrice invaded my Bloodfire divine domain. Today you will witness the might of my divinity. Bloodfire 12 flags, follow me to encircle and slaughter this fiend. The Bloodfire Dominator brandished his spear. The blood river of flames roared, stretching 80,000 miles. It enveloped a large portion of the insects. The stinging snake queen's body scraped, emitting piercing waves. An invisible force scattered the river of blood flames. This was followed by the emergence of insects radiating level 9, and even level 10 power, rushing forth. The terrifying war began. To date, the mother nests will created 50 species of powerful soldier species. Each leader and nurturer was an insect queen. They shared the mother nest's will. They absolutely obeyed the mother nest's command. Their strength ranged from mid-stage level 10 to late-stage realm. Insect queens gathered and managed all-consuming energy through the Supreme Mother Nest Network. They rapidly utilized energy in times of urgent need, nurturing within their insect nest world. This is a true troop producing machine. Originally, 2,000 years ago, when they first invaded, insects had only 46 soldier species. They were far weaker than the astral world in terms of strong individuals. But as numerous gods and astral world substances were devoured, the mother nests will continuously evolved and iterated. This caused insects to expand by birthing a new soldier species every 500 years. If left unchecked, sooner or later, the mother nests would devour the entire astral world. And this might not be the end. It could be the beginning of these insects devouring the entire land of darkness. The Bloodfire Dominator had never witnessed such horrifying creatures throughout his long life. This is another reason he does not mind Nora much nowadays, because insects are far more terrifying. Even demons are not as troublesome. This is a single-minded, unified slaughter machine. Fortunately, the Star Ancestor is powerful enough. With 3 bodies as one, he is currently able to suppress the mother nest's will, yet he cannot halt the insect invasion. Recently, the Star Ancestor even expelled the mother nest's will from the land of darkness. However, it returned shortly after. The Star Ancestor has no means to kill it. The astral world is too rich. The mother nest's will has tasted its benefits. It persistently attacks here. After years of war, the Star Ancestor determined that the dark insects did not appear out of thin air. They originate from another universe adjacent to the land of darkness. The Star Ancestor named it Tia Land. This group of insects are the Tia insect race. Initially, the 2 universes should coexist without interference. Yet, due to certain reasons, the Tia insect race opened a wormhole leading to the land of darkness. Following that was a cross-universal supreme expedition. However, the Star Ancestor later unearthed new issues. As a supreme-level existence, and the strongest in this universe, he once contacted some other universes outside the land of darkness. He occasionally left negligible traces there, yet he never delved deep, because each universe operates by completely different rules. As an original existence born in this universe, venturing into other universes might weaken him into becoming a mere fake god fading into mythical legend. Thus, some might even regard gods as laughable beings. Logically, if the Tia insect race originates from another universe, arriving here would subject them to suppression, weakening their powers severely. But the Star Ancestor could not perceive any suppression affecting the insects. This indicates that while they seemingly originate externally, in reality, the Tia insect race might have been birthed by this universe. It was definitely an original existence born post-chaos. The Star Ancestor recalled past chaotic ages and identified one existence similar to the mother nest's will. Its name was Evolution Nest. This was an unconventional nebulous pulsating entity akin to a giant womb. It ranked among the top 3 original existences of its time in power. Evolution Nest possessed intense aggression and evolution instincts. It was a plunderer. Weaker original existences instinctively banded together for survival to attack it. Ultimately, under the assault of 2 powerful existences, the Star Cluster Brain and Mother of Darkness, Evolution Nest was scattered. Its whereabouts became unknown. Eventually, after prolonged years, original existences fiercely contended. This erupted into a terrifying chaos-era battle for controlling rights over the universe born from the chaos explosion. Like a battle royale, over 90% of original existences were eradicated. Their corpses became scattered universal sea relics and primordial relics. Finally, the Mother of Darkness prevailed. She embodied the universe, becoming this world's rulemaker, while other powerful existences either retired or fled. The mother nest's will is highly likely the scattered evolution nest, surviving stubbornly across other universes, enduring 7 epochs. And now, it is back. Chapter 2844. The Bloodfire Dominator, one of the most important children of the Star Ancestor, acknowledged his power. Integration with the complete star cluster brain made him stronger than other existing supreme existences, surpassed only by the master of the universe of this realm. The Mother of Darkness transformed into the universe, a realm beyond measure. Consider the power if the entire land of darkness functioned as a body. Although the Mother of Darkness remained strong, those who truly understood these matters remained indifferent. Becoming the master of the universe meant becoming the slave of the universe. The land of darkness could no longer directly interfere with affairs of the multidimensional plane, capable only of indirectly altering the world through cosmic influence. It sought assistance from its former defeated enemies, appointing them as various vassals, mutually restricting and balancing each other. Thus, although the master of the universe remained the Mother of Darkness, the cosmic strongest remained the Star Ancestor, the father of all gods. Now, even this cosmic strongest found himself somewhat helpless against the will of the Mother Nest. The seriousness of the situation appeared evident. After the evolution nest dispersed, one thing devoured by the star cluster brain remained the evolution stone plate. This item contained part of the evolutionary power of the evolution nest. The Heavenly Will speculated that the evolution stone plate represented the bloodline shackle, imposed by the all-gods upon all beings, the true hindrance to evolution, which remained both true and false. The evolution stone plate actually promoted evolution, and not just the evolution of bloodlines, but the evolution of various strengths. If the evolution nest had not broken apart back then, and if it had won the ultimate battle royale, it would likely have devoured other primordial existences, and become the new master of the universe. The world it created might have differed from the current land of darkness, perhaps called Evolution Land. History entertained few ifs. The current pattern was crafted by the primordial existences back then, and regret served no purpose. After the star cluster brain devoured the evolution stone plate, it likely used its evolutionary power to breed the glorious and dazzling star beasts throughout the cosmos. Subsequently, the star ancestor counterattacked, entered the astral world, and merged with the star cluster brain. Then, he devoured the star gods, creating the first generation of gods and distributing them to be consumed. Yet many star gods escaped the astral world, falling to the mortal world as beasts. To prevent these beings from re-establishing themselves and rebelling again, the star ancestor employed his own method to modify the evolution stone plate, thus sealing the bloodline and preventing the heavens from communicating. Some changes occurred subsequently, and ultimately the evolution stone plate dispersed, lost in the multidimensional plane. Therefore, the star ancestor analyzed. The will of the mother nest persistently focused on the astral world for another significant reason, possibly seeking to recover the evolution stone plate to further evolve. However, the evolution stone plate remained elsewhere. Even if it existed here, it could not be given to the will of the mother nest. Regrettably, the mother nest will could not be communicated. Thus, the astral world and the insects fought to the present in a disordered manner. The Bloodfire Dominator felt a slight concern. He trusted the power of the star ancestor. It remained impossible for him to be defeated or killed. But this insect great tribulation, the abyssal chaos, the underworld involvement, Nora rise, and nightmare alterations tangled like a mess, with unclear consequences. The fact that the star ancestor remained unharmed did not mean he remained truly unharmed. He lived countless eons of 4 epochs. Did he really have to fall in this era? He felt unwilling. He wanted to try drawing the stinging snake queen to Nora, using the power of the insect swarm to eliminate Nora first, cutting off the aftereffect of the Dusk Palace Master. Previously many gods attempted this, but all ended in failure. The current insect swarm seemed solely focused on the astral world. He remained a god. He did not want to die. If someone must die, let it be those lowly short-lived species who perished. His long lifespan remained far too valuable. The entirety of Nora combined did not compare. 3 years later, Nora calendar 1640, Blood Battle 1528. The Grand Temple voyaged in the land of darkness, advancing towards the Holy War world. The 10th General, Slaughter Wolf, paced the temple, its 7 ferocious heads snapping. The emotions of the 10th General did not appear as calm as its exterior suggested. I never expected that I, a dignified member of the god race, would be made so disgraced by a level 9, forced to leave my homeland and madly flee. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The Slaughter Wolf General occupied the middle stage of level 9. It held power close to controlling the 6th realm of the demon domain, not far from the late stage realm. Normally, with this level of existence, looking across the multidimensional plane, besides level 10, who else needed to be feared? If a level 9 appeared, the general might not be able to defeat them, but escape remained an option. The gap between them did not appear wide. But ever since the rise of the Dusk Palace Master, everything changed. This freak completely disregarded basic rules. On this path, always within the same realm, the general faced crushing defeat, without any comparison. The Monroe general at level 9 middle stage cultivation faced defeat instantly. From a rational standpoint, this remained achievable only by level 10. Yet this person gradually broke down the norms. The problem remained that the higher-ups lacked the power to eliminate him. The next best option involved avoiding him as much as possible to minimize losses. Suddenly, the Grand Temple began to tremble. The expression of the Slaughter Wolf General changed. It transformed into a sinister black gas, with 7 ferocious black wolf heads emerging, saliva dribbling. This remained its true form, the 7-headed wolf clan. A bizarre being with 7 wolf heads, and a human body pulled out a pitch-black chain from its waist, sparks exploding from the friction. This remained the 9-level treasure, the Black Prison Chain. Chapter 2845. The wolf eyes scanned in all directions. 7 level 9, 88 level 8, and thousands of shadows completely surrounded them. Void lockdown. Elements forbidden. There was no way to heaven or earth. A golden world slowly emerged. Countless armies of shadows bowed and saluted, welcoming the indifferent figure of the black armored swordsman on the golden throne. Levi wore a satisfied expression. He smiled and asked, "General Chalang, where are you planning to go?" General Chalang knew his death was near, yet he did not beg for mercy. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black chain grew in the wind. It turned into a clawing and biting black dragon charging at Levi. A loud crash shook the air. That figure lightly raised his hand. The power of the Vajra sacred realm formed a golden domain spanning thousands of miles. Within it, the elemental magnetism reversed. The powerful repulsion forcibly sealed the chain and made it immobile. A colossal primordial magnetic giant took shape. It grabbed the chain with its backhand and dragged General Chalang over. Damn it, General Xiaolang shouted. He quickly released his grip and allowed the rare treasure to be lost. I will fight you to the end, he roared. He activated his bloodline power and transformed entirely into a massive black demon wolf. 7 heads and 14 pairs of green eyes stared at Levi. An ominous demonic wolf shadow appeared behind him and boosted its aura until it nearly reached level 9 late stage. He transformed into black light. He broke through the lockdown of the Black Shadow Army. He penetrated the magnetic force field. Wolf claws tore through everything. He managed to approach within a meter of the throne, but he could move no further. The elemental magnetism here was strong enough to distort space and disrupt time. No matter how much the wolf head and claws attacked, they could not touch even a hair on Levi. The wolf head spewed black demon flames. As the flames hurtled forward, they disappeared within a meter of Levi. It was truly despairing. Though he was close, he could not attack his foe. Levi gently rotated his right hand. The giant wolf waist and body twisted like a pretzel. Its bones exploded, organs shifted, and blood vessels shattered. Carrying the bloodline of the Calamity Demon Wolf, yet serving under the Blood Fire Dominator, do mythic creatures have no dignity? It is a pity, otherwise, I might have spared your life. It would be a decent mount for my knights. Levi clenched his right hand into a fist. He crushed the giant wolf into a meatball. A twisted soul appeared and glared venomously at Levi. A golden little hand reached in, grabbed it, and twisted it into a can. What are you looking at? Is the master someone you can gaze at freely? Leon collected the soul and stepped aside. Levi stored the body away. He planned to extract the Calamity Demon Wolf bloodline later, as it might come in handy. The Dark Moon Knights, who refined the Void Demon Dog, a legendary creature, might bear some traces of the Calamity Demon Wolf. The level 9 treasure black prison chain was also not bad. It could be placed in the organization treasury for the supernovas to exchange. The Black Shadow Army slaughtered wantonly. Thunder rolled. With the appearance of black clouds of tribulation, a level 8 peak stone statue Demon Shadow began to undergo tribulation, and later successfully advanced to level 9. For these shadows, which were already level 9, the success rate of tribulation was very high. Only one failure had occurred so far. Simultaneously, within the Black Shadow Army, a series of powerful auras began to erupt. From rank 5 to level 6, and from level 6 to level 7, the number of level 8 demon generals reached 92. Lady Rolling watched from afar. A hint of shock crossed her face as she murmured to herself, "What kind of innate spell does Levi have? It is enough to support an entire legendary profession on its own. Its upper limit is higher than I imagined. Normally, a 9th circle wizard's spiritual force is simply insufficient to sustain so many summoned creatures. Just these 8 level 9s could overwhelm them, not to mention tens of thousands at level 6. If it were me with my 9th circle, I would have already gone insane and been backfired by the crowd of demons." Yet it seemed Levi was completely unaffected. In truth, it was the combined effect of a naturally high spiritual force limit, infinite primordial soul, and chaotic power, which had led to Levi's current situation. Before long, this divine race army was utterly annihilated, with no survivors. Levi turned into light and approached Rolling. He smiled. 6 of the blood fire 18 drops have been dealt with. Let us continue, my lady, as long as we can before level 10 blockades us. In the Holy War world, inside the towering temple, the orders were clear. The Dusk Palace Master has appeared in the Achen territory. All generals on their return journey must detour around this area and swiftly rendezvous with my divine general incarnation. Only by utilizing my incarnation can we contend with it. Wild Dog God, the Dusk Palace Master has appeared. Please go swiftly to the locations I have mentioned to ambush him. Strive to corner him for 3 days until my incarnation arrives for the siege. Orders were issued one after another. Feeling the death of General Xiaolang, the Holy War Army Master face turned grim and distressed. 2 years later, in Nora calendar 1642, Blood Battle 1530, the silver spaceship traversed the Sea of Ruins. Levi held a slate in his hand and projected an image. A black armored swordsman shrouded in dark mist appeared. His figure blurred as he was surrounded by black flames. He wielded a black devil blade and slaughtered madly at a stronghold of the Council of 10,000 clans. He left a river of blood wherever he went, with no one able to withstand a single strike. He was already at level 8 standard. Suddenly, a hidden one exuding level 9 aura descended. He carried a cosmic claw reaching for the black armored swordsman. Behind the swordsman appeared the projections of a 9-headed giant dragon and the Thunder Demon Emperor. The swordsman showed a smirk and confronted the attack head-on, but lost. He disappeared into the crack of red and black. Chapter 2846. The level 9 expert's face filled with terror. He had not expected that a mere level 8 could escape his grasp. He left with a heavy heart. Twilight Demon. Is this not just a frame-up by the Council of 10,000 clans against me? It somehow inadvertently created a nightmare creature in the nightmare world. Levi murmured to himself, his expression slightly surprised. As a nightmare lord, he had witnessed the birth of countless nightmare creatures. If this Twilight Demon was as he thought, born within a mere 1,000 years, yet already grown to level 8, such speed was quite terrifying. As of now, the Twilight Demon had already surpassed the control of the Council of 10,000 clans, with the potential to become a new nightmare monarch. Interesting, Levi thought. I will investigate the nightmare world later. If I can subdue this creature, it would be greatly useful. Across from him, Lady Rolling finished watching the projection. She smiled. This thing really resembles you. Levi shrugged helplessly. Though it looks alike, it truly has nothing to do with me. The Council of 10,000 Clans did something good by accident, giving us a great general. The chime of the system echoed through the cabin. The spaceship has arrived in the guard realm. Lady, I will be back shortly, Levi said. All right, stay safe, she replied. In the Siam world, a towering figure clad in red armor, standing as tall as 100 feet, descended, followed by countless god race members. The towering temple stood on the earth. The 10th general, Qi Xing, finally sighed in relief. This was the territory of the 7th divine general, Endless. Unlike the generals, the divine generals are incarnations refined by the holy war army master with massive resources. They are capable of channeling level 10 power in critical moments. They can exert power beyond level 9, approaching some weak gods. Though the Dusk Palace master is strong, he should be evenly matched with a divine general. He had just advanced to level 9 late stage, and with strong allies, he can handle the opponent. The Holy War Army Master instructed them to converge first, then head to the Holy War world together, to avoid being intercepted halfway by the Dusk Palace Master. Clearly, the Dusk Palace Master had significant intelligence on the god race, possibly even having spies within, keeping constant tabs on the movements of the god race. Inside the temple, the Endless Divine General, clad in golden armor, paced back and forth, looking anxious. He saw the towering figure outside. Qi Xing, you finally arrived, the Endless Divine General called out. Lord Divine General, we took a detour to avoid the Dusk Palace Master on the way, Qi Xing answered. No problem, combined, we can protect ourselves, Endless replied. Indeed, if we are lucky, we might even counterkill him, Qi Xing added. All right, quickly set up the grand array and restrictions. If he dares to come, we will catch him off guard, Endless ordered. Countless god race members began the setup swiftly. Days later, the Endless Divine General opened his eyes, his expression changing slightly. Qi Xing, prepare to engage. The Dusk Palace Master is here. We just need to hold him off until the Wild Dog God descends, and then we can trap him. Understood, Qi Xing acknowledged. The two level 9 experts grabbed their weapons and rose to the skies. The brilliant golden light spread from the distant horizon like a lavish carpet. At the end of the golden light, the nightmare-like golden throne arrived. Taking a deep breath, the Endless Divine General spoke coldly. Dusk Palace Master, long time no see. On the throne, the black-armored swordsman did not rise, laughing. I have been waiting for this day for so long. Lord, stop wasting words with him, just kill him, Qi Xing shouted. Qi Xing, being impatient, held a pair of golden, gear-shaped rare treasures like circular saws in his palms. They spun rapidly. Waves of sharp gold element sword chi swept out like solar wind, slicing thousands of miles of the void apart. This is the level 9 rare treasure, the Sun Wheel, a treasure Qi Xing obtained from an ancient battlefield. It accompanied him, slaying countless enemies. In the palm of the Endless Divine General appeared a golden halberd phantom, the level 9 standard treasure, the Golden Moon Halberd. Though average in quality and material, it was a replica of the supreme treasure of the Holy War Army Master, the Sunset Moonfall Halberd, with considerable power. The original is a supreme treasure ranking 36 on the treasure list. Most importantly, the Holy War Army Master had crafted 7 of these Golden Moon Halberds, 1 for each of the 7 divine generals. Plus, with the level 9 fine treasure, the Golden King Skylight Armor, he already had an extravagant set. Combined with his level 9 middle stage cultivation, he was capable of exerting level 9 late stage power, not to mention channeling level 10 power into the body. This ensemble of golden legend, even with the vast experience of Levi, made him a bit envious, his grin growing ever more audacious. On this trip, how many level 9 rare treasures could be reaped, Levi mused. The spear light from the Sun Wheel and Golden Moon Halberd came simultaneously. The 2 level 9 experts joined forces, turning day into night and stars into oblivion. Shadow Dragon Group, form arrays, Levi commanded. He did not rise from the throne, merely waving his hand. A starry wizard tower flew high into the sky, with 9,000 ceiling stars sparkling brilliantly. Demon kings and 92 monster generals arranged themselves in all directions, and thousands of shadows connected by starlight, forming a bagua-shaped array. This was a new creation by Levi combining his past life's wisdom, and this life's array knowledge in the form of an octagram 9th circle combat array, named the 8 formation map. This array requires 8 level 9 summoned creatures to perform. Once formed, nothing below level 10 can resist. Even against level 10, it might challenge them. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to topple it. In an instant, the God Race military formation clashed with the 8 formation map, and was then utterly slaughtered, unable to resist in the least. Chapter 2847. Those misshapen soldiers proved no match for Levi's elite force, owned through bloody battles, and composed entirely of rank 5 and level 6 upper-level fighters. On the battlefield, the 8 formation map mercilessly devours divine race soldiers like a gluttonous monster. 2 level 9 experts try to break through, but they are effortlessly blocked by the 8 demon kings and 92 monsters. Endless God General, we must borrow the military lord's power. We are no match for him. Qi Xing's expression is filled with despair. This is more than just being overmatched. Despite their long preparations, they cannot even defeat the opponent's summoned creatures. The Endless God General is flung backwards, crashing to the earth, engulfed in dust. The military lord descends. Accompanied by a hysterical roar, a majestic golden figure begins to awaken within, clad in golden armor, holding the shadow of the supreme treasure, the sunset moonfall halberd. The starlight dims, and the wizard tower trembles. Holy War Army Master, you finally arrive. Levi's eyes flicker. He raises his hand, and the earth's plates start rotating, eventually revealing 400 giant dragons, all exuding a level 9 middle stage aura. In the distance, Rolling's eyes flicker, hidden nearby. Forget it, trust in Levi. It is mere incarnation power, not even level 10. He surely has it in hand. If this battle is won, Levi will truly make a name across the Pamplane. Elsewhere, a silhouette radiating vast level 10 power looks over, filled with hatred. Ordinary level 9s dare not meet its gaze. Hundreds of years ago, the Holy War Monarch slashed at Levi from afar, and Levi fled in fear, unable to withstand it at full force. Now, the black-armored swordsman sits on the throne, not showing a hint of fear, not even standing before him. Such arrogance. Enemies meet, their resentment sharp. No words are exchanged, yet terrifying energy clashes in the Siam world, causing clouds on the blue planet to boil, waves surge the seas, fierce winds sweep through forests, and dust storms rage in the desert. The force of level 10 can stir a world with mere momentum. The Holy War Army Master moves a step, spanning miles. His halberd begins to gather power, a golden light swells like the Sunday. Secret technique, one spear breaks 7 armies. The golden light streaks across mountains and cascades with unstoppable force. 8 formation map, serpent coils. The Shadow Army uses the Eternal Star Abyss as a pivot, with the 8 formation map as a base, gathering shadow power like tides, forming a 1,000-mile-long black shadow serpent enveloping all shadows, coiling and stretching taut. The serpent tail lashes like a whip. The crest lifts in sheets over tens of miles, and an invisible shockwave shatters the spear light into nothingness, making the Holy War Army Master's eyes narrow. How can this be? A mere 9-ring array, daring to contend with me. Levi looks at the astonished Army Master, internally amused. Nothing is impossible. Quantity creates a miracle. With so many elite fighters, using the combined force of the Wizard Tower and array, shaking level 10 is entirely normal. He is experimenting with the 8 formation map's power for the first time, and is particularly satisfied. He immediately changes the formation and commands. 8 formation map, crane soar. The 1,000-mile serpent pursues the victory, transforming into a black monstrous crane, its piercing call shattering the sky and rocks, its wings fan a black wind across the land, and thousands of feather blades shoot out. The Holy War Monarch is engulfed, waving the halberd like a storm. Most of the attacks are blocked, but many still hit, piercing the protective aura into tatters, injuring the weak divine general's body. In contrast, Levi has not even made a move. Even if his true body came, it would be powerless before this adversary. 8 formation map, tiger leap. The giant tiger descends the mountain, pouncing fiercely. 8 formation map, dragon soar. The earth dragon flips, surging skyward. The strange changing combat array leaves the Holy War Army Master defenseless. Yet it is level 10, whether in combat techniques or all-around experience, honed to perfection, always finding a way to defend. Far away, Rolling sees the 7th Divine General below, sighing in relief. Indeed, my worries were unfounded. Levi's development of the 8 formation map ranks in the top 10 super arrays in Wizard civilization history. After developing the 8 formation map, Levi placed it in the Congress Knowledge Library to earn authorization fees. Hence legendary wizards have researched it and continuously praised it. Serpent coils, crane soar, tiger leap, dragon soar. These are the 4 strange formations. In the 8 formation map, they are merely the lower 4 formations. The upper 4 formations, those are the ones that truly shake the heavens and cry the ghosts and gods. Rolling anticipates, recording and watching. This is Levi's battle for renown. If executed beautifully, it will naturally spread to attract talent. Although the 7th Divine General's incarnation is at most quasi-level 10, if Levi can kill it, he surely can defeat the weak god. Level 9 body, reverse god's lair. The promotional projections title Rolling has prepared. Writing it this way certainly feels like clickbait, but it is acceptable. Elsewhere, Levi is brimming with confidence. The lower 4 strange formations can already make the Holy War Army Master's incarnation so embarrassed. This battle has no suspense. 8 formation map, cloud drop. The Shadow Dragon Group army begins changing formation again. Huff, huff. The Holy War Army Master gasps heavily, dragging the halberd on the ground. Its level 10 power is already significantly depleted, needing to end the fight quickly. Either defeat Levi or lead the army to retreat. Given Levi's current fierce momentum, losing to him is very possible. The incarnation projection only possesses 1/5 of the true body's strength. Chapter 2848. The Holy War Army Master raised his eyes to the low-hanging black clouds. It was as if the god of war had descended to the world, lifting that great trident before chopping down heavily. Secret technique. 1 spear breaks 9 stars. The curtain of darkness formed by cloud drop tore apart, with a sharp rip. At the same time, 9 stars dimmed and vanished. The terrifying aftermath did not diminish, charging straight and true with Levi as the target. Die, the incarnation bellowed. This was the strongest method its incarnation could employ. It used the power of level 10, and any stronger, it would not need Levi to act, as this incarnation would simply burst apart. After all, it was only the 7th Divine General, and the Creator put little thought into its creation. Beyond the dusk clouds, Levi remained unmoved on the golden throne. 8 formation map, wind rise. 8 formation map, earth overturn. 8 formation map, heaven collapse. Cloud drop and wind rise, earth overturn and heaven collapse. This is the superior four symbols formation. At this moment, the entire Siam world toggled. Wind and cloud, dragons and serpents rose from the earth. The continent covering this world completely folded up, earth-shaking and mountain-crushing. The Holy War Army Master watched the mighty power formed by the whole world attacking itself. If the true body were here, it would naturally not be afraid. The true body would break it easily. But this incarnation had already given its all. It sighed, gazing with extreme reluctance at that all-conquering figure. Ultimately, it crumbled wordlessly, collapsing. The mighty level 10 presence vanished without a trace, leaving only a shattered figure falling to the ground. Leon landed nearby, grabbed its soul, and departed swiftly. A divine general incarnation, body and spirit destroyed. From beginning to end, Levi never left the throne. The Shadow Dragon group under the 8 formation map possessed combat capability in direct confrontation that even surpassed him in some aspects. Those many level 6 warriors were no joke. Next, unless it involved a tricky opponent, neither he nor the blood battle spirit needed to act. If he went all out, he would dare to fight even if the Holy War Army Master itself arrived. Then, taking advantage of the residual power of the 8 formation map, the army easily disintegrated the Divine Race Army, turning them into supplies for the Shadow's advancement. The stronger they grew, the fiercer the 8 formation map became. Bring on more level 9 warriors, level 8 warriors. The power would be unimaginable. A scarlet light streaked towards the distance, and Levi calmly took out the demon shadow bow, drawing the bow and setting the arrow. The bow curved like a full moon. The arrow flew like a meteor. The long-awaited maximum level archery skills finally arrived. Shadow archery tore through everything. A miniature black hole sat on the arrowhead, devouring light and disturbing spacetime. Levi clearly used the power of the Vajra sacred realm. This rare treasure was quite impressive, and the demon from before could not fully utilize its true power at all. The Red Star General blood-colored armor burst open. No, it howled. Its body tore apart from the black hole, and it tried to struggle free. Another arrow shot its head off. Leon rode on a big horse, reaping another level 9 soul. Cannot finish it, simply cannot finish. This is too exhilarating. The Shadow Army swept through like a storm, mopping up the stragglers, while Levi companion's spiritual creature, Ash, with its 1,000-jong serpent body, crazily devoured the fallen spoils of war. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time Levi directly annihilated 2 divine general legions. Breakthroughs began everywhere, with anomalies of ascension seen all around. Before long, there were already 108 level 8 demon generals. A wind demon bellowed, breaking through tribulation clouds, then exuding the aura of level 9, as it arrived beside Levi, forming 9 demon kings. Soon, the world turned quiet. The Siam world sat in ruins, mountains collapsed, and the earth split, like the end of the world. But it did not die, nor did its core suffer harm. One day it could recover. Blood fire 18 generals, 8 have been slain. There are only a few relatively weaker generals left, and they are probably hiding now. Next, let us go with the flow. Levi did not even have time to count the spoils of war, as he quickly rushed to the spaceship. Rolling appeared calm, but shock lingered from moments before. Although she knew Levi and the Shadow Dragon group were impressive, she did not expect them to be so formidable. Effortlessly slaying a divine general incarnation was truly against the heavens. Now, she regarded Levi completely as a peer of level 10. Madam, shall we go? All right, I have done some astrology. There might be significant obstacles ahead. I know the Blood Fire Dominator is getting anxious over there. Next, we might have to face the real gods. In the cabin, Levi and Rolling sat facing each other. I am going to spread this projection of yours. How about using the title, Level 9 Body, Slaying a Divine Level? Rolling said with a smile. Ha, this divine general incarnation was not quite level 10, was it? Levi felt a bit embarrassed. Close enough. Do you think those level 9 godslayers throughout history actually dared to fight a complete true god? There is always some exaggeration involved. Some encountered gods who fell in realm, or were seriously wounded and on the brink of death, or relied on supreme treasures. Ultimately they were exploiting a loophole, Rolling said. All right, I do not mind. Great, I will send it out. The council of 10,000 clans might be startled into disbanding on the spot. Those plain sovereigns should be panicking. Rolling lips curved into a smile. She advised, go rest first. If you encounter a true god, do not be too brave. If you cannot beat them, retreat. You are level 9, there is no shame in that. Come to my side, and I will take you away. On the way back to the cabin, Levi found Maya staring out the window, lost in thought. What is wrong? Nothing, you are amazing, master. All right, let us go back, there might be a tough battle ahead. Holy War World. The Holy War Army Master looked pale. In front of it were 18 plagues, half of them already shattered. Most crucially, the 7th incarnation had also fallen. Chapter 2849. 8 at level 9, this is the foundation accumulated by the god race over countless years. Not to mention the investment in level 9 rare treasures and other resources. Even its direct intervention could not stop Levi, which is understandable. It suspects that unless the main god intervenes personally, even the wild dog god might not be able to handle Levi. This person has become unstoppable. We must have the return of the other 6 incarnations, or else this person will defeat them one by one. Years of effort will be destroyed, and it will be extremely difficult to safeguard my master's belief land afterward. Those former rivals will surely take advantage of the situation. Heavenly Father and God of War types have long been displeased with the Blood Fire Dominator. If the main god were to fall in realm, even a minor realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. 3 years later, in the year 1645 of the Nora calendar, and the 1533rd year since the blood battle, deep in space, a fiercely beautiful lady cast divine arts, forming layers of barriers around herself. General number 16, Halen. She was the only woman among the Bloodfire 18 generals, at the level 9 early stage. Come out, Dusk Palace Master, I know you are here. Howling sword light shredded the darkness, transforming into a golden river that flowed instantly. 9 ring magic. 9 swords. At the end of the river, Levi stood with arms crossed. I heard you were once a grand wizard, yet you turned to darkness, joined the god race, and it is truly disappointing. What do you know? Over the past 20,000 years, I have seen many former grand wizards depart, yet I have lived well. What good is civilization to me? Serving my master can grant eternal life, obtaining a lifespan that even legendary wizards cannot imagine. Is that not good? As she spoke, wings resembling those of angels appeared behind her. Clearly, she was no longer human. Levi did not argue. He sighed. Then all I can say is you chose the wrong side. The golden river shattered the barrier. Halen's body erupted with brilliant divine light. It was utterly useless. Destroy. Levi pointed into the void, the torrent of sword chi engulfing her endlessly. Soon, only a reluctant soul remained. My master is watching you. Halen faced death heroically, then Leon canned her soul. In this operation, she did not align with the god race. Instead, she personally drew Levi's attention, allowing the god race's main forces to retreat, sacrificing herself to save everyone. 18, 9 have fallen, only half remain. Levi murmured. His figure disappeared. 5 years later, in the year 1650 of the Nora calendar, and the 1538th year since the blood battle, news of the Dusk Palace Master wreaking havoc among the god race gradually began to ferment and spread, causing a stir across the lands of the Council of 10,000 Clans. In various strongholds, alien black markets, and many places well informed, everyone knew about this fierce individual, sweeping through invincibly. Since making a name, he has slain 9 generals of the god race. Recently, he even defeated the incarnation of the 7th, Divine General, without direct intervention, merely through summoned creatures. The true strength of his person is beyond imagination. The Divine General's incarnation can be considered quasi-level 10. To slay such a being, it certainly requires level 10 means. For most strongmen, hundreds of years pass merely through closed cultivation. In a short span, this person went from level 8 to slaying level 9, then from level 9 to level 10. Another millennium, what then? Perhaps invincible in the universe? Across the territories of the Council of 10,000 Clans, people were in panic. Many alien species who had joined regretted bitterly. But owing to the Dark Pact, there is no way to escape, unlike the Void Spirit Clan, which does not have a level 10 backing. In the unreachable Void dimension, within a splendid palace, the Void Emperor basked in the service of beauties. After leaving the Council of 10,000 Clans, he felt relaxed with no danger to his life, truly joyful. A member of the Void Spirit Clan hurriedly barged into the room. Emperor, major news. What is it? The Dusk Palace Master has returned, annihilating 5 generals and 1 divine general. Now only half of the Bloodfire 18 generals remain. What? Can the divine general use the power of incarnation? He did, to no avail. The Void Emperor pondered silently, feeling gratitude. Fortunately, I planned ahead and withdrew. Otherwise being entangled in it would be disastrous for my Void Spirit Clan's population. As for the supreme treasure, Void Blade, he no longer thought about it. It is as if it never existed. The Dark Temple, above the vast stellar, saw the 3 ancients looking grim. Although they were not the ones suffering losses this time, the day would inevitably come. The problem is, as plain sovereigns, they are stuck here. The Amethyst Saint is fortunate, possessing peak level 10 power, being part of the Amethyst race, and within the Amethyst race sacred land. Not even a level 11 should suffice to suppress him. The Dark Sun Sovereign and Worm Lord are not so lucky, especially the latter, having lived long, but as a sovereign struggling to improve, stuck at level 10, early stage for nearly 10,000 years. At this rate, within 1,000 years, he fears Levi will come knocking to slash him. The purpose of Nora Council was clear. Legendary wizards guard the home, sending the unstoppable Levi to strike, hitting wherever aimed. The god race was just the beginning. With Levi progressing further, none of these current people in the Council of 10,000 Clans can hope to escape. As level 10 strongmen, rulers of the cosmos, never have they felt so humiliated. The 3 remained silent, logging off in desolation. Blackwater World, a remote large-scale world. On the planet's surface, filled with miasma and poisonous insects, powerful alien insect venerables clustered here, all being incarnations nurtured by the Worm Lord. In the Earth core world, 1,000-mile-long white worm coiled here, the upper half resembling a human, fat beyond measure. It was the Worm Lord's true body. Through ages of fusion, its flesh had merged with the Blackwater world as one, inseparable. All venerables, evacuate Blackwater world. Find new homes. Do not appear for the next 10,000 years. Lie dormant, waiting for the right moment. With that, the Worm Lord's shadows departed the world, vanishing into the deep space of the universe. He always researched the clone technique, splitting his soul into countless parts, even if the true body were slain. As long as one duplication survives, it can resurrect, restoring memories, though losing level 10 prowess. But for now, survival is well enough. Alas, this truly is the year of great upheaval. Who knows how many plane sovereigns will fall as a result, becoming supplies for Nora's ascension. Sauron, you truly planned it well. The Path of Sovereigns, ultimately nothing. Chapter 2850. The Purple Crystal World. Inside the temple, the god of mankind of the Amethyst race closed his eyes. 7 powerful figures stood in silence around him. The sweeping actions of the Dusk Palace Master against the god race over the years unsettled the Amethyst race, a tribe that claimed to be the strongest. The Amethyst race indeed boasted top-level strength in the Panplane individually. This advantage diminished as the realm progressed, similar to mythical creatures. In lower realms, the power range of wizards was vast due to the incredible variance in talent and differences among humans. They possessed a high upper limit yet a low lower limit. As one advanced to higher realms, through a process of selection, the average combat power of wizards became increasingly close to the Amethyst race. At the level 1 stage, a member of the Amethyst race could defeat 10 ordinary wizards of the same realm. After reaching level 9, perhaps only 2 or 3 could do the same. After level 10, against legendary wizards, the advantage diminished further. Otherwise, the Amethyst Saint at the level 10 peak would have already eradicated Edmund. Even the proud Amethyst Saint pondered a very real issue. If the Dusk Palace Master ascended to level 10, could he still defeat him? At level 9, this person already achieved absolute dominance. Would it be the same at level 10? The confidence of the Amethyst race shattered step by step. The Amethyst Saint contemplated retreat. In some sense, within the Purple Crystal world, the Amethyst race embodied an undying existence. Bury the Amethyst formed from a fallen member in the ground for a long time. Consciousness would be born again, creating new individuals of the Amethyst race. Yet, the Amethyst Saint remained worried. He had seen the unstoppable shadow army of the Dusk Palace Master. If not for his guard, it would have been enough to crush the Amethyst civilization. By then, the entire Purple Crystal world might be sealed and colonized. Those evil wizards might even rear them like pigs. Therefore, he intended to leverage his strength and prestige to negotiate with the underworld. He prepared many contingencies, but he needed an opportunity to reincarnate and rebuild. If he fell in the future, he could quickly rebuild and escape the identity of Plain Sovereign, living another life and leading the Amethyst race away. At the deepest part of the underworld, at the origin of the underworld source river, the Netherworld Ancestor Hall stood. It towered 1,000,000 miles high. It was forged entirely from various curiosities, indestructible. Even a being at level 10 could not shake it. This was not a supreme treasure. In the words of Sauron, it was a cosmic treasure. The Nether Emperors called it the primordial treasure. The most crucial materials for forging this treasure were relics of primordial creatures, collected by Lord Nether Ancestor over long ages. Within the multidimensional plane, only 3 treasures stood alongside it. There was the Astral World Temple of Thousands Gods. There was the Abyss Chaotic City. There was the Nightmare Blood and Flesh Palace. 1 hall, 1 temple, 1 city, 1 palace. All were forged by experts at the supreme level, and incorporated numerous relics of primordial creatures, containing the destructive might of the universe. Outside of these primordial 4 treasures, several primordial treasures remained scattered throughout the multidimensional plane, but none matched these 4 in power. Their foundation was too shallow. Their refiner had once reached the supreme realm, but regarding the preciousness of materials used, they did not surpass the 4 treasures. For instance, the Chaos Ancient Tower, refined by Sauron, also adopted some primordial materials. It was superior to all supreme treasures in the multidimensional plane. Since Sauron never demonstrated much supreme-level combat achievements before his death, the ancient tower never showcased its full might. But persisting until now, countless level 10 strongmen could not break through it, which attested to its strength. The Frost Sky Giant Axe, forged by the Frost Giant ancestor, Ygmir, was reportedly made from the primordial existence known as the Ice Remnant Bone. In the ancient age, the ancestor of giants launched wars across the multidimensional plane, defied the heavens, and slaughtered gods. Many perished to this axe. After the giant ancestor fell, this treasure was presumably sealed by the astral world, never to be seen again. The sky-opening pillar, refined by the origin will, once stirred the winds of the multidimensional plane in ancient times. It was ultimately shattered by the astral world and scattered across the multidimensional plane. A few other cosmic treasures of this type also remained missing, but counting them all revealed no more than 10 primordial treasures in the entire universe. Now, within the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, the grey-robed lady bathed in the dim waters of the Mother River. She was completely bare. Her graceful figure rested in the water. This water eroded everything and aged beings at level 10. It served as a great supplement for her, restoring her life force energy. Life and death were thoroughly played by the underworld source river. Previously, in the battle with the chaotic servant, the Nether Ancestor suffered minor injuries. She fought in the Abyss domain, and could not unleash her full power. Lord Nether Ancestor, the Amethyst Saint requests an audience, an attendant reported. Directly ask what it wants, the lady replied. It says it wants to exchange a supreme treasure for a chance to reincarnate and rebuild, the attendant said. Let it go back, the lady commanded. Understood, the attendant replied. Outside the hall, a purple projection waited anxiously. It was the Amethyst Saint. Soon, a burly man clad in black armor strode over. He bore 6 ancient swords on his back. They spun counterclockwise incessantly. Life and death flickered around them, and space and time similarly twisted backward. This was the Nether Emperor's tools. It was the 6 Paths Reincarnation Sword. It was composed of 6 ancient swords comparable to rare treasures. It possessed the power to reverse life and death, and to twist space and time. Among all Nether Emperor's tools in the Abyss, it ranked within the top 3. Its owner was the 3rd Nether Emperor, the rotating Netherworld Emperor Niloo. Excluding those at level 11, the strength of the rotating Netherworld Emperor ranked among the top dozen in this universe. He infinitely approached level 11. Chapter 2851. The Amethyst Saint, typically arrogant, remained exceedingly respectful in front of this person. It stood silent until he spoke. The underworld ranked 5th in the Panplane, which made the presence of the saint seem insignificant. You may go back. The rotating ancient emperor spoke indifferently. The expression of the Amethyst Saint shifted. A light blue pair of high heels appeared in its palm. Mysterious runes engraved the surface. They faintly sketched a scene of hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. Amidst the waves, a blue figure resembled the water god. It ruled the world and dominated all waters. This treasure ranked 23rd in the Panplane. The Emperor Wanchuan, a late-stage level 10 strongman from the ancient age, forged the water-summoning boots. They possessed the ability to control the water veins of a realm. They contained several types of exotic species water with unpredictable power. Furthermore, wearing these boots allowed entry into the water net path and the star realm ruined sea in the void. It allowed travel at several times the normal flying speed. It could also transform into the Wand Saint body, a true immortal god. Countless level 10 strongmen dreamed of this. The only request of the Amethyst Saint remained simple. It wanted one opportunity for reincarnation retraining. The underworld had already released many slots for reincarnation retraining. The kings of the underworld were generally able to grant this, myself included. In any case, the underworld gained a blood profit. Take it back. It is really not possible. The Amethyst Saint asked if this was Lord Nether Ancestor's intention. The Emperor confirmed it with a simple yes. The Amethyst Saint felt dejected. It held a sense of reluctance to use the water-summoning boots itself. However, the Emperor rejected them as a gift. Though they were female high-heeled combat boots, men could wear them too. The Saint said nothing. It secretly returned to the purple crystal world. In the temple, the Amethyst Saint awakened. Its expression remained gloomy. The purple crystal 7 kings asked with concern. Saint, how did it go? The Saint sighed. The underworld does not work. Saint, should we not align with the astral world? With your strength, countless powerful deities from the Thousand Hills countries would want to recruit you. Yes, it is certainly better than aligning with the Abyss and the Nightmare. The 7 kings offered ideas and suggestions. The Amethyst Saint sent them away. It sat alone on the throne and considered the situation. Aligning with the astral world remained a possibility. Although it had killed many gods, surely some still wanted its service. The problem lay elsewhere. Once it reshaped the divine body, the powerful physical advantage as part of the Amethyst race would be lost. Forget it. Let us wait a while and see how the situation with Nora, the Nightmare, and the Abyss unfolds. If Nora collapses without being attacked, hope remains. The Supreme Council issued another important announcement. The Dusk Palace Master recently slew the 7th Divine General's incarnation of the Holy War Army Master within the Panplane. He used a level 9 body to counterslay an existence nearing divinity. Up to now, under the God race, among the Bloodfire 18 generals, the Dusk Palace Master has slain half. By unanimous agreement of the Supreme Council, the Dusk Palace Master received a special reward. He earned 3 trillion ether stone. This opened access to 100,000 types of spells, medicines, weapon refinement, and array knowledge from the ancient dragon continent. Additionally, the Dusk Holy Temple received 50,000 units of transcendent creature life forms and 500 bloodline crystals above level 6. The collapse of the Council of 10,000 clans became a matter of time. The Nora Council once again stated its position to the civilizations and alien races under the Council of 10,000 clans. Those who actively withdrew from the Council or reported relevant clues would receive corresponding criminal reductions in the future. Those with great merits might join the Nora Council after taking the oath and receive amnesty. Those who persisted in ignorance would welcome their destruction. The news caused an uproar in Nora. Residents whispered in the streets. Did he not just counter-slay a level 9? How did he counter-slay a level 10 incarnation now? It had only been a few hundred years. The Holy War Army Master was also an old level 10. Was its incarnation not comparable to some weak gods of the astral world? Did this not mean the Dusk Palace Master already possessed god-slaying power? It seemed unbelievable. Terrifying indeed. At this rate, even the Holy War Army Master's life remained unsafe. Yes, the Plain Sovereign could not escape. Awesome. They were so arrogant when messing with us before. Now they are starting to panic. My partner was assassinated by the Council of 10,000 clans. It looks like the Nora Council is finally settling scores. Revenge will be had. The news spread to the ancient dragon continent. Members of the organization felt ecstatic. They celebrated for 3 days. The Hallmaster is indeed awesome. What does it mean to be the Supernova King? Next, the enrollment in the Dusk Holy Temple will surely be lively again. Moreover, the rewards this time are too generous. 50,000 transcendent life forms mean the giant beast paradise will not be able to hold them. Expansion remains inevitable. 500 bloodline crystals above level 6. My goodness, there will be a surge of level 6 knights next. This reward shook everyone. Any item alone could further enrich the foundation of the ancient dragon continent. A month later, the public held the award ceremony. Elena, Triss, the Blood Knight, and other high-ranking members of the ancient dragon continent, representing various organizations, collected the prizes with joy. These items together reached a value of over 10 trillion. This was the gold content of slaying a quasi level 10. In the Supreme Council, many legendary wizards gathered. Joyful smiles filled the room. Edmund spoke. Soon after the announcement, many who were once affiliated with the Council of 10,000 Clans sought assistance. However, many are bound by the Covenant Sword. Truly resolving this issue will require killing the Amethyst Saint. The Thousand Mountains Immortal side. It remains difficult. This is also a historical issue left behind. If it could be killed, many sages throughout history would have done it. The closest attempt came from Roger Great Councilman. Unfortunately, he fell short. Chapter 2852. Edmund might possess the power, but countless eyes watch him. Leading Nora presents too great a risk. As for the underworld, it certainly will not involve itself with the Council of 10,000 Clans. There is no rush in this matter. Give Levi some more time. 2 years passed. The year 1652 of the Nora calendar. The year 1540 of the Blood Battle. At the prow of the silver spaceship, Levi and Rolling watched the diminishing light of Nora as it receded into the distance. If not for the great expansion of Nora, at this current distance, we would not even be able to see it. The universe is vast, yet civilization remains so small. Rolling leaned against the railing. Indeed, but it has been peaceful during this time. In the past years, under the mobilization of the Holy War Army Master, the god race retreated to their headquarters under his personal guard. Levi chose not to take action. He did not waste time in maneuvering. Instead, he waited for the return journey to make another attempt. Another reason weighed on him. Levi sensed a god tracking his movements. Though he felt no fear, he did not wish to engage in battle, wanting to avoid falling into the trap of the Bloodfire Dominator. The vast sea sailed at full power. Barring other accidents, the ship would reach the Nellarian civilization in 20 years. A vibration hummed from the Twilight Round Table. Levi smiled at his companion. Lady, I will return to the cabin now. Go ahead. I will sit here a bit longer. After Levi departed, Rolling leaned against the bow, gazing alone at the starry sky. Once the war ends, I can travel around as well. The world is so big. I must see it. I hope all goes well. Back in the cabin, Levi opened the Twilight Round Table interface. Where have you reached? Elena asked with a smile. Halfway there. Is Lady Rolling easy to get along with? Very good. All legendary wizards are quite easygoing. Oh, my Lord Hallmaster, did you kill another level 10? Elena stared at him through the projection. Levi recalled the rumors. It seems the news reached Nora. He cleared his throat. Not quite level 10. I suppose I worried for nothing. Glad you are okay. The rewards from the council this time are incredibly generous, especially for the Twilight Holy Temple. After hearing Elena describe the reward, Levi felt a spark of excitement. Another 3 trillion? It was impossible to spend it all. Absolute madness. Of course, these ether stones were actually the smaller part. The real treasure lay in the knowledge, the bloodline crystals, and the transcendent creatures. With these things, he could uplift the ancient dragon continent as a whole. The council also used the opportunity to reward him, supporting the development of the ancient dragon continent, especially the knights, in an official capacity. Calming his emotions, Elena continued. I refined the sun refining artifact you gave me. It saved me a lot of cultivation time. I should achieve 8th ring perfection within 100 years. How is the effect? Very good. It increased spiritual force by 1,000 points. My viewing the sea talent has also improved further. It nears a certain critical point. Surpassing this point, it will not just be sun grade talent, but closer to legendary grade talent. That is normal. After all, you refined 3 sun refining artifacts, plus 3 water series. The quantity changes lead to a qualitative change. After the 9th circle, the cultivation speed will not be slow. It will be easier to forge your own legendary artifact in the future. Indeed, but it is a shame there is no special spiritual creature. That cannot be forced. You currently have 2 morning stars, 1 bright moon, and 2 sun-grade special spiritual creatures in your lineup. Many 9th circle wizards I know do not have as much as you. Yes, I tested my moves against the Dragon Corpse Demon. At my current level, I am capable of contending with level 9 momentarily. After actually experiencing it, I found the gap between level 8 and 9 is so vast. I can only barely sustain the effort, utterly powerless to fight back. Of course, did you think reverse slaying level 9 would be easy? Is anything happening on the ancient dragon continent lately? How are those talents I am tracking? All are doing well. It is just that Wind and Fire Dragon, which Leland Knight is still at peak level 5. Wanting to surpass mythical is as tough as reaching heaven. Elena lamented. Take it slowly. He is still young. Leland remained Levi's key focus. He once attempted to view his past life, but he could not do so. This one is obviously a reincarnated legendary wizard, fundamentally different from Heim. As for who he is, most likely the Dragon Flame God Wizard. Because he once received the dragon character from Sauron. Even if reincarnated, he should still carry this element of dragon. Of course, this sort of thing is best left unspoken. Levi did not elucidate. The Dragon Flame God Wizard was devoted to protecting them and Nora. Now reincarnated, Levi would surely protect him well too. This way, the Twilight Holy Temple would have two knights reincarnated from legends. Both carried supreme potential, with a bright future ahead. How are the 18 riders? Green Bird Knight reached level 7, and his Path of the Wizard also achieved 6th circle perfection. The Blood Knights, these old generals, are all at level 7 peak, ready for level 8. Understanding the organizational status from Elena, Levi felt more confident about the upcoming war. Before the Nightmare invasion, the organization should birth a large number of level 8 powerhouses. With methods from the mechanical school, self-preservation was doable. The two talked for a long time before concluding the session. Levi then began tallying the harvest from this period. 6 generals contributed a total of 1,380 truth oddities. It was Levi's first 4-digit collection of oddities, and he could not help but smile widely. Adding to his previous gains, the treasure trove of truth oddities could sustain him for many years, ensuring geniuses on the ancient dragon continent would not lack oddities. Even for those relatively ordinary members, as long as they worked hard, the merits would suffice for a chance to exchange for oddities. The upward channels were not completely blocked. Chapter 2853. Other top wizard organizations could not even imagine this wealth. Levi carefully picked and chose the items he could use for himself. At this point, all sequence oddities from the light, darkness, and lightning sects had reached perfection for him. The Shadow faction had also been assembled to a significant degree. As for the traditional Elementalist school and Death sect sequences, he did not plan to collect them for now. The elemental affinity in this aspect could be compensated by various breathing techniques. Moreover, his elemental proof itself already included the 7 elements. Levi felt his affinity for fire had already reached the ceiling. Further improvement would prove challenging without legendary artifacts. To him, refining was not cost-effective. Lord Victor and the Holy Infant had already collected the metal and frost factions, so there was no need for him to walk the same path again. Even minor improvements could cultivate a good number of primordial soul level and even grand wizard level key figures in the organization. 4 oddities were worth mentioning, all of the glorious sun grade. They were the tear of the water god, the earth god's shield, the wind god's flute, and the snow country's proof. The first 3 served as sequence components of the elementalist school. His closest kin did not really need them, so they continued to serve as treasures in the troves. When doled out among the supernovas and geniuses of the organization, these items should further improve their progress and allow them to reach the 8th circle realm sooner. The Snow Country's proof belonged to the Frost faction. Levi had previously handed the Holy Infant a glorious sun-grade radiant fire armor, making this a fitting balance. Other ores, herbs, and resources required for the 3 arts were countless. Levi did not want to waste time, so he assigned someone to organize them. After the final inventory, there were over a dozen types of level 9 ores, each worth a fortune. Additionally, there were 5 sacred medicines, encompassing earth, fire, wind, and water, along with lightning. Still, none of these values compared to a piece of crimson, or in Levi's palm. Its emitted heat was enough to melt Levi's scales. It distorted his protective force field as golden flames spurted around, radiating divine light everywhere. It is actually a level 10 divine item, Sun God Gold. Beyond level 10, herbs, ores, or any material earned the title of divine artifacts. They were treasures coveted by the Heavenly Father. Sun God Gold reigned supreme among fire element ores. It contained traits such as solid, indestructible, extreme temperature, and everlasting. These characteristics existed across level 9 and even level 10, making it the best material for crafting fire element supreme treasures. Typically, only remnants from the Dead Sun plane might birth a small piece of Sun God Gold, which highlighted its worth. The Dead Sun 9 prisons of the Fire Sovereign was formidable, and this treasure was partially why. Of course, the Fire Sovereign utilized 9 suns to forge his treasure. Levi's small piece naturally could not compare. He merely needed it to recast the Crimson Dragon Slash. Levi obtained this from the 7th Divine General, who was surely intending to use it for forging a supreme treasure. The military lord will be heartbroken now. Levi smirked. Moreover, there were 3 pieces of the Star Spirit's heart. Alongside Levi's previous reserves, he now possessed 6 pieces. For the 3 avatars and those dear to him like Elena, they would not have any concern about their future advancement to the 9th circle. Triss, already at 8th circle perfection, did not need to worry about this item. Levi planned to reserve the last piece for his second brother, the Purgatory Demon Sword. The other core members of the organization still had some time before advancing to the 9th circle, so they did not need it for now. With the development of the White Dragon commerce, there would be a steady supply of the Star Spirit's heart. Starfall remains were likewise piled high. These were accumulations from the god race over eons. Although a good amount had been consumed, the remainder still assured Levi a purse full of profits. Among the rest were various knowledge pieces, spells, and combat techniques. This included a combat technique created by the Holy War Army Master, the 9 Stars Battle Manual, which was incredibly powerful. At level 9 proficiency, it could condense spear-related intercepting star species. Levi's extreme Dao strategy had not broken through its limit yet, with no clear path in sight. He planned to practice some level 9 combat techniques next, seeking inspiration. Maybe volume could lead to miracles, breaking through the combat techniques level 9 bottleneck. Given his current combat technique realm, achieving mastery of the 9 stars battle manual would not take long. The main event left was the level 9 rare treasures. There were 6 in total. They were the Black Prison Chain, the Golden King Skylight Armor, the Red Sun's Whirl, the Golden Moon Halberd, the Stardust Sword, and the Bloody Secret Book. All were quite good, but with Levi's discerning eye, only one stood out as top quality. The Golden King Skylight Armor was most suited for Lord Victor. It enhanced his defense, allowing him to focus entirely on attack and offense without worrying about survival. The Black Prison Chain, in whip form, surpassed the Demon Dragon Whip greatly. Madame Triss was sure to love it, and he planned to sell it to her cheaply upon returning. Giving it directly would not be accepted by Triss. The Golden Sun Vortex was akin to the Holy Infant's early work, the Extreme Fire Wheel. It could serve as an auxiliary means outside the Wizard Tower. The Stardust Sword was a famous treasure forged early by the Plain Sovereign known as the Stardust Army Master. It was oddly found on the Holy War Army Master's side. The Stardust Army Master had been taken by a demon early in the blood battle, which led to his demise. Last was the Bloody Secret Book, a crooked path rare treasure resembling a book that summoned a potent blood god projection against foes. Levi intended to keep this treasure himself since it related to Nora's enemy, the Blood River Will. Maybe there were traps within. Chapter 2854. Speaking of which, the Blood River Will, as a progeny of the Mother River, ranked among the top 20 Nether Emperors, controls part of the reincarnation and undying power, and even created the Blood Clan with its own hands. It once had its moment of glory, but alas, it made too many enemies, and has been cast aside by the underworld. Now, who knows where it hides, causing trouble. Additionally, there are 364 rare treasures above level 6, of various kinds, with many uses and styles. Several space treasures were also seized, inside which some god race soldiers were hidden, all of whom Levi eliminated. These rare treasures will become the foundation of the ancient dragon continent, ensuring that the geniuses and supernovas at least have a few each. The more unusual spoils include over 100 transcendent creatures, with quantities in the tens of thousands, varying in strength. There are heavenly horse subspecies used as mounts and shadow leopards responsible for assassinations. Just the dragon clan creatures enslaved for war number over 500. However, most are from the mixed blood dragon clan, with only a few dozen subdragons. Moreover, inside an 8th level space treasure, the 10,000 Beasts Pearl, there are tens of thousands of transcendent creatures, younglings or eggs, seemingly a breeding base for the god race's mounts. The god race's civilization is quite advanced, with war as its primary driving force. Levi laughed so hard his jaw almost dislocated. How can there be such a considerate civilization as the god race? Whatever I need, it provides. The giant beast paradise has just saved 100 years of development time. These biological resources are also a vast fortune. Levi's eyes shifted as he discovered a red scale giant egg covered with dragon scales, exuding pure dragon's might, and surrounded by a wave of heat. This is an egg of the ancient red dragon, one of the 5-colored ancient dragons. Excellent, I have unlocked a new entry in the legendary Dragon Clan Atlas. Levi thought of the other 4 types of ancient dragons in this category. It doesn't feel complete unless they are all collected. Forget it, let's take it slow. Beside the ancient red dragon lay another egg with pale blue feathers. Probably some sort of transcendent bird, about a circle smaller than the ancient red dragon's egg. Levi checked the data and eventually identified it as the egg of a star falcon. The star falcon is not large in size. Its speed is extremely fast, rivaled only by a few legendary creatures like the Aurora bird within level 9. Its speed burst in the short term surpasses the Aurora bird by a notch. There was once a level 9 expert who got caught off guard and had his head blown off by a star falcon. Thus, it is absolutely an assassin-type creature. Levi remembered that the Green Bird Knight's mythical bloodline includes this legendary creature. Once this little bird hatches, the Green Bird Knight will be blessed. There are also many rare eggs, dazzling to behold. Levi transferred them all to the ancient Banyan fairyland for professional breeding organizations to take over. The other spoils are so numerous that there is no need to elaborate. Excluding the above-listed priceless treasures, the remaining loot's total value should exceed 3 trillion. Needless to say, not just for Levi, but also for the Nora Council. This is a considerable financial revenue. The god race indeed lives in opulence. The silver spaceship sailed silently. Time flickered, and 3 more years passed. In the Nora calendar 1655, the blood battle 1643. In the cabin, Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. The device displayed his spiritual force at 62,001 out of 74,000. Only 2,000 points away from the 9 rings perfect. With regular cultivation, I can reach it in a little over 100 years. And since I ascended to the 9th circle, it has only been 400 years. Even reincarnations of legendary wizards can't keep up with me. Of course, he wasn't being arrogant, just making a regular comparison. Tebe number 1. How much longer until we reach the destination? About 15 years more. Good, proceed at full speed. Levi's deep red eyes glinted. On the central screen, A host of level 10 experts with hostility toward him emerged from the abyss, nightmare, and astral world, totaling dozens of figures. There are far more compared to the time before the Holy War Army Master's incarnation, but like they say, the famous and the strong face more foes. It is all right, let them come. Abyss. Land of darkness. Pazuzu looked at the intelligence from the front lines, his eyes widening with excitement. Quick, contact the other demon lords in the Panplane battlefield. If Levi dares to show up again, ensure to take him down. Don't attempt to capture him alive, directly kill him. If Levi were in Nora, he would be temporarily beyond reach. But if this kid wanders outside again, doesn't that present an opportunity? I have sent out the orders, the Shadow Demon Queen said. General Commander, let me go too. I don't quite trust the lords on the other fronts. As the Lord of the Abyssal Layer 434, the Shadow Demon Queen stood at the level 10 middle stage in cultivation, not standing out, but it was a shadow demon, able to traverse the shadow dimension freely, and it commanded a group of experienced spies skilled in assassination, a master in a specialized field. If it took action personally, the effects might even surpass some level 10 late-stage individuals. Pazuzu eyed her. If you set off now, will you make it in time? I will. All right, go. And if you succeed in killing the Dusk Palace Master, I will ask the Chaotic Servant Lord to grant you a wisp of Supreme Demon Energy, helping you step into the level 10 late stage, and become a lord in the back layers, which will also benefit your Shadow Demon lineage. After dealing with Nora, we will conquer the Shadow World as your future domain. Pazuzu's promise was alluring. The Shadow Demon Queen glowed with anticipation. Supreme Demon Energy. Only the power of Supreme Level Demon Energy, born from level 11 strongmen, could bring level 10 demons endless benefit, saving countless years of arduous cultivation. Chapter 2855. Dusk Palace Master, you must die. The Shadow World has been coveted for a long time. There are quite a few strong ones over there, similar to Edmund, who are hard to deal with. The Abyss cannot conquer it for now. Moreover, the Shadow World involves multiple giant factions in a contest. If the Abyss wants to monopolize it, the act will inevitably lead to attacks from the other three sides, plunging the forces into a chaotic battle. However, this realm has already been scattered, its potential exhausted, making it difficult to form destiny in the future. In comparison, Nora presents a greater threat. Shadow Dimension. The Shadow Demon Queen holds a whip-like object full of barbs in her palm. This is the Shadow Whip, a supreme treasure-level magic tool for the Shadow Demon race. It was forged through countless years of slaughter and devouring, ranking in the top 30 of the Panplane. Its raw material is the divine artifact Shadow Divine Gold from the Shadow faction. It was born from the core of the Shadow World plane, obtained when the old powers scattered the Shadow World. The Shadow Demon Queen licks the whip with her crimson tongue. She wraps it around her slender waist. She possesses a figure not much inferior to a succubus. She transforms into a ghostly light and rushes away. Nightmare World. Dusk Palace Master has appeared in the Panplane. This is a perfect opportunity to kill him. Lords, who is willing to take a trip? The Lost Monarch surveys the strong ones below. The Ghost Alley Monarch acts as if the situation has nothing to do with him. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord wants to go, but it is one of the main forces attacking Nora. The current period is crucial before the war, rendering it unable to leave. A monarch whose form is unstable, gathering and dispersing like mist, speaks. Let me go, but let us make it clear first. All the spoils of hunting him are mine. Everyone has no objections, right? The Lost Monarch laughs. Then Grey Mist Monarch, with your level 10 middle stage cultivation, you should be sure to succeed. As for his spoils, they are naturally yours. The Lost Monarch opens its mouth and spits out a black bead. It devours light, incredibly strange. This is the Night Barrier Bead, an illusion artifact capable of obscuring astrology and concealing heavenly secrets. Dusk Palace Master has exceptional perception. Take this with you, and he should not be able to sense your presence. The mist-like face of the Grey Mist Monarch reveals a smile. All right, thank you then. I will surely complete the mission. Illusion artifacts are a weapon refinement method unique to Nightmare World strongmen. This Night Barrier Bead was obtained by the Lost Monarch after killing a Monarch-level enemy, matching a supreme treasure. To deal with the Dusk Palace Master, one cannot proceed without investing heavily. Afterward, the Grey Mist Monarch tears open the red-black sky dome, enters the crack, and disappears. The Nightmare World holds most of the cosmic dark side fragments, making travel quite convenient. Catching up to Dusk Palace Master is not a big problem. 2 years later, Holy War World. The Holy War Army Master and the remaining 9 divine generals gather here. They have already set up the heavenly net, just waiting for the Dusk Palace Master to arrive. But the Dusk Palace Master does not come. I thought he had become arrogant enough to challenge my true form. The Holy War Army Master unwittingly breathes a sigh of relief. I also do not know the situation on the Wild Dog God side. No news has been conveyed yet. Could it be he could not catch up? In these years, the Army Master often suffers from heart pain, not curable by any means. The hard-won Sun God Gold has not been warmed up before it flew away, let alone so many level 9 rare treasures and materials. Once my master is rid of troubles, it must first solve this person. Darkness Void. A slender figure rides the Void Demon Dog mount, rushing on the road. It is the Wild Dog God, carrying a simple great bow on its back, exuding the scent of age. To smoothly complete the mission of intercepting the Dusk Palace Master, the Blood Fire Dominator approved it to use an ancient divine artifact, the Sunbreaking Divine Bow, from the divine kingdom. Judging the power of a divine weapon depends on 3 factors: the level and power of its forge master, the material, and the sediment of time. The older, the stronger. Currently, the most powerful divine weapon is the ancient divine artifact, such as the Spear of Blood and Fire. Its predecessor was the fiery fire divine spear, bred in ancient times, constantly reforged and enhanced by the blood fire dominator, making it a top-tier weapon in the astral world. Magic dog, have you smelt traces of the Dusk Palace Master? The wild dog god asks. The black hound beneath shakes its head. Oh well, it seems this person fears confrontation with me, and has fled in terror. I can return to report. The wild dog god breathes a long sigh of relief internally. Great. No need to face that freak directly. Though this time, quite a few divine race soldiers and divine generals were lost. The losses in the belief land were minimal, so it can be considered as completing the main god's task. Levi can at most hunt down divine race soldiers, yet cannot possibly slaughter all the life in the 3,000 belief lands, just to trouble the blood fire dominator. Those lives themselves are not guilty. They comprise important parts of great Nora civilization's future vision. To solve the blood fire dominator thoroughly, one must go to the astral world, hammer the divine body, crush the divine kingdom, and extinguish the divine fire. 3 years fly by. Nora calendar 1660. Advancing at full speed, the vast sea has already reached the Panplane edge. Looking at the boundless deep space, Levi suddenly thinks of Ayak. Who knows where that bird child has gone? This is their 40th year of travel. Along the way, besides creating troubles for the Council of 10,000 clans, Levi has saved a number of endangered alien race civilizations. They are all settled within the space treasure he carries. As for the Land of Oblivion, due to limited time, he plans to go there on the return trip. Master, ahead lies a blood battlefield. It appears to be a large civilization. I investigated a bit. There is a level 10 strongman there. A golden light descends upon the cabin, the scout Maya. After reading the information, Levi goes to the room of rolling. The lady just finished meditation. What is happening? Lady, our route ahead includes a mermaid civilization. The strongest is Emperor Whalesane, the merfolk emperor. Mer people and Sea Clan are close relatives. Yes, I feel that it is beneficial for the development of the body refining wizard. I plan to go over and check. If the enemy is too strong, we will abandon it. If it is ordinary, I plan to try to see if I can kill it. Then I may need the lady to lend a slight hand. Alright, be careful. Leaving the spaceship, Levi conceals his dense chi, heading toward deep space. The merfolk tribe also has branches in the ancient tower. Their bodies are strong with considerable bloodline ability. Levi estimates the ancient tower borrowed people from here. He has a premonition. The chance to unblock the blood battle armor is here. Chapter 2856. The Sane World, the Mermaid Sanctuary, holds territory 99% covered by endless ocean. Scattered islands dot the surface. Since antiquity, the merfolk clan has thrived here. They reached the peak of civilization 300 years ago, when the whale Emperor Sane was born. Since then, the merfolk clan possessed their own level 10 strongmen. At the same time, the merfolk clan welcomed their worst era. The abyssal invasion began, the blood battle commenced, and lives were devastated. The lord of the 186th layer of the abyss, the old sea dominator Rul, commanded this battlefield. His true form was a fish demon. A legion of level 9 generals marched under his command. Initially, the abyss assumed a newly emerging level 10 civilization could be swiftly annihilated. Unexpectedly, under the command of the whale emperor, the merfolk clan resisted until now. On this day, in the whale emperor's palace, a vast and towering figure of 10,000 feet sat in repose. Sane sat on his throne. Below him, 6 level 9 merfolk strongmen stood on either side, reporting the battle situation. The emperor listened. Anger flared in his eyes. He stood up. An outrageous insult. Rul dispatched soldiers to capture the mermaid princess, his daughter. Fish demons are well known for their lust. He would not allow his daughter to be defiled by them. In the past years, many female merfolk suffered defilement by fish demons, resulting in the birth of deformed demonic creatures. These creatures wreaked havoc across the seas, threatening the merfolk lineage. Someone, prepare the chariot. I will personally go to the demon camp. The minister knelt, pressing his forehead to the cold stone floor. Emperor, you must not. It might be a trap set by the demons. Then what do you suggest we do with my daughter? The group of level 9 merfolk ministers fell silent. They looked at each other. Were it their own kin, the choice would also be difficult. On one side was one's flesh and blood. On the other was the survival of their civilization. The whale emperor calmed his breathing. I have faced that old sea dominator once. His power is not much stronger than mine. He has simply ascended to level 10 longer, and possesses more profound foundations. Damn it. Give me 10,000 more years for growth, and I will surely be able to cut him down. A minister stepped forward, speaking cautiously. Emperor, should we seek assistance from the Nora Council? The whale emperor replied coldly. Nora, have you forgotten how those wizards treated the Sea Clan? The ministers fell silent. In the eyes of most alien races, the wickedness of wizards remains an undisputed fact. In truth, wizards do not consider themselves righteous either. Another minister stood, his voice trembling under the level 10 majesty. Emperor, times have changed. I think at present, safeguarding our merfolk civilization is most urgent. You are the greatest talent of the merfolk clan across history, but our foundation is lacking. Now with the blood battle crisis at hand, please reconsider. Indeed, Emperor, I have learned that the Sea Clan there are doing fine. Merfolk also survive in Nora. With your status, you could directly enter the Supreme Council. Gaining a place for our clan ought to be no issue. The other ministers voiced their thoughts, emboldened by the first. The 300 years of blood battles offered them no hope. Currently, just a demon lord from the 186th layer troubled them greatly. If the demons dispatched more forces, would they still be able to fight? Regret would come too late. Turning to Nora, they have consecutively won 3 waves of comprehensive wars. They slew 5 level 10 demons. Among them was the leader of the 4 great demon lords, the Earth Demon Lord. Even the powerful barbarian tribe's civilization has merged into Nora. Heavenly Will, a nearly level 11 top-level existence, has joined them. What is there for the merfolk civilization to hesitate about? Survival is the eternal theme in the land of darkness. Other bottom lines can be moved. By the way, Emperor, I recently heard that Nora's strongest prodigy, the Dusk Palace Master, single-handedly slew the Holy War Army Master's incarnation. He is currently traveling across the Panplane. If we ask Nora for assistance, perhaps this person can help us temporarily overcome the difficulty. Upon hearing the name, the Whale Emperor's eyes shifted. Judging from the reports, this person holds a favorable attitude toward the Sea Clan. The Merfolk clan and Nora live under his protection. If they truly intended to join Nora, he is the key. Go, try to contact the Nora Council. The Whale Emperor spoke calmly. He had to make a decision. Remembering his daughter caught in the demon camp, grief tightened his chest. A dignified 10-level body could not even protect his own kin. If concerns for the clan had not weighed on him, he would have charged into the demon camp long ago. It boiled down to a lack of strength. Would that old sea dominator dare to abduct the daughter of Edmund? This was like asking to consume the sun. Buzz. A wave of absolute, strong aura invaded the sane world. The Whale Emperor's face shifted. His mountainous whale body stood up. A 4,000-foot-long blade surfaced in his palm. This is the peak level 9 rare treasure, the sea-suppressing blade, a clan treasure passed down through generations by the Merfolk clan, refined to the strongest power in history. It is a pity it is not a supreme treasure. A rainbow light crossed the endless space, appearing in the center of the great hall. The intruder wore black armor. His expression remained stern. He wielded a sword in his right hand. In his left, a black chain dragged the corpse of a level 9 demon. He strode forward. The ministers stared at the intruder. Shock transformed their expressions. The Whale Emperor did not take action because he saw level 8 peak female merfolk landing in the hall. She measured 1,000 feet tall. It was the merfolk princess herself. Father, I am back. Levi concealed his form and approached the demon headquarters situated in the land of darkness outside the sane world. He aimed to capture some demons and enslave them to gather intelligence. On the way, he encountered a level 9 demon. Chapter 2857. With his strength, naturally he resolved it in moments. After enslaving it, he discovered that the demon had actually abducted the Merfolk Empire's princess. Heaven helps me. He immediately became the hero who saved the beauty, and with the princess, he rushed to sane world at the fastest speed. Without checking in, he directly used the invisible secret word to penetrate all protective measures, openly appearing in the core hall of the Merfolk. This Whale Emperor was only promoted 1,000 years ago, merely at level 10 early stage. He could not even defeat that level 10 fish demon, who was considered the weakest among the 4 great demons of the Abyss's 186th layer. Levi naturally had no fear. It was a father and daughter reunion. The burly merfolk princess threw herself into the Whale Emperor's arms, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Levi really could not admire this scene. His aesthetic could only accept humans, or at most elves. He could not stand succubus. Daughter, that damned fish demon didn't touch you, right? The Whale Emperor checked her, finding the princess was only slightly injured, and he let out a sigh of relief. Father, no, I was saved by this human strongman. By the way, may I ask your name? I haven't had the chance to ask you yet. The princess turned to inquire. The Whale Emperor looked at the black-armored swordsman, his eyes filled with surprise. You are the Dusk Palace Master? Levi nodded. It is indeed I. The Whale Emperor then looked at the ministers. Have you already contacted Nora? The ministers shook their heads. They were bewildered too. Once Levi was mentioned, Levi appeared. Levi spoke, explaining that he hadn't contacted the nobles beforehand. He explained that he had passed by, saw traces of demons, and came to check, and that meeting the princess was a coincidence. The Whale Emperor asked with caution, wondering what the purpose of the visit was. Levi replied candidly, outlining 2 primary objectives. First, he wanted to invite the merfolk to join Nora to fight the demons and overcome this unprecedented great tribulation. Second, he wished to kill the old sea dominator, but considering this was their territory, he came to give notice. The Whale Emperor and ministers felt relieved hearing the first matter. They had just been intensely discussing this issue, and ultimately the Whale Emperor decided to ask for aid from Nora, applying for voluntary integration. The second matter left them stunned. Eliminate the old sea dominator? The ministers showed a look of shock. The princess covered her mouth in surprise, and exclaimed that the old sea dominator was hard even for her father to kill, and she asked if he was planning to hunt it alone. The Whale Emperor asked if he possessed great confidence in himself. Levi replied that he could not say there was a 100% success rate, but it was worth a try. In any case, for the merfolk, his upcoming actions had no drawbacks. Even if he could not kill the old sea dominator, it and its demon soldiers would not be able to escape. The abyss's first 200 layers contained a fish demon lord at level 10 early stage. This was tailored for his blood battle armor to be unsealed. Should he miss this chance, finding another suitable demon would be difficult. Levi needed to dominate to kill the level 10 demon. However, he also prepared a backup plan. If he failed, then Lady Rolling would step in, and they would join forces to eliminate it. Though this would not unlock the armor, it would be a severe blow to the demons. Furthermore, level 10 demons themselves were treasures. The Whale Emperor thought for a moment before asking if he needed cooperation. Levi stated with confidence that he only needed to guard Kane World, and should leave everything else to him. He had investigated the configuration of the demon camp here, which consisted of 1 level 10 and 10 level 9 enemies. His Black Shadow army could handle such a formation. The Whale Emperor earnestly thanked him. Levi turned and left, disappearing inside the main hall. It was only then that the Whale Emperor suddenly realized the stranger had simply vanished. The ministers were stupefied too. This was a place of great civilization. This person came as he wished and left as he wished. This kind of strength truly was terrifying. Perhaps there really was hope to eliminate the old sea dominator. The silver spaceship waited nearby. Levi's figure appeared inside. Rolling asked how it went. Levi explained that the merfolk civilization agreed to integrate into Nora. He requested that the lady secretly set up a raid formation for him, while also preparing a second plan. He insisted that under no circumstances could they let that fish demon escape. Rolling agreed to prepare several legendary spells and arrays. She asked one more time if he was certain he did not need her help. Levi nodded, his face resolute. With his fight against the Holy War Monarch's incarnation, he felt confident. He had his own blood battle spirit, added with the 8 formation map. These 3 major cards, fully prepared, were enough to encircle and kill a level 10 demon. Deep in the land of darkness, at the demon camp, the voice of the Water Demon Lord came from a pitch-black statue. He ordered Rule to quickly resolve the merfolk civilization, and then rushed to the Nora battlefield. The old sea dominator had a head full of tendrils resembling a mix of fish and octopus, a broad back with fleshy wings, and a surface covered by spikes akin to lionfish scales. The fish demon was a large class, including many aquatic demons with similar ecological niches. The surface tendrils were a common feature. They were proficient in controlling water, and most carried toxic power, suitable for invading oceanic civilizations like the merfolk. The old sea dominator responded, telling the Lord that it encountered obstacles, as the merfolk civilization happened to have a level 10 strongman born, named the Whale Emperor. It claimed it could not take it down temporarily, and requested support. The Water Demon Lord replied that it knew, and would see if it could arrange a level 10 helper. It added that they were currently hunting the Dusk Palace Master, and that if the demon found this person's whereabouts, it should report immediately. The Water Demon Lord's statue shattered, and its voice faded. Chapter 2858. The old sea dominator paced back and forth, his gaze sweeping over the horizon. He muttered to the air, 1 level 9 demon, and so many level 10 demons still haven't resolved it. Is this Dusk Palace Master truly as terrifying as the legends say? A level 9 demon burst into the chamber, breathless and trembling. My lord, the 9-whisker demon king has fallen. The old sea dominator frowned, his brow furrowing deep into his scales. He demanded, who killed him? Was it the Whale Emperor? A twisted voice echoed from the messenger. He, it was me. The messenger's body began to twist and swell. Billowing black smoke poured from his pores. A dragon's roar shattered the air as a pitch-black, ferocious giant dragon soared upward. Its massive wings blotted out the sky. Thick dragon breath erupted, shooting directly toward the old sea dominator. The impact shook the foundation of the fortress. The mighty demon was caught off guard. He flew backward, collapsing several demon mountains. He crashed into a group of innocent bystanders, before finally skidding to a halt. The old sea dominator steadied himself. Who are you? The old sea dominator stared at his transformed subordinate. His eyes vibrated. The tough demon scales on the dragon's chest showed a jagged crack. Was it parasitic possession? What exactly is happening? He roared in anger, and a boundless demonic aura erupted, sweeping across 1,000 miles, with his wings raising a vast, endless black ocean. As a level 10 early-stage demon, he was considered relatively weak in the abyss, but he had mastered the full power of the 12 layers of demon realm. The water domain and poison domain intertwined. They gave birth to his level 10 domain, named the Lightless Black Sea. It possessed the ability to corrode all things. Once the domain activated, ordinary level 9 demons could not even get close. This was one of the essential differences between level 9 and level 10 demons. The commotion alerted other strong beings in the barracks. One level 9 figure after another flew over. They gathered around the master. My lord, what is the situation? The old sea dominator gestured to the perimeter. We are under attack. Quickly surround the barracks. Someone has infiltrated. The subordinates saluted. As you command. The mighty demon army surged in layers, inside and out. Hundreds of mountains levitated to form a grand array. The black dragon turned into a beam of light. He attacked the old sea dominator once again. He entered the Lightless Black Sea domain. It felt like a clay ox entering the sea. The dragon began to disintegrate. Before he could get close, his flesh and blood merged into the seawater and vanished into smoke. Humph. The old sea dominator looked around, his head raised high. He shouted into the void. Dusk Palace Master, stop hiding. A water column stretching 10,000 miles long shot out from the Black Sea domain. It aimed at a void shrouded in darkness. The space shattered like a mirror. Beams of golden light poured through the cracks and illuminated the darkness. The 6 holy heavens descended. Levi stood up on the golden throne. The demon lord of this remote land knew his name. Unknowingly, he had become famous throughout the world. So it really is you. Was it you who killed the 9-whisker demon king? Levi gripped his sword. It was me. He stepped onto the golden stairs. He advanced step by step. With each step, it felt as if he trampled on the hearts of countless demons. The terrifying killing intent, formed by slaughtering billions of demons, made them shudder with fear. Just how many demons had this guy killed? The demons did not know, nor did Levi. Who keeps track of how many slices of small bread they have eaten in their lifetime? So arrogant, daring to storm a demon camp alone. A level 9 demon rushed at Levi first. He obviously refused to believe in legends. Levi raised his hand. He unleashed a sword chi that tore the sky and earth asunder. The level 9 demon felt danger in an instant, but it was too late. Just when the demon thought he was about to die on the spot, a black water wall suddenly stretched out in front of him. It blocked the deadly sword chi. His heart hammered in his chest. Someone truly could instantly kill a level 9 of the same realm. The Lord had stepped in to save him. Just as the demon was about to retreat, a bloody light tore through the void. A hand clad in blood armor pierced through his chest. It grasped a black crystal core as black demon blood flowed. The demon looked behind him in disbelief. A terrifying blood-colored figure appeared. His aura possessed the crushing weight of a being with 1 foot already in level 10. He was even stronger than the Dusk Palace Master. The blood battle spirit smirked. His expression mirrored Levi's at that moment. Trying to save someone from his grasp? No way. The countless demons were all terrified. They stared blankly at the blood sea. Billions of blood-colored wraiths struggled within. Each resembled a demon. Many of their fish demon kin were among them. The demons could not help but wonder again. How many demons had this guy killed? All the demons in this battlefield combined did not even outnumber the wraiths surging in that blood sea. Is this the demon meat grinder on the Nora battlefield? Though they had never been there, all the demons felt the despair and helplessness of those 3 full-scale wars. The old sea dominator looked at the blood-colored figure with a solemn gaze. Body separation. Some level 10 rulers liked to dabble in such unorthodox methods. They were generally able to exert part of level 10's power. Is this your trump card? From within the lightless black sea, black water columns shot out like a dragon sucking water. It seemed as if the land of darkness sprouted tentacles. Each stretched 10,000 miles long. Die. These tentacles were things that ordinary level 9 demons would not dare to confront head-on. Touching them meant instant death. Perhaps a late-stage level 9 demon could handle 1 or 2. Kill. Levi and the blood battle spirit attacked simultaneously. The golden light shone like a golden star, grand and majestic. The blood light burned like a demonic star, eerie and bloody. 2 vastly different sword chi cleaved through the water columns and huge waves. They rushed overhead in the Black Sea domain and sliced through with heavenly avenues. The old sea dominator plunged into the Black Sea. His head's tentacles dove into the void. They aimed directly for Levi's back. Chapter 2859. Body separation isn't important. Solving the main body is naturally enough. The spell protective force field on Levi's body stood layer upon layer, endless. The moment it encountered the tentacles, it began to collapse. The force eventually tore apart the 4-fold Vajra sacred realm, but the 5-fold destruction holy domain awaited. The ultimate power emerged. The flame dragon of world annihilation. The tentacles exhausted their power. They withered, annihilated by the power of destruction sanctuary. Flames surged upward like an ignited fuse. Old Sea Dominator quickly severed the tentacles, growing new ones. It is a bit difficult, Old Sea Dominator muttered. No wonder the Demon Lord values him so much. It dismissed all carelessness and fully engaged with Levi. The rumors weren't false. The man himself was even more exaggerated than the hearsay. At the same time, in the demon camp, squads of fully armed demon soldiers surrounded Levi, encasing him like a dumpling. Suddenly, in the shadows, ghostly lights fell upon the camp. They transformed into figures of shadows, primarily demons, mixed with some alien races, angels, and the like. Rumble. 8 shadows emanating level 9 momentum hoisted the Eternal Star Abyss Wizard Tower down from the sky, forming the 8 formation map. In an instant, the demon camp fell into chaos. Proficient in assassination, the shadow creatures pierced the demon camp like a sharp blade. They disrupted formations, and upon emergence, many demons perished. Snake coils with crane soaring, tiger leaps with dragon flying, cloud drops and winds rise. The ground overturns and the sky tilts. Achievements surpass 3 divided states. Fame is forged in the 8 formation map. The moment the giant octagram combat array centered around the wizard tower formed, the Shadow Dragon group commenced a one-sided massacre of the demon army. For wonders of beasts, phantoms shook the heavens and earth. For symbols of heavenly calamity carried the might of the universe. Old Sea Dominator felt a sudden tremor of unease. Its subordinates proved no match for Levi's group of summoned creatures. Under such circumstances, even if it won, it would be a lonely commander without troops. It unleashed the power of the 12 layers of the demon realm fully. The entire Black Sea inverted. From the depths emerged a gigantic demon face spanning miles, intent on devouring Levi. Blood Battle Spirit showed no fear. It wrapped the blood sea and rose from the ground. Black and blood collided between the heavens and the earth. They shattered miles of space. In the turbulence, Levi seized the opportunity to activate the invisible secret word. He donned the supreme blood armor. He did not dodge. He endured the attack from Old Sea Dominator head-on, rushing to its front and activating the Bath Blood state. The basic 6 dimensions soared by 50%. His spiritual force also climbed from over 62,000 to over 93,000. A near level 10 powerful spiritual force swept through. It caused Old Sea Dominator's face to change drastically for the first time. The demon muttered a silent alarm. Boom. Chaos Dragon and Primordial Spirit Emperor combined, forming 9 suns suspended in the sky. All creation thunder. Long whale suppressing the sea, and many such anomalies. Talent and primordial soul spells emerged together. All spells resonated. Levi's vast chaotic power frantically consumed. He pushed the extreme Dao strategy to the limit. A dazzling sword chi brighter than daylight emerged. It slashed onto Old Sea Dominator before all other spells. Simultaneously, the 8 formation map split open the demon army's defenses. It carried the power of heaven and earth, transforming into a vast black star spanning miles, plummeting to the horizon. Blood Battle Spirit exploded and self-destruct under the demon face's devouring, allowing Levi to escape. He swiftly emerged within the Blood Battle armor, sweeping away with a whole blood sea. He locked Old Sea Dominator's retreat with blood-colored sword light. The 8 formation map, Blood Battle Spirit, and Bath Blood Explosion. This was Levi's strongest strike exerted with full force. He had to deal a heavy blow or even kill this demon. If it escaped, Lady Rolling would have to act, and then the Blood Battle armor could not be unsealed. First, Sword Chi sliced the troll in half. Colorful magic radiance engulfed Old Sea Dominator. Finally, the black starry sky enshrouded everything. This set of combos bewildered the creature. Its protective domain tore apart. Indestructible demon scales flew off in large chunks. Flesh evaporated under holy light and flames. Demon bones shattered within Sword Chi. Its demon soul decisively left the body, bursting to the horizon. Welcoming it was an immense flowing mother river. A small golden armor figure riding a hell warhorse slashed. Golden light shattered the void, slicing the demon soul into 2, starting to disintegrate. Nether Emperor, Old Sea Dominator's heart and mind trembled. Boom. Boundless blood sea Sword Chi engulfed it. Countless evil spirits gnawed, like ants annihilating groups, with another batch waiting, weakening the demon soul further. It is time. Blood sacrifice, blood armor, unseal. Levi chanted the incantation. The blood-colored armor emitted thousands of tentacles, piercing into the demon soul and demon body. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by sucking sounds, the blood-colored armor began to change. The metal armor seemed to transform into a mass of living flesh, writhing and swelling. The boundless blood sea spread until it covered miles. Blood Battle Spirit turned into light, vanishing within the blood sea. Soon, the demon flesh throughout the sky was completely devoured. The blood-colored armor glowed brightly with the rich golden light of legends. Step by step, it walked to Levi, transformed into bloodlight, and merged with his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, lines of characters started to emerge before Levi's eyes. Equipment name, Blood Battle Armor, Golden Legend. Equipment level, Supreme Treasure. Equipment effect, Blood Battle. Levi noticed that after Bath Blood, Berserker, Devour, and Growth, a few new effects appeared. True Immortal God. The main ingredient for refining the Blood Battle Armor includes Blood of Multiplication, a relic of the primordial existence Eternal Heart, containing supreme traits. Once you completely merge with Blood of Multiplication, you cannot be killed by any non-supreme existence. Chapter 2860. You can leave your blood mark anywhere in the multidimensional plane. There is no time or distance limit to the blood mark. When you are killed, your soul will be reborn at the blood mark. Note, resurrection takes 100 years. Unyielding, the Blood Battle Armor can remember all the combat techniques, physical techniques, and spells you have mastered. During your rest or resurrection period, the Blood Battle Spirit can still automatically track, find, and hunt demons. It never stops, sustaining battle with battle. Note, if there is no demonic aura within 1 million miles, the Blood Battle Armor will automatically stop working and return to your side. Unbreakable, when you are in the Abyss world, this special effect will automatically activate. You will be exempt from interference from all levels of demonic aura, exempt from the rules suppression brought by the Abyss world, and exempt from part of the mental interference from the Supreme Will. The larger the number of Abyss layers you are in, the stronger the Blood Battle Spirit can exert itself. Each deeper layer increases the 6-dimensional defense attributes of the Blood Battle Spirit by 1%. Note, after Abyss Layer 666, this special effect will be suppressed. You need to upgrade the equipment to truly resist the supreme might. Steel Body, in the event of an unexpected disaster, should your divine soul be exterminated and unable to be reborn, the Blood Battle Armor will use all accumulated demon power as energy. The armor itself will act as the body, and the Blood Battle Spirit will serve as the primordial soul, crafting a clone embodying your full knowledge, skills, and life experiences, yet devoid of human emotions and spirituality. The clone will continue the blood battle mission until the task is completed without rest. The clone has no lifespan limit, akin to intelligent machinery, and will not naturally die unless the parts become damaged. Please note, although the clone retains all your memories, the armor creators think this might not be the original you, involving very complex ethical issues. The clone cannot replicate the supreme level strengths, whether it is spells or bloodline. Life only happens once, cherish it. Levi studied the 4 new special effects. Each one is extraordinarily strong, born for the blood battle. The first, True Immortal God, forms a perfect complement with his power of the Green Emperor Dragon. As long as he spreads his blood marks throughout the universe, he will not die. Of course, the premise is not to provoke the Supreme Existence. With their means, Sauron could be killed, not to mention a mere blood battle armor's ability. This armor has the potential to become a cosmic-level treasure. It holds primordial relics, and the eternal heart sounds like a bug-level life form. Still, this rebirth requires a century-long cooldown, so it is best not to use it. As for Unyielding, it remains an idle skill. Unbreakable is prepared for counter-attacking the abyss. With armor on, before layer 666, you are invincible. Afterwards, with level 11, this armor will not suffice. Regarding Steel Body, it is Sauron's last hope for civilization. Even if this backup plan of Levi was erased by the Supreme Existence, he can still resurrect in disguise with the armor as body and blood battle spirit as soul. It is just that the Levi would truly be a robot. There would be no human emotions or spirituality, solely for completing the demon-slaying mission. As long as the abyss exists, it would keep hunting, unless erased by the supreme will. Essentially, this is akin to the Nora arc. Strong as Sauron, he does not have absolute confidence in his plan. Only a few battles are successful battles with no retreat. Rationally speaking, Sauron must leave many sets of plans and backups. Confronting giants is not child's play. Levi also discovered that both Bath Blood and Berserker special effects were enhanced. The former's all attributes increase turned into 70%, while the latter's range of attraction for demons expanded from 10,000 miles to 1 million miles. In other words, Berserker and Unyielding, this idle special effect, formed a perfect combination. The former lures monsters, and the latter lets the blood battle spirit fight monsters 24/7. There is no need for Levi to intervene, as he only needs to cultivate at home. Awesome. Next, I will idle my way all the way to Nelorian world. Levi swiftly returned to the Golden Throne to rest and recover his strength. That attack he just issued required an extreme ascension, and now his spiritual force felt utterly exhausted. After a 70% increase, his maximum spiritual force had already exceeded 100,000 points. He acts practically as a semi-legendary wizard when he goes all out, lacking only legendary spells, profession, knowledge, and higher quality spell power. The blood battle spirit charged into the battlefield, continuing to sweep away the remaining demonic troops. Levi closed his eyes, waiting for the war to end. The demons within the barracks changed their expressions, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Boss is dead. How is it possible? It was level 10. What realm is this person in? Despair and helplessness spread among the demon army. Originally these demons were chaotic, and now that they were leaderless, they scattered like birds and beasts, with no staunch resistance. This allowed Levi's legion to advance more smoothly. 2 more terrifying calamity clouds swept through the sky and earth. 3 level 8 peak shadows, including angels, demons, and alien races, once again advanced to level 9. The 12 demon kings formed. For the sake of unifying naming conventions, all level 9 are named as demon kings, though this does not necessarily imply they are demon shadows. The number of monsters also continues to rise rapidly. Chapter 2861. Half a day passed before the slaughter reluctantly came to an end. Within a million miles, only sporadic demon shadows remained to be massacred by the blood battle spirit. In the end, the number of monsters reached an astonishing 132, while the number of demon kings was 13. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Levi eliminated a batch of level 4 and level 5 shadows. Additionally, the shadow creatures of the Old Sea Dominator were also being nurtured. Once they emerge, they will be at the 9th level. As a former 10th level, its combat power should crush the early stages of level 9. Levi plans to make it the core of the Demon King lineup and nurture it to reach the 9th level peak realm as soon as possible. After becoming legendary, he can still have a level 10 shadow. This is more useful than cultivating dozens of level 9 shadows. Therefore, the experience points of killing enemies will mainly be fed to the Old Sea Dominator. As for the level 9 Demon Kings, 13 are already sufficient. Upon waking, Levi's physical strength had long been restored. However, his spiritual force was not very stable, and would need a few more years. Recently, he has been activating the bloodbath effect quite frequently, but it does not matter much. Even without using wizard abilities, he has the capital to compete against level 10 beings. Deep red eyes cracked open. On 2 of the screens, 2 malicious figures were pursuing him. One of them Levi recognized as the Shadow Demon Queen. The other was shrouded in a layer of darkness, and with his current perception, he could not see clearly. It must be a monarch from the nightmare world. They have come prepared. Before my weakened state is over, I temporarily cannot engage with them. Unable to activate the bloodbath effect, Levi wizard combat strength was greatly reduced. The levels of these 2 malicious intents were both at the mid-stage of level 10. The Old Sea Dominator was not to be compared. After cleaning the battlefield, Levi put away the wizard tower. Suddenly, he smiled towards the void ahead. "Your Excellency, Whale Emperor, you may come out now." As soon as the words fell, a burly figure appeared. The Whale Emperor gaze towards Levi was entirely different from before. Marvelous, simply marvelous. I was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. There really are people who can use a level 9 body to slay level 10s. I am impressed, truly impressed. The Whale Emperor emotions were stirred for a long time. Having contended with the Old Sea Dominator for years, it knew how troublesome this demon could be. Defeating it was difficult enough, let alone killing it. And yet, the person before him managed to do it. In fact, If Levi's strike had not seriously injured the fish demon with its methods, it would have been challenging to prevent its escape. It was merely a lucky success. Levi spoke with his usual modesty. You are no ordinary person. That blood-colored treasure armor, though not seen on the rankings, must surely be in the top 20. The Whale Emperor complimented, feeling inwardly envious. If only the sea-suppressing blade in its hand were a supreme treasure, it would have the confidence to defeat the old sea dominator and drive the demon out of the merfolk world. Your Excellency, please come with me. I must host a banquet in your honor. The Whale Emperor had no more doubts about allying with Nora. Thus, it needed to stick closely to the Dusk Palace Master. Levi did not refuse and followed the Whale Emperor through the rainbow. In the dark void, Rolling appeared calm, but her heart was not. She realized her presence to protect Levi seemed unnecessary. If anything, Levi was better suited to protect her. Just now, the combat power Levi displayed seemed stronger than hers. That blood-colored treasure armor capable of devouring demon flesh must be a contingency left by Sauron. It looks like once Levi ascends to the legendary level, he will possess a 10th level body separation capable of growing. This alone would be enough to earn a spot in the top 20 of the Supreme Treasure rankings. Not to mention, this treasure has other functions. The shadow summoning, does it really have no upper limit? Just in terms of quantity, Levi level 6 combat power is already comparable to the wizard world before the Great Convergence. How is this even possible? Rolling had studied countless inventions throughout her life, but she could not see through the man before her. She recorded the recent battle projection and already had an idea for her new promotional article, titled Level 9 Body Slays Level 10. This time, she was not exaggerating with the title. It was solid proof of his achievements. She stretched lazily and returned to the silver spaceship. The blonde mature woman Maya was peering out the window, shock evident in her eyes. Wow, my master is way too strong, huh? Also at the mid-stage of level 9, she was toyed with by 2 angels, whereas her master was slaying level 10 demons. Single-handedly, he annihilated an entire demon army on a large battlefield. Why is the gap so vast? Could this be the prowess of a knight? Beastmaster Ritter was internally overwhelmed. Even if the tame ancestor were alive, he could not compare to the master. Rolling activated the spaceship and headed towards the merfolk world. She had not released the promotional article yet, because Levi said there was still a formidable enemy awaiting him, and he feared they might flee upon hearing the news. That individual was the son of the Heavenly Father, Dusk Sun God R2, Whale Emperor Palace. A group of burly merfolk danced gracefully on the side. Levi and the Whale Emperor drank happily, and their relationship gradually grew closer. The ministers were naturally shocked upon learning that the old sea dominator had been slain, marveling at Levi as a divine figure. The merfolk princess sent flirtatious glances towards Levi. Seeing his daughter's actions, the Whale Emperor smiled bitterly. If it were any ordinary person, he might have used his 10th level status to arrange a marriage for his daughter, but for this individual, it was impossible. The Dusk Palace Master already had a supernova level lady at home. After the brief banquet, Levi, Rolling, and the Whale Emperor gathered in a secret room to discuss. Looking at the Whale Emperor, Levi said seriously, "Let us begin merging as soon as possible. The fusion of large planes will take a while. I am concerned the demons will dispatch reinforcements here, leading us into another battle." The Whale Emperor nodded. "All right, thank you both. Whatever needs to be done, just command me, and the merfolk civilization will fully cooperate." Rolling spoke. "We need to plant 4 large star-pulling columns at the 4 poles of the merfolk world. You handle one, I handle one, and Levi will handle 2. Then, Nora will use the supreme secret technique to pull this world, creating a gravitational channel. Because it is a large world, the fusion will take 2 to 3 years. So Whale Emperor, you should deploy your army to enforce martial law, allowing no one to enter or exit." The Whale Emperor responded, "All right, I will do it right away." Soon, in the 4 directions of Sane, Levi, Blood Battle Spirit, Rolling, and the Whale Emperor appeared, driving in the star-pulling nails. Chapter 2862. The years passed, and 2 years flew by in an instant. Nora calendar year 1662, Blood Battle year 1550. The fusion work proceeded smoothly, with 4 large star-pulling nails firmly fixed at the 4 poles of the Sane world, each costing no less than a legendary wizard tool. To ensure a stable fusion, the Nora Council paid a considerable price and showed great sincerity. Once the star-pulling nails solidified, a level 10 protective force field was formed during gravity channel traversal, more solid than the crystal wall of a large civilization, sufficient to withstand void turbulence, and also to prevent any malevolent disruption. Once all preparations were completed, the fusion officially began. The Whale Emperor alone guarded high above the Sane world, sheltering the masses from all directions with its level 10 might, while the ministers around wore solemn expressions. This was the day they had long awaited. Countless merfolk floated above the sea, gazing at the Whale Emperor, offering fervent prayers. The Whale Emperor issued its decree. Winter is approaching, and to survive the coming dark age, the merfolk world will begin a special journey. The destination of this journey is the 5th major superpower within the current multidimensional plane, the Nora civilization. One beam cannot support alone, one flame cannot shine alone. Regardless of the future direction of civilization, I will always stand by the merfolk. Before I perish, No merfolk shall suffer blatant persecution. However, I choose to believe in Nora, to believe in the Council. Because this civilization has accomplished what no one has managed since the end of the Ancient Age. Moreover, I believe our friend, the Dusk Palace Master, will also defend everyone legal rights together in the years to come. As long as the sea does not dry up, the merfolk shall eternally exist. The magnificent sound traversed the four seas, soothing every confused, unknown, fearful heart. The merfolk were afraid of wizards and dared not interact with them. But now they had no choice. They believed in the Whale Emperor, the true god of the merfolk. With a rumble, the sane world began to tremble, waves soaring to the sky. However, for the merfolk, it had no impact whatsoever, as they lived in the sea, where there was no land to speak of, merely treating it as surfing. Long live Sane. The Whale Emperor shall endure forever. The merfolk are undying. Countless voices cheered, full of excitement and encouragement, as embracing the unknown willingly requires courage for a civilization. Land of Darkness. On a silver spaceship, Levi and Rolling stood side by side, gazing into the deep space ahead. There, the space twisted, like a crumpled ball of paper. Four towering blue beams shattered the darkness, collapsing and revealing a huge void. Immediately afterward, gravity from the distant Nora opened a space-twisting channel, enfolding the sane world like a vortex. Above the sea, the Whale Emperor, like a heavenly earth transformation, sustained the world. Residing its colossal form above, it glanced through the crystal wall at the two figures in the darkness, waving its hand. Thank you both. We shall meet again in Nora. Levi and Rolling smiled slightly, waving back. Until Nora. Subsequently, the blue curtain enveloped the entire world, and this blue star was sucked into the channel, vanishing without a trace. Rolling sighed. Luckily, Nora expanded several-fold, or else the distance would have been too vast for even 4 star-pulling nails. The next fusion with the Beast Master civilization will require more large star-pulling nails than all of Nora before combined. Didn't the heavenly world help much? Only one was used. By coincidence, this world already had a space channel to Nora, so the fusion wasn't difficult, plus it was powerful enough to carry the heavenly world to Nora. The heavenly will is truly impressive. Indeed, and the working principle of the star-pulling nail seems familiar, somewhat like the Abyss well. Yes, both open channels, based on gravity between worlds, but the Abyss has a supreme will, allowing them to open unidirectionally, hence we currently have to rely on star-pulling nails for assistance, essentially snatching food from a tiger mouth. I see. Shall we board, madam? 3 years later, Nora calendar year 1665, Blood Battle year 1553. In Gondar City, 2 immense 8-ring perfection auras shot to the sky, echoing with each other. 2 figures flew out from their respective wizard towers, exchanging knowing smiles. Congratulations on your 8-ring perfection, Master Fire Dragon. Congratulations to you too. It is quite a coincidence indeed. Following Victor, the Gondar 3 heroes had all achieved 8-ring perfection. Next, they would focus all efforts on storming into the 9th Circle realm. Looking back, the 3 avatars were already leading the forefront of the supernova teams, even keeping pace with the Hand of Fire God, Gatling. Of course, the likes of Annihilation Realm Thunder Harvest, such legendary reincarnators, had long ascended to the 9th Circle, showing some edge over the 3 avatars. This retreat saw the Holy Infant refine the Radiant Fire armor, in addition to increasing spiritual force by 1,000 points, birthing a special spiritual creature named Radiant Fire Armor. As defensive armor, it was no less inferior than Victor Bronze King armor. The Elemental Divine Body also advanced further. Having refined many sun-refining artifacts, the 6th Great Series reached perfection, and his talent was extraordinary. The forthcoming ascent to the 9th Circle shouldn't take much time. Tasks from Fire Dragon's Sky work had already been handed over to Fire God Hammer Toby, who had ascended to the 7-ring realm, proficient in earth and fire dual cultivation, sufficient to bear responsibilities single-handedly. Veterans like gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin advanced further or, after their lifespans ended, became heroic spirits, responsible for forging netherworld and ghostly artifacts for the Ghost Mansion, used by undead creatures, ensuring everyone had a decent end. Chapter 2863. Alexandra and Elsie led their legion in the hell to battle demons. Though their talent is somewhat lacking, with the Purgatory Demon, sword of their elder brother providing shelter, they naturally thrive. Elsie recently successfully achieved 8 environments. Aside from cultivation, the Holy Infant produces 1 8-ring top-grade wizard tool every century, or so, or a rare treasure personally forged by him, maintaining his brand effect. After decades of research with Duke Ruman and other blacksmith masters on rare treasures, the completion work for the Primordial Soul treasure refining method is nearing its end. Regarding Gondaf, the potion shop under Gondafa's command is managed by the team leaders. He only handles the guidance and research of potion projects and leaves the rest. Over the years, Triss has been more involved in the shop's operations since it is her biggest passion. Gondafa's main focus is on the research and innovation of body tempering techniques. The integration of Thousand-Eyed Titan, body tempering technique, and dragon and snake prison suppressing divine skill is nearing completion. A cultivation method unrivaled through the ages is about to be born. Though the Earth Demon Lord has fallen, the threat of the Gargoyle army to Nora's future has not vanished. Gondaf, the leader of the body refining department, continually improves and updates the purple crystal body refining technique, advancing it to the 8 environment realm. Thanks to Leon's breakthrough, the deciphering of the Amethyst race's absolute sacred skills progressed smoothly. Following the principle of taking its essence and discarding its dross, Gondifa's research team, along with the Dusk Holy Temple, created a combat skill system called Combat Skill. Fight with people, fight with the earth, and fight with heaven. Combat skills are divided into 3 levels: human, earth, and heaven. They correspond to low-level, middle-level, and high-level body refining wizards, and are most compatible with the purple crystal body refining technique, although other body tempering techniques can also be used. Practical combat results are satisfying. At the same realm, purple crystal body refining wizards can easily defeat 2 stone statue demons. Moreover, this gap widens with the advancement of the wizard realm. After layers of screening, if one can cultivate the purple crystal body refining technique to the 8-ring wizard level, defeating 3 to 5 stone statue demons is a breeze. In terms of single combat against stone statue demons, the combat power of purple crystal wizards has far surpassed that of spell wizards. Henceforth, body refining wizards and spell wizards each have their strengths, with no inherent superiority or inferiority, and the entrenched concept of body refining wizards being undervalued is gradually breaking down. In the distant future, body refining can be as glorious as spell wizards. As the saying goes, 30,000 years east of the river, 30,000 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the power of body refining. Eastern Sea. Shepherd swordsman Victor resides there, tirelessly clearing the remaining demon remnants in Nora. 102 golden smallswords whistle across the sky. Currently, with multiple methods accelerating, the number of smallswords grows steadily with each century. It is hard to make it faster. He once tested that every additional small sword increases the power of his sword array by 1%. If there were 200 swords, the power would double. 1,000 swords unleashed mean 100-fold power. 9 rings body can even slay true god. But this golden electric sword grass probably does not defy the heavens so. Based on current research, after 9 rings, those who battle across major realms typically possess primordial techniques. Just a mere grass, it cannot possibly be some primordial spirit, right? Compared to the path of the wizard, his most notable advancements these years have been in the path of the energy sect. After level 8, he has enlightenment every 10 years, each time with some harvest. He asked other mystic sky treasure holders. None had such frequency. So he guessed that maybe his spirit embryo body and spiritual treasure god slaying flying saber matched, increasing his comprehension and raising his enlightenment probability. At this speed, by the time he reaches 9 rings, the path of the energy sect can quickly enter level 9 and comprehend Tebe, invisible sword chi. On this day, at the peak of Sword Tower, Victor sat cross-legged. He had just achieved enlightenment again, and was savoring the subtleties. With a few more enlightenments like this, I will reach the level 8 middle stage. The path of the energy sect truly defies logic and reason. According to the Ancestral Master's doctrine, this universe is actually not suited for the development of the energy sect. If the correct universe could be found, perhaps the potential and upper limit of the energy sect's path would not fall short of the path of the wizard. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the distant void. From the boundless depths, ashes scattered like Silent Hill, desolate and deadly. Victor opened his mouth and spat. A golden sword chi shot out. With a swoosh, the void shattered, and a black shadow vanished with a muffled groan. Victor chose not to pursue, instead leaving the place heavily burdened with thoughts. Just now, the momentum of that shadow was level 9. The nightmare world over there can no longer wait. Through the cosmic darkside fragment, that is, the Ashen World, a small-scale invasion of Nora has begun. Sea of Ashes. A slender ghost silhouette quietly emerged. It stroked the gradually healing wound on its chest, its expression somewhat surprised. It is the Ghost Shadow Overlord, serving under Ghost Alley Monarch, assigned to scout Nora and gather information. Such strong perception, such terrifying lethality. Is Victor really just 8-ring perfection? Could it be another Dusk Palace Master? Behind it is the Sea of Ashes, vast and boundless, filled with fallen and nightmare creatures, whose terrifying aura warps heaven and earth. The sky above is riddled with red and black cracks. Countless nightmare creatures fall into the sea like dumplings, and powerful overlord auras are descending through rituals. However, so far, no monarch has personally come. Precious bodies do not sit in unsafe places. Since ancient times, in any civilization, those who stand high above only first send their minions to fill the trenches and test the enemy. Chapter 2864. Compared to the legendary wizards of Nora, the longevity species of the giant world cherished their lives even more. Soon after, the high-ranking officials of the ancient dragon continent gathered together and contacted Levi, who traveled far away. They used the Twilight Round Table to inform him of the nightmare invasion. Do not panic. This represents just an initial probe. Stay close to the Nora Council. Additionally, the bright sun remains effective against nightmare creatures. With the protection of this treasure, ordinary nightmare creatures find it difficult to infiltrate. The weapon and reconnaissance strike system against nightmare creatures, developed by the mechanical school, nears completion for deployment. Everyone must stay vigilant. Compared to demons, the direct combat ability of nightmare creatures remains weak, but they excel in illusions and nightmare attacks. They might even kill while a victim sleeps. The School of Dreams developed a corresponding medicine. The council will distribute it later. After taking it, one can focus their mind and fortify the dream wall. Therefore, there exists no need to fear sleeping. If anyone finds a comrade falling into a dream, contact a dream wizard from the School of Dreams immediately, or any tyrant of horror. Those nightmare creatures can resolve the issue. Levi also learned through Owens about the hidden situation in the Ashen World. The Supreme Council prepared well for the war. If the nightmare world wants to fight, then the council shall fight. Hearing the deployment of Levi, everyone felt reassured. Supreme Council. The Nora dark side discovered a large number of nightmare creatures. It seems the nightmare world stands ready, the Daydreamer remarked. The Wind Empress looked at Edmund. What do you think? Should we launch a proactive attack? She leaned forward, eyes glinting with aggressive intent. She preferred to attack first as a form of defense. Right now, the situation remains unclear. Should we wait a bit longer? If we attack, the nightmare world might become even more reckless, the Mist Sky Guardian replied, hesitation lingering in the air. All the barbarian lords looked towards the Heavenly Will. Barbarian ancestor, what is your opinion? The Heavenly Will spoke calmly. Attack. There exists no need to wait. The invasion by the nightmare world is certain, and the giant world will not just pretend or find a grand excuse. The Heavenly Will stood, stature imposing. The more decisive we appear, the more hesitant they will become. They might wonder if we possess a powerful trump card, thus making them indecisive. I agree. Let us catch them off guard, the Lady of Thunder said with a sharp nod. Edmund surveyed the room. Yes, let us fight. There exists no need to wait any longer. We stand ready, and they do not. Next, I leave the combat to the ministers of the Nightmare Command Center. Confronting the nightmare is your expertise, and I trust you all. Each field has its specialists. Even though Edmund possessed strength, he did not know everything. Every strongman in the Supreme Council held unique and irreplaceable skills. On one hand, he risked his life to save the Blue Dream Star Lord to set an example for other level 10 strongmen of alien races. On the other hand, Nora urgently needs such a genius in dreams. With the potential of the Blue Dream Star Lord, she will surely shine in the upcoming conflict with the Nightmare World. Shall we proactively enter the Ashen World? How do we open the passage? The Frost Witch asked. Edmund turned toward the exit. Do not worry, we have experts to solve it. Dismissed. Day after day passed by. On the surface, Nora remained peaceful, but behind the scenes, everything turned tumultuous. After the Daydreamer returned, even before the Nightmare invasion, Nora vigorously developed the Dream faction. Now, for Grand Wizards exist. The reserve of primordial soul wizards remains sufficient. Moreover, among the Nora 1 clan, dozens relate to the Path of Dreams. Currently, among the 108 level 9 alien race great councilmen, strongmen exist to excel in this path. Additionally, the latest single soldier armor named Nightmare Vanguard, developed by the ancient dragon continent, entered use, proving effective in hunting nightmare creatures. Yet, the Ashen World is not the home turf of Nora, and for these forces to actively descend and launch an attack remains far from enough. Nora Dark Side, Eastern Sea. An indistinct shadow quietly emerged, watching the assembling army of nightmare creatures in the distance. The figure possessed a composed face. It was the long unseen Vecna. At his side, Owen stood silently. A bright crimson light appeared in the grey world. Edmund arrived. Welcome home, Undying Shadow Vecna, Edmund greeted. I am lucky to have succeeded in becoming legendary. So, you abandoned the Shadow World to start reconstructing the entire Dark Side bit by bit using the fragments of Nora Dark Side, is that right? The Undying Shadow Side. Yes, the Shadow World was once the center of the storm. With our current capabilities, we do not possess enough strength to control it. But the Nora Dark Side, in some sense, also remains our home, just never developed or utilized. Using it as a bridgehead, we can gradually merge other Dark Side fragments. Although it moves slower, it offers a chance to grasp the dark side of the universe. I was once a failure, but I believe the Shadow Network is not a failed idea. It remains necessary for the great Nora civilization. As Sauron said, to get rich, first build roads. The invincibility of the giant world has another key reason. They possess means similar to the Shadow Network, enabling them to overcome the spatial barriers of the multidimensional plane. Chapter 2865. So, during my second attempt to become a legendary, I returned to Nora, infiltrated the dark side, communicated with the remnants of the Dark Side Will, and gained authority. Secretly, with the help of the Dark Side Will, I slew the overlords of the Nightmare World stationed here, and successfully refined the legendary artifact, the Dark Side Heart. Wagner spoke, his voice echoing in the chamber as he recounted his experience. Edmund admired his resolve, offering praise. After enduring countless hardships without retreating, I believe that one day, you can become the true Dark Side dominator. But are you really planning to fuse the Demiplane and the Nora Dark Side? If so, if the Dark Side cannot be held, the Demiplane will also collapse. For you at best, you will lose your legendary cultivation, at worst, you will die. The Undying Shadow replied with resolute determination. I have just entered the legendary realm, with a shallow level. This is the only way to quickly gain the strength to rival the Nightmare Monarchs, and open the pathway from Nora to the Dark Side, turning the Nora Dark Side into our own bridgehead. This way, the Nightmare World cannot claim the Nora Dark Side as its own, nor can it invade Nora through here. They will have to travel the darkness from other fragments of the Dark Side, losing the distance advantage. Edmund nodded, reaching out a hand in assurance. All right, I will help you successfully integrate. From now on, Nora and the dark side are two sides of one coin, advancing and retreating together. As long as Nora and I exist, the dark side will not collapse. No matter how many nightmare monarchs come, we will block them for you. Wagner beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Grand Council Chairman. I dared to take this risky action only because I trust everyone. Even if I were to truly fall, I could reincarnate and rebuild, returning to the legendary realm. In my next life, I have confidence I will do better. Edmund laughed, a booming sound that filled the room. Ha ha ha, it is still better to clear the game in one go. When will you start integrating? There is no rush for now. We will wait for the nightmare creatures to descend with more forces. Then, Nora and my dark side will cooperate and try to deal a severe blow to the nightmare, creating more favorable war conditions. Apart from the Supreme Council and a few top officials of Nora, no one knew that Nora's supreme seat had reached the 27th position. Including the dragon flame god who had fallen but retained a seat, the legendary wizards occupy 17 seats. When the Emperor Whalesane arrives, the total number of seats will increase to 28. The lonely Shadow Vina followed a path of his own. Like Gargamel, he was an ancient soul from tens of thousands of years ago, retracing the legendary path in the new era, playing a crucial role. His legendary title was the Undying Shadow. His legendary profession was the Dark Side Dominator. His legendary demiplane was the Silent Land. If it successfully integrates with the Ashen World, he will have a unique super demiplane, the Nora Dark Side. The legendary honorific became known as the Loner Advancing, the Dominator of the Nora Dark Side. 2 years later, Nora Calendar 1667, Blood Battle 1555. During plane travel, Levi left his blood marks in a suitable place, concealing them in the void, where even the supreme beings find it hard to detect them. He worried no longer about someone waiting at a resurrection point. With his current realm, he could leave tens of thousands of marks across the universe. Just like playing a game of whack-a-mole, no one knew where Levi would resurrect from. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the ancient red dragon hatched, flapping its wings and soaring in the heavenly realm, born as a level 6 and still very formidable. In the breeding room, only the egg of the star falcon had yet to hatch, and Levi anticipated that day with interest. In the past few years, he learned about Wagner's situation from Owens. He sent his congratulations as soon as he knew about Wagner legendary ascension. Like Gargamel, Wagner served as a strategically significant legendary wizard for the wizard civilization, with undeniable importance. Although Nora was going to war with the nightmare, Levi did not lose focus, but carried out his journey plan step by step. Today marked his 2100th birthday, and Levi planned to hold a birthday banquet in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The past century, members were busy with the Three Realms plan. A proper relaxation was needed. After much consideration, he still invited Lady Rolling. Now, many of his secrets were no longer secrets to legendary wizards, and there was no need to be low-key. His strength did not allow it. Rolling stood in the fairyland, offering a look of surprise. Wow, I did not expect you to have such a treasure land. During the banquet, Levi took Rolling on a tour. He gifted her some rare plants or creatures as a reward for her caring for the ancient dragon continent over the years, which Rolling accepted without decline. The construction of the Three Realms is really superb. Rolling offered praise again and again. Truth be told, the fairyland was more exquisite than many legendary wizards' demiplanes. Demiplanes served mostly as auxiliary battle tools for wizards, and few existed that were livable. For instance, Edmund Blazing Universe proved deadly to whoever entered. That night, everyone celebrated Levi's birthday and drank good wine together. At daybreak, the silver spaceship gradually reached a yellow world. In the fairyland, with traces of alcohol on her lips, Mana slept on the ground. The other members also returned to their respective posts. Rolling and Levi quietly left the fairyland. The two stood side by side in the void. Rolling turned to him. Are you really going to kill him? Levi nodded, his expression hardening. Yes, through perception, I have detected this god murderous intent towards me. I do not fear him, I just do not want to be someone target. Besides, I want to show the Heavenly Father my stance, and tell him not to mess with me. Chapter 2866. Alright, I support you. However, I am not in a position to make a move against him right now. His strength is not much greater than that of the old Sea Dominator. I believe you can handle it. Even if you kill his incarnation, he will still resurrect in the astral world. But it will cost him countless years of accumulated divine power. It will not be easy for him to restore to the level 10 realm. Lady, I have another concern. If we kill R2, will the Heavenly Father intervene? The Mother of Earth appeared to desire an attack on us. It is possible, but since he wants to kill you, we cannot just sit back and do nothing. I have already asked the Grand Council Chairman, and he said you should decide for yourself. Levi's gaze became resolute. He possessed no more worries. Lady, farewell. Wait for my good news. Safety first. Rolling watched the back of the black-armored swordsman. Her long-stilled spirit felt a surge of passion. She had never contemplated slaying a god. Levi, at the mid-level 9, planned a god-slaying act. Since the ancient age, across the multidimensional plane, this remained unprecedented. All other god-slayers were at least at the 9th level peak realm. After this battle, along with the previous reports of hunting the level 10 demon, it is hard to imagine how much shock it will bring to the Pan plane. Sandstorm reigned. Inside the temple, Artur rested with closed eyes. Outside, the musk bull stood sleeping. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Divine light pierced through endless space. He indeed passed by here. The great prophet did not deceive me. No wonder he is the god of prophecy with mighty divine power. This battle cannot be taken lightly. This individual possesses capability, able to kill the incarnation of a divine general. Fortunately, the Father God granted me the ancient divine artifact, the Dusk Moon. With the divine weapon in hand, my combat power exceeds ordinary weaker gods. R2 stood up and mounted the musk bull. Let us go. Once this is done, we will return to the astral world. He had been in the lower realm for hundreds of years, expending tens of thousands of years of divine power. If Levi had not appeared in a few more decades, he would have returned directly. The long wait finally bore fruit. Today, send the Dusk Palace Master on his way. Land of Darkness. Levi slayed the level 7 black beast before him with a single strike, radiating his aura, without any concealment. Suddenly, a dim red sun descended from the west. A spectacle of red clouds swept across 30,000 miles. A handsome brown-skinned man rode over on a bull. He fiddled with the golden scimitar in his hand, raising his eyes to look at Levi. Levi picked up the black beast's body, inserting his greatsword into the nearby void. Is there something you need? Yes. What is it? I want to tell you, mortal. In this world, there can only be one Dusk, and that is me. I am the Lord of Dusk, R2, wielder of Twilight divine authority, the sole definer of Dusk in this world. Also the son of Sun God Ramon. Levi stared at him, unmoved. Do not give a damn. Dusk Hall Master, as the rumors say, you are truly defiant. Killing the incarnation of a divine general has made you arrogant and disrespectful to the gods. As the words fell, R2 leapt from the musk bull. Vast divine power surged into the divine weapon, the Dusk Moon. A beam of light shot towards Levi, tearing through the darkness. At the same time, a supreme level 10 divine power emanated from him, sweeping over like a great tide. Where the divine power passed, the anomaly of dusk appeared. An unstoppable aura of aging and demise soared to the sky. The musk bull had long since distanced itself from the battlefield. It knew well that if struck by its master's divine power, its flesh and realm would weaken. Levi raised his greatsword, smiting the demon he had imprisoned with a single stroke. His whole body bathed in demon blood, activating the Bath Blood special effect, increasing his 7-dimensional attributes by 70%. His spiritual force soared, surpassing 150,000 points. The Chaos Dragon which form expanded with his spiritual force, transforming into a great dragon stretching across the darkness. It swept its tail across to strike the scimitar. Crack! The dragon's body was pierced by the scimitar. Countless runes dimmed. The divine weapon's power was even more terrifying than Levi had imagined. The white dragon did not dodge. Instead, it initiated death strangulation, its body coiling around the divine weapon layer upon layer. Levi intended to trap the divine weapon with the witch form for a moment. The threat from this scimitar was even greater than that of R2 himself. R2's expression changed. Levi's aura neared level 10. He had used an extremely transcendent secret technique. Humph, divine arts can slay you too. R2 waved his hand. A red sunset appeared behind him. He sat cross-legged. From the sunset stretched out dry elderly arms exuding an aura of twilight, reaching for Levi. Life force faded under the influence of the twilight divine power. But the power of the Green Emperor Dragon was everlasting, tenaciously resisting. Moreover, the blood battle armor also neutralized most of the divine power for him. He used the invisible secret word, blinking before R2, dragging his sword upwards, swiftly slashing down. The chaos sword chi was unstoppable. The protective divine light around R2 blazed forth. Clang! Levi's longsword vibrated with a buzz. The divine power barrier remained unbroken. Despite the strength of the level 9 divine weapon, it was struggling against the god. Longsword dispersing into his body, he wore the blood armor, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, tearing apart divine arts with all his might. With the supreme treasure protecting him, he had no reservations. He had not experienced this exhilarating battle feeling in a long time. The 9 great innate spells, with spiritual force reaching the level 10 standard, became the most powerful means, infinitely approaching level 10. Chapter 2867. Levi abandoned other spells and mindlessly cast the Fire Dragon Tribulation. Fire dragons, like machine guns, flew out and covered the sky. They transformed into Flame Emperor swords and slashed from all directions. R2's divine power barrier trembled violently and stood on the verge of shattering. Too troublesome. Levi cursed inwardly. In just a few years, Levi had become much stronger since he had slain the divine general's incarnation. He truly rivaled level 10 thanks to the supreme treasure. Due to the intelligence update speed not keeping up with his growth, R2 was caught off guard. His divine arts could not break the supreme treasure's defense. The aftershocks on the 6-dimensional warrior Levi would at most crush his bones. They were not even enough to shatter Levi into a blood fog. Such minor injuries could not mean death. Crack! Another fire dragon tribulation struck. The divine power barrier finally shattered. R2 was horrified. He reached for his divine weapon, but found it wrapped by a white dragon and restricted by various spells. The wizard tower and 8 formation map suppressed it. The divine weapon remained unusable. The turtle shell is broken. Now it is boxing time. Levi wore a hideous expression. He summoned 6 holy heavens. He primarily used the 5-fold destruction holy domain. He combined it with the 4-fold Vidra holy realm and stacked 4 other holy domains. 20 layers of holy domain power covered Levi in a multicolored dream armor. Kill. This punch represented the power of 6 holy heavens. R2 used his divine right palm to collide with Levi. A dramatic scene unfolded. Artu's arm twisted and deformed as it broke inch by inch. Such a weak divine body. Is this also a god? Levi laughed loudly and punched again. Artu wrapped his left palm with divine arts to block it. Shush. The divine arts dispersed. His left palm also began to shatter. Useless. 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 Levi looked as hideous as a demon. He glared in disappointment. He did not consider that divine weapon. Artu's strength did not even match the old sea dominator. Artu consumed divine power to repair his body. The sound of waves came from behind him. A blood sea domain extended for tens of thousands of miles, and filled with bound spirits. A figure in the blood sea blinked to his back, and stabbed out with a sword. Rip. The longsword pierced the already thin divine power barrier. It left a deep cut on Artu's back, and let divine power leak out. Artu's divine arts were blocked by the blood sea as he blasted at it. This was its domain. Upon reaching level 10, it was akin to the old sea dominator's lightless black sea method. With the entry of the blood battle spirit, Levi's advantage expanded further. The primordial spirit emperor executed physical attacks, while Levi cast spells. They formed a mixed double assault. Artu had been harassed by Surgard multiple times and suffered heavy injuries. He consumed considerable divine power. He struggled even more against Levi's relentless storm-like offensive. The divine weapon, as a trump card, fell short. I am not his match, but killing this person is the Father God's mission. What should I do? Artu wanted to flee, but he feared losing Ramon's face. Shush. The blood sword pierced Artu's chest. It injected countless evil spirits into the wound like poison, and depleted what little divine power Artu had left. No, I need to save myself first. Artu suddenly shook. Dozens of divine arts burst forth, and blasted Levi away. He ignored the divine weapon, and transformed into divine light. He rushed upwards endlessly. Once in the astral world, his divine power could replenish and the incarnation would be saved. Stop him. Levi's invisible secret word instantly blinked to Artu's back. He activated Limitless Path. Blood and flesh tentacles extended from him with hooked ends whipping through the void. These tentacles penetrated Artu, and bound him like an octopus. The protective divine power wore away the tentacles, but they regenerated endlessly. Evil being, demon. Artu glared at Levi like a monster. Fear gripped his heart. Get down here. Levi yanked forcefully. He hurled Artu from the high place down. The divine body plummeted into the blood sea, and became engulfed by evil spirits. Crimson and white sword chi crisscrossed, sliced the blood sea into sections, and fire dragons wove through. Duskhall Master, you cannot kill me, but if you destroy my god's incarnation, the great sun god will personally deliver divine punishment. Artu roared as he surfaced in the blood sea. His handsome face resembled a corpse thrown into acid, rotten and putrid, ugly and hideous. Ant-like evil spirits covered the divine body. Sword chi left deep gouges on his body, and revealed the divine bone. Levi ignored the threats. To prevent Artu from escaping again, the blood and flesh tentacles on his body kept growing and spreading. He would not let go even if scorched by divine power. He feared nothing while fighting to the death. Although the divine body was strong, the erosion of the blood sea made the consumption of divine power terrifyingly fast. Artu knew this god's incarnation could not be saved. Then let us die together. His body uncontrollably expanded. Divine power rampaged. Bang! The terrifying explosion blasted the blood sea into nothingness. It instantly killed the blood battle spirit. The primordial spirit emperor was also scattered. Levi was protected by the supreme treasure, but still blasted tens of thousands of miles away. His body shattered into a blood fog for the first time, then instantly recovered. The land of darkness was blasted into a 3,000-mile black hole. It devoured everything around. The shockwave spread tens of thousands of miles before it began to fade. The underworld source river appeared from the void. Leon, riding a big horse, searched for something. Confusion etched his face. Master, why can't we find the trace of the true soul? Levi touched the pristine armor. He felt the exhaustion after his spiritual force ascension. His head felt like it would explode. A constant buzzing rang in his ears. Stop looking. The god's incarnation has no true soul. Artu's true soul is already bound to the astral world's divine fire. Now it is on the arrogant sun plateau. So, unless the divine fire is extinguished, these parasites cannot be utterly destroyed. The blood battle spirit reappeared, a bit smaller in size. It would not die. It just lacked energy now, and needed a demon hunt recharge. Levi searched the battlefield. He found only a slightly dim divine weapon scimitar, and an already scared silly musk bull kneeling. He could not tell if it was shattered by the shockwave, or if Artu only brought one divine weapon when descending. Is this the poverty god? Not as good as those generals of the god race. Levi gazed at the starry sky, and led the cow away. Chapter 2868. Rolling put away the projection in her hand. Since ancient times, there have occasionally been instances of a legendary wizard slaying a god, but other than the 4 evil gods of chaos from the 5-sector expedition, they were all weak gods with no power or influence. This time, Levi's slaying of the sun god's son is bound to cause a huge uproar. Even if it was self-defense, the lofty gods would not care about that. Especially considering the always tense relationship between the Heavenly Father and Nora, the pressure for this situation should currently fall on the Grand Council Chairman. Of course, Levi did not do anything wrong. On the contrary, he did the right thing. The Dusk Sun God descended to eliminate Levi. It was certainly at the behest of the Heavenly Father. However, Nora is currently under the assault of 2 giants, and if the Heavenly Father also takes this opportunity to intervene, it could affect the current situation. For 1 millennium, every step Nora takes has been like walking on thin ice. No one knows if she can safely reach the other side. A rainbow light landed on the bow of the ship, revealing Levi, whose spiritual force seemed a bit weak. He was also leading a dazed large black ox. Let us take a good rest next. On the way to Nelorion, we should not need to fight any level 10 battles, right? Rolling asked. Levi stroked the rough horns of the bull. No, we will not. But there are still a few level 10 beings wanting to hunt me down. One is the Shadow Demon Queen from the Abyss, and the other is from the Nightmare World, identity unknown. But both are of level 10 middle stage caliber. The Shadow Demon Queen? Rolling's expression turned serious. She advanced to Legendary too late. Her realm and foundation are not deep, and after leaving Nora, without plane suppression, dealing with demons will be even more troublesome. Of course, keeping Levi safe is not an issue. Until your spiritual force recovers, do not leave my side. Rolling cautioned. A level 10 middle stage demon, at least, controls more than 30 layers of demon domain. The Shadow Demon Queen excels in assassination, and the power of a full force strike is even greater. We both need to be careful and vigilant. Levi nodded obediently. What do you plan to do with this musk bull? Rolling asked. Levi stroked the rough horns again. I have checked it, and there is nothing wrong except for the divine power mark implanted by Arto, which I have already removed. It now recognizes me as its master, turning from dark to light. Once we return after this journey, I will have it serve as a guardian on the ancient dragon continent. The musk bull was the ancestor of the Black Knight's bloodline. Levi's Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique also includes it, making it very suitable for their cultivation. This bull was the greatest gain from this battle, besides the divine weapon. Alright, get on the ship then. After returning to the cabin, the silver ship sped off into the distance. Levi soaked in the small stone pond and fell into a deep sleep, not waking up until 1 month later. His body was refreshed and extremely comfortable. Phew, a balance between work and rest is the right path. One should not overwork themselves. Although my spiritual force has not fully stabilized, it is almost there. A few more good sleeps should do it. He went to the ship's cabin to enjoy some food, and Rolling came up to him with a cup of red tea. She sat elegantly opposite him, smoothed down her dress, and smiled. By the way, you really are something. First slaying a level 10 demon, then a Star Realm true god. The upcoming reports will surely shake the panplane. Levi drank his tea. I only relied on the power of supreme treasures. Neither divine arts nor the demon's spell-like abilities could pierce the armor's defense. Rolling leaned forward. This blood-colored treasure armor of yours, I reckon ranks in the top 10 of the panplane. Just the infinitely growing body separation alone is quite rare. Blood battle armor and dark ancient tower. These two treasures were painstakingly forged by Sauron. Rolling handed over a slate. Take a look at this article, and if there is no issue, I will send it out. No problem, send it, ma'am. 2 articles sat on the slate. One titled A Level 9 Body Slaying a Level 10 Demon, and the other The Dusk Sun God Arto Persecutes a Level 9, Meets a Tragic Counterattack. A Level 9 body can also slay a true god. The second article included a recording by Levi, proving that he had only inadvertently passed by hunting a black beast, only to be ambushed by Arto. Driven to the edge, he rose to fight back. Of course, his complaints about the poor Star Realm were not included in the recording. By the way, ma'am, I have obtained a divine weapon. How should I use it? Levi took out a golden scimitar, exuding an ancient aura. Rolling studied it for a while and returned it to Levi. This seems to be the Dusk Moon, recorded in ancient wizard tomes, considered a pretty good divine weapon, but it requires divine power to activate. Dusk divine power is best, bright divine power is second, and with other divine powers, its power is barely a tenth. To us wizards, it is almost useless. You can melt it down and use it to forge your own wizard tool or divine weapon. Alright, then I will destroy it in the future. Levi did not feel too bad about it. What is suitable for him is the best. Tebe number 1. How long until we reach our destination? We took a slight detour. Now it is still about 13 years. From now on, move straight ahead at full speed. Astral World. Thousand Hills Countries. Arrogant Sun Plateau. Beyond the Gate of Dusk lies Arto's divine kingdom. In that world, shrouded in the glow of the setting sun, more than a dozen angels looked on in terror at the sky-piercing divine pillar, which held aloft a mass of ghastly golden flame, flickering like a candle in the wind. What is going on? One angel looked to the others. Why is Lord Arto's divine fire unstable? This seems only when a god's incarnation is slain does this happen. Chapter 2869, 584. Awe-inspiring across the multidimensional plane, praise my name of dusk. My lord is a true god, and his incarnation possesses level 10 combat power. In the multidimensional plane, who can kill it? Who dares to kill it? The angels spoke, their voices frantic. Within the divine fire, a handsome human face began to surface, extremely faint, greedily absorbing the dusk divine power. It was the Dusk Palace Master who killed me. Arto, reborn naked from the flames, took a step and found himself clothed in a divine robe. He appeared the same as usual, yet he only retained peak level 9 power. For a weak god like him, dying each time came with a painful cost, ranging from losing countless divine power to falling from his realm. Unfortunately, he suffered the latter. He was now merely at the level of an angel leader, no longer a true god. To recover, even with his status as the sun god's son, would take tens of thousands of years. If it were another powerless lower god in his place, recovery would be out of the question. Chances were high they would be exploited, with their divine persona shattered. Guard the divine kingdom. I must visit Father God. The father was not at the Gate of Radiance. Not long ago, he and the Holy Mother rushed to the depths of the Star Realm battlefield to battle the One-Eyed Worm Queen and the Spirit-Sucking Worm Queen. The Star Realm battlefield stretched out before them. A massive object the size of a planet, with a diameter of 300,000 miles, floated in the void. Along its equator, rows of eerie blue compound eyes cracked open, emitting thousands of laser beams. From its densely packed body cavities, countless small spheres crawled out, resembling floating cannons. This was the One-Eyed Worm Queen, currently the most adept at slaughter among the 50 types of soldier species. The laser could cut through the body of a true god and destroy divine kingdoms. During the early stage of the war, the gods who fell to its forces exceeded a handful. On another battlefield, a similarly spherical yet tentacle-draped massive entity acted as the Spirit-Sucking Worm Queen. It was even more terrifying, for it could release brain worms that parasitized angels and the Star Realm people, absorbing their divine power for growth and reproduction. The current brain worm plague spread uncontrollably like a spiritual pestilence. To eradicate it, the Spirit-Sucking Worm Queen had to be killed. Thus, the Star Ancestor dispatched the Holy Mother and Father to join forces, forming the strongest combination in the Star Realm. A gentle father, clad in a hemp robe, stood beneath a golden sun hundreds of thousands of miles wide, exuding boundless light and heat, burning every insect that approached him. This sun was his ancient divine artifact, the proof of the sun god. Its power was no less than the spear of blood and fire. The Holy Mother held an earth-colored scepter, radiating vast, earth-divine power, known as the ancient divine artifact, Gaia Divine Staff. The clash of these four top-level 10 strongmen rendered a billion-mile radius a forbidden zone for life, where none dared tread. Suddenly, the father expression tensed. As a father, the death of Artu struck him with the clarity of a physical blow. How could this happen? He thought at most the battle would end in no gain, without other unforeseen events. Now, not only were there only 8 subordinate gods left, but the Dusk Moon was lost, an artifact nurtured over countless years. Truly, he had lost both his madam and her troops. This Duskall Master had become strong enough to slay Artu, and even with his life-saving ability, the father himself might not be able to kill him. It seemed in the end, the Star Ancestor would have to intervene, as he had previously annihilated those of level 11 strength. 3 years later, Nora calendar year 1670. Invisible heaven. In front of Levi floated 2 pieces of crystal. One was the heart of thousand poisons, obtained from the poison smoke lady. The other was the heart of the Black Sea, obtained from the old sea dominator, while the blood battle armor ascended to level 10 merely by devouring the demon flesh and soul, leaving the demon core behind. Both contained the poison domain. He leveraged the Black Emperor dragon power to comprehend the knowledge of these toxic domains, studying their structure and mysteries. These demons themselves might not know why they were strong, but a wizard's work is to study their essence, translating them into controllable knowledge. Day by day passed. In Levi's eyes, countless runes appeared and vanished, as structures akin to DNA helices poured into his mind. His primordial soul rapidly calculated and organized them. A month later, he put away the 2 crystal cores, sketched a talisman in the void, completed a new spell model, and imprinted it into the crystal ball. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Fear Fog, 20 stage, 1 out of 20 million. 9th circle spell, Fear Fog. Effect. After casting, it creates a spiritual plague that spreads through negative spiritual forces like fear and nightmares. There is a 90% probability of level 6 spiritual creatures getting infected with the plague, carrying the fear pathogen, which can stay dormant in an organism for up to a year. During this period, the pathogen can spread through means like breath and blood. For level 6 to level 8 nightmare creatures, the infection probability is 50%, 20%, and 10%, respectively. For level 9 nightmare creatures, it is 1%. Only those at level 10 are absolutely immune to the fear fog. The infected may lightly suffer from states like spiritual disarray, infinite fear, or seriously spiritual collapse, losing life and path. This 9th circle spell tailored by Levi for the nightmare creatures uses fear power as its medium of transmission. Its infection targets are spiritual creatures. That is, beings born from the primary spiritual plane, including the Star Realm true gods and their divine kingdom followers, as well as the nightmare creatures. Theoretically, these 2 groups can be infected, but since the main transmission medium is fear power, it has little influence on the Star Realm. If Levi researched a plague aimed specifically at the Star Realm, he would inevitably use power of faith as the medium of transmission, which marked the direction of his future legendary spell research. Chapter 2870. In this way, the 8th circle magic poison acid rain targets demons, the 9th circle fear fog targets nightmares. Legendary spells target the astral world, forming the plague sequence. Nightmare world. The trump card originally belonging to the Black Dragon territory has a new master. It is called the Greedy Tyrant, under the banner of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord, coiled like a greedy serpent on the wilderness, devouring everything before it. Levi quietly appeared, not disturbing it. After some time, he arrived at the Ghost Alley Monarch's big domain, casually found a prosperous city, and stealthily cast the fear fog. The nightmare creatures within the city were unaware of the impending disaster. No one knew when a patchy gray mist began to linger on the chaotic wilderness, initially unnoticed by the nightmare creatures. Until one day, the mist spread to the city, suddenly causing several nightmare creatures' bodies to tremble, sometimes bloating, sometimes contracting. Soon after, these nightmare creatures began to mutate. The weak ones self-destruct, rivers of blood followed. Some powerful ones became mentally disturbed, attacking randomly. 1 month later, there were few nightmare creatures still living in the city. Many crazed individuals rushed into the chaotic wilderness, flying toward other cities. At the same time, within the Ghost Alley domain, this eerie mist popped up like mushrooms after rain, soon attracting the attention of the upper echelons. The news reached the Ghost Alley Monarch, who personally went to a city suffering from monster attacks, his expression solemn. "This is a plague targeting nightmare creatures. Damn wizards, they have already acted. We must deploy troops quickly." The plague might not be as effective as conventional spells in the short term, but it has persistence and widespread infectivity, hard to defend against, challenging to eradicate. The Ghost Alley Monarch could only order the major cities to be sealed off. He and the overlords personally traveled to each misty location, using spells to clear the mist. But by then, the plague had already spread. In the coming years, the Ghost Alley domain will not have an easy time unless they research corresponding immune measures. During the plague clearance, one overlord even accidentally fell victim, flattening his own city before purging the plague power. For a time, the Ghost Alley domain was filled with panic. The mastermind Levi had already returned to the real world. This spell is really useful, an absolute divine skill. Before the nightmare world develops countermeasures, it can cause quite a bit of chaos. Anyway, he was just skirmishing with those nightmare monarchs. Whenever he had the chance, he would run into their territory to poison them, thus buying quite some time for the Nora Council on that side. 2 years later, year 1672 of the Nora calendar, year 1550 of the Blood Battle, as articles deliberately released by Rolling started to ferment and spread, the Penplane was already in a state of panic. Levi's eradication of the Old Sea Dominator and the Dusk Sun God's projection had already spread like wildfire in various markets and gathering places. These messages were passed on by the Dark Pirates and Walkers, becoming increasingly exaggerated and altered, elevating the Dusk Palace Master. Everyone initially thought the Dusk Palace Master annihilating the Divine General's incarnation was already the limit, not expecting him to consecutively slay 2 real level 10 beings years later. One of them even carried a divine weapon, True God. Such achievements, not only in antiquity but even since ancient times, are rarely achieved. Rumor has it, the Dusk Sun God was a fake god. The true god of Dusk is the Dusk Palace Master, god of mankind. This enraged the saints and churches of the belief land of Artu. Some projections even reached the believers, causing many followers' faith to crumble on the spot, with some apostates even forming underground organizations to resist the church. The church naturally resorted to traditional craft, using force and ignorance to suppress and numb these rebellious followers, but a single spark can set the prairie ablaze. The Dusk Palace Master fired the first shot in God slaying. It is foreseeable that in the future, the faith in the Dusk Sun God will inevitably be unstable. Artus' attempt to regain divine power and return to the peak seems unlikely. Being able to maintain their current realm would be good enough. This battle will profoundly impact the multidimensional plane structure, forming a fierce impact on the belief system of Heavenly Fathers in the ensuing long years. The Dusk Palace Master used facts to tell countless beings in the belief land that gods can also be slain. Mortal bodies can cultivate to become stronger. God slaying to prove the way it is today. Dark Temple, 1,000-mile star. 4 ancients looked at the news, the atmosphere heavy. The hands of the Worm Lord trembled. It previously worried the Dusk Palace Master might come to annihilate it after reaching level 10. Facts proved the worry unnecessary. No need for level 10, this freak could kill it. The Holy War Army Master's mood was highly complex, mixed with joy and fret. The joy was that their old rival's son was taken down by others. The fret was this person was also their damn enemy. The Dusk Palace Master could kill the artifact carrying Artu, and once they grow stronger, they could kill it. It is stronger than Artu, but not by much. Now it can only hope the Blood Fire Dominator escapes early, and then finds a way to quickly reconstruct its divine body in the astral world and ignite its divine fire. Otherwise, a doomed path. The Dark Sun Sovereign felt unspeakable. He was once a wizard, a Nora person, but for longevity, he abandoned the wizard civilization and, after becoming a plain sovereign, further conspired with the Amethyst Saint and others for the sovereign position of Nora. Chapter 2871. It is evident that he is highly likely to fail. It is bad enough that he is no match for Edmund. Now even the young ones from the wizard world are catching up to him. If the 4 great giants do not step in to eliminate the Dusk Palace Master, and if things continue to grow like this, he will indeed ascend to level 11. The last Amethyst Saint remained silent, murmuring to himself. Is he already capable of slaying gods? It seems I must advance my actions and cannot wait any longer. Only the astral world can shelter the Amethyst race. He was reluctant to abandon his Amethyst race body. After much contemplation, he decided the temporary solution was to forge his own body into a supreme treasure. That way, after rekindling the divine fire in the astral world and becoming a god, he could wield a powerful weapon. His power would not fall too much. The same applies to other members of the Amethyst race. However, to forge a treasure from oneself within the current Panplane, only one person might know how. That person is Master Baolong. The astral world. The star wilderness, a blue divine kingdom, floated on the sea of ruins. The sea beast god Bosai's paced back and forth in the temple. He looked anxious. A piece of information relayed by the Church of the Belief Land echoed in his mind. The Dusk Palace Master, by himself, first slew the 186th layer of the Abyss, the old sea dominator Rul. Then he slew the Dusk Sun god Art. Someone explain how the hell this was done. He did not need to discuss the first one. Bosai's was not very familiar with the Demon Lord, and remained unclear about Rul's combat strength. But he knew Art very well. Art was a descendant of the sun god Ramon. If not for his late birth and insufficient foundation, he would definitely be an intermediate god. He could not be treated as an ordinary weak god. Art mastered over 5% of innate divine authority, and he possessed a divine weapon. In circles of lower gods like Bosai's, Art was an indigenous god second generation that Bosai's dared not associate with. Take himself. He only mastered around 4% of the river divine authority, a variant of the water divine authority. Part of it was the acquired divine authority of sea monsters and submarine species. He had no ability to forge a divine weapon. If he could not defeat Art, he stood no chance. Lighting the divine fire in the astral world does not mean true immortality. With the Dusk Palace Master's abilities, he could easily come to the Star Wilderness and slay him. He could extinguish his divine fire, leading to death. The conflict between the underworld and the astral world meant that once someone became a god in the astral world, they faced trouble. Unless they had a good relationship with the Nether Emperor and had some backing, if their divine fire was extinguished, their true soul would vanish like smoke. Dreaming of entering the Mother River to reincarnate and cultivate again was wishful thinking. Even a normal reincarnation was impossible. The current underworld would be glad to see some of the astral gods die. After all, the power of the gods was growing so obviously larger than that of the emperors of the underworld. Bosai's muttered to himself. The Star Wilderness is no longer a place to stay, nor is the forest of myriad phenomena. Only the Thousand Hills countries can shelter me. It is just perfect. The Lord of Storm is opening up an ocean divine authority section, looking for a subordinate god to follow. Maybe I could try at the Storm Sea. As strong as the Dusk Palace Master is, he cannot reach the Thousand Hills countries in a short time. It is beneath the Temple of Thousands Gods, which is more likely to draw the attention of the Star Ancestor. Since ancient times, many level 11 powerhouses have waged wars against the gods, yet few have resulted in the downfall of powerful gods. Top-level gods like the Lord of Storm are safe with ease. Being forced to be someone's dog in the future is better than dying. To deal with Levi, the Sea Beast god studied many snippets of the Dusk Palace Master's experiences. He concluded that this man was a classic grudge holder, vengeful for the smallest grievance, ruthless and merciless. Why did he have to provoke this calamity star back then? It was too late for regrets. Also in the Star Wilderness, there lay the White Divine Kingdom surrounded by hurricanes. In the Divine Palace, the sky and bird god Dennis meditated with eyes closed. He opened his eyes as two angels hurried in. They looked terrified, having just intercepted Maya. Dennis frowned. What has you so flustered? The angels bowed. My lord, the saint of the church just prayed to us. We have important information to report. The Dusk Palace Master who intercepted Maya. He killed the old sea dominator and the Dusk Sun god. Now it has gone viral within the Panplane. Dennis jolted awake and sat up. Is this true? The angels nodded. Indeed, more than just a belief land heard the news. We have also inquired. Recently the Gate of Dusk was closed, and there are fissures spreading in the Dusk Divine Kingdom. It is likely that the one fell from true god to demigod. At this, Dennis felt a cold sweat of relief. Fortunately, he did not go after the Dusk Palace Master days ago. Otherwise, he would have lost his divine position. He summoned all his angels and admonished them. For the next 10,000 years, seal the divine domain. Manage our belief lands well. A tempest is about to sweep over the astral world, causing unprecedented turmoil. Even gods might fall. Add a line in the sky holy scripture. Do not provoke those from the Nora civilization without reason. In the Star Realm battlefield, the Blood Fire Dominator remained locked in combat with the Stinging Snake Queen. Not long ago, the Wild Dog God failed and retreated. Subsequently, his multiple attempts to divert trouble to Nora by leading the Stinging Snake Queen there failed. On the Holy War Army Master's side, 9 generals had fallen, and numerous divine race soldiers were lost. All these setbacks weighed heavily on him, even as a powerful god. Suddenly, a message from the Wild Dog God stirred his thoughts. He almost let the Stinging Snake Queen seize the opportunity to tear him to pieces. The Dusk Palace Master killed Art. Chapter 2872. Father died, and his son felt happy, yet concern lingered. The Lord of Dusk truly possesses level 10 combat power. Although his realm remains at level 9, the world must treat him as an equal enemy. Slaying a level 10 entity 3 times in a row serves as proof that this is not luck, but absolute strength. After resolving the Stinging Snake issue, he must intervene. He knows well that among all the gods of the astral world currently, the Lord of Dusk harbors nothing but hatred for him. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 1677, Blood Battle 1565, Ancient Dragon Continent. The calm before the war fills the place with a tense atmosphere. The land of the mechanical school hums with activity. Everyone works around the clock, fully committed to producing Nightmare Vanguard armor. The Deep Space Wanderer Jarvis, newly promoted to the realm where all machines are one, leads this project. Nightmare Vanguards appear entirely black and possess insect-shaped designs rather than humanoid structures, with a design referencing dark insects. Research revealed that the body structures of these creatures remain extremely advanced, surpassing the current technology level of the mechanical school, and they hold great learning value. Witches who excel in pharmacy join forces with the pharmaceutical giant Gandalf Pharmaceutical to mass-produce Dream Wall medicine. Taking this medicine constructs a powerful barrier in the subconscious ocean, effectively preventing nightmare invasions by nightmare lords and avoiding the tragedies of White Narcissus and the Rose Witch. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself prevents danger in 100 battles. Thanks to past experiences in the nightmare world, Nora understands nightmare creatures. Under the leadership of the Nightmare Command Center, numerous medicines targeting these creatures emerge, with Triss alone researching over a dozen types. The Tower of Dawn, Starfire Wizard Academy, Fire Dragon Skywork, Arcane Academy, and Giant Beast Paradise focus on developing trump cards against demons and nightmare creatures. The Wangxiang Card Factory works through the night to produce many cards from the School of Dreams and the Poisonous School. The Plague Sequence, researched by Levi, rolls off the lines in large quantities. Late in the second millennium of Nora, the Blood Knight, Ash Knight, Black Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Flower Knight have all successively reached the Knight 8th level realm. Recently, the daughter of the Divine Light Knight, Peacock Knight Li, successfully evolved to level 7, giving birth to the 16th mythical bloodline of the Dusk Holy Temple. It bears the name Phoenix Breathing Skill. As a physique-type breathing technique, the phoenix resembles the undying bird, but possesses unique aspects, commanding all birds, while mastering Phoenix Flame and 9-colored Divine Light. Phoenix Flame governs slaughter, while Divine Light governs healing. Currently, 16 mythical, or super-mythical, bloodlines include Behemoth, Zhu Yan, Dragon Elephant, Kunpeng, and Sun-Chasing Dragon for strength types. Heavenly Dog, Cosmic Light, and Qing Niao represent speed types. Star Butterfly Dragon, Torch Dragon, and Phoenix fit the physique types. Suan Turtle and Soaring Serpent provide defense. Endurance Jade Kylan and Perception Heavenly Fox round out the list. Overall, strength dominates, which remains the mainstream for current multidimensional plane bloodlines, as it is relatively the easiest to evolve. Levi delights in the presence of rare types like physique. With 3 types present, these core roles for team support will inevitably play important roles in future team battles. Every version has its gods, and every one has its support. Now, the Dusk Holy Temple rapidly assimilates the bloodline crystal rewards from the Supreme Council. 16 mythical bloodlines represent just a start. By the end of the second millennium, the count will definitely break through to 20 types. As the new generation rises, movement occurs within the Dusk 18 riders. Peacock Knight defeated Pheasant Knight, becoming one of the 18 riders. Now the Halo Knight, at mid-level 6, challenged the Snow Dragon Knight. Relying on the Cosmic Light Dragon bloodline and former legendary combat experience, the Halo Knight fought to a standstill with the Snow Dragon Knight at early level 7, though the Halo Knight ultimately lost. After the battle, the Snow Dragon Knight voluntarily gave his position to Duke Ruman. As a veteran, he remains on the High Council of the Dusk Holy Temple. Not long after, news of a Grand Wizard joining the Dusk 18 Riders shocked the wizard world. Duke Ruman set a precedent, showing many Grand Wizards a new direction. As the overall strength of the Dusk Holy Temple enters a new stage, more powerful Knight cards appear, with many targeting blood battle and nightmare invasions. According to 6 Holy Heavens statistics, the Nightmare Emperor Dragon series cards, for the first time, surpassed the Crimson Emperor Dragon, showing where everyone focuses their attention. After reaching the Knight 8th level, Elena went into retreat, aiming for 8-ring perfection. Forceful advancements within the energy sect remain unnecessary, so the process proceeds slowly. She looks at the newspaper. A front-page headline features Levi yet again. The Supreme Council recently announced that the Lord of Dusk slew the Old Sea Dominator at depth 186 of the Abyss in the Sane World, making an outstanding contribution to the Panplane blood battle cause. It was rightful self-defense, slaying the evil god attempting to harm the Lord of Dusk, R2. In recognition of such feats, the Supreme Council awarded the ancient dragon continent several items. First, 8 trillion ether stones. Second, resources valued at approximately 20 trillion, including minerals, medicinal herbs, and biological materials. Third, a priceless divine artifact, the Wind and Thunder Divine Gold. Fourth, 2 9-level treasures, the Soothing Lamp and the Realm of the Soul. Fifth, a Supreme Medal. Possessing this medal grants status and rights equal to Supreme Council members, enabling participation in all Supreme Council decision discussions. Congratulations to the Lord of Dusk for completing the unprecedented feats of Demon Slayer and God Slayer, and for successfully rescuing numerous endangered civilizations invaded by demons. Chapter 2873. Specially awarded the exclusive medal, the Panplane Guardian. After reading the news, Elena's heart fluctuated within her heaving chest. Though she had been somewhat numbed by Levi's frequent shocks, she was still overwhelmingly excited. This time, it is truly the slaying of a god. This is the highest achievement one can attain below level 10 on the multidimensional plane. The projection of the battle played out. Shock waves easily covered tens of thousands of miles, and with a casual move, it could destroy stars. Picking stars and moons is not a mere myth. Her partner can achieve it. Triss arrived at the Tower of Summer Flowers with a newspaper in hand. Did you see it? I saw it. The day has finally come. Levi is truly famous throughout the multidimensional plane now. I am just worried that the sun god from the astral world will deliver divine punishment. Don't worry. If he dared to act, he surely considered the consequences. Let us handle our matters properly, Elena said, finally coming to terms with it. Worrying about Levi is like worrying about imaginary troubles. He can do whatever he wants, as recklessly as he likes. Later, Elena, who had just received her award, returned to Soren Continent to receive her reward in front of a crowd. Countless people gathered, their eyes full of joy and shock. Thousands chanted the name of the Dusk Hall Master. All of this happened because of Levi. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Elena contacted Levi. Received another reward. What is included? So much, the storage ring is filled with ether stones. Upon hearing this, Levi's heart remained as calm as a still pond. For his realm, wealth truly was irrelevant. What he required could no longer be measured by ether stones. Plus, adding the previous 300 billion, totaling 1.1 trillion, was actually the Supreme Council's funding for the rapid development of the ancient dragon continent. The same goes for those resources. Among the two pieces of level 9 treasure, the Realm of the Soul is a barrier-type treasure, forged by the Daydreamer. It can form a spiritual barrier covering about 10,000 miles, isolating many low-level fears and nightmare power invasions. The Soothing Lamp, wherever the light shines, the power of negative emotions has difficulty penetrating. Along with the Bright Sun, it forms a triple-layered wide-range barrier. Along with the Dream Wall Medicine, the ancient dragon continent has almost achieved immunity from the mental or dream invasions of nightmare lords below level 9. If a level 9 nightmare overlord forcibly breaks in, it will inevitably alert the powerful beings of the ancient dragon continent. As for the Wind and Thunder Divine Gold, it is exactly what he needs to reforge his divine weapon, the Wind Thunder Wings, a perfect match. Thus, the Supreme Council is also using this opportunity to support him. These rewards would still be distributed to him in various ways even if Levi had not slain the gods. Ending the communication with Elena, Levi asked, Tebe number 1, how much longer is needed? Still needs 3 years. The deep red eyes opened, and the hostility that had previously been rampant had gradually decreased over this time, including the Shadow Demon Queen, who had temporarily retreated. He was not afraid of the opposition, he just did not want to cause trouble as they were nearing their destination. The unknown entity from the nightmare world remained persistent. Rolling knocked on the door and came in. How is it? What is your sense of danger? Levi smiled and said, most have dispersed. They are just a ragtag bunch. It is fine on father's side. But the Blood-Fire Dominator's hostility has deepened. This one has an undying grudge with me. He might be entangled by the dark insects. Once he breaks free, he will surely act against me. Rolling said, let us complete our task and return to Nora early. With the Grand Council chairman around, they would not dare to make a move lightly. Supreme Council. When the people of Nora celebrated and cheered for Levi's god-slaying act, Edmund and other powerful beings were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. Killing the old sea dominator was fine. Nora was already at war with the Abyss. As of now, the blood battle had only lasted over 1,500 years, and 6 level 10 demons of the Abyss had already fallen to Nora, 2 of which were related to Levi. Such achievements made many legendary wizards feel inferior. However, killing R2 is indeed troublesome. The Heavenly Will said, according to news from my spy in the astral world, R2 has fallen from the altar and likely will not return to the true god realm unless father pays a high price for his breakthrough. Edmund said, good, father was always the most hostile among the 7 orthodox gods. Weakening his forces makes me feel very pleased. Me too, the Frost Witch rarely smiled and said. Lady Pandora helplessly looked at the group. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is how we should respond to father's revenge next. Many legendary wizards felt a bit tense too. According to intelligence, excluding R2, he still has 8 subordinate gods. In the astral world, he is a dominant force, and if war breaks out, Nora will find it difficult to handle. Edmund said, I have contacted the Netherworld ancestor. If father makes a move against Nora, she will mediate. Father should show some respect for a level 11 being. The Star Ancestor is currently overwhelmed by the Mother Nest's will, and the astral world seeks an alliance with the underworld to jointly resist the insects. That is good. But speaking of which, Grand Council Chairman, what is our stance on the insects? If necessary, should we deploy troops? Yes, the insects seem scarier than the Abyss. Everyone felt a bit apprehensive about the insects. Edmund said, so far, the absolute enemy is the entire Abyss, followed by some groups of the Nightmare, the entire insect race, and parts of the astral world. The underworld is still our ally for now. If Nora can survive this blood battle, it will be enough to establish a foothold in the land of darkness. Then the insects will certainly need to be dealt with. Do not forget, the letter from Sauron mentioned 3 great tribulations, with the smallest being the tribulation of all clans, and the greatest being the tribulation of the insects. However, we must talk about these after we survive the blood battle. Given the foundation of the astral world, it can endure the insects for tens of thousands of years. Who will live or die is uncertain. As for the tribulation of all clans, it is negligible. The current council of 10,000 clans, apart from the Dark Sun Sovereign and the Amethyst Saint, is already in a mutually supportive relationship with Levi. When Levi returns from his distant journey and advances further, even without reaching level 10, he can take down the Worm Lord, eliminating this small hidden danger, then slay the Holy War Army Master, wiping out the God race. Council President, the Holy War Army Master is the human realm's proxy for the Blood Fire Dominator. Should we postpone that and first get through the Nightmare Tribulation? I am afraid that simultaneous provocation of Father and the Blood Fire Dominator will leave us besieged on all fronts, unable to cope, affecting the current war situation. Listening to everyone's concerns, Edmund nodded and said, "Your worries are justified, but we already carry many burdens. Father and the Blood Fire Dominator are like water and fire and likely will not join forces. Most importantly, as long as the Star Ancestor does not step in, it will not matter even if Father and the Blood Fire Dominator come together. As long as we are in Nora, I can handle it." Chapter 2874. Sorlin Continent. Supreme Council. Edmund's words always imbued a sense of confidence within his humility. He rarely boasted, but once he spoke, it was as reliable as a mountain. The legendary wizards felt reassured. The Wind Empress clenched her fists. "All right, let us have Levi strike them hard." She glanced around the table. If not for protecting Nora, with her fiery temperament, she would have already sought out the Worm Lord and others. The Lady of Thunder's eyes flickered with a destructive aura. She harbored a murderous intent towards the council of 10,000 clans, especially after one of her promising young protégés was killed by the Amethyst race. She looked toward the others. "If Levi needs help, he can call on me." The Lady of Thunder led the Lightning faction, possessing 10-ring senior cultivation. She was young, and reaching 10-ring perfection was assured. In contrast, her partner, Mr. Silver Furman, held slightly inferior status, possessing ordinary 10-ring cultivation alongside contemporaries like the Thousand Mountains Immortal. She felt particularly grateful to him. Without Mr. Silver's early support and investment, she would not be where she was now. The couple remarkably made the Thunder sect stand out among the 3 special elements. They elevated it to a top-level school, on par with the 4 traditional factions, through immense contributions. Edmund gestured with his hand. "The matter of the Council of 10,000 clans is not urgent. According to Wagner's information, a significant number of Nightmare Legions have amassed within the Nora dark side. Everyone can prepare early. In 10 years, we will close the net and catch them off guard." He continued. "Additionally, the Sane Empire will descend upon the Eastern Sea in years to come, and the entire mermaid race will integrate. We must also take caution to prevent demonic chaos. As for the Nellarian civilization, it will depend on the performance of Rolling and Levi." Adjourned. Land of Darkness. Demon Headquarters. Pazuzu watched the returning Shadow Demon Queen, his brow furrowed. "What is the matter? Did you succeed?" The Shadow Demon Queen sighed. "It has ended. It seems you haven't heard that the Dusk Palace Master beheaded the old sea dominator of the separate battlefield, along with Ramon's son, R2. Pazuzu's face turned grim. "That day has finally come. When will Lord Chaotic Servant take action? Any later, and no one will be able to restrain this Dusk Palace Master. Surely the Supreme will cannot intervene personally." The Shadow Demon Queen paced the room. "Maybe Lord Chaos has his own considerations. Shouldn't we temporarily withdraw the troops and head back to the Abyss?" Pazuzu nodded slowly. "That could work. We will feign retreat and go back to recuperate for a while, lulling Nora into a false sense of victory in the blood battle. Meanwhile, we will leave the stage for those in the Nightmare world. Once they exhaust each other, we will come back to claim the spoils of victory." The Shadow Demon Queen smiled. "Indeed, but to prevent Nora from being overtaken by the Nightmare, I suggest secretly leaving behind a few demon lords to stand ready. Should there be any movements, we would have some time for maneuver and repositioning. What do you think?" Pazuzu nodded with a smile. "Excellent, you stay." The Shadow Demon Queen blinked. "Me? Yes, you are a shadow demon, skilled in concealment. Who could be more suitable? Moreover, you failed in the assassination attempt on the Dusk Palace Master, so the Supreme Demon energy is out of the picture. But if you make a significant contribution next time, would it not become available then?" "All right." Roaring noises reverberated through the land of darkness. With each abyss well disappearing, the vast demon army retreated to the abyss. Nightmare World. The Lost Monarch paced his chamber, his movements agitated. The despicable Nora wizards spread plague and viruses throughout the Nightmare World, causing not insignificant setbacks to recruitment efforts. It took several Nightmare Monarchs to quell the plague chaos. The Lost Monarch slammed his fist onto the table. "I never thought little Nora would dare to strike against us." One of the monarchs snarled. "Let us deploy our forces. Give Nora a lesson." The frustrated monarchs were already impatient. The Ghost Alley Monarch stood at the center of the unrest. The plague spreader relentlessly targeted his domain. In just a few years, casualties numbered in the millions, including Nightmare Lords above level 6. Any other larger civilization would not withstand such losses. An advisor rushed into the chamber. "Report. It was just discovered that the Demon Legion from the Nora blood battle has retreated. The Ghost Alley Monarch leaned forward. Is this true? The advisor nodded. Yes, they have all withdrawn, and the abyss wells have collapsed. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord frowned. Opening the abyss wells requires significant preparation and time. It seems the demons have truly withdrawn. The rotten sovereign rasped, his voice like dry leaves. Could it be a feigned retreat, allowing us to step forward and then, just as we are on the verge of victory, they come back again? The abyss is truly cunning. The Lost Monarch smiled knowingly. The abyss is now waging wars on all fronts, with Nora being just one battlefield. They have already lost 5 level 10 lords here. They surely cannot afford it. Whether it is genuine or not, our opportunity has arrived. He continued, if the abyss dares to snatch our victory, I think the Supreme Mother would not mind a true cosmic level clash with the abyss will. The Ghost Alley Monarch pounded his chest. Then let us launch the attack immediately. With the Dusk Palace Master absent, our advance will face significantly less resistance. His shadow army is truly troublesome. Could it be the Shadow World folks fanning the flames? Prior to the epic war that destroyed the Shadow World, the Nightmare World was the main force, and the greatest beneficiary. If not for the constraints of the other 3 parties, those remaining troops would have long been taken down. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord suddenly sneered. Chapter 2875. It is quite possible. Otherwise, even if that Dusk Palace Master is exceptionally talented, and has Sauron's backup plan from before his fall, he would not have such an exaggerated army of summoned creatures. Do not forget, under his command alone, there are tens of thousands of 6th level summons. Does this make sense? Even if he possesses spiritual force tenfold, even 100-fold more than ordinary people, he still cannot achieve this. Many Nightmare Monarchs nodded. One of the monarchs shifted. It seems we need to give the Shadow World a warning. They always try to make little moves when we are not paying attention, just like in antiquity and still now. The Lost Monarch's gaze was deep, emitting a dangerous aura. The Lost Monarch turned his head. Devouring Sky Demon Lord, you can go to the Yintian domain and ask Lady Yintian. She too is from the Shadow World, knowing what she ought to do. Devouring Sky Demon Lord gestured with a claw. All right, what if she refuses? Just like the Mind Dragon, she will not. The Mind Dragon has an escape route, she does not. Devouring Sky Demon Lord stood up. All right, I will ask the Shadow World for an explanation. As the monarchs discussed, new information arrived. A messenger burst into the hall. Report. The Dusk Palace Master killed R2, and the Old Sea Dominator. The atmosphere inside the hall became tense and silent. The Ghost Alley Monarch's heart trembled. How is this possible? He was defeated by me just a few years ago. Now it has spread across the Pan Plane, absolutely no falsehood. Upon seeing the projection, the Ghost Alley Monarch's face turned ashen. Its power is not much stronger than R2's, meaning facing the Dusk Palace Master now, it is likely no match. This is horrifying. For the monarchs, several decades pass in a blink, and this person's power undergoes earth-shaking changes. This person has become a formidable force, perhaps only I can take him down. After a long silence, the Lost Monarch spoke. Should we call back the Grey Mist Monarch? No need. Let it first test the strength of the Dusk Palace Master. Anyway, it will not die. Unless he advances to level 10, he cannot kill level 10 middle stage. The Lost Monarch said confidently. This was its objective analysis after observing the projection. Somewhere in the cosmic dark side fragment, grey mist billowed, spreading across the sky. A humanoid face appeared, listening to the information it had gathered. The Dusk Palace Master actually killed R2. This is troublesome now. The blood-colored treasure armor on this person is crucial. Definitely one of the top 10 supreme treasures in the Pan Plane. The Grey Mist Monarch hesitated. It has an illusion artifact, the Night Barrier Bead, and is at level 10 middle stage. To say there is no possibility of fully defeating the Dusk Palace Master would not be true, just unlikely. With its power, being counter-killed by the Dusk Palace Master is also impossible. After much deliberation, it continued on its path, seeking fortune amidst danger. One way or another, it must try. The Underworld. The Netherworld Ancestor Hall. The grey-robed lady bathed in the waters of the Mother River Pool, serene as a fetus soaking in amniotic fluid. With a wave of her jade hand, a projection appeared. In the scene, Levi, wearing blood-colored treasure armor, was like a madman, tearing apart the divine light surrounding Arto, eventually slaying him. The relic, blood of multiplication, from the primordial presence, the eternal heart, was not found by Sauron himself. It was a gift from the Netherworld Ancestor. It was Sauron's free acquisition. The Netherworld Ancestor did not expect that Sauron successfully crafted this piece of treasure armor. Soon, the multidimensional plane will have one more cosmic treasure. A year later, Nora Calendar 1678, Ancient Banyan Fairyland, by the small stone pond. Almost healed now, restoring spiritual force is much harder than the body. I still need to ascend to Legendary, and reduce activating the bloodbath effect. Levi muttered to himself. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 63,233 out of 75,000. Over the past few years, he refined various oddities. Mainly because after refining those sequence artifacts, his spiritual force upper limit was not a full 74,000. His obsession acted up, and he refined another batch, piling it to 75,000. These oddities were of low quality, mainly Morning Star and Bright Moon, concentrated in the Earth and Ocean factions, giving birth to 4 types of suitable special spiritual creatures for cultivation. They are flower fairies, grass immortals, tree spirits, and mica. Their functions are much like their names. Flower fairies specialize in pollination, grass immortals excel at fertilizing, tree spirits can loosen soil, and mica is responsible for watering. This made the water curtain cave of the human world increasingly lively, filled with the bustling figures of his special spiritual creatures. Levi is not only a one-person combat legion, he is also a productive construction brigade. This has caused his spiritual force to swell by 1,000 points over these years. Next, he needs to stabilize slightly before refining more oddities. Subsequently, he took out several books, such as Spiritual Journey and Spirit Analysis, and began researching, pulling out a level 9 heart-stealing demon crystal core. He has created 5 major sequential magic spells: elemental magnetism, light, poison, metal, and nightmare. The 6th remains unique, chosen from the spirit faction. This faction is even more niche than the School of Dreams. So far, there is only one 9th circle wizard, but this faction, in coping with nightmare invasions, is also very helpful, including the future astral world and resisting mind flayers, all of which help. Spirit is the absolute core of any life. Among the Nora clan, those skilled in spirit-type spells are few but showcase terrifying individual power. Psychological suggestion, mind control, mind shock, and the like are all invisible killing techniques. Of course, the absolute authority in this regard is undoubtedly one of the 5 legendary dragons, the Mind Dragon. If one could seek its advice, Levi could research the entire series of spells within 10 years. Unfortunately, it belongs to the Nightmare Camp. Chapter 2876, 585, Kicking Away the Brilliant Prison Dragon God, the ferocious might of the 6 Emperor Dragons. Levi examined the spell with caution. Complex and mysterious runes flickered within his pupils as he analyzed the heart-stealing demon crystal core. He immersed himself in research. Meanwhile, the big banyan tree swayed and grew. Branches spread in all directions. An aura of level 8 late stage soared into the sky. Mana wore a green dress, her face full of joy. Hee, late stage. The remaining divine tree power from within the cherry blossom beast's horn did not reach full consumption. Once fully absorbed, she held hopes for the level 8 peak realm. The only hope for reaching level 9 lay in the golden sacred realm. As its strength advanced, the 3 realms began expanding visibly toward the chaotic void. The earth, fire, wind, and water constantly remolded. A month later, the ancient Banyan fairyland underwent a major transformation. 200,000 miles stretched east to west. 180,000 miles covered north to south. It stood 10,000 feet high and 9,000 miles thick. The scale already marked it as top level in a medium world. After reaching level 9, the ancient Banyan fairyland could ascend to an ordinary large world. At level 10, it would not be inferior to the Grey Eagle world. So itchy. Mana looked down at her feet. Amidst the intertwined roots, bright red flowers suddenly bloomed. They blossomed and withered in an instant, leaving yellowish-brown fruits. A month later, the fruits burst open. A small tree spirit about a foot tall jumped out, clinging to the roots and licking Mana's fragrant feet. Mana, mama. Mana started. Could it be that she unconsciously cultivated her own tribe? Integrating the power of the Sakura ancestor made her divine tree authority more complete. As time passed, more and more little tree spirits sprouted from the roots. They noisily called for Mama and absorbed Mana's fragrance to grow. Although the tree spirits lacked the power of ordinary people in battle, their tenacious life force and potential rivaled the elves. Mana called Levi over. What is the matter? Look, I have kids now. Levi grabbed a struggling little tree spirit. It indeed has your aura. This must be the tribe you created. It seems so. I just fell asleep and woke up to this. That is good. How many are there in total so far? Over 300. Have more, like tens or hundreds of thousands. Do not make trouble. This is my first created tribe. What do you think it should be called? Let us call them the Groat clan. They belong to your ancient Wrong Guard team. We will strive to create more interesting tribes. Groat, sounds good. Thus, a group of adorable tree spirits was born. According to Levi's research, the Groat clan younglings' abilities remained weak. They possessed thick skin, but resembled trees, which meant they feared fire. Moreover, the Groat clan was born more attuned to the earth element, capable of simply performing wood-based cantrips. They used abilities like vine entanglement and tree branch strangulation. Among the 300 Groats, 5 possessed particularly excellent elemental affinity, roughly equivalent to a wizard's triple affinity. It remained uncertain if they could cultivate the path of the wizard. If they could, that would be terrifying, as the probability of a Groat's innate talent would not fall short of the Pandora elves. In the future, they could become another army of spellcasters as they underwent cultivation. Moreover, the Groat clan's physical body remained much stronger compared to the elves, though their appearance fell overwhelmingly short of the elves, but that did not matter. Like elves, the first generation was capable of reproducing the second generation themselves. They did not rely solely on mana to give birth. Of course, the talents and potential of the second generation generally proved inferior to those of the first generation. This ailment proved common among the Divine Tree's tribes, and it also served as a means of control by the Divine Tree over them. No matter what, anticipation filled Levi. A complete Mana ecological world was born. From the day the first Groat appeared, Mana became the god of a race and a civilization. 2 years later, Nora 1680. The speed of the silver spaceship slowly decreased, stopping in the void. Ahead lay a large world dominated by green, yellow, and blue. Nolarian, the peak of the Beastmaster civilization. Ritter felt excitement. Home. Maya gazed at the world, her eyes wide with curiosity. I have been here before, but never dared to enter. Rolling stretched. Nearly 50 years of traveling is over. Levi put away the spaceship. Let us go. We must meet those two seniors. Approaching the crystal wall, Rolling deliberately released a legendary aura. An invisible wave swept the Nolarian world. Soon, two powerful level 9 auras burst forth into the sky. A mountain-like blue giant ape and a fire-bird-like giant bird emerged, shattering the void as they appeared. On their heads, two figures stood apart. They gazed warily at Levi and his group. The man in frost armor spoke. Are you here to rest? Generally, those who only emit the aura of strong beings without entering travel with goodwill to knock at the door. Those with ill intentions sneak in. Ritter, weren't you on a journey? Another red-haired lady in flaming armor glanced at Ritter in the corner. Ritter smiled. Extreme Cold King, Fiery Fire Heavenly King, I am back, and I brought some friends. This is the Dusk Hall Master, and this is Lady Rolling, from the Wizard Civilization. We need to see the legendary Emperor and Mother of Sea King for some important matters. Chapter 2877. Both of them changed their expressions upon hearing that the visitor was a wizard. How can you bring a wizard here? The guards demanded. Rolling closed her eyes. Her heart remained as calm as still water. In the early days of the Wizard Civilization, their plundering and wars indeed earned them a bad reputation. Normal civilizations would have hostility towards them. She accepted that reality. Ritter gestured toward his team. You two should go and invite the guardians of the continent and ocean. This matter involves too high a level, and no matter how much you say, it is useless. In his own team, there were two level 10 combat powers. Extreme Cold, Blazing Fire, you both should step back. Suddenly, a middle-aged lady appeared quietly. She wore a blue elegant robe. Her presence was poised and graceful, accompanied by the sound of waves. A giant black squid appeared behind her. Each tentacle was thousands of miles long and stirred the star clouds. Mythical creature. The Star River Giant Demon. Greetings, Lady Olisa. Ritter and the two heavenly kings quickly saluted. Rolling stepped forward. We have no intention of disturbing your civilization. We just wish to discuss something with the two leaders. We wonder if it is convenient. Olisa made a gesture of invitation. Let us enter the realm to discuss in detail. The visitors held no hostile intentions. Furthermore, although this place was remote, she understood the current situation in Nora as a level 10 strongman. She knew the wizard civilization was unprecedentedly powerful. The seemingly ordinary black-armored swordsman before her was a new generation leader, the Dusk Palace Master. Just yesterday, she received intelligence. This person, with a level 9 body, consecutively slew the Old Sea Dominator and the Dusk Sun God. Such strength surprised her. She could not guarantee being able to kill Arto, even as a level 10 mid-stage strongman. Levi smiled. Thank you, mistress. Olisa turned to Ritter to ask a casual question. How do you know Sir Levi? In response, mistress, I was trapped in a certain space, and he rescued me. Ritter replied. Your purple lightning heart ape seems to be approaching level 9. Senior Levi gave me some 9-leaf red, and on my return this time, I only need to obtain some unity grass to have confidence in reaching the legendary realm. Not bad. I have some spare here. Take them. Mistress, how can I accept this? I dare not take it. Take it. Now is the time when civilization needs people. Ritter felt as if he were dreaming. He inexplicably gathered all the items needed to advance to the 9th circle, and he felt immensely emotional. They entered the Nolarian world. The view before them was a vast yellow-green supercontinent, and an endless blue ocean dotted with islands scattered like stars. Levi remarked in his heart that this world was not smaller than the heavenly world. Rolling estimated that if integration were agreed upon, this world would require at least 12 star pulling nails to stably create a passage. They arrived in a floating city in the ocean. Ritter introduced the place. This is Nara City, one of our civilization's only 2 super cities. It gathers 1/10 of the world's beast masters. The city was filled with all kinds of peculiar beasts. Even Levi and Rolling, who were well-versed, found the sights dazzling and marveled at the scene. He felt even more determined to incorporate the Beastmaster civilization. This was simply a sacred land for spiritual wizards, giant beast paradise, and knights. In the tavern on the stage, one could see some walking bloodline essences. If a collaboration with the Dusk Holy Temple could be established, collecting some bloodline essences, without affecting beast power, at reasonable prices could resolve many issues of slow night cultivation. They reached the Sea King Palace. Olisa smiled slightly, elegant and gracious. Everyone, please have a seat. Ladies, bring some snacks and tea. She clapped her hands. A group of maids in court dress entered. Various life-type beasts accompanied them, including animals, and even tree spirit-like semi-plant creatures. Soon, a table of sumptuous delicacies was ready. Levi smiled. Beasts are truly integrated into everyone's life here. Rolling agreed. Indeed, they have propagated the beast system to its peak. It is admirable. We are merely standing on the shoulders of giants, Olisa noted. The true creator of all this is the great tame ancestor. Levi asked if the emperor of 10,000 beasts was here. Olisa remained silent for a moment. She did not answer directly. Instead, she asked if they could let her know what their intent was. Rolling spoke bluntly. Mistress should have guessed. The multidimensional plane is now in chaos, stirred by the abyssal demons. Thousands of civilizations within the multidimensional plane are being tormented by the blood battle, including Nora. I smelled demonic aura in Nelorion too. It seems a blood battle occurred not long ago. We have come with the Dusk Palace Master to discuss realm integration and jointly fight the Abyss. Levi nodded. That is right. Not long ago, we just facilitated the integration of the Merfolk Sane Empire. Nelorion is a civilization dominated by humans. I believe our integration with Nora will meet no obstacles. Olus's gaze fixed on Levi. Are you the next Millennium leader of Nora? This question stunned Levi. Rolling responded swiftly. Yes. Levi felt a stirring in his heart. Luckily, the Grand Council chairman was not here. He had never thought of being a leader. He just wanted to hunt demons and fight, managing his own domain. Leadership matters were not his forte, especially for a super civilization. But from Rolling's meaning, it seemed Edmund wanted to pass the Congress presidency to him. Was this not supposed to be elected? Chapter 2878. As Levi remained deep in thought, Olus spoke. Truly a young hero. I see the shadow of the Tame ancestor in you. Over the years, archaeological research revealed that the Tame ancestor had some connection with Nora, and he maintained a good relationship with Sauron. Sir Levi, you must be Sauron's successor, right? Nothing else could explain Levi's extraordinary and beyond reason rise to power. Rowling glanced at Levi, who nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Olissa wore a troubled expression. Actually, I agree with the fusion, but we have had some issues within our civilization. My partner, the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts, possesses two mythical guardian beasts. One is the Light Holy Ancient Dragon, and the other is the Star Horse. As his most important companion beast, the Light Holy Ancient Dragon had been with him for a long time. But the Holy Dragon is old, having followed several generations of mythical beast masters, and is now nearing the end of its life. My partner has started a plane journey seeking a way to extend its life. But extending life is no easy task. For a life like the Holy Dragon's, extending 100 or 1,000 years is just a drop in the bucket. For it, the only paths are two: divine enthronement, or becoming a plane sovereign. Levi pondered. So, the Holy Dragon wants to become a god? Yes, the brilliant prison dragon god has already promised to perform the divine enthronement ritual for it. Levi's expression tightened. The brilliant prison dragon god is a traitor to the underworld. It must not be joined under its banner. My partner also communicated with the king of 10,000 dragons, but he, for some reason, refused. He worries that other non-dragon clan gods might not treat the Holy Dragon well. Where is the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts now? He is in his own palace, setting up the sealing god array. Mistress, do you also agree to let the Holy Dragon attain godhood? I do not know. The Holy Dragon has given its all to protect our civilization, and I do not want to see it die in loneliness. But apart from divine enthronement, we cannot think of any other way to prolong its life. Levi and Rolling both fell into deep thought. First, it is imperative to prevent the Holy Dragon's divine enthronement. Levi has grown stronger, and he will surely seek revenge on the Lord of Chaos. Even if he does not go, the underworld will settle accounts with the radiant prison dragon king in autumn. But simply preventing it is not enough. A way must be found to extend the Holy Dragon's life. The 1,000-year potion can extend life by 1,000 years, but for it, that might not have much effect. The Holy Dragon must have consumed many life-extending substances. Levi asked, could the Holy Dragon accept reincarnation to rebuild its cultivation? Olissa shook her head. It is not a wizard. It has no knowledge, relying only on its powerful bloodline. Reincarnation to rebuild takes too long, and it might be difficult to reach the mythical level. Does it have any offspring? Only some sub-dragons, and currently, there is perhaps not a second female Holy Dragon in the world. It has mated with other mythical dragon clans, but has never left any offspring. The Holy Dragon might also worry that after its death, the pure-blood Holy Dragon's lineage would be severed. Levi had discussed bloodline topics with the Heavenly Will. Sub-dragons and mixed-blood dragon clans are also ways to pass on bloodlines. Under the universe's wondrous arrangements, new Holy Dragons will surely be born after long ages. Just like undying birds, these mythical creatures rely on their own demise to give birth to other legendary creatures, branching out. It is death, but also rebirth. Bloodlines will not be severed, unless the universe is destroyed and all life perished. Of course, the Holy Dragon would certainly not understand even if told all this. Still, they had to figure out a way to solve its life extension issue. Rolling suddenly spoke. To extend life, it is not only about divine enthronement, or becoming a plane sovereign. There are three niche approaches. First is to join the Abyss and become a level master. Second is to join the Nightmare and become a monarch. Third is to join the underworld and become a nether emperor. The Abyss needs no introduction. As the patroness of civilization, even if reluctant to die, it would not stoop to consort with those madmen in the Abyss. The circumstances with the Nightmare are no better. Moreover, these two civilizations are enemies of Nora. Levi and I do not wish to see the Holy Dragon become our adversary. The only remaining option is to join the underworld. In fact, if one wishes to extend life, the underworld is more suitable than the astral world. The astral world is a besieged city. Once you enter, you can never leave, and you lose even your freedom. The Nether Emperor can still roam freely, and even controls the power of life and death reincarnation. To my knowledge, the Void Dragon joined the underworld, and is now the Void Nether Emperor, ranked 9th. Moreover, the underworld is our ally, and among the 4 great giants, it is the most normal and neutral force, relatively trustworthy. Lady Olisa showed a helpless smile. We naturally thought about the underworld because it is, after all, the current appointed lifespan manager among the 4 great giants, balancing the lifespans of all clans across the multidimensional plane. But joining the underworld requires the consent of more than half of the Nether Emperors. We do not even know one Nether Emperor. How could we join? Rolling and Levi exchanged a glance. There is no need to find a Nether Emperor. You can seek the Netherworld ancestor. Olisa blinked. You two stop joking. It is no joke. Levi can go talk to the Netherworld ancestor now. Rolling patted Levi on the shoulder, her tone confident. Levi's inner thoughts raced. However, he reacted quickly. He agreed for now. The Grand Council chairman there would surely be able to have a discussion, so he said, "That is right. I know the Netherworld ancestor." He indeed recognized her. He had once seen the grey-robed lady from afar during a supreme meeting, but whether she recognized him remained unknown. Yet Levi's words, in Olisa's view, meant he was quite familiar with the Netherworld ancestor. After all, Levi is the heir of Sauron. With this identity, regardless of how exaggerated the matter is, it would be very reasonable. Chapter 2879. Kicking the brilliant prison dragon god, the terrifying might of the 6 emperor dragons. Are you two certain? We are. Please follow me. We need to hurry, lest my partner has already started the divine ascension, and by then it will be too late to regret. The Star River giant demon merged into the mistress. Countless tentacles opened behind her, and she tore open a long-distance teleportation portal. Levi and Rolling stepped inside and vanished. The Land of Darkness was a deserted medium-sized world. The immense array veins surfaced, stretching across the lands. 2 giant beasts floated in the void, gazing at the busy figures below. Holy dragon, are you really deciding to go to the astral world? The starlight-like heavenly horse gazed at the dragon with reluctance. The light holy ancient dragon was a golden dragon, its body exuding divine radiance. Old friend, I do not want to die. I think that even if I go to the astral world, I can still watch over you from above, observing the evolution of civilizations and the transformations of the world. Once dead, all will be void. The weary voice was feeble. You have a point, but the reputation of the brilliant prison dragon god is terrible. I fear it might hinder you. Why does the king of 10,000 dragons not want you? It is much stronger than the brilliant prison dragon god, and ranked in the top 10 of the astral world's gods. If it does not work, try seeking out the Lord of the Stars. I encountered that god while exploring the astral world, and it seemed good. The holy dragon shook its head. Forget it. The Lord of the Stars always stands with the king of 10,000 dragons, so they will not want me either. Your mythical dragon clan body, becoming a god later might be less powerful than now. What a pity. The star horse lamented. The holy dragon possessed a level 10 middle stage cultivation, whereas it was only at the level 10 early stage. Towards this ancient dragon, it showed extraordinary respect. I plan to use the dragon soul to become a god, which makes me weaker, but allows the dragon body to remain in the Nilarian civilization, letting someone craft it into a supreme treasure, or give it to the legendary emperor. While the 2 beasts conversed, the emperor of 10,000 beasts worked in silence below. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was in turmoil. To the civilization, the holy dragon was akin to a true god. Now that it was to be sent away, it was difficult to part with. Suddenly, the array began to emit a dazzling glow. A grand, sturdy dragon illusion entwined in black flames appeared, touching the heavens and earth. Beside it, 72 pillars of hell, including the murder angel, followed. This was the brilliant prison dragon god. Upon joining, it immediately became the primary general under the Lord of Chaos, its strength infinitely close to that of a powerful deity. It looked at the emperor of 10,000 beasts, and the holy dragon, with authoritative eyes. Not bad, not bad. You have chosen the right path. In this chaotic world, only eternal life is the true path. Worship me, and I will grant you the name of a god. Sing my praise, and I will grant you the body of a god. Exalt me, and I will grant you the blood of a god. Submit to me, and I will grant you the fire of a god. A series of majestic and grand voices echoed in all directions. Immense pressure crushed the emperor of 10,000 beasts and the star horse. Though they were both level 10, the former at the intermediate stage, the difference in strength between them, and this being was vast. The holy dragon was aged and near death, and even the legendary emperor's strength was waning. The holy dragon wrestled with an internal conflict. Its majestic dragon body pondered in thought, uncertain whether it regretted its decision. The aura of death loomed, urging it to choose. What are you hesitating for? Follow me, and you will be among the top 5 gods under the Lord of Chaos, my right hand. Your status in the astral world will skyrocket beyond the wildest dreams of the weak gods of the star wilderness. The brilliant prison dragon god's voice remained extremely tempting. The holy dragon suppressed all thoughts. It had only one notion in mind, that a good death is not as good as living ignobly. The emperor of 10,000 beasts had already unlocked the holy dragon's contract, retreating with a pale face to blend with the star horse, preventing the dragon god from causing a scene. The holy dragon moved to the center of the array, closed its eyes, bowed its noble head, and lowered its wings to the ground, slowly coiling its dragon tail. The brilliant prison dragon god grew excited. Quickly, do not dawdle. The ritual has a time limit. Worship me, and I will grant you the name of a god. Sing my praise. Before it could finish speaking, a stream of light shot forth. A cold, angry voice cut through the air. Sing your praiseworthy mother. The majestic dragon god projection was struck forcefully. It tumbled millions of miles away, crashing through the deep space beyond the crystal wall. A black-armored swordsman stood wielding a sword, panting heavily. He glanced at the large hole in the sky, then looked back at the baffled pair of beasts. I made it just in time. Do not ascend to godhood. His eyes were sharp as he looked at the holy dragon and the legendary emperor. The legendary emperor frowned at the void and the emerging mistress Olisa. What is going on? Olisa turned to her husband. Husband, you cannot ascend to godhood. Why? The legendary emperor questioned her. Olisa said nothing, only looking toward Levi. The ancient golden dragon eyes radiated endless authority. The terrifying dragon might swept over Levi like a towering tsunami. The deep voice of the holy dragon echoed. Human, tell me. Why are you disrupting my divine enthronement ceremony? A towering giant tree's shadow descended from the sky. Rolling stood in a white robe, emitting legendary might with a demiplane projection behind her, silently warding off the dragon might. Lady, step aside, let me talk with it. Levi sheathed his longsword and gently pulled Rolling behind him. He stood alone beneath the golden giant dragon. He was not even the size of the dragon's toenail, small like a speck of dust. But he showed no fear, lifting his gaze to meet the golden dragon eyes. The 6 holy heavens descended. The Crimson Emperor, Black Emperor, Golden Emperor, White Emperor, Green Emperor, and Nightmare Emperor appeared. Behind Levi emerged the illusions of 6 supreme giant dragons, coiling around the sky dome, their dragon wings forming a barrier over this world. The terrifying dragon might of the 6 paths twisted together, like a sharp sword breaking through the holy dragon might. This caused the dragon to change its expression, and its ancient dragon body trembled. This was instinctive fear, a suppression at a higher level. This mythical dragon clan creature, who in this world could be of a higher realm than it? It was the Dragon King, a bloodline above myths, supreme. The person before it possessed such bloodlines, all 6 of them. Its mind froze for a moment. Could there be a life form with such a bug-level existence? Was it nearing death, so hallucinations appeared? It must be fake. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts and Mistress Olisa felt shaken beyond words. As beast masters, they understood the meaning of the 6 dragon illusions behind Levi. In the days when the tame ancestor lived, his dream was to become a supreme dragon king beast master, a super god beast master. The person before them had realized this dream in another form, with 6 supreme bloodlines, riding the 6 dragons to conquer the heavens. Why human? The giant dragon calmed down, its tone softening somewhat. Levi spoke calmly. You cannot ascend to godhood, especially as a subordinate god of the brilliant prison dragon god, because I will kill you, whether now or in the future. Chapter 2880. The golden dragon eyes glowed like searing molten gold. 2 laser beams seemed ready to burst forth. The person in front appeared impressive, but he was ultimately just a level 9. How dare he obstruct this path and disrupt the plan the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts painstakingly prepared over the years? He even threatened to kill. Levi panted heavily. The blood battle spirit, the primordial spirit emperor, and the chaos dragon emerged one after another. Holy dragon, don't act rashly, Lady Olisa said. She appeared suddenly in the front. The Star River giant demon blocked the center between Levi and the holy dragon like a towering mountain. You don't need divine enthronement to extend your lifespan, Olisa continued. The person in front of you can contact the Netherworld ancestor. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts, the holy dragon, and the Star Horse were all taken aback. Contact the Netherworld ancestor, the holy dragon replied. Do you take me for a 3-year-old little dragon? The Netherworld ancestor governs life and death reincarnation, aloof and unbiased. How can a level 9 contact him? The golden light in the holy dragon's eyes extinguished. A terrifying aura arrived from beyond the realm. Dusk Palace Master, how dare you kick this god? The projection of the radiant prison dragon king enshrouded in black flames clawed at the crystal wall. A thick stream of black flame flow spewed from its mouth. Vast divine power engulfed Levi like a cascade. Endure the wrath of the dragon god. The projection was not the god's incarnation, just a sliver of power descended through the sealing god array ritual. As an elite among intermediate gods, even this sliver could easily annihilate a level 9, an act unattainable for ordinary weak gods. A light-speed figure emerged within the river of divine power flame. He moved against the current, donned in buzzing blood armor, blinking before the radiant prison dragon king. He slashed down with a single sword strike. Pure white sword chi split the projection in 2. The blood battle spirit engulfed it with a blood sea. Before long, the radiant prison dragon king's projection dissipated into smoke. Dusk Palace Master, you. The radiant prison dragon king disappeared. Levi silently sheathed his longsword. At last, the world was quiet. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts struggled for words. He effortlessly slaughtered a divine projection. This not only required strength but also courage. Gods cannot truly die, and the radiant prison dragon king is the primary general under the Lord of Chaos. He ranks among the top 10 great gods in the astral world. With the size of the beast master civilization, they dared not provoke him at all. Levi's momentary bravery destroyed the projection. It caused no substantial harm to the radiant prison dragon king, yet they would still face his wrath. What worried him most was the fallout affecting Nelorion. What sort of affair is this? The divine enthronement failed, and he offended a favorite of a powerful god. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts felt speechless, angry, and aggrieved. He knew this person was extraordinary, and did not lose his temper. I wonder if you have figured out how to deal with this, he asked coldly. Levi replied, what else can I do? If I can fight, I will fight. If not, I will run. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts felt choked. He wanted to vent, but Olisa held his hand. Husband, he is the heir of Sauron, a good friend of Tame Ancestor. These words calmed the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts. Go ahead, how will you resolve this? The Holy Dragon sighed with some dejection. I have been too persistent. I have lived so long. I should have left a long time ago, and now I have dragged you down. Ah, forget it. I will not be a god, then. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts looked at Levi. Levi said I will help you solve it. But you must join the underworld and sever ties with Nelorian civilization, becoming a neutral Nether Emperor from now on. The Holy Dragon laughed in exasperation. Easier said than done. It is not like I have not tried. Just because you cannot does not mean I cannot. Can it truly be done? My journey here aims to facilitate the fusion of Nelorian and Nora civilizations. 300,000 years ago, Tame Ancestor and Sauron journeyed together, and now the civilizations left by these two sages need such fusion to face the upcoming great tribulation of the multidimensional plane. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts replied, as long as you can make the Holy Dragon the Nether Emperor, I agree to this fusion. Olisa nodded and smiled. Please, Your Excellency. Levi nodded. He looked at the Holy Dragon. The beast appeared so senile and frail he might breathe his last at any moment. Levi decided not to consult the Grand Council chairman for now and to try it himself. After all, he is an heir of Sauron. Even if they do not care for his face, they should give a bit of respect to Sauron. Besides, he has been feeding the son of the Mother River Soul Sun Leon for over 2,000 years without receiving a single penny. No merits, only toil. Surely, the Netherworld ancestor would not ignore this. Levi shouted loudly, Leon, where have you run off to? After a while, the vast Mother River descended from the sky. Accompanied by the neighing of a warhorse, Leon arrived riding the horse. What is it, master? This is the aura of the Mother River, king of the underworld. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts and Holy Dragon were all taken aback. This person can actually summon the king of the underworld at will. This tiny golden armored being may appear miniature, but he does not seem like an ordinary king of the underworld. Possibly a growing Nether Emperor. He was summoning a Nether Emperor to and fro. Could it be that this person is the Netherworld ancestor? Or maybe a secret child the Netherworld ancestor left behind in the multidimensional plane? For a moment, the Holy Dragon's mind was in disarray again. Level 10 seems lofty, but those who have seen the Netherworld ancestor are very few, apart from the Nether Emperors. What the Netherworld ancestor looks like relies on imagination. At this point, everyone preliminarily believed that Levi does indeed know the Netherworld ancestor. Deep down, the Holy Dragon harbored a faint hope. The older and longer one lives, the less they want to die. This is why the four great giants have managed to maintain their supremacy through the long ages. Chapter 2881. The astral world attracted a large number of strong individuals through divine enthronement. It gradually solidified its status as the top realm in the multidimensional plane. Gods became synonymous with level 10. Levi braced himself and spoke to Leon. Take me to the Netherworld Ancestor Hall. Leon did not understand what his master wanted to do, but he always followed Levi. He nodded obediently. Okay. This common scene between master and servant seemed very significant to others. The hidden identity of the Dusk Palace master turned out to be a powerful being from the underworld. The Mother River surged, sweeping Levi away. The elderly Holy Dragon's eyes began to twinkle. If the plan succeeded, it would indeed be a blessing in disguise. Joining the underworld was better for the dragon than remaining in the astral world. The downside of the underworld was that one could not interfere with the multidimensional plane as they wished. While possessing immense level 10 power, the neutral status of the realm prevented any direct action. If one were a native Nether Emperor, relying on the authority contained within the Mother River, one could still manage life and death reincarnation. Non-native Nether Emperors were basically high-level recruits brought in by the underworld to counter the other three major worlds. Overall, for those eager to become famous in the multidimensional plane, and those who loved controlling the masses, divine enthronement was the first choice. For those with a laid-back nature and sufficient strength, such as the Void Dragon or the Undying Bird, hiding their names in the underworld was a decent path. The nightmare world remained too mysterious. Unless one needed to take refuge or cultivate and grow there, most ordinary people avoided it. Before the full-scale war, the Abyss was not inferior to the astral world for ambitious and unstable individuals. The Abyss had devoured a part of the Mother River authority and distributed it to its demon lord subordinates, making them undying and capable of reincarnation. After the war, the Mother River regained the authority. The Abyss lost this major advantage and became less attractive than before. Rowling recalled the scene where Levi shielded her with his body. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, and her heart felt heavy. My dispatch this time was not to protect Levi. Lord Edmund probably wanted me to relax. So far, she had not acted. The only chance she got was blocked by Levi. This man was too strong-willed. Although he appeared as a level 9 being and seemed humble, he possessed absolute confidence inside. Rowling watched the horizon. He is not really going to find the Netherworld ancestor, is he? The Reincarnation Emperor opened his eyes, observing the person and horse before him. He noticed the small figure on the back of the horse. He coughed to clear his throat. The Dusk Palace master descends into the underworld. For what reason? Levi bowed. Greetings, Reincarnation Emperor. I have something I would like to inquire about. Before he arrived, He had studied extensively through Digao, Leon, and others. He had become familiar with almost all of the hundreds of Nether Emperors in the underworld. This figure was the third Nether Emperor. His strength compared to the Grand Council Chairman. He served as the left-hand man of the Netherworld Ancestor, guarding the front of the Netherworld Ancestor Hall all year round. The Reincarnation Emperor gestured for him to continue. What is it? I have a friend whose lifespan is nearing its end. It possesses decent strength at level 10 middle stage. Its true form is a light holy ancient dragon, once the guardian of the Nellarian civilization. It is unwilling to leave just like that and seeks to join the underworld. I am wondering what is required. The Reincarnation Emperor maintained a calm expression, as if he had anticipated the intention. He sighed. Life, aging, illness, and death are objective laws of the universe. Death is not the end. The Palace Master might not know that those who left an important impact on the multidimensional plane, or held significant meaning for civilization, receive a reward. Even if they were to reincarnate, their future life is likely to be better than that of ordinary people. This is the boon granted by the underworld source river for these heroes. He continued. The duty of the underworld is to maintain the balance of life and death. Even level 10 existences cannot just join the underworld. We are fundamentally different from the other three worlds. They only want insane expansion without considering the consequences. The underworld merely requires a group of guardians absolutely loyal to the path of life and death reincarnation. Excessive numbers are detrimental and hard to manage. I will convey the Holy Dragon's request to the Netherworld Ancestor. Do not hold too much hope. The Reincarnation Emperor spoke with courtesy, a stark contrast to the attitude he displayed toward the Amethyst Saint. A surge of hope rose in Levi, but he still offered thanks. Then, please, Reincarnation Emperor. It was evident that the underworld's route differed from the other three. It was not a path of wild expansion, and not just any level 10 could become a Nether Emperor. Levi understood why he always felt the power of the underworld was the smallest among the four great giants. However, the Holy Dragon was at level 10 middle stage. Levi remained hopeful. If it were Nora, they would welcome the guest and entertain warmly. The hall doors opened again, and the Reincarnation Emperor returned. He looked somewhat surprised at Levi. The Netherworld Ancestor wants you to go inside. A thrill of anticipation stirred in Levi. There is a chance. Facing a level 11 entity, he could not help but feel nervous. If the Netherworld Ancestor wanted to annihilate him, not even the blood battle armor could save him. Reincarnation to cultivate again seemed impossible. Ultimately, these were all authorities controlled by the underworld. Be it the Undying Bird or the Legendary Wizard, they were all just using a little authority granted by the source. Levi entered the empty hall. 2 rows of silent and imposing figures stood within. Their presence carried the weight of gods, and their eyes were sharp, all gazing at Levi. Levi bowed slightly to the many Nether Emperors, smiling as he passed through the crowd. At the back of the hall, a trickling stream sound echoed, as if someone were bathing. Levi stood quietly and waited, his gaze taking in everything before him. Chapter 2882. A familiar book rested on the desk. It was Sauron in quotations, filled with famous quotes from Sauron. The most peculiar thing was that it even had an artistic autograph. Indeed, Sauron has been here, and met the Netherworld Ancestor, Levi whispered to himself. Levi stood waiting. Moments later, footsteps approached, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Welcome to the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, Levi. A magnetic and soft female voice echoed. The crystal curtain lifted as a figure dressed in a grey robe walked out. She possessed a somewhat pale complexion and raised her perfect face. Levi met her gaze. Within her eyes, he recognized the lifetimes of billions of creatures across the multidimensional plane and the traces of ancient nether years. She possessed a formidable presence, a true ancient being. She was the incarnation and will executor of the underworld source river. Greetings, Netherworld Ancestor, Levi said with a bow. Do you want Holy Dragon Augustus to join the underworld? She asked. You could say that. Currently, the underworld is warring with the abyss. Having another level 10 is a good thing. That is how I see it. You are not wrong in thinking that. However, do you know that in a short time, each new Nether Emperor means countless lifespans of creatures in unknown corners of this universe will end prematurely due to various accidents? She asked. Her gaze pierced through him. I do not know, Levi answered truthfully. The Netherworld Ancestor stood with hands behind her back, looking at the Mother River of the Sky Dome. The Mother River is not the creator of lifespans, she said. It just controls and allocates them. Our land of darkness is growing and expanding steadily, but its speed is limited, resources are limited, and within an epoch node, the civilizations and level 10s it can accommodate are limited. As a wizard, you surely understand. For a mortal rookie to grow into a primordial soul wizard, the resources consumed are massive, not to mention grand wizards or legendary wizards. Any other transcendent system is the same. Those born strong beings, demons, gods, and nether emperors, they too consume many resources. What are those resources? You consume medicine and potions. You consume ether stone and minerals. These are visible resources, but there are also invisible ones. The most direct being lifespan. Except for those of us born as early god demons and nether emperors from the 4 primordial worlds, most lives in Nora and the multidimensional plane are created by the land of darkness. But from the moment they are born, they do not entirely belong to the land of darkness. They have their thoughts and ideas. Through emotions, communication, and creation, they expand the width of life. These things, the land of darkness cannot control. It can only appropriately limit the length of life, which is lifespan, because life seeks evolution and transcendence, constantly breaking the original length. Like other resources, lifespan is relatively fixed in the short term, but stable and growing in the long term. It is a pool, but its growth speed cannot keep up with the growth speed of those creative beings. For example, you wizards, you grow too fast. You discover knowledge, use knowledge, and pursue truth in your heart. This process is accompanied by a resource consumption speed far surpassing other civilizations. Hence, wizards do not have high lifespans. Nora is a part of the land of darkness. If its lifespan were as long as the Dragon Clan, perhaps there would be good, perhaps bad. But this universe itself does not have an opportunity to trial and error. Therefore, wizards' lifespans can only grow slowly, in small portions. There is an invisible hand controlling all this. That is us in the underworld. We are controllers, not producers. The newly born Nether Emperors have to maintain long-term lifespans, not coming out of thin air. You often participate in the netherworld market in hell. The Joss paper used by devils is actually the lifespan materialized post-manipulation. It circulates in hell, eventually returning to the Mother River, repeating cycle. The underworld dares not expand freely because of this lifespan limitation. Actually, for civilizations as a whole, too much lifespan is not absolutely good. Do you think wizard civilization's interest solidification is severe? Quite severe, Levi answered. Long-standing family and sect forces hold the resources. Ordinary nomadic wizards find it hard to rise. The netherworld ancestor laughed. Then what if wizards' lifespans were extended tenfold? Levi thought for a moment. Maybe it would be more severe. The netherworld ancestor picked up Soren in quotations and flipped through it casually. Certainly, longevity species with power and long life would completely monopolize everything. The abyss, the astral world, the nightmare, including the underworld, are all like this. Back then, Sauron descended to the underworld, made a future agreement with me. The underworld and Nora were the abyss, together surviving the subsequent Great Tribulation, advance and retreat together. The underworld supports Nora, letting Nora, this creative civilization, rise swiftly. Nora as a sharp sword pierces the abyss, balancing other three realms for us. He asked me a request, to offer each legendary wizard a rebirth opportunity. I asked why not extend their lifespan to 20,000 years. Why go through this trouble? He said that 10,000 years is too long. One should only fight for the present moment. 10,000 years is the most suitable time span for human potential, maintaining creativity, and minimizing solidification to ensure circulation. Neither high nor low can cause concerns. He said, with human wisdom, it is enough to rely on self-ability to fight with heaven, to snatch a thread of life force bit by bit from the land of darkness. He said, the innate beings of the four primordial worlds, they seem strong, but their long lifespans weaken their awareness of concerns and sensitivity to time. Chapter 2883, 586, Meeting the Netherworld Ancestor, The Secret of Lifespan. The Netherworld Ancestor said that even if the Nora civilization becomes a giant world in the future, it will not be a stagnant, lifeless realm full of old things. It will have the fastest rate of metabolism and growth. Nothing is eternally indestructible. Families, kingdoms, all will be washed away by the river of time, replaced by something more advanced. Levi remained somewhat confused, posing a question. Then why do the astral world and the abyss not limit their expansion? The abyss is inherently a devourer. It is a problem left over from the historical issues of the land of darkness. It was one of the earliest to be born, growing by devouring primitive worlds. When the land of darkness awoke from chaos, it was already formed. It is like a chronic illness in humans. It can only be limited, not eliminated. It established its position through chaotic and disorderly expansion, devouring resources and sustaining itself through conflict. As for the astral world and nightmares, they were born around the same time, establishing a new form of resource race, that is, spiritual resources. One positive, one negative, they divided faith and fear, ultimately becoming the only two primary spiritual planes. Levi absorbed the words, gaining a deeper understanding of the cosmic rules in this universe. He sighed. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Nether Ancestor, for clarifying. These words from the Lord Nether Ancestor practically extinguished the hope in his heart, but the lady in the grey robe spoke again. However, the Holy Dragon can join the underworld. Wouldn't that consume much of the lifespan of the beings from the multidimensional planes? Recently, a few Nether Emperors have passed away. Now there are two vacancies. One has already been filled, and the other can be given to the Holy Dragon. What kind of price does this involve? None required. Just slay more demons. Resources can be seized. The abyss can plunder from other places, and we can snatch food from the mouth of the abyss as well. Then I take my leave. Thank you, Lord Nether Ancestor. Levi turned to leave. The grey-robed lady interrupted him. I hope someday we can fight alongside each other. Levi turned back, a smile playing on his lips. It would be an honor, madam. The Nellarine world. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts and his wife looked anxious. The head of the Holy Dragon drooped weakly, coiling beside the Emperor, like a comrade about to eternally slumber on the battlefield. The Emperor patted the giant dragon on its back. Hold on, old friend. The Star Horse also looked worried. Can that person really do it? Lady Olyssa spoke to her husband. At this moment, there are no other options. Believe in Levi. We just saw that he is definitely a big figure in the underworld. Rowling closed her eyes, deep in thought, waiting for the result. The familiar sound of water awoke Rolling. She gazed toward the sky dome. A figure walked on waves, accompanied by a hell warhorse. Above it was a mighty figure in black armor, with the Sixth Path's reincarnation sword revolving behind him. The reincarnation emperor. Levi looked at the emperor and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. The reincarnation emperor nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. No need to thank. He originally thought Levi would fail, but unexpectedly, the Lord Nether Ancestor agreed. One of the 2 vacant positions was reserved for the Spirit Monarch, and another was a strong presence in the multidimensional plane, though the latter gave up the position. The reincarnated Saint Emperor looked at the Holy Dragon and spoke lightly. You are just in time. You only have 7 days of lifespan left. If you are certain about severing ties with Nelarion, then come with me. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts was overjoyed. Quick, go, Augustus. Before leaving, the Holy Dragon looked at the couple, its eyes filled with complexity. Goodbye, Rockle. Goodbye, Olyssa. It bid farewell to each of its old friends, solemnly thanking Levi and Rolling. Looking at Levi, it said softly, Young man, thank you for letting me witness an incredible miracle. I sense many familiar auras in you. I hope you carry their will forward. Advance towards the Supreme. Having said that, it followed the reincarnation emperor back to the underworld. When they meet again, it will be as Augustus, the Nether Emperor. With things settled, Levi stretched and asked, Has the brilliant prison dragon god descended? Rolling shook her head. No, let us focus on the matter of fusion. Delays could lead to complications. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts was full of mixed emotions. With his companion gone, he was left with only a level 10 early-stage star horse, and a level 9 late-stage legendary creature, the Phantom Beast. Though he is at level 10 middle stage, his actual combat power is just at an early stage. This is the limitation of a beast master. Luckily, his wife is still level 10 middle stage, and there are a few successors among the 24 heavenly kings. With his lifespan, it should be enough for the civilization to grow again. After assimilating into Nora, the future is uncertain. However, after interacting with Levi, he believes that perhaps this is not a bad thing, but rather an opportunity for the Beastmaster civilization. Someday, Nelarion might give birth to their own super god Beastmaster. The astral world, Chaos Wasteland. Here, divine kingdoms stand in great numbers, more so than those of the Father and the Bloodfire Dominator. The power of the Lord of Chaos might not be number 1 in the astral world, but his influence certainly is. His followers are seen as evil gods in the eyes of ordinary people. They are not as magnificent and just as the 7 orthodox gods, and thus they have always been suppressed by the 7 orthodox gods in Nora. Ultimately, only the Wilderness Brotherhood was left to struggle to survive. Of course, they are subservient in Nora, but in other places, the Lord of Chaos strikes hard, and he has never restrained his subordinate gods, allowing them to act wantonly. Over time, 4 of the subordinate gods gained notorious reputations across the multidimensional plane, infamous as the renowned 4 evil gods of chaos. The Father of Plagues, the Lord of Doomsday, the Grand Duke of Death, and Lady Famine. Each is an intermediate divine power user, except for the Father of Plagues, whose god incarnation was slain, causing him to fall from his realm. He is now only a weak divine power user, no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 2884. Oh right, and there is the Dark Wizard Emperor, Asta. He is the first and last legendary wizard to be divinely enthroned in Nora's history, single-handedly bringing the Dark School to its downfall. Now, he is the Chaos City Lord, and like the newly risen brilliant prison dragon god, he suppresses all other forces due to his near-divine power, becoming the left and right arms of the Lord of Chaos, with a status even above the 4 evil gods. Bright prison divine country. The dragon gods angry were echoed. Damn you, Dusk Palace Master. How dare you? Great Angel Commander Slaughter Emperor arrived in haste. My lord, what is wrong? The dragon god spoke coldly. Go and bring me all the information on the Dusk Palace Master. I want to research and find an opportunity to annihilate this person. A chill ran through the Slaughter Emperor. Ever since learning that the Dusk Palace Master successively beheaded R2 and Ruel, he no longer dared to think of revenge and preferred to lie low in the astral world. My lord, should we act now? Or wait a little longer? Why? Do you think I am not his match? Not at all, I just think it would be better to wait for the Chaos God to return and handle it. The Lord of Chaos remains a top-notch figure in the astral world, comparable to the demon lords of the 660th layer and beyond. His action would be foolproof. The dragon god calmed down as the memory of that battle flashed through his mind. Even if I gave my all, I might not successfully kill him. Forget it, let us wait. For a god, revenge even after 10 years is not too late. At worst, I will outlive him. Nora, Supreme Council, Tower of Heaven. Levi left the Eye of Sauron, accompanied by several legendary wizards. The Frost Witch looked toward the exit. Did we really retreat? Levi nodded slightly. We retreated, but it is a feigned withdrawal. The Abyss has a clever plan, giving the battlefield to Nightmare, intending to fish in troubled waters themselves. Mr. Silver leaned over the table. If that is the case, the Nightmare world might execute their first round of attacks against us. Yes, everyone, be well prepared. The Frost Witch sighed. I wonder how things are going with Levi. If we can integrate the Beastmaster civilization before the Nightmare invasion, we will have 30 seats. Just then, the council round table appeared. Rolling smiled. No need to worry, we succeeded. Levi and the others showed relieved smiles, unable to help but applaud. Good, good, await your triumph. Thousand Mountains Immortal called out. Travel back safely. Rolling nodded. I will probably return with the Nellarian world. Levi has other plans and might be delayed. Levi spoke to the group. Arrange freely, the ancient dragon continent is fine, let him rest assured. I knew Levi would be fine. This journey has thoroughly made him famous. Yes, on the surface, he only fused the mermaid and beast-master civilization, but in fact, because of Levi's influence, many hesitant civilizations may join us in the blood battle in the next few hundred years. Everyone looked to the future with hope. Next, the Nora civilization will take a big step forward. Even the once marginal school of spiritualism and school of insects can now leap to prominence, welcoming a new era of knowledge and technological explosion, striving to catch up. 5 years later, Nora calendar year 1685. Blood battle year 1573. Nellarian. Under the efforts of Levi and others, no fewer than 12 star pulling nails were driven clockwise under the continent and ocean, separated from the Pan plane, starting to link the gravitational pull of the double stars. 12 blue beams of light shot into the land of darkness, a massive space began to twist and collapse, and the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts, Lady Olisa, and Rolling, 3 level 10 strongmen, each protected this world with methods akin to heavenly earth transformation. The figures of the 25 Sky Kings also stood guard all over the world, preventing accidents. The latest Sky King is Purple Lightning Sky King Ritter, just recently promoted. Levi lifted the Black Emperor's enslavement, and the latter also declared that this would be a secret he would guard for life, never to be divulged. As time passed, Levi stood alone in the darkness as a guardian, until the gravitational passage fully formed, pulling Nellarian into it. Rolling waved at Levi. Come back soon, stay safe. This play-along journey had finally ended. She had drifted through the whole process, doing nothing. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts couple also waved in acknowledgement. Thank you once again. The Holy Dragon has become the new Nether Emperor, and has been sent to support the Nora battlefield. Thank you, Mr. Levi. Levi smiled. Until we meet again, see you in Nora. The world vanished, and darkness became silent. Levi yawned, returning to his solitary state. There is still plenty to do next. The first is to head to the brilliant prison Dragon God's belief land to liberate the Dragon Clan. The second is to make a trip to the land of Oblivion to search for the giant tribe. As for the Golden Sacred Realm, let it wait for a while. The power of the Golden Will is still terrifying to him. Best not to provoke it for now. It will not be too late once I reach level 10. The Nightmare invasion is imminent, so he cannot procrastinate for too long. 2 years later, Nora, West Sea, Blue Frost Continent. As early as the beginning of the plane convergence, the Blue Frost world was already integrated into Nora. Hand of Netherworld Prison personally took action, containing Blue Frost creatures in the demiplane heroic spirit homeland, converting them into his undead army. According to the Wizard Council's investigation report, the former plane sovereign Blue Frost Lord had already fallen before the plane fusion. For certain reasons, a long-standing grudge existed between the Blue Frost Lord and the Heavenly Father, with both sides fighting for years, but ultimately, he lacked the skill, leading to his death and disappearance. Chapter 2885. However, such a plane sovereign must have some hidden strategies. It is quite likely to be the Blue Frost Lord's daughter, Ciri, who once appeared in Heavenly Mountain. It is just that the Nora Council has not found any trace of her yet, but that is not important. From start to finish, legendary wizards have never cared about Blue Frost. The reason Blue Frost could disturb mortals during the Doomsday Era was purely due to the inaction of the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms continent at the time. After taking over the Blue Frost continent, to prevent Blue Frost's power from disturbing mortals, legendary wizards mimicked the AUS continent by drawing it apart. This place also became one of Nora's forbidden zones, only occasionally visited by School of Death wizards seeking treasures. No one else pays a visit. Nowadays, the number of integrated planes is in the tens of thousands, with many being uninhabitable places like Blue Frost, all listed as forbidden zones by the Council, accompanied by corresponding laws. Those wishing to explore must register officially. This day, a hooded, slender figure gazed at the blue barrier ahead. Her silver hair and half-elf ears revealed her identity. The long-missing Ciri, thanks to the Blue Frost blood within her, is now a level 8 mid-stage strongman. But in front of Nora civilization, she is insignificant. After leaving Nora, she and her brother fought in other belief lands of the Father, forming undead armies with Blue Frost power to resist the Church, which led to repeated failures. Not long ago, her brother was also killed. She had already given up all hope for revenge. The Father is too powerful, neither her father nor he is on the same level. Until she inadvertently heard that the Dusk Temple Lord Levi had slain the son of the Father, the Dusk Sun God Artu, sparking renewed hope. She bears her father's blood of revenge. Even if it means death, she wants to take the father down with her. She knows Levi, although he might have already forgotten her. After all, she is just the Blue Frost Lord's daughter, whereas Levi has become a godslayer. Even if her father were alive, he might not be Levi's rival. But regardless, she wants to try. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even if she were killed by Levi, she would accept it. Her figure vanished from the surface of the sea, heading towards the ancient dragon continent. In the Eastern Sea, about 10,000 miles away from the ancient dragon continent, the sea churned wildly, the earth shook, and several figures appeared, including the Earth Saint. Here comes the Sane World. Because Sane World does not have a continent, the fusion disturbance is small, merely causing the sea level to rise slightly, adding more islands. A great figure lifted its head, surveying the high sky and vast land. With its perception, it could not touch the borders here. This is Nora. The Whale Emperor stood up, looking at the figure garbed in the red robe ahead. Greetings to the Grand Council Chairman. Edmund smiled. Welcome. I have been waiting for you. Countless merfolk looked at the vast new world, their hearts filled with tension, anticipation, and confusion. Many of them had heard of the Duskhall Master's feats. Someone nervously asked if this was the Duskhall Master's home. Edmund patiently explained. Yes, 10,000 miles away lies the ancient dragon continent. Upon hearing this, Emperor Whale Sane breathed a sigh of relief. It just wants its people to be neighbors with the Duskhall Master. With its understanding of Levi, following the ancient dragon continent surely would not go wrong. Let us go, Sane sir. We shall go to Soren continent to discuss further. All right. The Whale Emperor arrived at the Supreme Council, looking at more than 20 figures stronger than itself, feeling a slight sense of unease. Edmund, Heavenly Will, the Frost Witch. Such a powerful organization. It is no wonder it could repel the abyss. The next day, the Nora Council issued an announcement. The leader of the merfolk, Whale Emperor Sane, has joined the Supreme Council as the 28th seat. Henceforth, the merfolk shall also be a part of Nora, facing future situations together. As years passed, the merfolk and the native sea clan gradually merged into one, eventually renamed Nora Sea Clan, becoming the third largest group after the humans and the Pandora clan among the Nora One clan. The council enacted laws prohibiting Sea Clan as slaves. The council encouraged intermarriage between humans and Sea Clan to have offspring. If the mixed descendants possess wizarding talent, they can enter the Body Refining Wizard Academy to cultivate with supporting spells like Sea Clan's Body Tempering Technique, Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique, Deep Blue Sage Body Tempering Technique, and 8-Armed Demon God Body Tempering Technique. Following the implementation of many substantive policies, the merfolk civilization gradually began to trust humans and the Nora Council, showing great interest in such an advanced system as the wizard. And the path of the Body Refining Wizard, due to the birth of more Sea Clan mixed blood wizarding talents, has embarked on an unprecedented fast track. 3 years later, Nora calendar year 1690, in the Land of Darkness, in a sun-like center similar to the Red Plain, it is unbearably hot, where even ordinary level 10 strongmen are reluctant to stay for long, yet there is a constant sound of ironwork. Upon closer look, the sun seems to have been transformed with a steampunk style, where traces of alchemy, weapon making, and forging stitch together a strange world. A hunched figure like molten metal is bustling in front of the furnace, with mechanical arms on its back holding tools such as a hammer, saw, and pliers. On the weapon rack behind it, several embryonic forms that look like supreme treasures are displayed, emitting divine light. As for 9-level treasures, they are arranged in a row, dazzling. Master Baolong, with unknown real name, unknown race, unknown origins. No one knows its power, because it has never fought with anyone, upholding a neutral weapon refinement skill. Forces from all over the Panplane, and even the giant world, treat it as an esteemed guest. Suddenly, Master Baolong raised its eyes. A purple light descended, transforming into an illusion of the Amethyst Saint. It straightforwardly said, Master Baolong, I have a request. If you wish to forge a supreme treasure, you must provide a divine artifact as a deposit, and upon completion, offer another divine artifact. Master Baolong continued forging, seeming not to fear the Amethyst Saint. All right, no problem. Speak, what do you want to forge? Can you forge me into a supreme treasure? Upon hearing this, Master Baolong looked at the Amethyst Saint, seemingly smiling. What is wrong with you? You just need to answer, can you or not? Certainly. What form do you want to be forged into? A staff-like supreme treasure, one that sweeps across armies. No problem. Good, this is Earth Emperor Divine Gold. Is it enough as a deposit? Yes, it is. Then I would ask Master Baolong to visit the Purple Crystal World someday. Chapter 2886. The amethyst light gradually dissipated. After the Amethyst Saint departed, Master Baolong held the Earth Emperor Divine Gold and sniffed it. It cracked open its mouth, revealing gear-like metal organs within, and the belly furnace that was dozens of times hotter than the Sunday. The indestructible Divine Gold was crushed like beans by the teeth and sent into the furnace, and its aura subtly increased. It was a nice taste. Master Baolong knew too well how to forge the body into a supreme treasure. Its current state was a supreme treasure. Astral World, Thousand Tales Countries, Spiral Land. This is the territory of the Great Prophet, also known as the God of Prophecy. Compared to other powerful gods, the Great Prophet is not very famous in the multidimensional plane. Those who believe in him are mostly scholars, sages, teachers, and other professions. The divine authority mastered by the Great Prophet is divided into 2 types. One is the innate divine authority of destiny. The other is the acquired divine authority of wisdom. He is the most learned in the divine realm, and since his birth in ancient times, it has always been so. He has a solitary nature. He never forms alliances with other gods, only offering prophecy services for benefits to gods or other powerful beings. He does not dare to claim 100% accuracy, but he is close enough. Throughout history, few have been dissatisfied with the Great Prophet. Therefore, the Great Prophet has a high prestige in the astral world. Though his combat power is not prominent, none dare offend him. He has no subordinate gods under him, so Spiral Land seems very quiet. R2's figure appeared in the distance, looking at the spiral gate. R2 raised his voice. R2 comes today by the command of sun god Ramon, to visit the great prophet. Soon after, the spiral gate slowly rotated, and a disc with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared. It resembled a compass and seemed like a mechanical clock. It possessed an intricate and mysterious structure that dared not be stared at directly. R2 merely glanced at it, his mind about to spin along with the pointer. The sensation of twisting forced him to lower his head and softly say, "I greet the great prophet." This is the external appearance presented by the great prophet. It is not humanoid. Actually, according to Father God Ramon, the great prophet initially took the classic astral world appearance of a wise man with a white beard and deep eyes. But he was different from other gods. He always liked to study and create new tricks. Over the long years, the great prophet continuously learned and continuously evolved. After antiquity, he found a powerful acquired divine authority from the multidimensional plane, known as wisdom. From then on, he embarked on a path with peculiar artistry. He collected treasures of the multidimensional plane, using wisdom to research and transform his innate divine body, turning himself into an oddity among gods. Eventually, the great prophet fused divine fire, divine body, divine persona, divine power, and divine authority into the divine weapon he named the space-time wheel, which is the combination of a clock and compass before you. This divine weapon has a mighty name: universe. The clock represents time. The compass represents space. Since ancient times, the universe has been spoken of. The four directions are said to be the cosmos. The combination of both is universe. The great prophet claimed that he had mastered ultimate wisdom. Of course, the Heavenly Father regards this as a joke. Some even consider him a madman. Not even the star ancestor dares to claim mastery of ultimate wisdom. The great prophet is just dreaming. Gradually, the gods of the astral world became accustomed to this. Anyway, the great prophet would still provide prophecy services for them. The great prophet looked at R2, and a mechanical-like laugh sounded. "Ha ha ha, what matter?" R2 asked the question. "Great prophet, as per your request I waited over there. I indeed encountered the Dusk Palace Master, but you did not tell me he had level 10 power. I failed and even had my god's incarnation slain by him." The great prophet's voice suddenly returned to normal. "You did not ask me, did you? But with the divination service provided at the time, you should have told me actively, shouldn't you? You do not ask, why should I say? I am not as wise as you, thinking he at most would have level 9 power. But you definitely would have seen he actually had level 10 power. You should have told me. You divined me hundreds of years ago. Back then he truly did not have level 10 power. I was just responsible for letting him appear before you. But are you not known for foreknowing the future?" "Yes, but that is a different price." After mustering the courage to debate with the great prophet, R2 fell silent. The great prophet is famously good-tempered, otherwise, he would not dare converse like this. The problem is, this is just being unreasonable. He dared not erupt. Even Father God holds great respect for the great prophet. If you anger this one, and he secretly uses that darn universe divine weapon against you, you will not know how you would die. Once, a newly powerful god dissatisfied with the great prophet's result confronted him. He even took aggressive action. The great prophet did not retaliate. As a result, that powerful god fought for 3 days and 3 nights, yet the great prophet's divine body showed no impact. Instead, the god's divine power exhausted. After venting anger, the god departed. Unexpectedly, that god then encountered many unforeseen events, appearing both eerie and reasonable. For instance, his belief land suffered terrifying black beast attacks. Divine Kingdom was swept by a super tsunami that only appears once in tens of thousands of years in the Star Realm Ruined Sea. Chapter 2887. The unluckiest time was when he was leading an army in battle and unexpectedly appeared on the trajectory of the honest bull Krenawad. He toured half of the astral world being rammed by the high-speed, unwavering bull before breaking free, leading to a delay in the battle, which resulted in a defeat against the enemy. Not long after, due to various strange events, this mighty god fell to the realm of intermediate divine power, and was subsequently devoured by many gods, fading into obscurity in the astral world. He was the war sovereign. One god dies, and many gods are born. His war divine authority achieved the god of war, his slaughter divine authority achieved the shadow lord, and so on. All the gods speculated that the great prophet was responsible, but no one could find any evidence. For the devouring insects, this was also a good thing. With the death of the old god, the new god can stand ever since. The power of the great prophet became known throughout the astral world. The great prophet's service achieved 0 negative reviews. R2 was somewhat unwilling and asked, "Could the great prophet tell me when the Dusk Palace Master will die? If the person cannot live long, he will not worry anymore." The gears inside the great prophet body grinded and returned to the strange mechanical sound. "It can, yes, but you have to pay extra." 2 years later, Nora calendar 1692, blood battle 1580. The silver spaceship cruised deep in space. In the training secret room, which resembled a starry sky, Levi wielded an 8-level exotic treasure spear, swinging it mightily, dimming the 9 stars. One spear breaks 9 stars. Accompanied by the prompt sound of the proficiency panel, he put away his weapon and opened the panel. 9 stars battle manual, level 9, maximum, intercepting star species. It was not a bad combat technique. It actually took me dozens of years to perfect, Levi murmured. Over the years, he cultivated the Holy War Army Master absolute skill whenever he had spare time, and today he finally refined the species. He looked at the Extreme Dao species option behind the Extreme Dao strategy, and noticed a can be fused option, sparking a thought. Fused. The 9 stars battle manual disappeared, with no reaction at all. Levi focused his mind and looked, noticing a +1 symbol behind the Extreme Dao species. It is not completely without reaction. Does this mean enhancement? Levi pondered, exerting the Extreme Dao strategy once more, testing the 10 evil martial arts, and 10 absolute extremes one by one, pleasantly finding a slight increase in power. Being able to enhance is a good thing. Maybe by fusing more species, I might have a chance to win by numbers and break through the level 9 shackles, stepping into level 10. No one has ever mastered a level 10 battle skill in history. If Levi succeeds, he will stand out and sweep through everything. With this thought, Levi took out 4 level 9 battle skills, some acquired from killing a divine general, some traded from the barbarian tribes. Just cultivate. At the moment, he found again the burning enthusiasm of his younger days as the Liver Emperor, with endless energy throughout his body. 3 years later, Nora calendar 1695. Blood Battle 1583. Ancient Dragon Continent. With the fusion of all clans, the Dusk Palace Master influence grew ever stronger, with more Nora citizens coming here to study or work. On this day, the Earth Saint stood tall in the sky, using the blue ocean shelter as a canvas and his hand as a brush, outlining more territories. Rumble. Under the influence of the legendary level tides of time spell, the ancient dragon continent expanded visibly to the naked eye, extending over hundreds of thousands of miles in all directions. Former places like White Dragon Mountain, and which family became part of the ancient dragon continent, with vast rivers and continuous mountains as boundaries. People marveled at this legendary power, filled with awe. After the construction, the Earth Saint swept away. Centered around the absolute safe zone in the heart of the continent, the mechanical school, and major organizations quickly built military fortresses and defensive lines, preparing for the upcoming war. On the surrounding coastlines, cities of the Sea Clan emerged, guarding around the ancient dragon continent, living by the sea and blending with each other. Within the safe zone protected by 3 level 9 treasures, the headquarters of various organizations were established, filled with masters, with hundreds of level 6 experts. This marked the end of the second millennium in the Nora era, with the ancient dragon continent exceeding previous growth targets, moving toward 1,000-strong individuals. Not to be overlooked is the Dusk Holy Temple. With the support of the Nora Congress, it once again experienced explosive growth over these decades, with level 6 knights emerging like mushrooms after rain. Among them were some seasoned individuals with accumulated strength, and more were the excellent, new generation of the ancient dragon continent. The earliest batch of knights, aside from those who fell, and those who died of old age, those with good talent advanced to the level 7 realm, not much weaker than the 18 riders. Last year, the Saint Ape Knight Emperor Mew also broke through level 8, thanks to the help from his ancestor, Holy Giant Ape, and the daily sparring of Lopez and the Red King. The Golden Lion Knight is also at level 7 peak, just one step away from level 8. Relying on the advantage of superior resources, his wizard cultivation also progresses steadily toward the 7 circle. As the second most valiant of the temple, the Fire Dragon Knight stepped into the level 8 middle stage, always busy, now hunting demons in hell, tempering battle skills and body. Recently, he killed a level 8 late-stage demon lord, shaking hell. His 2 supernova sons are both renowned in their own right, especially Lei Long. With strength and ambition, he unexpectedly aims to surpass himself, forging a supreme bloodline. Gondo City. The winds of change, earth, fire, wind, and water in turmoil, dark storm clouds appeared. Chapter 2888. The wizards in the city looked towards the sky, their eyes filled with shock. One wizard asked, "Is someone about to break through the 9th circle?" Another replied, "Yes, why is the momentum so overwhelming?" A third wondered, could it be Master Fire Dragon, or Lord Victor, Gondoff? A fourth shook his head and said, "It must be one of them, but they only achieved 8-ring perfection recently. It cannot be so soon for the 9th circle, can it?" Someone else whispered, "Perhaps there is a hidden power." A frantic voice called out, "Oh no, can Gondo City defenses withstand this?" A guard reassured the crowd, "Do not worry. This is the 9 rings barrier, enough to fend off the level 9 catastrophe." The array barrier lit up around the city. In a certain secret room of Gandalf Pharmacy, the sleeves of the old man in the white robe fluttered, and many anomalies around him vanished. Fusing the ancient 4-body refining techniques unexpectedly brings such tribulation, something unheard of, and not recorded in any tomes. But the giant god shoulder is indeed powerful, increasing spiritual force by 1,000 points after refining. Gondoff exhaled a turbid breath. Due to his outstanding performance, the Body Refining Wizard College had sent the glorious sun-grade oddity known as the giant god shoulder to Gondoff ahead of time. Upon refining it, it was as if receiving divine assistance, quickly perfecting the 1,000-eyed titan body tempering technique he was about to master. His ancient divine body further metamorphosed, fused with the giant god refining body physique, advancing to the chaos holy body. This is a supreme physique, cultivating any body refining technique with ease, at a speed far beyond ordinary. Also, The power of the Chaos Body Refining Rune far exceeded the previous Dragon and Snake Prison Rune, entirely different when 3-in-1 and 4-in-1. Once advanced to Chaos, it is a qualitative change, similar to the ether dominance of his true self. His true self is on the path of Chaos Magic, while he is on the path of Chaos Body Refining. Apart from this, an oddity named Mountain God, a glorious sun-grade special spiritual creature, was born alongside Nightmare Black Dragon, Wild, and Yiksha as the 4 protectors. Now, I should be able to shake level 9. He placed his hand upon the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force read 23,600 out of 25,000. For the sake of family unity, under the demands of the true self, the spiritual force upper limit of the 3 avatars all surpassed the passing line of 25,000. Otherwise, just now this oddity would have been enough to push Gondaf to the 8-ring limit. Feels like I could punch and shatter a giant dragon right now. Gondaf exhaled a turbid breath, longing to immediately become a body refining great wizard. Enough, let us get through the tribulation first. His figure flickered, appearing above the high heavens. The tribulation clouds of earth, fire, wind, and water pressed down. With the giant god moving mountains, the wild god taking fire, the ghost god calling the wind, and the dragon god summoning rain, these were the manifestation of the 4 glorious sun body, refining oddities, he refined during the tribulation. The giant god shoulder, wild god body, dragon god blood, and ghost god claw, could these be part of the sequence artifacts? Gondaf pondered. He recalled the elemental proof of his true self. Perhaps after achieving the 9th circle, he can attempt to refine the body refining oddities of lightning, frost, and metal. Then perhaps create a 7 elements unified artifact, maybe combining into a legendary body refining artifact. Of course, these are just his assumptions. No one has ever achieved this throughout history. He is the strongest pioneer on this path. Thunder rumbled. The nearing level 9 catastrophe disaster descended. Come, a perfect test for my strength. Chaotic runes of 4 colors flickered across Gondaf body. 1-2. A total of 880 million body refining runes fused into his limbs and cells. Energy buzzed through the air. With the operation of the body refining technique, the space around Gondaf trembled uncontrollably. Even the space-time was slightly chaotic. This was his domain power. It was named the Chaos Field. Like a true ancient fierce beast, with each breath, the condensed aura of runes surged. Within flows bright golden blood, and behind emerged 888 shadows of giant dragons and elephants, as if an ancient military formation, suffused with a murderous aura. King Dragon Elephant Fist, kill. Where this punch passed, the sky dome shattered, the radius of 1,000 miles trembled, and the core materials annihilated into elemental particles like earth, fire, wind, and water. Normally, this is an effect only grand wizards can achieve. Yet now, Gondaf too possesses it, just like his past true self. In Gondor City, ancient dragon continent, countless gazes watched Gondaf in the sky, thinking he was about to advance to the 9th circle, unaware it was the tribulation of the birth of an extraordinary cultivation technique. Dragons and elephants charged into the tribulation clouds, rampaging freely. Not long after, the sky cleared, and the void mended. Gondaf took in massive gulps of elemental power, exhaling like thunder, his voice resounding for thousands of miles. Now it seems, before my 8-ring limit, I have hoped to unleash the power of 1,000 dragons and elephants. According to deductions, 1,000 dragons and elephants should be the power of the 9th circle. My current all-out attack power is also not much inferior to Lord Victor. Gondaf looked at the onlookers. Disperse now. Gondaf Senior, have you reached the 9th circle? Someone asked. Not yet, ha ha ha. Gondaf laughed heartily, and returned to the pharmacy. Since his tribulation, the golden sword array surrounding Gondor City fragmented into countless golden smallswords, disappearing into the eastern sea horizon. The Gondor 3 heroes, whenever one undergoes tribulation, the other 2 would support. This kind of extraordinary friendship is celebrated in Nora. Before long, someone was surprised to discover a new body refining technique suddenly appeared in the cultivation technique exchange section of the Body Refining Academy, named the Chaotic Body Refining Method, Low-Level Chapter. Chapter 2889. Gandalf fused ancient and modern times, drawing from the breadth of hundreds of schools of thought. Using the 4 ancient body refining techniques as a foundation, he created an unparalleled body tempering technique. This body tempering technique aims directly at the legendary realm and beyond. Practitioners need to possess the talent of children of chaos and possess a refining body physique for the best results. Otherwise, it is difficult to learn and excel, and success is hard to achieve. The difficulty of cultivating this technique far exceeds any other body tempering method, including the purple crystal body refining technique. Practitioners must possess sufficient understanding and confidence in themselves. They must not cultivate blindly, to avoid self-harm. What is suitable for oneself is most important. In accordance with Gandalf's personal wishes, legitimate citizens of Fanerlaw, regardless of race or background, can freely cultivate the Chaos Body refining technique. This technique can be freely disseminated within the Nora region, as it belongs to public intellectual property. Those who cultivate to the 2nd circle perfect within a century may also freely cultivate the intermediate level chapter. Those who cultivate to the 5th circle perfect within a millennium may freely cultivate the advanced chapter and receive the 6-ring breakthrough potion reward from Gandalf Pharmacy. Anyone who cultivates this body tempering technique to the 6 environments realm within 800 years can become a disciple of Gandalf, and receive personal guidance from the King of Body Refining. Nora erupted in an uproar upon seeing the announcement. In the Ocean Abyss Alliance, 8-ring body refining wizards, such as the extreme boxing dominators, reacted with shock to the news. One master gestured at the sky. Gandalf created a body tempering technique aimed directly at the legendary level. He seems destined to become the first great body refining wizard throughout ancient times. I did not expect that he simultaneously practiced all four, a second wizard grumbled, his brow furrowed. My top-level talented disciple with superior body refining potential was exhausted just practicing two. That is talent, a third wizard added with a nod of grim agreement. A fourth wizard paced the room, rubbing his chin. But the fact that he practiced all four implies his initial gift was merely the Children of Chaos. That is the most shocking part. I never thought our King of Body Refining was someone with an unremarkable Children of Chaos talent. Children of Chaos cannot decide everything, the fourth wizard retorted. Do not forget, the Dusk Palace Master is also a child of chaos. Otherwise, how could the whole sect cultivate it? Precisely, yet with such low initial talent, he achieved such heaven-defying accomplishments, the first master said, gesturing widely. Gandalf's refining body physique must be top level. Certainly, for he is the King of Body Refining, one of the Gondor 3 heroes, the second wizard remarked. He has refined countless sun-refining body artifacts, unlike us who exhaust ourselves exchanging for just one. The second wizard sighed, a note of bitterness in his voice. Alas, comparison really is frustrating. I am not as good as Gandalf. His audacity is too strong, freely opening the body tempering technique for everyone. If it were me, I would at least charge some usage fee. Indeed, that would earn so much, the fourth wizard murmured. But for someone like Gandalf, money is likely just a number. Like the Dusk Hall Master, does he still care about Etherstone? At the nomadic wizard market, the Body Refining Academy, and throughout every wizard organization, countless ordinary children of chaos talents on the bottom layer celebrated. Whether or not they succeeded in cultivation, having the opportunity to try the King of Body Refining's body tempering technique stirred their blood. Countless wizards shouted the title of King of Body Refining into the air. Gandalf, the eternal god. The legendary wizards watched the excited body refining wizards worldwide from the Tower of Heaven. Gandalf stood beside them, a faint smile on his lips. Edmund leaned back in his chair. Chaos Body Refining Technique, a good name. It is succinct and straightforward. From the legendary wizard's perspective, it was naturally obvious that Gandalf was Levi's duplication, but everyone tacitly chose not to expose it. This was just like when they discovered Levi's identity as the three-headed dragon abomination. Gandalf turned to face the room. I hope to bring some dawn to the Children of Chaos. In the Golden Age, Children of Chaos should not be looked down upon, as they were in ancient times, because they are the foundation of the wizard world. The children of the elements are always only a minority's carnival. The ordinary gifted ones should not be forgotten. Born ordinary does not mean being ordinary forever. Princes and chancellors are such talents born. Fortune, effort, determination, standing firm, courage, and choices determine destiny. In this era, nothing can completely determine destiny. I believe there will be some great talents capable of defying fate and achieving legendary accomplishments. Heavenly will suddenly applauded. Good. Well said. Once, I too had the same aspirations as Gandalf. But gradually seeing reality made me lose my sharp edges and settle for less. Seeing Gandalf create the Chaos Body Refining Technique and offer it to the world reignited the calm in my heart. Thinking about the Dusk Palace Master's reverse killing of Arto, and how he achieved God slaying and proved the path, I realize this is a magnificent era. Even these old bones must find a way to rejuvenate. Once I am back to peak power someday, I also want to try directly facing those supreme existences, to see what kind of experience that is. The mountaintop scenery, the star ancestor sees it and I, Manquay, also see it. The giant spirit god which watched the news in the ancient dragon continent, and could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, amazing." The wind and fire dragon wizard applauded. What audacity. The two were on duty today, cruising to prevent nightmare invasions. Suddenly, a cloaked figure fell in front of them. I am Ciri, and I want to find the Dusk Hall Master, the figure said. She revealed a charming face and elf ears. Her hair, shining with blue frost, draped over her shoulders. She looked remarkably beautiful, making the giant spirit god witch momentarily dazed. The cold and noble aura was captivating. Ahem, the giant spirit god witch stammered. The hall master is not here. Is there anything you need? All right, Ciri replied, her gaze steady. I will wait for him to come and discuss then. Chapter 2890. The scorching gaze from the giant spirit god witch fell upon Ciri, making her uneasy. She did not get angry. She simply turned and left. Lei Long watched her depart, then laughed and nudged his brother. Brother, what is the matter? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to her? Yes, Abel replied. She is not ordinary. She contains the blood of some big figure. She is quite suitable for you, but your strength is not enough. She is level 8, and you are only level 6. Abel scoffed, his hands forming fists at his sides. What is that? Give me 1,000 years, and I can reach level 8 too. The people of the Fire Dragon Knight family pride themselves on being confident and strong. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 1700, Blood Battle 1588. Nightmare World, Lost Domain. The Lost Monarch stood up from the throne. He moved a decayed body, that had not been active for hundreds of thousands of years. A terrifying and overwhelming aura filled the room. On both sides of the grand hall stood 26 nightmare monarchs gathered over the years. The recruitment was not yet complete, and more monarchs would join in the future. At the level 10 late stage, there were 4 figures: the Black Heart Demon Lord, the Arrogance Demon Lord, the Void Demon Lord, and the Cross Death Monarch. The 3 demon lords were old friends of the Devouring Sky Demon Lord. They represented the power of greed, arrogance, and lust from the 7 deadly sins. They were incredibly strong. The Black Heart Demon Lord wore a black robe, with narrow eyes and pupils like those of a rat. The Arrogance Demon Lord carried a huge black mountain on its back, exuding an aura of supremacy. This giant mountain was its illusion artifact, possessing boundless power. Because it always carried it on its back and never put it away, it was also known as the mountain-carrying Demon Lord. The Void Demon Lord was tall and slender as a twig, with dark eyes, sallow skin, and a listless pallor. He appeared weak but handsome, like someone who indulged excessively. The last one, the Cross Death Monarch, was an old friend of the Lost Monarch. Such a luxurious lineup aroused the heroism in each monarch present. Even the Ghost Alley Monarch, who was previously frightened by the Dusk Palace Master, felt emboldened. On the Nora side, there are 3 individuals with level 10 late-stage strength, including the Frost, who forcibly ascended using the Frost Giant power. With the Lost Monarch, we have 5 on our side. This gives us the advantage. Moreover, we have a constant stream of monarchs joining us. Hopefully, we can soon eradicate the Dusk Palace Master, to avoid future trouble for myself. The Lost Monarch gestured to the hall. Gentlemen, we have already deployed a nightmare creature army on the Nora dark side. It is enough to overwhelm Nora. Let us march together. Let Nora and the Abyss witness our power. Let them know what true fear is. All troops advance. Campaign against Nora. As the momentum surged into the red and black rift in the sky, the 17th century of the Nora era began, marking the start of the nightmare invasion. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond, a powerful spiritual force swept the surroundings, scaring the little groats hiding around. They sat down in shock. Father God has awakened. Run. The little groats scattered like birds and beasts. Levi did not react to the little ones calling him Father God. He had repeatedly emphasized to them that he was not their father. Yet, these creatures insisted that Levi was Father God. Mana had analyzed that it might be because Levi and Mana jointly ruled the ancient Banyan Fairyland. As natives born of the Fairyland, they naturally felt a kinship with Levi. Mana told Levi not to mind. She even said that Levi was taking advantage of her, which Levi should be secretly pleased about. That left Levi speechless. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 64,000 out of 75,000. After 450 years of reaching the 9 rings, Levi stepped into the 9 rings perfect realm. His consciousness entered his mind, observing the changes of the Chaos Holy Soul. He glimpsed an era before the primordial, before the chaos had opened in the universe inception. There was no matter, no spirit, no spacetime. This was true nothingness. What is this? The universe starting point. He roamed within, searching throughout. Eventually, he discovered a pure white sphere. It was like a yoke. If the surroundings were absolute void, then it was all-encompassing, the antonym of nothing. Could it be that our universe comes from such a small mass? What is this? Chaos. Levi pondered, finding that his Chaos Holy Soul was indeed extraordinary. It seemed able to deduce the mystery of cosmic evolution. Without the concept of time, it was unknown when this entity Levi called the Egg of Chaos exploded. Everything was empty, and color began to appear. The 4 great elements of earth, fire, wind, and water surged and fused within. Subsequently, lightning, frost, and metal began to appear. Thus, the 7 special elements were formed. They continued to combine like genetic codes, mutating, and bringing forth increasingly complex energies. These energies resembled a periodic table of elements, with some common elements occupying the majority of the material mass of the universe. But still, there were many unknown elements, not yet discoverable or nameable by the wizard civilization at that stage, yet they existed. Levi watched the evolutionary process like an observer. The chaos split, ether emerged, energies mutated, and thus, the embryonic form of the universe began. Concepts of time and space appeared at this moment, though they were not complete. After who knows how many more years, in the chaotic universe, some peculiar existences began to appear. They were different from ordinary matter, containing something transcendent beyond material things. Chapter 2891, 587, 9 Rings Perfect, Chaos Holy Body, Secrets of the Universe, Spirit, or perhaps Will. They have no specific shape, looking strange, like paramecia under a microscope, or certain microorganisms, drifting with the flow. They are slowly being nurtured in their thousands, but the vast majority lack any presence, many silencing into oblivion during their transformation. No one knows what happened. Memories of the Pale Will's conjecture about the origin of the universe surfaced in Levi's mind. He searched until his focus locked onto a mass of black matter in a corner. It wriggled and morphed, shapeless. Could this be the land of darkness? Is the land of darkness truly a primordial level existence? Levi stood astonished, shaken to his core. He saw a red-black object in the shape of a quotation mark character, its surface flesh quivering like the taisui, with countless hair-like tentacles. This was the mother flesh tree looming in the nightmare world. Behind the black matter, a giant black creature resembling a sandworm lurked quietly. It had to be the abyss worm. Floating within the blue stardust was an enormous object resembling a walnut. It was recognizable as the star cluster brain. Within the ravines of the star cluster brain, a conspicuously innocuous and flimsy worm resembling a pork tapeworm lay coiled. Presumably, this was the star worm. Most primordial creatures appeared foreign to him. Humanity was discovering the microscopic world for the first time, moving by its own set of rules. However, the dim yellow river mainly composed of death energy that stretched across the void was familiar. That was the underworld source river, also known as the River of Death. For millions of years, it had remained largely unchanged. There was also a horrifying material that looked like a fusion of a womb and a hive. It was unsettling. The form defied identification, but it felt strangely familiar, reminding him of the mother nest's will. He and the heavenly will speculated that the mother nest's will might also be a primordial spirit. If this was indeed the case, then their conjecture should be correct. He even discovered a weak flame flickering alone in the darkness. Though only the size of a candle flame, it contained the energy of countless suns. Yet it soon exploded, and sparks scattered throughout the darkness. Only a wisp of undying flame remained. Is this the primordial spark? The thing the eternal fire calls its mother? If what it claims is true, then not all powerful gods are nurtured by that parasite, as some may have evolved from primordial existences. And the multidimensional planes birthed by the land of darkness likely do not include the sun plane, a unique world possibly left by the primordial spark. There is a distinction between fire elemental spirits and ordinary life forms. Therefore, Sauron bestowed half of the primordial spark, 30,000 years ago, to the fire sovereign, the mightiest fire elemental spirit, almost a return to its rightful owner. In essence, the fire sovereign and the eternal fire are like brothers. One is the strongest fire god in the astral world, the other the mightiest fire god in the mortal realm. This primordial existence may well be called the primordial fire. Seizing this excellent opportunity, as the Chaos Holy Soul simulates universe evolution, Levi used his extraordinary memory and calculation abilities to record all the primordial spirits in his mind, noting both their appearances and abilities as well as their eventual outcomes and locations. Of course, seas change into fields, stars shift in their constellations. The positions he recorded were likely useless by now, merely leaving an expectation for himself. During the recording process, he observed a circular worm, or perhaps a serpentine ring, its head and tail joined, emanating a mysterious aura of destiny. It included a hint of temporal flavor. This should be the primordial existence that birthed the mortal circle and eternal ring, quite similar to the snake of the end. Levi knew that the snake of the end was definitely not a primordial existence. It was because a descendant accidentally devoured a primordial relic that, under the influence of primordial power, its offspring evolved toward primordial similarity. Levi named this existence the Destiny Worm. These bizarre life forms were aptly named after insects, resembling Earth's early single-celled organisms. Like the primordial fire, the Destiny Worm also exploded during evolution, perhaps due to the imperfect rules of the early universe, making it impossible for the chaotic cosmos to normally evolve life, leading most primordial spirits to not survive. However, Levi keenly observed that after the Destiny Worm exploded, it transformed from one ring into 3 smaller rings. One floated into the void, vanished into the darkness, while the other 2 splashed into the star cluster brain. Wait, if that one in the land of darkness is the eternal ring, later devoured by the snake of the end, then among the 2 rings shot into the star cluster brain's body, one is the mortal circle. What about the other? Could it have evolved into some deity? I wonder if Sauron found it later. Levi temporarily set aside this thought and continued recording. Next to the Destiny Worm was another long worm, or maybe a river, exuding an immense temporal aura. Levi boldly speculated this was the River of Time, or rather the Time Worm. The Time Worm also bore traces of Destiny's aura. The intertwining of the Destiny Worm and Time Worm makes sense, Levi murmured to himself. Sadly, the Time Worm also exploded. It dispersed into countless light points, instantly illuminating the universe, yet soon returned to eternal silence. Levi understood, the Time Worm did not die. Just like how the primordial fire evolved into those ancient stars in the universe, it solidified the space-time rules of this chaotic universe with its temporal aura. He closed his eyes, sensing a boundless great river flowing anywhere across the universe, throughout the past and present. The river was too complex, too profound. Time has always been the most challenging knowledge for all beings to comprehend. Now, Levi felt that this chaotic universe seemed far more complete than before, no longer possessing that sense of incompleteness it once had. He could clearly feel the traces left by the passage of time. This was the origin of the River of Time. It gave things an extension in another dimension, a new meaning. Levi scoured the void, diligently searching. He wanted to see if this primordial existence left behind any relics. Relics related to time would inevitably be incredibly powerful. Eventually, he discovered a castle-like object, although maybe not a castle, merely appearing so due to his subconscious projecting such an image. For the time being, calling it the Time Castle would suffice. Where is this castle? Does mastering this grant the power to alter time? Time reversal? Levi's emotions surged. He widened his eyes, feeling something within the castle. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not clearly discern it. Suddenly, a voice abruptly appeared in his mind. Little fellow, what are you looking at? Chapter 2892. Little one, what are you looking at? The voice startled Levi. It felt as if electricity surged through his veins. He woke instantly. He looked towards the small stone pond. His pupils constricted. A dreamlike river wound and flowed before him. A solitary island stood tall amidst the waves. A castle stood on the island. It appeared exactly like the one from the birth of the simulated universe. The gates of the castle slowly opened. A gracefully built, semi-transparent giant dragon with shimmering, bubble-like gloss stepped forward. It landed in the void. Its wings folded. Levi had never seen such a creature. Yet he knew it. This was the legendary time dragon. It stood foremost among the 5 legendary dragon species. It reigned as the most mysterious among the dragon clan and all beings in this world. Legends claimed it held the power to control time. Now it appeared before Levi. All because Levi glanced at that castle. This was merely an illusory manifestation of his chaos holy soul. An image from the past. Greetings, Dragon Senior, Levi said solemnly. No need to call me senior. That is a term used in your civilized society. I am not senior enough for you. Just call me the Time Dragon. If you must speak respectfully, call me sir. Common courtesies mean nothing to me. Understood. Was I presumptuous to peek and disturb you? It is not a disturbance. I just sensed your gaze. Since ancient times, those who can see my existence are very few. The Time Dragon's voice, like its eyes, sounded deep and magnetic. It reminded Levi of the black actor Morgan Freeman, who frequently played God in his previous life. I did not mean to stare at you. I know. To be honest, if I had not heard about you from a friend, I would have thought the Time Dragon was merely an abstract concept, and not real. You are referring to the little ash dragon. Yes, I did chat with it about some things. But you are not wrong. In a sense, I do not exist. I am an abstract concept. Then why did I see you? Because I wanted to manifest before you. Otherwise, you would not see me. But due to the uniqueness of your chaos soul, you unintentionally glimpsed the mysteries of cosmic evolution. When you looked at the time castle, I noticed. Levi's curiosity pushed him to ask, as they encountered each other, and the entity showed no hostility. I see. May I ask, are you an incarnation of the River of Time, sir? I am not. The River of Time does not need an incarnation. It is omnipresent. It is a part of the universe. It is the universe itself. It has no will. It is supremely impartial. You saw the ring representing time. When it exploded, it gained another form of continuation. True eternal life. What is this time castle then? It is the only tangible trace it left in the universe. Beings from the multidimensional plane, including us wizards, often rank you first among the 5 legendary dragon species. Are you part of the dragon clan? The time dragon nodded. It coiled and lay down. It seemed to have much to say. After a moment of thought, it began to speak. Yes, the time dragon is part of the dragon clan. Within a spacetime node, there can only be one time dragon. It is just like the void dragon. The other 3 legendary dragon species are the same. They are conceptually materialized dragon clans with absolute uniqueness. A new legendary dragon species appears only if one falls. I was born in the ancient era. I naturally wielded part of the power of time. I grew stronger as I matured. Then one day, I saw the river of time. I could travel within it. I went to the past. I went to the future. I merged all the time dragons across the timeline within myself. I broke the mythic shackles. I ascended to the supreme position. Since then, I have been the only time dragon of past and future. Do you know? Whether it is the star ancestor or the abyss, the existing supreme existences cannot do anything to me. Though they have tried countless times to eliminate me, I evaded them easily. But I cannot do anything to them either. Since ascending to the supreme status, though I can easily traverse spacetime, seeing everything in the past and future, yet I can do nothing. It is as if I am a creature trapped between 2 glass walls. I am terribly bored. You cannot imagine how bored I am. A life where nothing can be changed. What is the meaning of living? Unfortunately, I cannot even commit suicide, because I am the eternally unique time dragon. Until one day, I found this castle at the bottom of the river of time. Inside the castle were a blank book and a quill. This was an empty age history book. I finally understood my purpose. It is to observe, to record everything along the river of time, to preserve it objectively. I traced upwards along the river from the primordial era, darkness, abyss, underworld, nightmare, the astral world. These major events profoundly influence future patterns. This includes the timelines of those primordial existences' remains. Where do they fall? I know them all. Would you like to know? Levi heard this. He shook his head in silence. I want to, but I know it is something I should not know. Or rather, it is something I should seek myself. Otherwise, there will be consequences I cannot bear. The time dragon laughed. You are very clever. I once asked Saran a similar question. His answer was much like yours. Are you curious about your own future? Do you want to know if Nora succeeded? Chapter 2893, 588. Time Dragon. The Supreme Being's Trail. Levi shook his head. I don't want to know about this. It gives me a sense of destiny and helplessness. It feels as if the ending has long been predetermined. Although the reality of the universe might be like this, I more idealistically believe that everything I do will change the trajectory for both Nora and myself. The ending isn't destined. It's written by me. The Time Dragon smiled slightly. It already knew Levi would say this. It wasn't because it saw it in the next moment of the timeline. Rather, it guessed based on Levi's past experiences. I also asked Edmund the same question, and his answer was similar to yours. It seems your human perception is quite similar on certain issues. The Time Dragon continued. It's too difficult for me. I clearly know many things but can't say them. Do you understand my feelings? I often joke that I'm not the time dragon, but the time cage. This is the price I pay to reach the Supreme. Levi asked, does reaching the Supreme come with certain costs? If this question can be answered, I'd like to know the answer. If not, that's fine. I'll explore on my own. The time dragon replied, whether it's a price or not depends on your own perspective. You should search for yourself. It'll be much more interesting. All right, thank you. Levi asked this because he feels that whether it's Sauron or those supreme wills of the four great giants' worlds, they don't seem like normal beings. Perhaps becoming supreme makes one akin to those primordial existences. All right, I should depart now. Goodbye, little one. The time dragon's figure faded into the river of time and vanished. It is the time historian, also the compiler of the age history book. Levi's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. He finally met the second supreme level existence besides the netherworld ancestor. In a way, it might truly be the cosmic strongest. But conversely, it's also the weakest in the universe. The 5 legendary dragon species. The rainbow dragon was absorbed into my bloodline. The void dragon is in the underworld. The mind dragon in the nightmare. The time dragon transcends. Only the power dragon. I don't know where it is. Is it in the astral world? Levi muttered. He re-entered the chaos holy soul, continuing to observe everything before him. He saw an eternally beating crimson heart. It was presumably the eternal heart Sauron spoke of, whose relic is the blood of multiplication. He saw more primordial existences he had never encountered. Nearly all self-extinguished or became part of the universe's rules, leaving relics. He even saw a golden greatsword phantom. He named it the primordial sword. It was likely a manifestation of metal elemental rules. After its self-destruct, it left many relics. Some are familiar to Levi. He recognized that ancient spear, exuding an endless sharp aura. Seems like the dusk spear. Levi murmured and confirmed through comparison. It was indeed it. It had formed as early as the primordial era, as primordial relics, an innate artifact, but in later generations was refined by living beings. After the fall of these beings, the creation returned to nature, eventually observed by Roger in the Rainbow Sea. Ah, I see. Levi also saw an inconspicuous golden dry bamboo-like object. It was likewise an unintentional relic from the greatsword's self-destruction, devoured by some thunderous primordial thing, and disappeared without a trace. Why does it feel familiar too? Could it be golden electric sword grass? Levi recalled that straight bamboo pole. It looked somewhat similar. It must be. So the mystical plant I inadvertently discovered in the ancient tower also used to be a relic of a primordial spirit, dormant for billions of years before sprouting under fortuitous circumstances in the ancient tower. No wonder this golden electric sword grass is so powerful. Its potential is infinite. Essentially, it is an outstanding entity, and Lord Victor hit the jackpot with it. Once Lord Victor achieves 9 rings perfect, if he refines the dusk spear and forges the golden electric sword grass into a legendary artifact, after stepping into legendary, he will undoubtedly be strong. He will have hopes of reaching the supreme in the future. Levi's mind was racing. The chaos wizard counts as 1 path. The knight counts as 6 paths. He himself holds 7 supreme paths. If Lord Victor succeeds, it would be the 8th supreme path. If he also sets up paths for the Holy Infant and Gondoff each, that makes 10. Perfect. Next step. I need to find some primordial relics. Primordial relics don't vanish. They are either refined by certain beings or evolve into other things. With effort, one can always find 1 or 2. At that time, even under such difficult conditions, Sauron found so many. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Levi could certainly do better. The more prepared to face the giants, the better. Levi continued to inspect. That entity resembling a mother nest's will, in its womb-like form, it was besieged nearly to death, and self-destruct on the spot, scattering many relics. The dark red giant stone should be the evolution stone plate said by Heavenly Will. Unexpectedly the stone plate originates from the nest, truly surprising. Unfortunately, the nest didn't entirely die. Relying on the power of self-destruction, it coincidentally fled through cracks to other universes, and now returned. Knowing the nest's extraordinary origin makes Levi's heart heavy. This being capable of surviving until the end is certainly formidable. Moreover, after self-destruction, to survive in another universe, even bringing back an army of insects to attack again, such willpower is too strong. Chapter 2894. The passage of time continued. Countless years passed again. In this embryonic form of the universe, only a very few have not perished, and those who continue to exist are the few present in the world today. And that mass of dark material, after countless devourings and wars, has unconsciously spread throughout the embryonic form of the universe. It was the land of darkness. It entered the universe, merging itself with the path. The Heavenly Will's guess was correct. The land of darkness is also the primordial spirit. Its current realm should be immeasurable. Levi estimated that the upper limit of this universe is level 11. Exceeding level 11 could possibly be level 12, or infinitely large, yet still smaller than the realm of the universe itself, and truly indescribable. The Dark Era arrived. The first to develop was the Abyss, then followed by the Underworld, the Nightmare World, and the Astral World. From the beginning to the end, the starworm lurked in the crevices of the star cluster brain. The latter seemed unaware, which was terrifying. Afterward, there was nothing more. Currently, Levi's Chaos Holy Soul seemed to have only evolved to this point with no further progression. Perhaps, after ascending to Legendary, it could evolve further. However, he has already recorded all the primordial spirits and named them himself. Levi has also documented a complete compilation of their relics after annihilation. He called it the Relic Atlas. It is something even Sauron did not have, for Sauron was not a wizard of the Chaos faction. Probably only the Time Dragon could compile it. Levi matched a portion of the relics with the innate artifacts listed in Sauron's illustrated guide of strange items. Yet the guide only recorded the tip of the iceberg. Levi estimated that half of the relics were scattered throughout the multidimensional plane, waiting for those destined to find them. The remaining half were collected by the 4 great giant worlds. Therefore, some of the gods, demons, nether emperors, and monarchs might have evolved from these relics, or they may have refined relics more or less, or refined them into divine weapons, netherworld artifacts, magic tools, illusion artifacts, supreme treasures, and so on. Understanding these things gave Levi direction for seeking relics in the future. This time, achieving 9 rings perfection brought more gains than he had imagined. Levi returned to consciousness, waking in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Previously, in the nightmare world, he used the Black Emperor's enslaved contract to casually bond with an overlord. Through this spy, he learned that the nightmare world had dispatched their troops. He hurriedly opened the Twilight Round Table. Elena looked up from her meditation as the device activated. She asked, "What is wrong?" Levi replied, "Inform Senior Black Abyss that the nightmare world has already dispatched troops." The Supreme Council undoubtedly had spies in the nightmare world, but just in case, he decided to report it himself. Elena relayed the message, returned, and asked, "Okay, how have you been recently?" "I just reached 9 rings perfection," Levi answered. Elena sighed. "I haven't even reached 8 ring perfection." "It is all right, take it slowly," Levi offered. "You practice many disciplines simultaneously, so it is normal to be slower." Elena smiled. "I am not in a hurry. I am simply amazed by your prowess." "Has there been any significant event in the organization lately?" Levi asked. "Earlier, the Earth Saint expanded our continent's plate, and the ancient dragon continent grew several times. Recently, the number of members has been increasing. Convey my thanks to Senior Rams on my behalf." Then there is the matter you already know about Gandalf. Now, the status of the children of chaos in the wizard world has improved greatly, especially for those C-clan mixed-blood children of chaos. These people find it challenging to achieve anything on the path of spell wizards, but following the path of body-refining wizards, and practicing Gandalf's chaos body, refining technique yields decent results. If conditions permit, refining some truth oddities, and body-refining artifacts that enhance 4 elements affinity talent wouldn't lead to low achievements, Levi noted. He knew the path well, as it was the one he followed himself. When he was an apprentice wizard at first, even with the proficiency panel in hand, his cultivation speed was slow, wasting much time. At that time, he had nothing. He had to cultivate bit by bit. His turning point was the Dark Ancient Tower, where refining a massive number of oddities began his destiny-defying changes. From there, after the Primordial Soul, he developed rapidly, like a snowball rolling. Subsequently, the Night advanced as well, continuously building upon itself. After the 9 rings, he did not refine many oddities, yet his cultivation speed remained incredibly fast. One could say his talent had nearly reached the ceiling. He always wanted to change the situation for the children of chaos. Having Gandalf offer the chaos body, refining technique for free was just the first step of his grand plan. After the 9 rings, he was continually researching another thing that he had long abandoned. That was the 4 great family seals he obtained early on. Levi had deduced over the years that this special spell, relying on the bloodline breathing technique of wizard families, might not be as simple as it appears. The 4 great family seals could possibly be some sort of experiment by Sauron. Once he fully researches this, everything will become clear. Oh, recently the holy giant ape, Maya, has also ascended to level 9 early stage and joined the Nora Council. She has also coupled with the Stormstar ape. The question now is whether these 2 different types of legendary giant apes can produce offspring. They should keep trying, Elena said. There might be a possibility. A flash of inspiration struck Levi. If they indeed had offspring, could it be a legendary earth and wind giant ape? If by merging the bloodlines of the 4 types of giant apes, earth, fire, wind, and water, into a new species, could that result in a mythic giant ape? Perhaps a chaos giant ape. It would be just as in the Dragon Clan, where there is a chaos giant snake. Chapter 2895. Perhaps that individual traveled the same path. Levi plans to attempt this in the future. With the knowledge and technology he currently possesses, there exists a chance of success. Elena logged off, and Levi continued his journey. He passed by the former Rainbow Sea and found it reduced to a void. This spectacle relied upon the Dusk Spear for its existence. Once removed, it became quite ordinary. Along the way, he researched spells from the 1st circle to the 6th circle of the Spirit faction, and taught them to the members of the ancient dragon continent for use against nightmares. 2 years later, the Nora calendar showed 1702, in the blood battle of 1590. In the Destruction Heaven, a 6-layered world, countless power phenomena surged around Levi. The Black Whale, the Golden Horn Beast, the Red Lotus Dragon. Levi flexed his muscles, enveloped in the power of the 6-layered holy domain, and punched down into the void. Buzz buzz. An invisible shockwave rolled back. Within 1,000 miles, everything silently annihilated, like a supernova explosion, with terrifying power. All power phenomena evaporated. One punch brought an instant kill. If I faced the Dusk Sun God now, Breaking its shell should take little time. Levi stared ahead with bright eyes. After his battle with R2, Levi reviewed the fight. Excluding that divine weapon, the protective barrier poses the greatest challenge of a god incarnation. The barrier persists as long as divine power flows. An ordinary level 9 combatant could fight for a year and never break through. They might even suffer a rebound to death from the divine power. Then come the divine arts. They possess great power, but with the blood battle armor combined with hexagonal attributes, Levi faced no threat of an instant kill. They lack even the strength of the legendary dragon clan. Gods are spiritual entities formed by the power of faith and lack physical cultivation, a point easily understood. Once I master the 10-layered destruction sanctuary, such weak gods would fall with a single punch. It might even suffice to break the barrier of an intermediate god. A message chimed in his mind. Arrived at Mora World. A vast black world appeared before Levi. The original Mora world was renamed the Dragon God World by the brilliant prison dragon god. He established the Church of the Dragon God, attempting to steal the fate and faith of the dragons. Without the support of the Lord of Chaos, doing so would be courting death. Levi's nose twitched as he smelled the dense dragon clan aura. Dragons, your liberator has arrived. The Mora world housed gigantic temples and towers. Countless mixed blood dragon clans, sub-dragon species, dragon descendant humans, dragon descendant elves, and dragon descendant alien races lived in this spectacular habitat. The Dragon God Temple served as the church location. It stood 100,000 feet tall, a wonder built with the power of 10,000 dragons, resembling the brilliant prison dragon god in appearance. In the early morning, dragons from all over the world gathered to practice morning lessons and listen to the scripture. Their eyes appeared devout as they loudly called the name of the brilliant prison dragon god. Including the dragon descendants, the number of dragons gathered here exceeded the total Levi had collected over 2,000 years, and the quality appeared even higher. As beings born with strength, dragons find it difficult to believe in something. At most, they believe in the king of 10,000 dragons, but this arises from bloodline instinct and respect for their ancestors. Since the Star Dragon King serves as an ancestor to many dragons in the current era, Levi always viewed the Church of the King of 10,000 Dragons as fairly laid back, because it requires little management to gain dragon faith. By using dragon faith as a base, it needs only to find some human faith for big profits. Many dragons in Levi's ancient Banyan fairyland possess faith in the King of 10,000 Dragons, but it does not affect him, so he ignores it. Of the 7 orthodox gods, he viewed the Lord of the Stars and the King of 10,000 Dragons most favorably. Back then, the female saint of the Church of the Stars even wanted to cooperate with Levi, but due to the major plane convergence event, the church collectively withdrew, and nothing came of it. At this moment, Levi, disguised as an ordinary earthquake dragon, mingled with the crowd, surrounded by sub-dragon species of level 6 and above. This place is truly paradise. If I could incorporate them all, my dragon palace force would expand several times over. This trip is worth the effort. On a high platform, a magnificent dragon descendant giant with green scales stood. With level 9 cultivation, he recited the dragon holy scripture. Is this a hybrid of an ancient green dragon and a green giant? How did it break through to level 9? The green giant bloodline tier seems quite high. The green giants here resemble green elves. They are a giant race living in the forest, a variant born from mountain giants and sea giants, frequently producing individuals with earth and water elemental affinity talents. As the sacred chanting echoed, an invisible spiritual wave began to sweep across the square, resembling a soul-hooking demon sound, starting to brainwash the crowd. Thick streams of the power of faith rose from the square like incense smoke, absorbed by the Black Dragon Temple, making it appear lifelike, as if coming alive. I see now. While dragons are few in number, their faith carries high quality. The faith of a single sub-dragon species exceeds that of millions of ordinary humans. Once Levi roughly understood the situation, he quietly left. He ascended to infinite heights, overlooking the world. His body erupted with a myriad of red flames, dyeing 1,000 miles around him crimson. Rivers of magma snaked across the sky dome, and phantom volcanoes appeared out of nowhere, stretching endlessly. The pinnacle of power, Flame Dragon of World Annihilation. Crimson Emperor Dragon descends. Chapter 2896. The giant dragon dived down, its wings stirring up a storm. The Black Temple teetered on the brink of collapse, and the dragon clan in the plaza looked aghast. One dragon tilted its head toward the sky and gestured. What is that? Another dragon shook its massive horns. Never seen it before. Such a powerful legendary dragon clan. A third dragon lowered its voice. No, this is not a legend. It might be mythical. Could it be the incarnation of the brilliant prison dragon god? A loud shout cut through the panicked murmur of the dragon clan. Bold fanatic, this is the land of the brilliant prison dragon god. The green-scaled giant with a dragon head and human body rose from the ground. A raging wind howled, and its thick dragon tail swept through the void, spewing a burst of toxic green dragon flames. The ancient green dragon belonged to the wind element dragon race. It possessed skill in poison. Due to its green giant bloodline, it also wielded immense strength and physical defense. The Guardian, despite being at the level 9 early stage realm, wielded power comparable to a level 9 middle stage entity. But unfortunately, it faced the Crimson Emperor Dragon. All attacks vanished into the sea of fire like mud cows into the sea. A dragon claw stepped on the giant body with force. The enormous figure flew like a cannonball into the earth, creating cracks in the ground spanning 1,000 miles. With just one strike, the giant collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Levi did not kill it. Its potential was high, and it could be of use. This time, he arrived to openly recruit followers from the radiant prison dragon king side. The black temple shone brightly, and a black flame tornado roared between heaven and earth. Dusk Palace Master, it is you again. A furious shadow appeared. It was the projection of the brilliant prison dragon god. It had left a trace of divine power here for emergencies, as the god incarnation in the lower realm took time. We meet again, Hell Traitor. The Crimson Emperor Dragon spoke. The dragon god roared in anger. What does it matter to you that I am a Hell Traitor? As an ally of the underworld, I naturally intervene. You are being unreasonable. The brilliant prison dragon god realized Levi intended to disrupt the situation. He had coveted the dragon clan believers in his territory. Again and again, I have run out of patience. Prepare to die. The black dragon temple came to life. Its surface flowed with divine power, forming a familiar barrier. A black dragon and a crimson dragon collided, instantly shattering the crystal wall before they entered the land of darkness to fight. The brilliant prison black flames and the crimson emperor dragon flames rendered the world into two distinctly separated realms. Each clash accompanied a large-scale void shattering. The believers below watched in bewilderment. The dragon gods supreme in their hearts encountered trouble. That black dragon appeared fierce, yet it failed to cause substantial harm to the crimson dragon. When that crimson dragon finished its initial assault, it transformed into various forms. It became a blinding golden dragon, an eerie black dragon, a sacred white dragon, and an undying azure dragon. After a fierce battle, the mysterious giant dragon aura grew ever more aggressive. It reversed the flow and suppressed the black dragon in the void, ripping apart the divine power barrier with a tug of its dragon claw. The black dragon form conjured by the temple shattered into pieces. Divine power is eternal. The gods are undying. The black dragon roared, and countless fragments gathered again to form. You dare gaze upon me, you will witness destruction. The crimson dragon massive maw opened wide, and the sixfold destruction holy realm charged up. The crimson emperor dragon breath and the black dragon breath clashed fiercely. After a prolonged confrontation, the divine power on the black dragon's surface began to dissipate. Dusk Palace Master, the Chaos Wasteland is incompatible with you. Before leaving, the projection stubbornly mouthed threats, even borrowing the name of its master, but Levi ignored the intimidation. Bam! Without divine power support, the black dragon temple turned to ashes. The crimson emperor dragon spiraled above, overlooking the 10,000 dragons below. The dragon clan venerates strength and might. The brilliant prison dragon god has been defeated by me. The old gods are dead. A new king must rise. I am the master of the dragon palace. You may also call me Dragon King. From now on, abandon the belief in the old gods, and you may live. Otherwise, perish. The crimson emperor dragon flew over every inch of the Mora world land, leaving his dragon clan aura behind. Under the oppression of the 6th supreme dragon might, those brainwashed sub-dragons and dragons of level 6 or above soon regained clarity. However, those low-level dragons remained too deeply affected, akin to fanatics, unable to change in a short time. Levi did not slaughter them. Instead, he had the Shadow Dragon group knock all of them out and temporarily detain them. Belief itself, given enough time, can eventually be removed. If it cannot be, it does not matter. They can still be kept to extract bloodline essence. The dragon clan represents an important resource, and Levi did not want to kill a single one. In the process of incorporating this dragon clan, Levi discovered that many among them actually worshipped the king of 10,000 dragons, but had been poached by the brilliant prison dragon god. The king of 10,000 dragons was once a star beast. Though it joined the astral world and underwent divine enthronement, its belief remained primitive and laid back, showing little concern for these dragon sons and grandsons. A month later, the dragon clan of Mora world had been temporarily absorbed into the eternal star abyss by Levi. Joining the ancient Banyan fairyland, or giant beast paradise still required further checks to ensure no brilliant prison dragon god marks remained. He also planted 2 star-pulling nails in the center of the world, intending to try merging with Nora. Accompanied by a weak gravitational force transmitted, 2 beams of light shot straight into the sky. It worked. Although this is a large world, it is far inferior compared to Sane and Nelorion, hence its success. Levi accompanied the world as the gravitational passage enveloped it. He exhaled a long breath, ready to leave. According to the information, there are several small belief lands nearby. He wants to strike while the iron is hot and take the dragon clan and the world all packaged away. Chapter 2897. In the card world, the Crimson Emperor Dragon bellowed to the gathered crowd. The dragon clan does not need to believe in the brilliant prison dragon god. Each of us dragons is our own savior, writing our own history. Dragons, follow me and trample this church. A wave of mixed blood dragon clans and sub-dragon species surged forward, instantly overwhelming the church of the dragon god. In the Lunda world, the local leader stood atop the ridge, calling out to the masses. I am the Dragon King. Those who want to live a good life, follow me. I know a beautiful new world, free of war and death. In the Dal world, a dragon pounded its chest, gesturing to the spires of the temple. This position as brilliant prison dragon king of the dragon god, we can also occupy it. The church of the dragon god is not even willing to give you a dragon scale fruit to eat, yet they shamelessly say God loves all dragons. Brothers, follow me, you will always have food. 3 years passed. Nora calendar 1705. Blood Battle 1593. After Levi's earnest persuasion, which involved both deception and eloquent rhetoric, he liberated 3 more Dragon Clan worlds. Tens of thousands of Dragon Clans gained freedom. They joined an organization with infinite light and future, the Dragon Palace. During this period, the brilliant prison dragon god merely used some divine power projections to hinder Levi, without dispatching angels or gods' incarnations to intervene. Having subjugated 4 worlds, Levi did not continue, as other belief lands were too far. With the imminent invasion of the Nightmare World, it was prudent to return early. Besides, he did not want to provoke the brilliant prison dragon god just yet. That was enough for now. Once Levi reaches level 10, he will continue his escapades. Aboard the silver spaceship, Levi opened his deep red eyes. This wave directly maxed out the hatred value of the radiant prison dragon king, occupying the central screen. Why is that nightmare monarch still chasing me? Given my current display of combat power, it should not be able to kill me anymore. Is it being overly optimistic? He closed his third eye, and his face settled into a strange expression. This nightmare monarch thinks it is well hidden, unknown to it that I have long perceived it. Next, I will play hide and seek with it, leading it around the world, while seizing the time to cultivate and grow stronger. Then I will deliberately let it catch me, giving it a surprise. With deep red eyes, Levi feared nothing, though he did not know the identity of this nightmare monarch, preventing a targeted study of its abilities. Strength could break all techniques. In the bright prison divine country of the astral world, the nightmare black dragon roared with a deafening sound. The Emperor of Torture consoled the dragon. Lord, let him be arrogant for now. Wait until the main god returns from the depths of the astral world. We shall set an ambush at a belief land, and catch him all in one go. The brilliant prison dragon god hissed, his voice full of frustration. Damn it, establishing belief lands for the dragon clan is far more difficult than for other races. These 4 belief lands, they were all my hard work. The brilliant prison dragon god sat on the verge of tears. Sitting on this position of dragon god had not even warmed up before facing a crisis. At this epoch, joining the astral world indeed seemed ill-timed. In the Thousand Hills countries, behind the Dragon God's Gate, in the giant Dragon Mountain range, lay the divine kingdom of the King of 10,000 Dragons. A terrifying rumble of thunder shook the air as the Dragon King snored. A dragon wing angel flew over, awakening the Dragon King. The nebula parted, revealing a silver-white giant dragon, its golden dragon eyes exuding endless dragon's might. It far surpassed the light holy ancient dragon, and stood equal to the mind dragon. The Dragon King listened to the report from its subordinate, and spoke with a lazy tone. I know. You may leave now. It closed its eyes, its mind conjuring the image of a sea of stars, a giant beast resembling a dragon, horse, dog, and human, traversing among them, shepherding the stars. The star shepherd, lord of the stars, whose true form is a star beast, spoke from the depths of its mind. Stars, I feel the time is almost right. The Dragon King mused to itself. I sense it too. The one causing trouble at the radiant prison Dragon King's belief land has mastered 6 supreme bloodlines. Should he reach level 11, his achievements in the bloodline path might rival those who nearly overturned the astral world before. The Dragon King's eyes showed anticipation, but his achievements will surely surpass those before, because he also cultivates the path of the Chaos Wizard. Should he reach level 11, he will be stronger than Sauron. This supreme path is worth several ordinary supremes. The Star Beast replied. Indeed, this time there might really be hope. While Sauron was not the strongest, his wisdom and plotting ability far surpassed even those of us born before him, as well as other old beings, much to our admiration. The Dragon King's eyes dimmed. It is a pity that to cooperate with our act, my brother's supreme bloodline shattered, scattered across the universe. I wonder if we will ever meet again. The Star Beast replied. Do not despair. I sensed my brother's trace on the Dusk Palace Master. Sea water rises to become clouds, cloud vapor condenses into rain, rain falls to the earth gathering into rivers, all rivers lead to the sea. The everlasting bloodline will not be cut off. One dragon falls, 10,000 dragons are born. We all understand, the will of the Dragon King is eternal. The Dragon King sighed. After 3 epochs of lurking, the dawn has finally arrived. In an indescribable dimension, tens of thousands of blood vessels pierced the void. The towering figure breathed, each inhalation and exhalation seeming to absorb and exhale the entire universe. A single breath could destroy a world. Sauron eventually used the evolution stone plate. I have already tried this path. Can it really create new outcomes for him? Wizards and knights, body and spirit, bloodline and knowledge. Could he mean to integrate both and step onto the supreme path, breaking through level 11 in one go? Interesting, but I will continue my research on my bloodline's demonic cultivation method. Having already walked this path, Great Karst does not wish to walk it a second time. In the Earth core land of the Red Plain, the non-stop sound of forging resounded. The Fire Sovereign wielded a massive hammer refined from a white dwarf star, pounding a greatsword before him. 9 suns strung together on the blade. Heave ho, heave ho. After countless hammer strikes, at the end of the 9 suns, yet another sun slowly rose. A sun, a world, an even more powerful supreme treasure emerged. Dead Sun 10 prisons. Is this considered a cosmic treasure? The Fire Sovereign wiped down the blade. It took millions of years, traversing the multidimensional plane to obtain 10 dead suns, just to hone one sword. Besides Sauron, no one else has tested its edge. 10 suns set, yet 10 suns rise. The primordial fire that once lit the eternal darkness, how could it easily extinguish? When the time is ripe, First slay the one in the astral world and forge it into the blade, reform the sword bone, condense the sword soul, enlighten the sword soul. Did you expect this, Dusk Palace Master? I am the first sword god of the multidimensional plane. Chapter 2898. Outside the panplane, a yellow giant star, like the sun, stretches across the void. In the center of the giant star stands a golden giant tree, towering 1,000,000 miles high, its lush golden canopy shrouding the golden giant star. Since its birth at the end of the ancient era, the golden sacred realm has safely passed through the ancient, near ancient, and antiquity eras, all thanks to this giant tree. It created the golden absolutes race life forms, with one of the highest average individual strengths in the multidimensional plane, and established the glorious and brilliant golden empire. Throughout history, the abyss or other civilizations have attempted to invade this place numerous times, but have never succeeded, instilling great confidence in the golden absolutes. They are keen to explore, adventure, and colonize. They act just like the once Nora civilization. The golden sacred realm has 7 kings, who act with the supreme powers of the golden will, walking the world, mastering myriad laws, and possessing unpredictable abilities. They include Boruo Saint King, Lulo Saint King, Suangia Saint King, Undying Saint King, Mingzi Saint King, Spirit Heart Saint King, and Heavenly Wisdom Saint King. Though few in number, their quality is exceedingly high. Each Saint King outmatches weak gods by a considerable margin, akin to legendary wizards. The strongest is the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King. Rumors describe it as a scholarly genius, possessing the ultimate wisdom of the universe, the most proud and perfect creation of the Golden Will, having reached the level 10 late stage at the end of the Antiquity era. Today, it leads the 7 Saint Kings, and is also known as the King of Saint Kings. The King of Kings is truly powerful. The second strongest is Boruo Saint King. He masters the Divine Image Law, one of the 7 Golden Sun Laws, and the Earth Law, one of the 7 Primordial Laws, having ascended to level 10 middle stage in the ancient era, then secluding himself to comprehend the universe's profound meaning, longing to enter the level 10 late stage. The other 5 Saint Kings each master a Golden Sun Law and a Primordial Law, their strengths evenly matched, all at level 10 early stage. 10,000 years ago, to seek a breakthrough, the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King fused with the Golden Holy Tree, contemplating supreme mysteries, rarely walking the world. Thus, the combined might of the other 6 Saint Kings became the main force, and together their strength surged dramatically, once repelling a level 10 peak demon. This is the Golden Absolute's source of confidence. A powerful golden will, 7 Saint Kings united as one. In the universe, who dares to challenge us? In recent years, the upper echelons of the Golden Absolutes have sensed a crisis. Across the distant deep space, an even larger civilization alliance has appeared in their sights. That is the Nora wizard civilization. This obscure place from the ancient era, over 300,000 years, has leapfrogged into a super civilization second only to the 4 great giants. According to the latest intelligence, the Nora civilization already has 28 level 10 strongmen, and even has a Grand Council chairman named Edmund, who once killed the Earth Demon Lord. Oh, by the way, the demon that once invaded the Golden Sacred Realm was the Earth Demon Lord, later barely repelled by the fusion of the 6 Saint Kings, impossible to kill. In fact, the Earth Demon Lord retreated due to its fear of the soon awakening Golden Will. This means that Edmund's power alone is enough to contend with the 6 Saint Kings. The Saint Kings feel an invisible pressure, restless and uneasy all day. Only by awakening the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King and the Golden Will can they compete with the potential enemy Nora. The vast distance does not mean war will not erupt. On this day, a strong fluctuation emanates from the Golden Holy Tree. A bald figure, wearing a loose hemp robe, steps out, gender indistinguishable, eyes deep, each step a lotus, exuding a sense of wisdom. We welcome the King of Saint Kings. Boruo Saint King, with a physique resembling a martial monk, calls out loudly. We welcome the return of Tianhui. The other Saint Kings also show respect. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King sits cross-legged in the void. What matter has awoken me? Boruo Saint King responds. Tianhui, you are unaware. Over the past 10,000 years, we have discovered a civilization more powerful than us in a faraway place. The sacred realm is strong, but it certainly cannot be compared with them in the astral world. No, this civilization does not belong to the 4 great giants, it is Nora. Nora? Yes, as of now, there are 28 level 10 there. What? The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King, usually as calm as an ancient well, shows a slight lapse. Yes, the most deadly thing is, this civilization's cultivation involves refining something called the truth oddity, which is essentially our universe sacred relics. The Spirit Heart Saint King frowns with worry. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King sighs at the sky. How could it be like this? Universe sacred relics are the foundation of the Golden Absolutes. The Golden Will, with its creation-like prowess, can create powerful Golden Absolutes by absorbing the power of sacred relics. The lower echelons of the Golden Absolutes are unaware, but the Saint Kings know well. If the Nora wizards discover that the Golden Absolutes are full of truth oddities, then these evil, greedy wizards will undoubtedly launch an expedition. Does Nora know the secret of the Golden Absolutes? The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King asks. Boruo Saint King shakes his head. We are unclear, as up to now we have had no formal contact with Nora. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King says. We must prepare for the worst. What is the current situation with Nora? They were invaded by abyss demons, just finished 3 fierce battles, and now seem to be targeted by the Nightmare World, a new war might erupt soon. Nightmare invasion. This is a good opportunity. Should we take the initiative to attack? Let us wait, as neither Nora nor the Nightmare are forces we can contend with. If the Nightmare can eliminate Nora, all the better. Otherwise, we will seize the right moment and move, becoming the last straw to break Nora. Chapter 2899. Lulo Saint King stood before the commander. He waited for instructions. Levi spoke with a cold edge in his voice. Gather the slaves from all races we have captured over the years. Incorporate them into the battle group, and place them as cannon fodder on the front lines. Lulo Saint King, with your cultivation in the Golden Peng Law, you can come and go without a trace. Keep an eye on Nora, and report the situation at any time. Understood, Lulo replied with a nod. 1 month later, Saint Master Dichi returned to the Golden Sacred Realm, and immediately rushed to the Bo-Ruo Saint King's residence. He moved with haste, his face etched with concern. The Bo-Ruo creature looked up at Dichi. How is the situation? It asked. Saint King, I have been to the Panplane, and basically figured out the situation with Nora. I am rushing back to help the Sacred Realm deal with Nora, Dichi explained. The Bo-Ruo Saint King gestured for him to continue. Good, quickly tell me. Inside the silver spaceship, the connection with Dichi stabilized, and Levi let out a breath. Bo-Ruo Saint King clearly suspected nothing. With Dichi as an inside agent, and his level 9 strength, he should be able to contribute a significant amount of intelligence. In the following time, Levi split his focus between cultivation and travel. The destination remained the land of oblivion within the Panplane. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. By the Nora calendar 1707, the breathing techniques of the Golden Emperor Dragon and Black Emperor Dragon made breakthroughs one after another. Each mastered the power of the 5-layered holy domain, taking their defense and speed to the next level. Levi returned to the Panplane. 3 years later, in the Nora calendar 1710, the White Emperor Dragon and Nightmare Emperor Dragon made breakthroughs again. The former mastered the 4-layered holy domain and stepped into the level 9 middle stage realm, while the latter mastered the 3-layered holy domain. The process of traveling proved dull. During this time, Levi occasionally visited the Eternal Star Abyss to educate the dragons brainwashed by the brilliant prison dragon god, spreading new ideas. After taking inventory, Levi realized the brilliant prison dragon god contributed a total of 40,000 dragons, including dragon descendants. It is important to note that Levi had bred creatures for so long in the ancient Banyan fairyland, and even after collecting far and wide, he had only just surpassed the threshold of 10,000 dragons. The number of dragons this time had increased 5-fold. Among them were 39,000 mixed blood dragons, and a group of dragon descendants, and sub-dragon species with potential above level 6, whether adult or not, totaling 1,000 in number. This total was 4 times the original number of sub-dragons in the Dragon Palace. Levi arranged all the dragons, who underwent ideological education and transformation, into the 8 heavenly dragon crowds. Many departments no longer functioned as bear commanders. The level 9 dragon was just one, the Green Giant, whose real name was Cade. His father was an ancient green dragon, and his mother was the forest green giant's mother. Levi remembered the dragon descendant giant he refined into a corpse demon. Cade suffered from deep brainwashing, and could not be corrected in the short term, so Levi directly used the Black Emperor's enslavement to subdue him, as he possessed many contract slots now. Thus, a huge battle group of over 60,000 dragons formed. Their main responsibility was to reproduce and give birth to more dragons. Levi provided the best resources and conditions to help them grow and strengthen. The other gains from the Church of the Dragon God were not worth mentioning. 2 years later, the blood battle welcomed its 1600th year, and Levi's Green Emperor dragon breathing technique progressed further, mastering the triple undying holy realm. He now possessed 5 layers of destruction, 5 layers of King Kong, 5 layers of invisible, 4 layers of implacable, 3 layers of undying, and 3 layers of no hidden, totaling 26 layers of holy domain power. Back then, when Levi slew the Dusk Sun God, he had 20 layers. Facing the level 10 middle stage is still not enough, Levi muttered to himself. 60 layers of holy domain is my goal, and I have only gone through less than half. Compared to the increasingly rapid cultivation progress in the path of the wizard, the path of the knight proved much more difficult. The wizard possesses many methods to enhance talents, while knights do not. Levi's knight talent already reached a ceiling level. He simply lacked time. In the Nora dark side, the vast army of nightmare creatures filled the earth and ocean. Their size could astonish any non-giant world. Next, they would use this as a stronghold, infiltrating Nora's real world through nightmares, various worldly passions, and negative emotions. Majestic figures appeared between the heavens and the earth. Leading them stood the Lost Monarch. Around him, the 4 great demon lords, the Cross-Death Monarch, and other 5 level 10 late-stage powerhouses descended with overwhelming momentum. Their formidable lineup shook the heavens and earth. From today, we shall be stationed in the Nora dark side, the Lost Monarch announced. We will strive to end the war within 100 years and turn Nora into a place of fear-breeding. The arrogant demon lord, bearing a giant mountain, laughed. 100 years? If today's first battle goes smoothly, we can take Nora within 1 year. We are not like those inefficient and chaotic rabble of demons. The Black Heart Demon Lord cackled. I have heard there is a legendary wizard among them who practices the power of 7 sins. In this battle, if we kill him and devour him, our cultivation might go even further. The Void Demon Lord appeared overly indulgent and said weakly, I am more interested in that aloof Frost Witch. I have heard she possesses the bloodline of the Frost Giant ancestor. That kind of bliss, I am already impatient. The Devouring Sky Demon Lord glanced at his three brothers and spoke coldly. Do not blame me for not reminding you. Edmund's strength is very strong. Even a lion uses full force against a rabbit. If you underestimate and lose the war, you will only be ridiculed by others. The arrogant Demon Lord sneered. It is a pity our 7 Demon Lords only came 4. Otherwise, with the 7 sins united, no matter who it is, as long as it is not level 11, we could destroy them with ease. The power of 7 deadly sins nurtured 7 Demon Lords in the nightmare, each with level 10 late-stage strength. Since ancient times, they had maintained a good relationship. For certain reasons, 3 of the Demon Lords either fell or went into seclusion. Hence, only 4 were dispatched this time. Chapter 589, The Shadow World Rekindled. Nightmare's crushing defeat. The emergence of the 7 sins is as significant as the simultaneous descent of the 4 great Demon Lords of the Abyss. In the previous war in the Shadow World, the 7 Demon Lords entered the fray together. That battle was catastrophic, bringing darkness and ruin to the world and devastating the Shadow World. Among the 7 sins, jealousy was killed in the final counterattack. Sloth and Fury were severely injured. Since then, the lineup of the 7 sins has become history. At the back of the group, the Ghost Alley Monarch stands in silence. It hopes that those great monarchs will soon kill the Dusk Palace Master, preventing him from having the opportunity to grow. Time passes. Eventually, all the monarchs arrive. A total of 27 level 10 auras entwine together, causing the Nora dark side to tremble. Fortunately, after nearly 2,000 years of fusion, the dark side has rapidly expanded with Nora, becoming thousands of times more stable than before. The Lost Monarch clears his throat. Prepare to open. The sentence remains unfinished as the dark side shakes like an earthquake. The Nightmare Monarchs change their expressions and look towards the sky above. In that ash-filled sky, a scorching bright red light begins to appear. Where the dark side of the universe existed without a sun, Edmund arrives. The gray vortex forms. A giant passage connecting Nora's real world and the Ashen world takes shape. Figures descend from above. Edmund, Gulwig, Heavenly Will, the 4 barbarian tribal deities, Pandora Matriarch, Whale Emperor, and over 10 other legendary wizards emerge, excluding the Survivor of the Vast Sea and Rolling. The Survivor of the Vast Sea defends Nora's core. Rolling and the Beastmaster civilization are still on their way. Therefore, Nora's side boasts 26 level 10 strongmen, no more, no less. The gray vortex disappears, revealing the Wagner Wizard. The Lost Monarch's expression shifts. According to the intelligence gathered, the Nora Wizard Council does not have this person. This causes it to become wary. As a Nightmare Monarch, it possesses keen perception. Sometimes, an inconspicuous first circle wizard can lead to major failures. However, considering that there are 5 level 10 later stage cultivations present, it suppresses these anxieties and looks at Edmund, smiling. Does the Nora Council intend to engage in a life and death struggle with us right away? Edmund smiles. Nice to meet you, Lost Monarch. As the Grand Council Chairman, I particularly want to thank you for fostering an excellent legendary wizard for us, Daydreamer. Edmund touches a sore spot. The Lost Monarch feels anger within, and wears a faux smile. No thanks. I am here to reclaim it today. The arrogant Demon Lord lifts the colossal mountain on its back impatiently. So, you are Edmund? Today I am here to learn from your skills. As the sin of arrogance, it looks down on everyone except those above level 11. The giant mountain is cast forward, annihilating the void. It strikes towards Edmund's face. His red robe billows as he lifts his palm. A great sun emerges to block the mountain. The mountain flies back, scorched red. The arrogant Demon Lord's expression shifts. He looks at the Lost Monarch. Commander, take action. The Lost Monarch senses that something is amiss. The Wagner Wizard, who appeared moments ago, has vanished. Simultaneously, at the core of the dark side, Owens, the incarnation of the dark side's willpower, sits there. He looks at Wagner. Mate, remember to say goodbye to Levi for me. Wagner nods solemnly. Owens, you will not disappear. I will inherit your everlasting dark side willpower. I will use the Nora dark side as a fulcrum, gathering the dark side fragments scattered across the universe and retrieving the wandering Ashen Kings. I will also refine and pass down the Grey Swordsman's cultivation method to future dark side people. On that day, there will no longer be any fallen breeding. All nightmare power will be banished, and your will shall revive. Windmill Village will forever remain. Owens recalls the long years of waiting for Levi to appear in Windmill Village. He smiles with relief. Unyielding silver seat, Owens bids farewell for now. He waves to the world and enters the shadow before him. His figure and Wagner's overlap. Instantly, an indescribable, terrifying aura sweeps across the entire Nora dark side as Wagner transforms into a beam of light shooting into the sky. The size of Nora determines the size of Nora's dark side. At this moment, he sees the entire Nora dark side move, as if the Earth Dragon were flipping, raising oceans and tearing apart strata. Gradually, it reveals a giant face the same size as Nora's dark side, with Wagner's likeness. The lonely advancing shadow, the master of Nora's dark side. Wagner is not the Shadow School of Thought's first legendary wizard, but he might be its greatest, as he uses the Nora dark side to create a demiplane. Vast mountain ranges and rivers are all under his control. Indescribable power flows within Wagner. His mind nearly explodes, as countless pieces of information from Nora's dark side eternally flood into his consciousness like rivers, enough to overwhelm even his legendary-level spiritual force. But he does not yield. He can bear the agony of thousands of years of loneliness with a human body. His willpower is stronger than anyone else's. Behind him emerges a black shadow stretching thousands of miles high, emanating an aura that causes various legendary wizards and monarchs to subtly change their expressions. This is Lord Victor's once legendary wizard form, Shadow Watcher. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.